Yi Yin lay despondently on the ground, watching as the horde of zombies drew closer. 30 seconds. No more than 30 seconds, and he would be consumed by the relentless swarm. Below the knees, Yi Yan's legs had been neatly severed, the wounds gushing blood that pooled beneath him, forming a small stream. The severed limbs were left cruelly within his reach, a damning reminder of his helplessness. From excessive blood loss, his arms had lost their strength. He could no longer lift himself to view the approaching zombies, their decaying flesh continuously dropping from their rotting bodies. Instead, he lay powerless on the ground, permeated by the stench of decay and blood, gazing at the bleak sky of the apocalypse. Zhang Tianshu. The memory of that man's vile face filled Yi Yin with a bitter rage, driving him to fantasize about dismembering him. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, wasn't even a first-tier evolver, lacking any abilities or profession. How could he possibly confront Zhang Tianshu? This was the apocalypse. Without power, one could only be cut down like livestock. If you are not cruel to others, they will be cruel to you. It wasn't until the approach of death that Yi Yin truly understood this harsh reality. The groans of zombies drawn by his blood became increasingly clear as sensation faded from his body. After 2 years of struggling to survive in the wasteland, would he really succumb to the fate of becoming zombie feed? Suddenly, Yi Yin opened his eyes. Where are the zombies? Where is the stench of blood? A ceiling? The sounds of a game? His dorm room? Yi Yin kicked his legs. They were still there. He had been reborn. Beneath him lay the narrow yet soft bed of his dorm, with a whiff of smoke in the air. The first thing Yi Yin did upon being reborn was not to check how much time remained until the end of the world began, but rather to draw forth the venomous memory of one person. Zhang Tianshu. In this life, I will make you taste the horror of having your legs severed and being fed to the zombies. I will make you feel the pain of losing those you hold dear. Yi Yan's eyes brimmed with hatred and coldness. The brutal torment he endured over the past 2 years had transformed him from the gentle person he once was into someone cruel and twisted. If you are not merciless to others, they will be merciless to you. Yi Yin pulled out his phone. April 1, 2025, April Fool's Day, 11:30 a.m. Just half an hour remained until the world played its grotesque joke on humanity. In the apocalypse, the world's magnetic field had shifted, causing profound mutations and evolutions in humans, animals, and plants alike. At the moment of the outbreak, 80% of humanity would indiscriminately transform into zombies, with animals and plants mutating almost simultaneously. Zombies evolving, gaining more terrifying powers, were most fond of human flesh. Meanwhile, wild animals became even more feral, hunting relentlessly for survival. The world became rife with danger, with threats not only from the ever-evolving zombies but also from intelligent, mutated beasts and the scarcity of resources. Most terrifying of all were those who devolved into selfish, corrupt beings due to the collapse of society. Yet, amidst the chaos, humanity clung to a sliver of hope. The traitors who appeared worldwide alongside the sudden apocalypse, their origin shrouded in mystery just like the cataclysm itself. By encountering a traitor, one could exchange crystalline cores harvested from zombies and mutated beasts for evolution serums, weapons, special professions, cards, and more. This was the path to human evolution and empowerment, the means by which humanity could stand against the zombies and mutated life forms. In his previous life, trapped in the base that haunted him with endless nightmares, Yi Yin had heard rumors of traitors lurking near his school. After witnessing the failures of others, many learned the secret of the traitors and succeeded in their exchanges, surviving the terror of the initial outbreak of mutations. His mission now was clear: needed to head to the library immediately. Chapter 2. The Purple Hook Jade. Upon encountering Yi Yin, who was preparing to leave, his roommate casually inquired, "Where are you headed?" In his previous life, these very roommates had succumbed to zombification the instant the apocalypse erupted, prompting Yi Yin to flee the dormitory in a state of panic. His rebirth would not alter the inevitable fate of the two becoming zombies. Thus, upon seeing them, Yi Yin had already resolved to abandon them. The only response to his roommate was the sound of the door closing. His gaze was fixated solely on the library. Opting for the most direct route, he traversed the gymnasium, which led him to the library. Completely indifferent to his surroundings, he ignored the greetings of those who crossed his path, inciting discontent among many that in the gymnasium. Individuals were engaged in a game of baseball when a ball soared towards him from a distance. Yi Yan's heart raced, and he instinctively dodged at the last moment. The spectators were filled with schadenfreude as they observed Yi Yan's actions. Was he out of his mind for daring to pass through the gymnasium? Having survived 2 years in the apocalypse, although not an evolved being, he had battled numerous zombies and faced death several times, proving his combat prowess to be commendable, clearly on a different level than the university students before him. Had it been 2 years prior, he would have undoubtedly been struck by that baseball that as he noticed the arrogant Li Fuyo approaching. Yi Yan frowned. This was hardly the time to waste on such trivialities. In his past life, Li Fuyo had taken a liking to a junior who favored Yi Yan, which had led the arrogant rich heir to publicly humiliate him whenever they crossed paths. Consequently, Yi Yan had always circumvented the gymnasium, as Li Fuyo, a sports major, frequently lingered there. The onlookers were now keenly observing, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. The baseball incident had been a deliberate act by Li Fuyo aimed at Yi Yan. Yi Yan turned on his heel and walked away. Li Fuyo burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Running away upon seeing me. Are you that afraid?" One of Li Fuyo's lackeys quickly caught up, blocking Yi Yan's path. "Our boss is speaking to you." "Are you deaf?" Yi Yan halted, eyeing the heavy baseball bat in the man's grip, envisioning its potential effectiveness against zombies. One swing could surely dispatch an enemy. Without uttering a word, he reached out and snatched the bat from the man's hands, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. Stealing a baseball bat. What is going on? The lackey was further astonished. When had this seemingly frail Yi Yan become so strong? Li Fuyo approached with a scowl, regarding Yi Yan with disdain. "Hey, did you not hear me speaking to you? What does it mean to snatch his bat?" Yi Yan, expressionless, fixed a penetrating gaze upon Li Fuyo, making him uneasy. "To strike a dog," and no sooner had the words left his mouth than the baseball bat came crashing down upon Li Fuyo's legs, the tremendous weight and force eliciting a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground. The crowd looked on in disbelief at Yi Yan's audacity. What was happening? In a society governed by law, Yi Yan was actually assaulting someone, and with such ferocity. The target was none other than the affluent and influential Li Fuyo. Beads of sweat erupted on Li Fuyo's forehead, his grunts and hoarse cries casting a shadow of dread over the onlookers. Had Yi Yan truly become this ruthless? Li Fuyo's condition was alarming. As the crowd recognized Li Fuyo's distress, they rushed towards him. Was this person a madman? He had just broken someone's leg. This was illegal. Was he prepared to throw his life away? Yi Yan, aware that time was of the essence, disregarded the growing commotion behind him and sprinted towards the library. Since he could not prevent the apocalypse from arriving, he would leverage the advantage of his rebirth to grow stronger. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky, and Yi Yan understood. The apocalypse had arrived. Quickening his pace, the library loomed ahead. Suddenly, he came to a halt, as countless memories of white lights summoning him from his past life flooded his mind. He sharply glanced at his chest, where the purple hook jade hung prominently. Chapter 3. In his previous life, the purple hook jade had been discovered by Yi Yan during his escape amidst the onset of the apocalypse. The jade emanated an alluring glow in the darkness, and even in his frantic flight, he had inexplicably picked it up. Subsequently, he found himself in a concentration camp, enduring a life devoid of hope. The camp, ostensibly designed to protect survivors, had drawn many in, only for them to discover that most were relegated to menial labor, with no promise of the evolution serum they had been promised. Those unfortunate enough to be selected were used as bait to lure zombies. When facing hordes of the undead, these inadequately trained survivors were treated as cannon fodder, pushed to the front lines while the evolved beings cowered behind, launching ranged attacks until the tide of zombies receded. Surviving 2 years in such a camp was nothing short of miraculous for Yi Yan. During his time of oppression and lack of freedom, he often felt an inexplicable force drawing him, a powerful allure that beckoned him from a distance. There were times when he was convinced that if he could escape, he would immediately discover the source of this calling. That signal would sometimes flit about, at times remaining stationary, manifesting with varying intensity that in his previous life. While tormented in the concentration camp, the sensation of that powerful pull only intensified his agony. What could it be? Why did no one else feel this? Could it be that strange hook jade? Yet now, reborn, Yi Yan had not merely found the purple jade. It hung vividly around his neck. Could it be that his rebirth was somehow linked to the jade? With little time to ponder further, Yi Yin rushed toward the source of the white light, eager to uncover what lay beyond. Around him, people were already succumbing to zombification, the characteristic growls of the undead gradually filling the air. Few ventured towards the library, but there were still some .2 zombies, not far from Yi Yin, immediately lunged toward him, exuding the distinct putrid stench of decay, moving at a sluggish pace. Yi Yin swung the baseball bat with precision, dispatching each zombie effortlessly, one clean blow per creature, resulting in a splatter of black blood and rotting flesh that covered him entirely. Drawing upon his previous life's experiences, Yi Yin found it exceedingly simple to deal with these first-tier zombies. Destroying their brains was the key to ensuring their demise. Although he was eager to investigate the source of the alluring signal, Yi Yin nevertheless pocketed the magical crystals from the two fallen zombies. These crystals were akin to currency in the apocalypse. Entering the library, he was immediately met with a nauseating stench of blood. The scene within was nothing short of horrific. Just moments ago, individuals had been sitting in rows, engrossed in their books, and now they were transformed into grotesque, foul-smelling beings lunging towards him. Blood splattered everywhere. Severed limbs littered the floor. The cacophony of screams, cries for help, and gnashing teeth melded into a chilling symphony, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. Everything had changed. The zombies were slow yet relentless. Panicked individuals were swiftly surrounded by an overwhelming number of zombies, their bodies consumed in an instant. Those narrowly escaping, just moments away from freedom, found themselves clawed by the undead, their expressions shifting from relief to horror and despair. Transformation. Chapter 4. Yi Yin stood at the entrance, momentarily frozen, gazing at the familiar, yet alien scene before him. Witnessing humanity's futile struggle against the jaws of the undead, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged within him. This was the apocalypse, the brutal apocalypse that if you were weak, you would be devoured by the omnipresent dangers. This time, he vowed not to become the fish on the chopping block. Determination, indifference, and a thirst for vengeance flickered in Yi Yan's eyes. He would find a concentration camp, exact his revenge, and rescue his parents. In this life, he would become the one who dominated others. No longer hesitating, he tightened his grip on the baseball bat and charged towards the staircase in the center of the first floor. He sensed that the source of the white light awaited him on the fourth floor. That was likely the library's art room. Many who had fled to the doorway, upon seeing Yi Yin venture further inside, were filled with terror, yet regarded him with incredulity. Was this person insane? Everyone was desperately fleeing, and he was entering. They were unaware that zombies infested every corner. There was no safe haven. Yi Yan's objective was the staircase, and he struck down every zombie that obstructed his path without hesitation. Black blood and decaying flesh clung to him, leaving no part of him untainted, a testament to his slaughter. The remaining individuals in the library soon took notice, astonished by Yi Yan's actions. Those who had previously thought him foolish for entering the library were now shocked. Who was this individual daring to confront the zombies? Wasn't it dangerous to even touch them, lest one become infected? Did zombies not feast on humans? How could he appear so unafraid? Did he truly believe he was playing baseball with that bat? This was utterly bizarre. Yi Yin paid no heed to the reactions of others, pressing onward as he carved a bloody path to the staircase. Many seemed to see a glimmer of hope and excitedly shouted to him, "Classmate, help! Please save me!" A girl, emboldened, rushed through the zombies to reach Yi Yin, grasping him tightly. The surrounding individuals regarded her with envy and resentment. Why was it not them? Yi Yin frowned and forcefully pushed the girl away, swinging the baseball bat to strike a zombie behind her. The dazed girl, regaining her senses, looked at him gratefully. "Thank you. I knew you would save me." Yi Yin cast her a cold glance. "Get away." The girl's expression froze in shock. "What is the situation? Did he not just save me?" Yi Yin strode up the stairs with determination, unleashing a brutal barrage of blows upon the zombies before him, carving a bloody path through them that I in the face of such undead adversaries. Even the slightest hint of hesitation or retreat would result in immediate encirclement, leaving one to become their next meal. The girl whom Yi Yin had abandoned moments ago was swiftly engulfed by the horde of zombies drawn to her presence. The students witnessing this scene glared at Yi Yin with indignation. He possessed the strength. Why did he not save anyone? They were all of the same kind. Why did he turn a blind eye to the suffering? They failed to consider that had they been in his position today, they would have cast off these burdens in an instant. It was merely that the ones in need of assistance were them. While Yi Yin stood as the capable one, ignoring the furious shouts directed at him, Yi Yin continued his ascent up the stairs, intending to return for the magic crystals later, as he drew nearer to the art room. The white light in his mind grew ever clearer, and his excitement intensified. Finally, after shattering the skulls of 2 zombies, his body smeared with the foul black blood of the undead, he forcefully pushed open the door to the art room. Before him stood a figure shrouded in a black robe, their form and features obscured to why Yi Yan's pupils constricted sharply. The traitor. Chapter 5. The traitor. Yi Yan had never anticipated that the energy fluctuations he had sensed all along were emanating from the traitor. As humanity's sole hope for survival in this apocalyptic world, the traitor was always coveted by mankind, and to sense their presence was nothing short of miraculous. Had he not been imprisoned in the concentration camp in his previous life, would he have become a formidable force simply by being able to sense the traitor? The art room was devoid of life. The presence of zombies rendered reckless entry tantamount to self-destruction. With no escape in sight when the apocalypse erupted without warning, few would entertain the notion of turning the tables on the zombies. Yi Yin suppressed his shock and excitement, shutting the door behind him and systematically dispatching the few zombies drawn by the noise. Black blood splattered across his face, yet he remained unfazed. The figure before him, garbed in black and exuding an aura of mystery, was none other than the traitor, the beacon of hope for humanity's survival in the apocalypse. A resource fiercely contested once the rules of the end times became apparent to all. Wherever there was a traitor, a fierce battle would ensue. Humanity could exchange magic crystals harvested from zombies and mutated beasts for evolution potions, professions, skills, and items. With these, they could gradually grow stronger, survive in the brutal apocalypse, and combat both zombies and formidable mutated life forms, effectively transcending into an entirely different realm, almost becoming a new species. For the ordinary human and the evolved being were worlds apart. Traitors were ranked from levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the rarer the items, and the more advanced and numerous the required magic crystals for exchange. The traitor would automatically assess whether the individual approaching held sufficient magic crystals, with the minimum standard being the lowest price of the traitor's wares. Should the visitor lack the requisite number of crystals, the traitor would simply disregard them. However, if they met the minimum standard, they would enter a 10-minute trading window. During this time, no one could discern the specifics of the exchange, nor could they attack the one initiating the trade. Once the transaction concluded or the time elapsed, the traitor could choose between 2 options: exit the trading window right where they stood or be teleported away. Should they opt for teleportation, the traitor would randomly transport them to a relatively safe area within a kilometer radius. If a group was involved, a maximum of 10 individuals could enter the trading window. The treasures possessed by a traitor were finite. Once someone exchanged for them, they were gone. Thus, when encountering a high-level traitor, fierce clashes would inevitably ensue among large factions, as desirable items were few and far between. Whoever reached them first would claim them. Furthermore, as an almost invincible existence in the apocalypse, zombies and mutated beasts would never attack the traitor. And Yi Yin, astonishingly, could sense the traitor's presence. This was his trump card for dominance in this lifetime. Contemplating this, Yi Yan's resentment deepened. He had possessed this ability in his previous life. Had he not trusted the concentration camp and been deceived into entering? Would he have endured such suffering? In this life, he would ensure that the concentration camp paid back double. Yi Yin possessed only a handful of magic crystals, having largely neglected to extract them from the zombies he had just slain in the library. One reason was his eagerness to discern the source of the attraction, and the other was the overwhelming number of zombies in the library. If he bent down to collect the crystals, the likelihood of being encircled by zombies would rise dangerously. Yi Yin approached the traitor, cloaked in black, who stood with their back to him by the window. In his previous life, Yi Yin had never laid eyes on a traitor, only hearing tales of their dark robes and inhuman visage. Upon reaching the traitor's rear, he observed that they remained unresponsive, suggesting that the items priced at the lowest tier exceeded the 10 magic crystals he possessed. Chapter 6. When Yuan Nen Yi Yin was about to exit, intent on slaying more zombies to amass magic crystals, he had to evolve into a stronger being as swiftly as possible. rushing to the door of the art room. His hand had yet to grasp the doorknob when the door was suddenly yanked open from the outside, that a figure burst in, hastily shutting the door behind them, revealing a face that was both shaken and resolute. That why Yan's heart skipped a beat. When Yuan Nan, upon seeing her familiar face, the tension that had gripped Yan since his rebirth momentarily dissipated. The girl was covered in grime, with her hands stained by the blood of zombies, making it seem as though she had fought them barehanded. When Yuan Nan dumped a handful of magic crystals, wrapped in her clothing, onto the floor, gazing expectantly at Yi Yin, though the wariness and calculation in her eyes did not escape his notice. I just saw you kill zombies and extract this valuable item from their skulls. So I figured it would be useful to you. When you didn't collect more, I helped myself. That a smile finally graced Yi Yan's face for the first time since his rebirth, resembling that of an old friend. So what now? When Yuan Nan was somewhat perplexed by Yi Yan's demeanor and gaze, which starkly contrasted his earlier treatment of the girl on the first floor. She did not hide her intentions, her tone earnest yet not subservient. I saw you daring enough to kill zombies. Can you lead me out of this library? No. Can I follow you? I'm not afraid. I can help you extract the valuable items from zombies' foreheads, and I promise I won't be a burden. Yi Yin, intrigued, queried, how did you manage to come up here alone? When Yuan Nan promptly replied, I discovered that zombies cannot see humans, as long as one does not make loud noises. They won't come this way. Meanwhile, others were shouting and making a commotion, drawing most of the zombies away. That I quietly followed the corpses of the zombies you killed to find you, and I also dug up this item that seems useful to you. After all, you are the only one brave enough to confront the zombies. Yi Yin chuckled inwardly. When Yuan Nan was indeed clever to have figured this out so quickly. He counted the magic crystals on the ground. There were over 20. Combined with the ones he already had, he now possessed a total of 31 magic crystals. With all the crystals in hand, Yi Yin approached the trader once more, who still showed no sign of acknowledgement. In his previous life, he had heard that some traders were nomadic, while others remained stationary. Sometimes, one might think a trader was fixed in place only to return days later and find them gone. In any case, during those 2 years, the trader had always been an enigmatic figure, with no one knowing when or where they would appear. All that could be done was to brave the dangers and approach the trader with magic crystals in hand. When Yuan Nan, realizing the trader's presence, felt a surge of apprehension. This person had been here all along. How'd she not sense them earlier? Moreover, their attire was exceedingly peculiar, as when Yuan Nan cautiously approached the trader, intent on touching them, Yi Yan swiftly intervened to stop her. Seeing the warning expression on Yi Yan's face, she stuck out her tongue. When she witnessed Yi Yan slaying zombies from below, she had found him terrifying yet someone worth utilizing. However, after interacting with him, the anticipated rejection and indifference had not materialized. Though Yi Yan maintained a cold demeanor, she could sense an undercurrent of unusual emotion. When Yuan Nan was not particularly attractive and had an unremarkable figure, making her blend in with the crowd. Her only virtue lay in her keen perception and high emotional intelligence. Sensitive to others' emotions, facades, and attitudes, when Yuan Nan held an implicit belief that the seemingly cold-blooded Yi Yin would assist her and would not make things difficult for her. As she moved to the side of the trader to glimpse the mysterious figure's face, her scream was abruptly stifled before it could fully escape her lips. The instant Yi Yin beheld her expression of sheer terror. He quickly clamped his hand over her mouth, and at that moment, he witnessed a sight that would forever haunt him. Chapter 7. The Jade and the Trader. The black robe enveloped the trader completely, concealing all but an extraordinarily bizarre face. The trader's visage bore no characteristics recognizable as human. There were no eyes, no nose, no brows, just a featureless face composed of 2 smooth, azure jade pieces connected at their ends, emitting a faint glow and arranged in an octagonal formation. This horrifyingly surreal scene left Yi Yin utterly astounded. What shocked him further was that the jade on the trader's face, aside from its color and size, was an exact match to his own violet jade. Could it be that this was the reason he could sense the trader? Jade pendants, traders, the apocalypse. Everything seemed to connect in the shadows like a single thread. Yi Yin whispered a warning into Yuan Nan's ear. Don't make a sound. It could attract the zombies. When Yuan Nan gazed in horror at the trader's face, then nodded in understanding. The moment Yi Yin released his grip, he leaped away. This is not human, right? What happened to his face? Suppressing his own shock, Yi Yin recalled the rumors of the trader's peculiar appearance, but he had not anticipated such a grotesque sight. However, what mattered most at that moment was to gather enough magic crystals and initiate a trade. Yi Yan's eyes gleamed with determination as he chose not to answer when Yuanan's question. I need to go out and kill zombies. You stay here and wait for me. He was unwilling to expose Wen Yuanan to danger. He owed her far too much from his previous life. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanan, fearing she would be left behind like a burden, quickly interjected. I'm coming with you. I can help you collect what's on the zombies' heads. After saying this, she glanced at the nearly lifeless trader. Being near this terrifying entity felt overwhelmingly chilling. Yi Yin looked at Wen Yuanan, and for the first time, his usually cold and murderous eyes revealed a rare sincerity. I will not abandon you. You stay here, hiding beside this person that he is humanity's last hope. With him, we can grow stronger. Once I've gathered enough magic crystals, I will return. Stay put and don't wander off. After finishing his words, Yi Yin tightened his grip on the baseball bat and stepped out. His ordinary silhouette radiated unwavering resolve and faith, making him appear extraordinarily imposing in the midst of this apocalyptic chaos. When Yuanan felt an unexpected sense of security as the door opened and closed. The sounds of gnashing teeth and piercing screams filtered in and faded away, leaving only faint echoes that violently narrated the cruelty of the apocalypse. How astute was Wen Yuanan! She could discern that Yi Yin had not deceived her and truly intended to protect her. Initially planning to use Yi Yin, her heart softened in an instant. Furthermore, the objects atop the zombies' heads were called magic crystals. He claimed this terrifying figure was humanity's sole hope. Was he really going out to slay zombies to gather magic crystals? Could it be that magic crystals were the means to attain strength? A chill coursed through Wen Yuanan's heart. How did he know all this? It felt as if he were aware of the impending doom. As Yi Yin stepped outside, a few nearby zombies were instantly drawn to him. Rather than fleeing, he charged forward, striking one zombie's head with lethal accuracy. The creature's head exploded, black blood and brain matter splattering everywhere as its lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The remaining zombies, undeterred by fear, lunged towards the source of the noise, one by one meeting the same fate. As Yi Yin swiftly dispatched them without hesitation, he quickly unearthed 5 magic crystals. Moving stealthily toward the window where several zombies were feasting on a corpse. Chapter 8. Clearing the zombies, he did not wish to attract the zombies towards the illustration room, where Wen Yuanan was waiting. The discovery of the traitor was inconsequential. Humanity would eventually learn of the traitor's purpose and embark on the path of evolution. Currently, the zombies were all first level, lacking sight, and their senses of smell and hearing were diminished. Yet they were exceptionally sensitive to the scent of blood. Without creating much noise or spilling blood, they would not easily be drawn in. Yi Yin targeted the heads of the ravenous zombies with precise strikes, each blow landing without deviation or unnecessary movement. The survivors on the 4th floor, witnessing Yi Yin's audacity in confronting the zombies, were left astonished amidst their frantic escape. Who was this person? How could he dare to hunt zombies alone? Did he not understand the terror they represented? Did he feel no fear? As if to prove a point to those filled with doubt, Yi Yin continued his relentless assault, slaying the zombies that approached in response to the commotion. Hearing the sounds of battle, the few remaining zombies on the 4th floor began to converge toward him. Although there were not many, Yi Yin had to be cautious to avoid injury from their claws. Time and again, he narrowly evaded their grasp, retaliating with his heavy bat to shatter their skulls. This body was not the same as the one he had honed for 2 years in the apocalypse. After a short time, his arms began to ache and tremble slightly. Yet, the conviction of survival and the desire for strength propelled him forward, unleashing formidable power. The 4th floor housed some periodicals, typically devoid of visitors, making the number of zombies there relatively scarce compared to the lower floors. Yi Yin dispatched over 30 zombies, leaving the 4th floor nearly devoid of their presence, with the lower floors teeming with zombies and people. The commotion drew the attention of the few zombies on the 4th floor, causing them to drift away. In no time, Yi Yin was covered in black blood, surrounded by an astonishing number of defeated undead. The aura of slaughter and coldness enveloped him, instilling fear in the hearts of those survivors who only knew to flee. This could not be human. Not only did he dare to slay zombies, but he also killed so many without fear of infection. Could it be that he had sustained no injuries amidst the carnage? It was known that even the slightest scratch from a zombie's claw could lead to infection. Yi Yin stood there, enshrouded in gore, rendering his true appearance and clothing unrecognizable, obscuring whether he bore any wounds. Those whose minds had become warped by the relentless pursuit of zombies and the nightmarish scenes they encountered now glimmered with madness in their eyes. They mocked him, questioning the purpose of his actions. What was he doing digging out the crystals from the zombies' foreheads? Unbeknownst to them, the apocalypse had a way of revealing the darkest facets of humanity, transforming even the most mundane of situations into moments of primal instinct. Let us ignore him. We should head to the illustration room. Chapter 9. Seizing the goods? When Yuan clutched the magic crystals tightly to her chest, her clothing wrapped securely around them. Before her stood a dozen greedy individuals, both men and women. Their eyes fixated on the precious crystals she protected so fiercely. One woman stared hungrily at the concealed crystals, her gaze betraying a primal desire. She must be hoarding food. Among them, a tall, muscular man licked his lips, already starving as it was lunchtime. Did I end these trying times? Who knew when they would eat again? We all classmates. It's not fair for you to hoard all the food. We should share it. When Yuan felt a chill wash over her as she regarded this group of unabashedly selfish individuals. Was this what the apocalypse had wrought? How quickly had humanity devolved? She struggled to appear calm. This belongs to someone else. The man, growing impatient, retorted. And what does it matter now? Outside, zombies are everywhere. That person might have been devoured by them already. We should distribute these resources among the survivors. With that, he stepped forward and reached for the bundle containing the magic crystals. When Yunan's pupils dilated as she recoiled, incredulity washing over her. How long had the apocalypse been underway? Had it already become commonplace for such blatant acts of robbery? Watching the indifferent expressions and greedy eyes of those around her, when Yuan began to grasp the harsh reality. In the apocalypse, perhaps the most terrifying entities were not the zombies. Just as the man threatened when Yuan, drawing closer and tugging insistently at the fabric concealing the crystals. The door to the illustration room suddenly burst open. Had the zombies from downstairs arrived, panic gripped the crowd, causing them to momentarily forget about the food. And when Yunan's hands that Yi Yin, drenched in black blood, stood at the entrance, surveying the unwelcome guests with a chilling gaze. That instant, everyone froze. They had all seen Yi Yin before, previously cursing him for his impending doom at the hands of zombies. Yet witnessing him up close, covered in the evidence of battle, was a stark contrast to watching from afar. There was not a clean patch on him. His clothes were completely soaked in the dark blood of the undead, obscuring their original color. His hair was plastered to his forehead, matted with either sweat or blood. There were even bits of zombie flesh stuck to his clothing, emanating a stench reminiscent of the creatures themselves. The baseball bat in his hands was caked in black blood, a testament to the fierce battle he had just fought. His face was similarly sullied. No one could discern his features, only his piercing, icy eyes that seemed to radiate an aura of menace. Everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them, as Yi Yin emerged like a deity of death, gazing at Wen Yuan, who was cornered. A fierce glint flickered in Yi Yan's eyes. Without uttering a word, he strode purposefully toward Wen Yuan. The man who had been so aggressive moments ago staggered backward, his eyes filled with terror. The mere audacity to slay such a multitude of zombies was enough to instill fear in them. Witnessing his current demeanor, who would dare approach him? Yi Yin seized the magic crystal wrapped in Wen Yuan's clothing, disregarding the fearful glances of those around him, and, with an aura of unrestrained menace, made his way toward the trader. It was only then that he noticed the crowd of traders, who were left in utter shock. Who was this person? How had they failed to notice him until now? Good heavens, this is terrifying. Has he been here all along? Chapter 10, One-Star Evolution. Yi Yin approached the trader, and as a thought crossed his mind, a radiant white light enveloped him. Trading time? In his previous life, Yi Yin had only heard tales of the absolute safety during trading times, but he had never experienced it himself. Surrounded by a sea of white, with only him and the trader present, it felt as if he had stepped into another realm. Yi Yin struggled to contain his excitement as he gazed at the translucent rows of items within the white light. White battle knives, immunity potions, handguns, food, and more filled the entirety of the luminous screen, with the most valuable item being a bottle of 1-star evolution potion. A glance downward revealed that the price of the 1-star evolution potion was merely 60 1-star magic crystals. What was going on? Though Yi Yin had never interacted with traders or entered trading time in his previous life, the price of the 1-star evolution potion was no secret. The standardized price set by all traders was not something that could be altered. Yi Yin had heard that the price for a 1-star evolution potion was 100 1-star magic crystals. Why was it only 60 crystals now? Furthermore, besides the 1-star potion, the two other items that caught Yi Yin's eye were a solitary white-grade battle knife and 2 bottles of zombie virus immunity potions, priced at 45 and 40 respectively. This contradicted everything Yi Yin had heard in his previous life. White weapons typically started at 70 magic crystals. Judging by the appearance of this white battle knife, it certainly did not seem like the lowest grade. How could it be merely 45 1-star magic crystals? As for the immunity potions, Yi Yin had previously heard that in the realm of first-tier traders, immunity potions were worth 70 1-star magic crystals. How could they be so drastically reduced in price? This was utterly illogical. Unable to find an explanation, Yi Yin swiftly exchanged 60 magic crystals for a bottle of 1-star evolution potion, leaving him with only 6 crystals. Holding the potion, Yi Yin's hands trembled slightly. The 1-star evolution potion he had yearned for in his previous life was now within his grasp on the very first day of the apocalypse. Upon injecting the 1-star evolution potion, Yi Yin immediately felt a seismic shift within his body. His perception of himself utterly transformed. An unprecedented force surged from the depths of his being, erasing the fatigue he had felt from his earlier battle against the zombies, invigorating him entirely. His speed, reflexes, vision, and physical strength, all conceivable enhancements to his body, had escalated by a level. 1-star evolution complete. In that moment, Yi Yin had unequivocally become a 1-star evolver, and all of this transpired in less than half a day since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the majority of the world remained oblivious to the existence of traders, right? Even if they knew, they were unaware of the traders' secrets, correct? Yi Yin promptly exited trading time, the white light dissipating, revealing the scene in the illustration room before him. He had not forgotten that those present seemed intent on doing something to win yuan in the eyes of those in the illustration room. Yi Yin had suddenly vanished, and after a brief moment of chaos, he reappeared. The instant he re-emerged, everyone regarded him with a mix of shock and fear. What was happening? How had he just disappeared? How had he reappeared out of thin air? What should have concerned the crowd even more was the murderous and chilling gaze that accompanied Yi Yin's return. Chapter 11. An acquaintance Lu Peng stared at Yi Yin and could not help but exclaim. Wasn't he this the Yi Yin who had been relentlessly targeted by his boss, Li Fuyu? How was this possible? He actually dared to kill zombies. He was the one who actively sought out zombies to slay. This was utterly unbelievable. Just moments ago, Yi Yin's face had been smeared with black blood, obscuring his features, but now, as Lu Peng scrutinized him closely, he realized this was the same frail Yi Yin. How could he dare to confront zombies? His sudden disappearance had startled them all, and now his reappearance defied explanation. With the apocalypse upon them, what strange occurrences could be expected? As Lu Peng pondered this, a sense of defiance welled within him. This Yi Yin, once the subject of ridicule among his peers, had always avoided them in school. Now, he dared to act so arrogantly, even casting such a defiant look in Lu Peng's direction. Just moments ago, he had snatched the food that Lu Peng had been about to claim. Lu Peng dismissed any concern regarding how many zombies Yi Yin had slain. He had always viewed Yi Yin as beneath contempt. The fact that this weakling could kill zombies implied that they were not as fearsome as they appeared, and Lu Peng was certain he could easily overpower Yi Yin. A mere sports department student. Once he dealt with him, he could seize his food and continue slaying zombies. If someone as ineffectual as Yi Yin could kill zombies, why couldn't he? During peacetime, Lu Peng had always found Yi Yin intolerable, and it was entirely normal for him and his friends to seek trouble with him, setting traps at every turn. They were wealthy and influential, and Yi Yin had never dared to defy them, or even if he had, it had been futile. The fact that this utterly useless Yi Yin could kill zombies gave Lu Peng the courage to do the same. With this thought, the fear and shock that had previously graced Lu Peng's face vanished without a trace. Since Yi Yan was merely the coward who had never dared to stand up to him, everything would be easy. A mocking grin replaced Lu Peng's demeanor. Fear this weakling Yi Yan? Not a chance. While others remained entranced by Yi Yan's mysterious disappearance and sudden reappearance, Lu Peng's arrogant voice rang out. Yi Yan, the apocalypse is upon us, and you no longer recognize your elder, do you? All eyes turned to Lu Peng in astonishment. Has this man lost his mind? Though Lu Peng had been somewhat of a school celebrity during peaceful times, everyone knew of him and recognized his prowess in sports. However, the blood-soaked figure before them, emanating an aura of terror, was clearly not someone he could provoke. This man dared to slay zombies. And what about Lu Peng? He was the one who fled at the sight of zombies. Yi Yan's gaze toward Lu Peng grew, increasingly frigid. Until now, he had not recalled who this person was, but upon hearing those words, he remembered that this individual had often been seen alongside Li Fuyu, exerting his influence in his previous life. Li Fuyu's group had relentlessly targeted Yi Yan, and even though they were from different departments and had no direct interactions, they always managed to find ways to trouble him. Once, these troubles had brought Yi Yan considerable distress during peacetime, but in the wake of the apocalypse, after enduring inhumane treatment in the concentration camp, Yi Yan found Li Fuyu and his gang's tactics to be childish play. Now that this person stood before him, Yi Yan had no qualms about teaching him a lesson, especially since he had been the one pressuring Wen Yuan Nan that a smile devoid of warmth tugged at Yi Yan's lips. Do you know what has changed the most since the apocalypse began? Chapter 12. Human life is no longer valued. Lu Peng paused for a moment, anger swiftly replacing the confusion on his face. I'm asking you a question. How dare you ignore me? The onlookers regarded this scene with bewilderment that Lu Peng was not devoid of intelligence. Why was he suddenly so impulsively seeking trouble with someone who clearly appeared formidable? At that moment, Lu Peng was infuriated by Yi Yan's gaze, which seemed to regard him as a mere pitiful creature. When had Yi Yan dared to look at him like that? Lu Peng turned to the people behind him, his face a mixture of fury and arrogance. You may not recognize him, but you've surely heard of him, right? The infamous Yi Yan, the very same Yi Yan who has been relentlessly oppressed by Li Fuyu from the sports department. He dared to take Li Fuyu's woman. You all must have heard the outcome, right? The one who was targeted by Li Fuyu yet never dared to utter a word. Ha! You all fear such a person? Instantly, the crowd regarded Yi Yan with shock and curiosity. He was indeed the Yi Yan who had crossed paths with Li Fuyu. Wow! It seems to be true. I recognize his face. It's just that it was so dirty that I didn't even notice it earlier. Oh my, so it was him. No wonder Lu Peng dared to provoke him. He had always been friends with Li Fuyu and had bullied Yi Yan more than once. Tisich, I thought he was someone significant. If he can kill zombies, so can we. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Peng triumphantly turned to Yi Yan. Don't think I want to recognize you just because you're smeared with zombie blood. Hand over the food you just stole. To leave it with someone like you is a sheer waste. Upon hearing Yi Yan's real name, Wen Yuan Nan was momentarily taken aback. While Yi Yan was not widely known, Li Fuyu's notoriety and antagonism had made many aware of Yi Yan's name within the school. Wen Yuan Nan's gaze toward Yi Yan grew increasingly complex. The behavior of this individual, coupled with his audacity in dispatching zombies, could hardly align with the rumors of the person who had been bullied by Li Fu and others. It is utterly incongruous. Wouldn't you agree? Meanwhile, the chatter among the others continued unabated. Hey, he just killed so many zombies. He must have been infected. Indeed. Only a madman would slay zombies amidst their ranks. It's impossible that he hasn't sustained any injuries. He should hand over the food immediately and get out. We could wait until he transforms into a zombie and then kill him. This way, we would ascertain just how challenging it is to kill zombies. Precisely. With so many of us, we need not fear if he becomes a zombie. It would be an excellent opportunity for experimentation. As he listened to the crowd's discourse, a sinister smile grew more pronounced on Lu Peng's face. The weak truly are weak. In the apocalypse, they merely become lambs to the slaughter at the hands of the strong. The apocalypse will only further diminish the status of the weak. Wen Yuan Nan, hearing the crowd's conversation, turned pale. That it was not that she feared Yi Yan might actually be infected by a zombie. Rather, she was concerned that he would be unable to contend with these individuals. Compared to these greedy people, she felt a greater affinity for Yi Yin. Though he possessed the courage to kill zombies, they were devoid of intelligence. The individuals before her were clearly no benign characters. For the onset of the apocalypse had obliterated humanity's conscience. Should they band together against Yi Yin, even his prowess would not suffice against them. Just as the crowd regarded Yi Yin with malevolence. His voice, cold and unyielding, pierced the air. In this apocalypse, the most profound change is that human life has become utterly worthless. Chapter 13. Murder. The chilling words of Yi Yin sent a shiver down Lu Peng's spine. And without warning, a heavy baseball bat, wielded with the ferocity of a minor evolved being, came crashing down. Without a hint of forewarning, Lu Peng's head shattered instantaneously, blood and brain matter splattering onto those nearby. His lifeless body, devoid of its head, fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. All present were left in shock, staring at the gruesome scene and the impassive countenance of Yi Yin. What on earth just transpired? A life was extinguished in an instant, without so much as a blink or a word of warning. Even more terrifying was the fact that everyone had been focused solely on Yi Yin and Lu Peng, failing to perceive how Yi Yin had executed his strike. In the blink of an eye, a gust was felt, and Lu Peng's head had vanished from its original position, now merely a stain upon the ground and on the others. Such speed was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary person. Terror-stricken eyes were fixed upon Yi Yin, and those unable to bear the pressure began to tremble. What manner of individual had they just provoked? Those who had previously spoken carelessly about waiting for Yi Yin to become a zombie before killing him were now regretting their words, wishing they could slap themselves. Was this person someone they could afford to provoke? Gazing upon Yi Yin's composed face, utterly unperturbed, they finally grasped the depth of their folly. Setting aside their own courage to confront zombies, Yi Yin showed no fear of them, dispatching them with ease. He was equally unhesitant in taking lives. Could they truly contend with such a being? Perhaps in a few days, they would fully comprehend the grim reality that life held little value in the apocalypse. Anyone could kill for a mere bag of cookies or a bottle of water. Only then would they dare to kill as ruthlessly as Yi Yin, even if they possessed the courage to kill now. Were they truly Yi Yin's match? They had completely failed to witness the motions Yi Yin employed to slay Lu Peng, utterly unprepared for the event. Lu Peng, towering and muscular among their group, was felled in an instant by the seemingly delicate Yi Yin, rendering their previous bravado meaningless. Concurrently, doubt began to creep into many hearts. After Yi Yin had approached that mysterious individual, he had vanished only to reappear a minute later, leaving everyone perplexed. The strength and speed he had just displayed were clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Could this be linked to that enigmatic figure? It was essential to recognize that effortlessly smashing a person's skull is not the same as doing so to a zombie. For reasons unknown, the flesh of the zombies began to decay and fester in large patches, rotting away, while their teeth and fingernails grew unnaturally sharp. Their bodies were evidently not as robust as those of humans, making their heads all the more susceptible to being crushed. Yet Yi Yin had just obliterated Lu Peng's head with a single blow, an act beyond the ability of an ordinary individual. Yi Yin did not even cast a glance at Lu Peng's corpse or severed head, instead fixing his gaze upon the crowd with a chilling smile devoid of warmth. Who was it that said they would wait for me to turn into a corpse before killing me? Everyone inhaled sharply. Who would dare to speak now? Was that not courting death? Tension hung in the air as silence enveloped the room, each person fearing that they might be the next target of Yi Yin's wrath. Meanwhile, when Yuanan remained in a state of shock, she knew Yi Yin was formidable, unhesitant in dispatching zombies, but she had not anticipated that he would so easily take the life of a fellow human being. Chapter 14. Energy fluctuation. When Yuanan's delicate features were filled with astonishment and confusion that is this truly the apocalypse? She was not naive. She could surmise what Lu Peng had intended for her. And had Yi Yin not returned just in time, she might have found herself in a dire predicament. But does that justify the ease with which one can take a life? Is this what the apocalypse has wrought? Have the rules that once governed our existence ceased to exist? Yi Yin, noticing the complexity of Wen Yuannan's expression, could not help but smile wryly. This was indeed the early stage of the apocalypse for Wen Yuannan. She bore no resemblance to the shrewd and ruthless woman he had encountered in the concentration camp in his previous life, Wai Yin tossed the garment he had used to wrap the magic crystal onto the dazed Wen Yuanan, stating without a hint of emotion, "We are going out to kill zombies." Instinctively, Wen Yuanan caught the clothing and quickly followed Yi Yin. The world had changed irrevocably. To survive, she must align herself with powerful individuals like Yi Yin and transform into a person of strength. The onlookers, observing the two about to venture forth, displayed expressions that were nothing short of riveting. That it was fortunate that Yi Yin did not hold their previous comments against them. However, now that Yi Yin was leaving, how could they possibly step outside the library? None among them dared to confront zombies, and remaining here without food would lead to certain death. One individual, after much internal conflict, finally called out to Yi Yin as he was about to exit. "Could you take us with you?" All eyes turned to Yi Yin's paused silhouette, filled with anticipation and trepidation. That Wai Yin slowly turned, wearing a bemused smile, but his words chilled their hearts. "I will not take along those who just expressed a desire to kill me." A collective shock swept through them, and they simultaneously realized that their hopes of following this powerful individual had been dashed. After speaking, Yi Yin led Wen Yuanan out of the illustrated room. Without a trace of hesitation, his immediate goal was to clear the library of zombies, followed by a visit to the trader to exchange for supplies. Wen Yuanan trailed behind him, having regained her composure from the earlier shock. Regardless of the mysterious individual's peculiar appearance, the function of the magic crystal, Yi Yan's sudden disappearance and reappearance, or his immense strength, she knew that in due time, he would reveal the answers to her. For now, she simply needed to stay close to him. Only by remaining near someone powerful could she hope to survive amidst the terrifying chaos of the apocalypse. As they exited the illustrated room, Wen Yuanan's heart, now settled, could not help but be awestruck. The entire fourth floor of the library was devoid of zombies. Scattered here, and there were the corpses of zombies, evidencing that many had once roamed this space, only to be slain, and that slayer could be none other than Yi Yin. Up until now, Wen Yuanan had not witnessed anyone else brave enough to confront zombies. Staring blankly at the ground littered with zombie corpses, she stammered, "Did you do all of this?" As Yi Yin guided Wen Yuanan toward the safe passage, he casually remarked, "There were not many zombies on the fourth floor to begin with, and the commotion from the lower levels attracted a good number of them away. The area we are heading to below is where the zombies are more plentiful." Just as he was about to say more, Yi Yin abruptly halted, striding toward the window, gazing intently at a particular spot in the town. His expression one of exhilaration, a traitor, one whose energy fluctuations are even greater than that of the traitor above. Chapter 15. I do not take along useless individuals. Yi Yin could distinctly sense that the traitor outside the school possessed items far more rare than those offered by the traitor on the upper floor. For the traitor outside, despite being a considerable distance away, emanated an incredibly potent energy wave. Wen Yuanan, witnessing Yi Yin's excitement, rushed to the window as well, but saw nothing but a traitor. Was that the same fearsome-looking individual from earlier? Confused, Wen Yuanan inquired that Wai Yin had previously mentioned that the mysterious figure was humanity's last hope. Upon returning, he had approached the enigmatic figure and vanished, only to reappear with the magic crystal missing. Exhibiting strength that surpassed the realm of ordinary humans, she could surmise that the traitor Yi Yin spoke of was linked to his extraordinary abilities. Yi Yin had no intention of withholding the truth. Wen Yuanan was someone he would undoubtedly protect. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Yin redirected his gaze from the window. The figure clad in black from earlier in the illustrated room is the traitor. To engage and trade with him, one only needs one thing: the magic crystal found on the heads of zombies. The items available in exchange transcend our previous understanding. Wen Yuanan involuntarily held her breath. What? Yi Yin smiled lightly. Evolution agents, weapons categorized by color, antidotes for the zombie virus, professions, skills, food, and so forth. These are all essentials for humanity's survival in the future, coveted items to be fought over. Wen Yuanan was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. Evolution agents? Color-coded weapons? Professions and skills? This is not something that should exist in the human world. It seems entirely like something out of a TV drama or a novel. Is this the powerful secret of Yi Yin? What did he just exchange with the traitor? I am already a one-star evolved being as if to answer the unspoken questions lingering in Wen Yuanan's mind. Yi Yin calmly stated that at this moment, Wen Yuanan was at a loss for words. How does Yi Yin know the purpose of the traitor? The traitor should have arrived without reason alongside the apocalypse. How long has the apocalypse even been raging? How does he know everything? What about professions, skills, evolution agents? How does he have knowledge of them? How did he know to use magic crystals for exchange? She had also approached the traitor earlier. Why hadn't she received this information? Yi Yin, it's as if he knew everything in advance. As Yi Yin observed the bewildered Wen Yuan Nan, his gaze turned cold. If you wish to stay by my side, your first trial is to kill zombies and earn magic crystals to exchange for a 1-star evolution agent. I do not carry the useless. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan Nan finally regained her composure from the shock. Killing zombies is an inevitable challenge. If she lacked the courage to slay zombies and relied solely on Yi Yin for protection, she would not survive in this apocalypse. Moreover, Yi Yin could not protect her forever. With no sign of the fear and retreat Yi Yin anticipated, a glimmer of tension and expectation appeared in Wen Yuan Nan's eyes. This was beginning to resemble the former self of Wen Yuan Nan. Yi Yin removed a fire axe from the safety passage and handed it to Wen Yuan Nan. Aim for the head. Follow closely behind me. Wen Yuan Nan gripped the fire axe tightly. It felt somewhat heavy as she nodded nervously and solemnly. This was a step she must take. The world had devolved to this state, and she felt powerless to change it. Without a modicum of awakening, how could she survive? Chapter 16. Discovery of Cannon Fodder. The safety passage was nearly devoid of zombies, as it was seldom traversed. Students typically used the central staircase or elevators to access the library. The two reached the entrance on the 3rd floor, hearing the sounds of desperate screams and faint cries for help from within. Instinctively, Wen Yuan Nan glanced at Yi Yin, and indeed, Yi Yan's face bore no expression, let alone any intention to assist. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps grew louder, and the door was suddenly thrust open, allowing 5 disheveled individuals to rush in, their bodies smeared with the black blood of zombies. Upon entering, they slammed the door shut, disregarding the 2 companions who were still 5 meters away, ensnared by zombies. The 2 were left in despair, watching helplessly as the door closed, followed by the sounds of gnashing and screams just beyond the barrier, a stark reminder that heightened everyone's senses. The 5 individuals, upon entering, caught sight of Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, startled yet silent, listening intently to the gruesome sounds of their companions being devoured. Indeed, the current zombies lacked intelligence and sight. After feasting on the 2, they gradually wandered away, oblivious to the absence of noise. Only then did the 5 breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground to calm their racing hearts. Yi Yin turned and walked away, heading to the 2nd floor to clear out zombies as well. He had no desire to become entangled with others. That moment, one person suddenly shouted, Yi Yin. Yi Yin turned to face the speaker. Someone vaguely familiar, likely a former classmate. Though the name eluded him, Su Song-shu stared at Yi Yin in shock, taking in his disheveled appearance. There was not a single clean spot on him, covered in dried zombie blood, looking as if he had rolled around in a horde. Su Song-shu, gazing at this unremarkable classmate who usually went unnoticed, thought that if 2 more people joined their group, it would provide a glimmer of hope for survival, much like the 2 who had been deliberately left behind as cannon fodder. Su Song-shu immediately smiled, but with ulterior motives. Yi Yin, what brings you to the library? Join us. More people mean better protection. Everything has changed now. The others also stared intently at the 2, their thoughts mirroring Su Song-shu's that in this apocalypse, aside from their own lives, the lives of others held little value. Who wouldn't want to have additional individuals to betray for their own survival? Upon hearing this, Yi Yin revealed a humorless smile, yet this time it was laced with endless mockery as he coldly responded. Join you, so that you can treat us the same way you did those 2 earlier? Use us as cannon fodder at a critical moment to ensure your escape? Wen Yuan Nan gasped in shock. She had assumed that these individuals had abandoned the other 2 out of sheer hopelessness, never considering that possibility. Not only Su Song-shu, but everyone else's expression shifted, filled with undeniable guilt and awkwardness. One person arrogantly stepped forward, pointing at Yi Yin. You have no evidence. How dare you accuse us? Yi Yin smiled once more, regarding the speaker with a disdainful and haughty gaze. I'm merely speaking freely, but your expressions have already betrayed you, and lower your hand. I will only say this once. Upon hearing this, the 5 exchanged incredulous glances, a surge of anger rising within them. The speaker not only failed to lower his hand, but also stepped closer, jabbing a finger at Yi Yan's nose, cursing, "Damn you! How dare you play us for fools? I'll throw you out to feed." Before the man could finish his sentence, he felt a shadow loom before him, and suddenly he could not make a sound, staring in horror at the proximity of Yi Yan, bewildered by the turn of events. All five stood in shock, witnessing the scene before them, that Yi Yan had single-handedly grasped the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Chapter 17. What was your name again? For one Yuan Nan, who had already witnessed Yi Yan's extraordinary strength, the sight before her failed to evoke much astonishment. However, the other five were entirely different. The man, held by the throat and suspended in midair, clawed desperately at Yi Yan's hand, yet it felt as solid as iron, refusing to budge, unyieldingly firm. The man kicked his legs futilely in the air, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Yi Yan that moment. He deeply regretted having stepped forward like a fool. Wasn't he asking for it now? The other four stared dumbfounded at the unfolding scene, unsure of how to react. Is Yi Yan even human? Could he be a martial arts master? How could he lift someone clearly more robust than himself with a single hand? Even someone of a larger build than the man wouldn't achieve such ease in lifting him into the air. They had previously considered having this person as their cannon fodder. It was a death wish. That he didn't simply throw them out to be devoured by zombies was already a mercy. Yi Yan looked at the terrified man, who was beginning to suffocate, with a semblance of a smile. "So, you were about to say you'd throw me out to feed the zombies?" The man shook his head in agony. Having his throat gripped and lifted into the air, coupled with his fear, left him increasingly oxygen-deprived. The others watched in breathless silence, fearful that any sign of presence might attract ire. Yi Yan feigned contemplation, then said, "If you lie, I won't let you down. Let us see if you can suffocate like this." The man's face began to turn purple, and upon hearing Yi Yan's words, he nodded dazedly. Shortly after, he caught a glimpse of Yi Yan's satisfied expression, feeling a strange sense of foreboding. Although perplexed, Yi Yan indeed released him. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping for the foul air, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. However, the respite was short-lived. No, it lasted merely 3 seconds, as he felt that immense force gripping him again, yanking him by his collar. Helpless against the overwhelming strength, he was dragged backward. The other four watched in fear, rendered speechless. The man struggled desperately, but it was futile to in his heart. He cursed Yi Yan, wishing he could slap him across the face and trample him underfoot. Yet he was the weaker one. He was helpless against the other's might. He heard the sound of the door being kicked open behind him. Such a noise would surely attract a horde of zombies. Moments later, he found himself thrown into the library's 3rd floor, from which they had escaped just 10 minutes ago, and far from the safety passage door. Even as he met his demise, he pondered the extent of the man's strength, wondering how he could throw him so far. The other four listened to the man's screams, a chill running down their spines that he had merely suggested tossing Yi Yan out to feed the zombies, and before he could finish, Yi Yan had actually done it. Moreover, they were astounded by Yi Yan's power, which far exceeded their understanding. Can an ordinary person truly lift someone of substantial build by the throat? Can one throw a person 10 meters away with such ease? This was beyond human capability. What on earth is going on? The four looked at Yi Yan, their eyes filled with not only fear but curiosity. Ordinary people could not achieve such feats. Who exactly is Yi Yan? Chapter 18. Audacity. The most astonished individual was Su Songshu, who initially harbored ulterior motives towards Yi Yan and his companion, that Yi Yan was his classmate. Until yesterday, they had shared the same classroom. Although Su was not intimately acquainted with Yi Yan and seldom exchanged words, there was no doubt that Yi Yan was an utterly ordinary university student. He had even been bullied and suppressed by the wealthy second-generation clique within the school. How could he transform overnight into this formidable figure? There was no trace of his former self left. Previously, Yi Yan was a conventional student, law-abiding and unassuming, never stirring up trouble or seeking attention, and somewhat reclusive. Yet today, Su Songshu was confronted with a Yi Yan who bore a chilling smile, capable of killing without a second thought. This was a stark contrast to the Yi Yan he remembered. It was as if he had become an entirely different person. Though the world was in chaos, and people underwent significant transformations, No one's change could rival Yi Yan's rapid and profound metamorphosis. Su Songshu was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that he had foolishly contemplated ill intentions towards Yi Yan. Fortunately, he had not acted impulsively like that fool who had been tossed out to feed the zombies. Perhaps he could still cling to his status as a classmate and escape with Yi Yan. Despite Yi Yan's drastic change, he could not possibly deny their shared past or disregard the bond of fellow students. Could he, when Yuan Nan momentarily mourned for the man being contested by zombies, then turned his gaze towards Yi Yan, his eyes reflecting unwavering obedience, that Yi Yan paid no heed to the four bewildered individuals nearby and descended the stairs. With Wen Yuan Nan promptly following suit, that Su Songshu snapped back to reality, hastily calling out, "Yi Yan, take me with you." Yi Yan turned back with annoyance. This person had called out to him twice already. Wasn't he that bothersome? Moreover, why should he take Su with him? Was he a fool? The moment Su Songshu caught sight of Yi Yan's impatient and somewhat irritable demeanor, his heart sank. Yet he mustered the courage to plead. "We classmates after all, that you're so capable. Let me follow you." The remaining three were taken aback. This person was indeed a classmate of the incredibly powerful Yi Yan. Had they known earlier, they would have treated him with more warmth. However, judging by Yi Yan's expression, it appeared he held no regard for Su Songshu's status as a classmate. Yi Yan smiled, a somewhat exasperated smile. "Well, setting aside our status as classmates, anyone deemed useless in my eyes is merely a burden. Even as classmates, we are hardly close enough for me to take you along. You were the first to suggest I join your group. Guarantee you. By the way, what is your name again?" Su Songshu's face fluctuated between green and white at Yi Yan's words that he had proclaimed himself Yi Yan's classmate. Yet Yi Yan was asking for his name? This was a slap in the face before everyone present. The other three burst into suppressed laughter, nearly unable to contain themselves. After all, Yi Yan held a poor impression of all of them. They had no hope of being escorted out by such a formidable individual. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, claiming to be Yi Yan's classmate, and hope for escape flickered anew, while the others remained trembling in their corner. Too fearful to act. Could they endure this? In the face of the apocalypse, such envy became even more frenzied. A flicker of barely perceptible hatred passed through Su Songshu's eyes, yet he forced a smile, saying, "My earlier suggestion for us to go together was not what you think. I was merely concerned for my fellow classmate." Upon hearing Su Songshu's words, Yi Yan completely lost interest in conversing with him and coldly turned away. "No more nonsense. I don't regard you as a classmate. You're just a liability." The Su Songshu's face twisted with uncontainable hatred, his features contorted, and his eyes blazed with fury. Fortunately, Yi Yan had turned his back and could not see it. Nevertheless, he continued in a tone of forced friendliness. "No worries, I'll just follow behind you. I promise not to be a burden." The others watched this bizarre scene unfold, their hearts brimming with a sense of morbid curiosity. Eager to witness Su Songshu's misfortune, in a situation where their lives were perpetually at stake, observing another's plight was a form of entertainment, regardless of whether the unfortunate one was the two-faced Su Songshu or the cold-blooded Yi Yan. Chapter 19. Crisis. Yi Yan furrowed his brow, poised to turn back and warn the others not to follow him, when Yuan Nan grasped his sleeve. "Let them follow behind. Their ability to escape depends on themselves. You needn't protect them." The four behind them felt no gratitude for Wen Yuan Nan's defense. Instead, they glared at her retreating figure with resentment. Why should it be so? They were labeled as burdens by Yi Yan. Yet this woman was not. What made her superior to them? Was she merely being preserved as a vessel for venting frustrations? Yi Yan internally scoffed, yet he was abruptly jolted by a tremendous noise emanating from the first floor, reverberating ominously through the stairwell. The four behind him instinctively retreated, fear etched on their faces as they gazed ahead. The chaotic clamor quickly revealed the unfolding scenario. Survivors on the first floor, fleeing from pursuing zombies, had burst into the safety corridor, their numbers causing a cacophony that attracted the relentless horde of zombies following closely behind. Su Songshu's complexion paled, and he spat venomously. What a bunch of idiots. If they want to die, they should do it quickly. How could they run in here? The others shared his disdain for those who had drawn the zombies into the safety corridor. Damn it. If you're going to die, at least don't bring them here. At this moment, they were on the second floor, where the zombie presence was denser than on the third or fourth floors, rendering escape impossible. Below, Those yet untouched by the zombies were desperately scrambling upward, with at least 20 zombies in pursuit. Yi Yin gestured, and when Yuan Nan obediently retreated, positioning herself at the entrance of the second-floor safety corridor. The individuals fleeing from the first floor were astonished to see Yi Yin standing steadfastly in the stairwell, seemingly unfazed by the impending danger. They shouted in alarm, "Get out of the way! Don't you see the zombies?" One man shoved Yi Yin with all his might, madness creeping into his eyes from being chased by the undead. How dare this person block his escape? Yet, the next moment, he was taken aback. Was this even human? He stood immovable, like a statue of iron. Having missed the optimal moment to flee, the man was soon overwhelmed by the horde behind him. The zombies seized him, and in the blink of an eye, he was silenced, torn apart and devoured. Su Songshu and his companions paused, curiosity piqued by Yi Yin's defiance at the stairway. Would this formidable fighter still excel at dispatching zombies? However, even if Yi Yin was exceptional, he was facing over 20 frenzied zombies. Had he become overconfident, standing alone on the stairway, seemingly prepared to confront the horde head-on? They were eager to witness Yi Yin being engulfed by the zombies. Su Songshu's eyes sparkled with a manic glint. I didn't expect your demise to come so swiftly." Though this remark was but a muttered aside from Su Songshu, Yi Yin, now an evolved individual with heightened hearing, caught every word that a cold smile crept across Yi Yin's lips as he glanced mockingly at Su Songshu. "Once I deal with these zombies, you will be next." Su Songshu felt a chill run down his spine as Yi Yin turned to regard him. His hair stood on end, cold sweat pouring down his back, and his heart raced. Had he been heard? It was no surprise. The strength Yi Yin had displayed earlier was beyond human comprehension, so it was not unusual for him to possess such acute hearing. Su Songshu was consumed by terror, realizing that Yi Yin's gaze had clearly indicated he would not spare him. To flee? Where could he escape? Within this safety corridor, he dared not enter the library. Outside lay a sea of zombies, and every direction led to death. Chapter 20. Taking action, the zombies' roars snapped Su Songshu back to reality. He suddenly burst into laughter, his voice unrestrained. "Ha! You think you can kill me? Let us see you deal with the zombies in front of you first. Ha! Standing there like a fool on the stairs, do you really think you're that impressive?" The other three were poised, eagerly anticipating the moment Yi Yin would be torn to shreds by the zombies, at which point they would scramble for their lives upstairs. After all, the thought of watching the arrogant Yi Yin become zombie fodder was exhilarating. In a confined space, 20 zombies charging forth would have left the old Yi Yin with no choice but to flee. Yet for the current Yi Yin, now a first-tier evolved being, these 20 zombies were merely offering him magic crystals. 2 zombies lunged at him with outstretched claws, but before they could reach him, Yi Yin swung his heavy baseball bat, empowered by the might of a first-tier evolved individual, smashing their heads with effortless ease. It was astonishingly simple. The 4 onlookers were left dumbfounded, witnessing a human dispatch zombies for the first time. Their shock was palpable. Just moments before, they had been certain Yi Yin would be overwhelmed by the horde. Yet reality had delivered a harsh slap to their faces. Yi Yin was not engulfed. Instead, with a casual motion, he had dispatched 2 zombies in mere seconds. This was beyond human capacity. What kind of transformation had occurred? Were zombies truly so easily eliminated? They couldn't believe their eyes. The 4, who had been ready to watch Yi Yin meet his end and then make their escape, stood frozen in disbelief. The subsequent scene utterly shattered their perceptions that Yi Yin dispatched each zombie with a single, precise strike, targeting only their heads, executing the movements with an economy of effort. In an instant, the skulls of the undead erupted, sending splatters of putrid flesh and dark blood flying. Within a short span, a significant portion of the zombies lay defeated, their bodies accumulating on the staircase, while the remaining horde charged recklessly forward. The scene before them had surpassed the comprehension of the few onlookers to Yi Yin, seemingly tireless, moved with unparalleled speed and ferocity, dispatching the zombies as one might crush ants, exhibiting a proficiency that suggested he had already vanquished countless foes. This feat transcended the limits of human capability. Ordinary individuals could not hope to achieve such precision in exterminating zombies with a single blow. Merely confronting these terrifying creatures was beyond the reach of many. This marked Yi Yin's inaugural encounter with zombies as a first-star evolver, and he found the experience remarkably effortless. Just moments prior, As an ordinary human, he would have been gasping for breath after slaying a few zombies. His arms weary after just a handful more. Now, however, he felt no such fatigue, perceiving these zombies as weak and utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. The first-star revolver had transcended the realm of the ordinary. Every conceivable aspect of human capability, be it endurance or speed, had been elevated to a new echelon, distinctly delineating the divide between the mundane and the evolved. This was the power Yi Yan had longed for in his previous life, but had never attained. Remarkably, within mere hours of the apocalypse's onset, he had ascended to the status of a first-star evolver. When Yuan Nan stood captivated, gazing at Yi Yan's silhouette, her fascination extended not only to Yi Yan himself, but also to the sheer might he wielded. Was this the strength bestowed upon him by the first-star evolution serum he had acquired from the trader? Just as she was entranced by the spectacle of Yi Yan's battle, a sudden and brutal kick to her waist sent her tumbling uncontrollably down the staircase. In an instant, she found herself face to face with the grotesque, snarling visages of the zombies, their teeth stained with remnants of flesh and blood. Behind her, Su Song-shu screamed with venomous fervor, "Die, if I can't feed you to the zombies. Let this woman perish in your stead." Chapter 21. Resolve. The madness in Su Song-shu's eyes was unmistakable. The apocalypse had erupted without warning, and the world had irrevocably changed, just moments ago. Yi Yan had dispatched foes with alarming ease, not even blinking in the process. Once he had dealt with the zombies, Su Song-shu knew his own demise was inevitable. Thus, it would be better to eliminate this woman, who seemed so crucial to Yi Yan, while he still had a chance that if he were to perish, taking someone with him into the abyss would not be in vain. The other three, witnessing the sudden turn of events, were first struck with shock, quickly transforming their expressions into one of malicious glee. Yi Yan had consistently overshadowed them, refusing to acknowledge their presence and deeming them as burdens, since their chances of survival were slim. Witnessing Yi Yan's misfortune became their greatest source of delight. As when Yuan Nan plunged into the horde of zombies, their excitement intensified. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed, and a wave of murderous intent surged forth, rendering the expressions of the four spectators utterly frozen in shock that a profound fear gripped their hearts, nearly immobilizing them. What was happening? Was this killing intent? How could such a presence emanate from a single individual? The moment Yi Yan's killing intent ignited, he unleashed the full velocity of a first-star evolver, leaping with extraordinary agility into the mass of zombies surging toward Yuan Nan, swiftly obliterating the skull of the zombie that was about to bite her, shielding her behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, the four quickly regained their composure, scrambling up the staircase in a desperate bid for survival. They no longer pondered their chances of escaping the library or whether zombies lurked above. Their singular focus was to distance themselves from Yi Yan. When Yuan Nan, terrified, cowered behind Yi Yan, observing as the zombies charged toward them, only to have their heads shattered one by his relentless strikes. Moments ago, she had believed her fate was sealed. The stench of the undead had never been so overwhelming, and the specter of death had never felt so imminent. In that moment, she truly grasped the meaning of the apocalypse and the depths of human nature. She had pitied them and sought to assist, yet they wished to cast her into the jaws of death, gazing at Yi Yan, whose stature was unassuming yet resolute in defending her against the encroaching zombies. A determination took root within Yuan Nan. She resolved to follow Yi Yan, come what may, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. Were it not for him, she would have been torn to shreds by the undead. Her life now belonged to Yi Yan. In this world, where humanity had all but vanished, Yi Yan had risked his life to save someone he had known for less than half a day. Regardless of his motives, when Yuan Nan had made up her mind, her life would henceforth be entwined with Yi Yan's. With this newfound resolve, the fear that had once consumed her began to dissipate, replaced by a steely determination. She bent down to extract the magic crystal from the corpse of a nearby zombie. The remaining zombies fell easily before Yi Yan's might. As he surveyed the staircase, he noted that the four individuals had already vanished, their presence erased. Yi Yan concealed his murderous intent, though it lingered, waiting patiently for the opportune moment to erupt. Panting heavily, Su Song-shu and his companions reached the 5th floor, relieved to find it nearly devoid of zombies. Yet a lingering shock and dread pervaded their minds. The sudden outpouring of Yi Yan's killing intent had imparted a visceral sense of mortality, leaving them regretting their underhanded actions against him. The speed he exhibited while saving Wen Yuan Nan was astonishing, an ability beyond human capability. In that critical moment, Yi Yan had not only reacted swiftly, but had also emerged unscathed, rescuing Wen Yuan Nan with an extraordinary velocity. As they pondered Yi Yan's formidable prowess, doubts began to fester within their minds. Who exactly was he? What was the source of his extraordinary strength? After collecting all the magic crystals, Yi Yan and Wen Yuan Nan descended to the first floor. Wen Yuan Nan had steadied her resolve. She now understood that Yi Yan had saved her, and she was determined to follow him unwaveringly. This was not merely an act of gratitude, but also her sole means of survival. By aligning herself with Yi Yan, fulfilling tasks for him, becoming an evolver, and growing stronger, she aimed to shed the labels of burden and ineptitude that had been thrust upon her. Through the earlier battle, or rather, the massacre, Yi Yan had come to realize that first-tier zombies no longer posed a challenge for him. Barring the occurrence of a minor zombie tied to AT that moment, just outside the fire escape door on the library's first floor. The concentration of zombies was at its peak. Through the heavy fire door, he could faintly hear the roars of the undead mingling with the chaos of human voices. Numerous individuals remained trapped on the first floor, unable to escape. Venturing outside would undoubtedly lead to a bloody confrontation. Now a first-star evolver, coupled with his combat experience from his previous life and vast knowledge of dealing with zombies, he was more than capable of handling the throng. Especially with many outside drawing the zombies' attention to him, the zombies outside appeared as ripe, plump magic crystals. He needed to return to the trader above to exchange for weapons and procure a first-star evolution serum for Wen Yuan Nan. The more magic crystals he amassed, the better. Only through acquiring magic crystals could he enhance his strength. In this unforgiving apocalypse, no amount of power was ever sufficient. In that moment, memories of his past life surged to the forefront of his mind, as did the sensation of being torn apart by the undead, but a glint of madness flickered in his eyes that, zombies. In this life, both the undead and the concentration camps would become his minions. Yi Yan's expression was filled with eager anticipation, completely unperturbed by the impending horde of zombies. When we go out to confront the zombies, you stay behind me and take your chances at striking when the opportunity arises. Do not act unless you are absolutely certain. Wen Yuan Nan nodded resolutely. Even without Yi Yan's directive, she had already resolved to attempt to slay zombies. Who could guarantee that a situation like the earlier one wouldn't arise again? Who could assert that Yi Yan would always be there to save her? Her goal now was to ensure that she would not hinder him. Her previous softness had nearly cost her life. Yet Yi Yan, ever composed, had still come to her aid. This was her unwavering reason for choosing to follow him. As Yi Yan pushed open the door, the scene outside came into sharp focus. The first floor was teeming with zombies, the highest concentration in the library, at least 100 of them. These zombies surged toward the source of the loudest noises, while others wandered aimlessly, causing the desperate students hoping to escape to remain on high alert. Hesitant to act rashly, many students, upon regaining their composure, discerned that the zombies were primarily sensitive to sound. As long as they remained quiet, they could avoid detection. Realizing this, they opted for silence, withholding this critical information from others. After all, those unaware would continue to shout, attracting the zombies, thus providing others the opportunity to flee. As despair enveloped many, who found themselves surrounded by the undead, an eerie and dissonant sound pierced the air, akin to the shattering of something soft and pliable. Suddenly, a man, his entire body smeared with blood and obscured in appearance, wielded a baseball bat, striking down zombies with effortless precision. To the onlookers, the once dreaded zombies seemed utterly powerless before him. The crowd on the first floor gazed in shock at Yi Yan, entirely oblivious to Wen Yuan Nan standing behind him. The ease with which Yi Yan dispatched the zombies was so astonishing that it defied belief. The risk of being bitten or scratched leading to infection had claimed countless lives since the onset of the apocalypse. Yet here was someone who dared to confront the undead, someone who dared to slay zombies. What is the situation with this individual? One person gazed at the baseball bat in Yi Yan's hand, recalling something, and, in a hushed yet fervent voice, remarked, "He is the one who charged in earlier." Among those present, only 2 individuals had witnessed someone slaying zombies. Point 1 was the person who had ascended the library stairs with reckless abandon, disregarding the desperate pleas of others. The individual before them now, Though covered in dark blood and his face and clothing obscured, was unmistakably that very person, brandishing a baseball bat and exuding the audacity to confront zombies. A collective gasp echoed in their minds. Previously, when they saw Yi Yin ascend the stairs, they had scorned him as a fool. With such prowess, why would he venture upstairs to court death? The number of zombies on the upper floors was no less than on the ground level. Escaping from the upper floors would undoubtedly be more arduous than from the first. In their hearts, they had already deemed Yi Yin a corpse, yet he now returned to the ground floor in this astonishing manner, effortlessly dispatching zombies. How could they not be astounded? Observing the blood that drenched Yi Yin, with not a single clean spot on his body, they could only surmise the fierce battle he had endured. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. One misstep, and not only could he be devoured by the zombies, but he could also transform into one himself. Was there truly any distinction between that and death? Yet Yi Yin had not only returned safely from the upper floors, but was also energetically exterminating zombies. They were utterly fatigued just from fleeing from zombies. Yi Yin appeared oblivious to the throngs of zombies on the ground floor, nonchalantly obliterating their skulls, while the petite girl behind him remained vigilant, crouching to extract the crystals from the zombies' heads. This girl was no stranger to those present. After Yi Yin had rushed upstairs, she had followed suit, and they too had scorned her as foolish. Was it merely a desire to cling to someone's coattails? Did it warrant such fervor? Pursuing him would only hasten her demise. Yet, the current situation clearly indicated that this girl had successfully latched onto the right person. Regret surged within everyone. Had they known, they would have shamelessly followed suit. Although whether they would have escaped being devoured by zombies was another matter altogether. Yi Yin had just slain over 20 zombies without breaking a sweat, as if it were merely a warm-up. He now faced the zombies with ease, only needing to exercise caution should 5 or 6 zombies swarm him at once. One Yuan Nan, collecting magic crystals from behind, attentively monitored the surroundings to guard against any zombies approaching from behind. That moment, attracted by the ruckus of Yi Yan's battle, more zombies converged upon them. 5 of them charging forward. Yi Yin tightened his grip on the baseball bat. Chapter 22. Another acquaintance? Yi Yin, swift and decisive, shattered the skull of the foremost zombie, while the others followed suit in relentless pursuit. To his surprise, when Yuan Nan, who had been quietly excavating magic crystals, suddenly stood up, gripping her fire axe tightly, and struck fiercely at the shoulder of a nearby zombie. The axe embedded deeply into the zombie's shoulder, slowing its movements, yet it failed to destroy its brain, leaving it still alive. When Yuan Nan's palms grew clammy, and her heart raced, her nerves had betrayed her, causing her to miss the zombie's head. However, having committed to the strike, she felt liberated from her previous hesitations. She swiftly retrieved the axe from the rotting flesh and, with renewed vigor, aimed for the zombie's head. The zombie's decaying flesh was already soft, allowing Wen Yuan Nan, despite her lack of strength, to easily extract the axe and deliver a fatal blow. The zombie collapsed. She cast a triumphant glance towards Yi Yin. Without turning, Yi Yin continued dispatching zombies, his voice cool and detached. "You're still 59 crystals short of your goal." When Yuan Nan's expression darkened, was it too much to expect a kind word after her first successful kill? Must he douse her enthusiasm with cold water? Yet, having crossed this threshold, she now felt empowered to confront and slay zombies. They had transformed from an invincible and terrifying presence into prey that could be hunted. Moreover, the crystals atop their heads could be exchanged for goods with traders, enhancing her strength. Temporarily setting aside her task of extracting crystals, she felt 2 more zombies, soon realizing she had overexerted herself, and began to pant. Hearing her labored breaths, Yi Yin, still engaged in slaying zombies, remarked with a hint of amusement, "I believe you are better suited for collecting crystals." When Yuan Nan, unwilling to concede, regarded the zombies before her. Once she became a first-tier evolver, these minor zombies would pose no challenge. She had observed Yi Yin, who effortlessly dispatched zombies without even breaking a sweat. This was the chasm that separated a first-tier evolver from an ordinary person. Nonetheless, she had managed to secure 3 crystals. Aware of her waning stamina, she resumed excavating crystals, only rising to confront a single zombie when one that Yi Yin had intentionally overlooked approached her. Reflecting on this, she realized she had already slain 7 zombies. This was critical for a first-tier evolution agent, and she remembered it vividly. Meanwhile, the majority of zombies on the ground floor, drawn towards Yi Yin, had allowed those who had been quietly waiting in corners to seize the opportunity to bolt from the library. However, as they burst forth, they were met with a grim reality. The outside world was teeming with countless zombies. While the open spaces outside offered a greater chance of escaping to areas with fewer zombies and more humans, it was still preferable to waiting to die in the library. Yet, for some, remaining inside seemed a better option. There were individuals slaying zombies within the library. Observing Yi Yan's prowess, it appeared he intended to eradicate every last zombie within. Why, if he was so capable, did he not simply emerge after dispatching a few zombies? What was the purpose of extracting the crystals from their heads? Those still trapped in the library, who had not seized their chance to escape, watched in awe as Yi Yin dispatched zombies as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Their minds filled with questions. Was this man's strength not astonishingly beyond the realm of human capability? And what was the purpose of that girl incessantly extracting crystals from the zombies' heads? As the crowd remained transfixed by Yi Yan's display of strength, he had already vanquished half of the zombies on the library's first floor. The rapid reduction of zombies left the previously beleaguered survivors in a state of disbelief. Could a human truly achieve what he had? Could they also slay zombies? A robust and well-built man, clearly accustomed to physical exertion, finally gathered the courage to stand. His name was Gong El, the onset of the apocalypse. He had been flirting with girls in the library, only to witness a nearby beauty transform into a zombie. Terrified, he had fled and hidden in a corner ever since, witnessing Yi Yan's ease in slaying zombies. And with the number of zombies on the ground floor dwindling, Gong Li resolved to take action. Grasping a stool, he swung it with force against the head of a zombie that was advancing toward Yi Yin, instantly shattering its skull. Gong Li stood in astonishment, gaping at the zombie's corpse. Had he truly killed a zombie? Was it genuinely possible to slay them? He had never considered it before. Just as he lingered in disbelief, another zombie lunged at him. Quick on his feet, he dodged, causing the zombie to stumble clumsily to the ground. In that moment, he realized these zombies were not nearly as fearsome as he had imagined. Moreover, their intelligence was alarmingly low. They possessed no capacity for thought, merely responding to noise. Gong Li's confidence surged, and he swiftly swung the stool again, dispatching the fallen zombie with ease, casting a glance at Yi Yin in the distance. He contemplated his next move, then skillfully extracted the crystal from the zombie's forehead. Meanwhile, the trembling crowd, having witnessed the once timid man successfully slay two zombies, wore expressions of newfound determination. Perhaps they too could attempt to kill a zombie? If he could do it, so could they. With Yi Yan's lightning-fast extermination, the ground floor, once rife with zombies, was now almost devoid of them. For these first-time zombie hunters, this was an unparalleled opportunity. As Yi Yin continued his assault on the zombies, he noticed the burgeoning courage of those around him, that a smile crept across his face. Little did he expect to become a role model, inspiring those who had never engaged in zombie slaying to take action. Wen Yuan also observed this scene, her heart swelling with emotion. Indeed, humanity would unite in times of crisis, encouraging and supporting one another. Several individuals, emboldened by their initial attempts, found themselves less timid. However, with the number of zombies now scarce, the risk of being overwhelmed was virtually non-existent, allowing small groups of humans to band together to take down individual zombies. Many who succeeded in their first attempts felt emboldened, realizing that slaying zombies was not as daunting as they had feared. Zombies were not the ferocious monsters they had imagined. They were merely putrid masses of flesh, far less resilient than humans. The only caution was to avoid bites or scratches from the zombies. Among those who bravely confronted the zombies, a few grew overconfident and sustained scratches from a zombie's claws. They were swiftly bound by the others to prevent any sudden mutations that in a short while. The once crowded ground floor was left with only a scant few zombies. Seeing these individuals finally muster the courage to confront the undead, Yi Yin, still feeling a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction, chose not to eliminate the remaining zombies. Allowing them to practice their newfound skills, that he also rushed to excavate the magical crystals from the heads of the zombies, for he had just slain dozens of them, and it was impossible for Wen Yuan to gather them all alone. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from Wen Yuan's direction. The Yi Yin looked up to see a burly young man embroiled in a heated argument with Wen Yuan. Gong Li wore a dissatisfied expression. On what grounds do you claim these zombies were killed by you? Did the zombies have their names written on them? With so many corpses strewn about, who can tell which ones were slain by whom? A woman approached, casting a disdainful glance at Yuannan's chest before proudly puffing out her own. Exactly. Why should we assume these zombies are yours? There were so many people on this floor just now. Anyone could have killed a zombie. Why don't they come forward and claim these crystals for themselves? The crystals on the ground belong to whoever finds them. Understand? Having endured various tribulations today, Yuannan was no longer the pushover she once was. Moreover, with Yi Yin standing less than 3 meters away, what was there to fear? That woman had the audacity to look at her chest with such disdain. It was utterly outrageous. Yuannan narrowed her eyes and retorted fiercely. Who killed them? Did you not see with your own eyes? The few zombies you managed to kill can be counted on one hand. If it weren't for us, would you have dared to slay any zombies at all? And now you have the gall to come and snatch our magical crystals? Shameless, Yuannan's voice rang out loudly, echoing through the library where the zombies had been completely vanquished, leaving only a handful of people who all heard her words. Gong Li, feeling his pride wounded, reached out to grab Yuannan's hair, exclaiming, "You foul woman! You won't take my warning seriously." Just as his hand was about to touch Yuannan's hair, he felt a sudden chill at his wrist. As a cold hand seized his wrist, Dawai Yin glared at him with icy eyes that it seemed like a mere gentle grip. Yet he found he could not move his hand, neither advancing nor retreating. Such strength was unfathomable. Gong Li, who usually prided himself on being physically active and strong, found that the seemingly frail young man before him held him firmly with just one hand. No wonder this person was so terrifying when it came to slaying zombies. It turned out he possessed such immense strength. Yi Yin released Gong Li's hand, which he quickly retracted, feeling embarrassed. Yuannan, bolstered by this display, pressed on. Now do you realize who killed the zombies? Gong Li shot a glance at Yuannan. His eyes filled with reluctance, yet he remained silent. Initially, he believed that the fierce zombie slayer would never resort to violence against a person. That was why he had dared to come over and snatch some crystals from the zombies. Even though he was unsure of their purpose, clearly, he had miscalculated. Upon meeting Yi Yan's gaze, he understood that any further action or words that displeased him would result in his immediate demise. The others, witnessing this scene, gathered around, eager to uncover the secrets behind the magical crystals atop the zombie heads. The two were clearly up to something. Suddenly, the woman who had earlier looked down upon Yuannan's chest gasped as if she had seen a ghost. Yi Yin? Yuannan's eyes twitched. How is it that Yi Yin seems to have acquaintances everywhere? This woman, who had just spoken rudely to her, had previously cast an infuriating glance at her chest. It was simply intolerable. Was having a large chest such an achievement? Though the woman's demeanor was somewhat off-putting, she was undeniably attractive, often turning heads as she walked down the street. Yuannan felt even more irked. She was the one who had been following Yi Yin all along. So who was this person to intrude? Yi Yin appeared oblivious to the woman, scrutinizing her for a moment before suddenly realizing. "Oh, it's you." The woman suppressed her rising anger, forcing a smile. "Yi Yin, were you the one who killed the zombies just now? When did you become so formidable?" Under normal circumstances, if any boy dared to scrutinize her for so long with such a condescending gaze, she would have erupted in fury. Zhou Xiang, after all, was a well-known beauty in her department. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment by male students? Furthermore, her relationship with Yi Yin was not merely that of ordinary alumni. Yi Yin had deliberately humiliated her in front of so many people, clearly holding a grudge over the incident involving Li Fuyo. At the time, the wealthy Li Fuyo had pursued Zhou Xiang, who had been thrilled, believing she had snagged a rich boyfriend. She had been basking in her good fortune, unaware that Li Fuyo already had a legitimate girlfriend at the nearby art university. Moreover, his girlfriend came from a well-matched family, and their union was supported by both families. Li Fuyo had merely seen a bit of charm in Zhou Xiang and sought a dalliance to TO his surprise. Zhou Xiang had been quite forward, and as they spent time together, he had grown somewhat complacent, taking advantage of the fact that his girlfriend was at a different school. However, the truth could not be hidden forever, and the situation soon unraveled when his real girlfriend, a wealthy heiress, discovered the affair and sent her thugs to confront Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang, filled with regret, had thought she was dating a rich man, only to find herself caught in the role of a mistress. The thugs demanded that Zhou Xiang promise never to seek out Li Fuyo again. Yet, no matter how much she promised, they did not trust her. Leaving her utterly befuddled, in desperation, she recalled a reclusive senior in her department, one who was known for his solitude. Surely, mentioning his name would not cause too much of a stir. Thus, Zhou Xiang tearfully exclaimed, I truly do not like Li Fuyo. I have feelings for our senior. The thugs grew intrigued. Oh, Yin, very well. So you claim not to seek out Li Fuyo anymore, did I end that case? I'll let you off the hook. However, since you like the Yin, being with Li Fuyo means you've placed a hat on him. The thug tossed his cigarette to the ground, as if preparing for a grand action. Let us go. We shall confront him. With that, a group of thugs left Zhou Xiang with nothing but their stylish retreat. Later, it was rumored that Yi Yin had attracted the ire of the wealthy Li Fuyo and had been severely beaten by thugs summoned from outside the school. The reason? Yi Yin had stolen Li Fuyo's beloved junior. From that point on, Yi Yin gained notoriety, and Zhou Xiang's ordeal as the mistress was overshadowed. Afterward, Zhou Xiang even added Yi Yin on QQ, but never dared to speak a word. In her eyes, associating herself with someone so insignificant was the greatest consolation she could offer him. What more could she hope for? Upon hearing about the incident, Li Fuyo found it amusing and refrained from explaining, instead frequently seeking opportunities to make Yi Yan's life difficult for a bit of entertainment. Bullying the weak was a form of amusement. Now, however, it was evident that Yi Yin had not forgotten the past and was deliberately making her feel embarrassed. In this apocalyptic world, who still remembered such trivial matters? One person scratched his head in realization. Yi Yin. It's that Yi Yin. The crowd stared in confusion. Which Yi Yin? The one who got involved with Li Fuyo. What? The group looked at Yi Yin in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the image of this formidable zombie slayer with the one they had heard was bullied. The two personas seemed utterly incompatible. When Yuan rolled her eyes. Irked. What is wrong? Is there a problem? The crowd contemplated the situation before falling silent. Although the rumors painted Yi Yin as a victim, the current reality told a different story, that he had single-handedly dispatched dozens of zombies without breaking a sweat. Was it truly that simple? At the very least, in this post-apocalyptic world, Yi Yin was undoubtedly extraordinary. A mere mortal could never endure such a relentless slaughter without succumbing to exhaustion. Facing the terrifying zombies required immense psychological fortitude. Yet, Yi Yin appeared completely unfazed. He must possess some secret. Could it be the very crystals they had been collecting from the zombies' heads? Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang was preoccupied with her own thoughts. After all, Yi Yin had completely ignored her. He had not responded to her question. It was unacceptable that these fools interrupted her. How could she, Zhou Xiang, be overlooked by a man, a bespectacled gentleman, with one side of his glasses shattered like a spider's web? Looked rather disheveled. However, he was far more eager to understand the purpose of the magical crystals atop the zombies' heads. If someone were to tell him that Yi Yin had always been this capable, he would never believe it. That was beyond the realm of ordinary possibility. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses with excitement. What is this crystal? What do you intend to do with it? The others looked at the bespectacled man with admiration, astonished that he could directly pose such a question. Yi Yin frowned, sensing everyone's inquisitive gaze directed at him. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind sharing information about the magical crystals and the traders. However, given that there were only 2 bottles of 1-star evolution potions at the 4th floor trader's location, and he had already exchanged one, leaving only one for Wen Yuan, he was concerned if these individuals discovered this and went to exchange the evolution potion. Bringing along Wen Yuan, who was not an evolved individual, it would spell trouble. A trader possesses limited resources, much like those in the art gallery. The trader has only 2 bottles of a star evolution agent and merely 1 white weapon, with the remainder consisting of food, daily necessities, and a few bottles of immunity potions. Now, if they were to be informed that they must wait for Wen Yuan to become an evolver, they would inevitably be compelled to venture into the unknown dangers beyond the school. Observing Yi Yan's prolonged silence, the bespectacled man grew anxious and, feeling somewhat irritable, exclaimed, "Why aren't you speaking at a time like this? What could possibly be so good that you keep it to yourself? Why should only you be privy to this? We wish to survive too." The bespectacled man, typically a mere bookworm, lacked the ability to read social cues and was oblivious to the appropriateness of his words in the presence of others. His outburst resonated with those around him. Although they were slightly more astute than he, The harshness of their current reality and the specter of death rendered them incapable of remaining composed. With zombies lurking everywhere outside, mere survival had become their most basic requirement. The formidable figure before them had been amassing crystals, clearly indicating he possessed knowledge they desperately needed. The insights he held might very well allow them to survive and gain strength like his. The group of over a dozen individuals became increasingly agitated. Gong Li, filled with righteous indignation, asserted, "We are all of the same kind. What harm is there in allowing more of us to live? Just tell us what these crystals are for." Others echoed his sentiments. "Yes, please enlighten us. We wish to preserve our lives." "How selfish. We should take those crystals from you." Witnessing this scene, Zhou Xiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Having previously considered clinging to this young man's coattails, only to find him so unappreciative that he stirred the ire of the crowd, Zhou Xiang feigned a look of righteousness. "We are all fellow beings. What is there to hide?" Their desire to survive was not merely superficial. On a deeper level, they yearned to possess the same prowess as Yi Yan. How could they not be moved upon witnessing Yi Yan's prowess in dispatching zombies? If they too wielded such formidable strength, what fear would they have of zombies? What fear would they have of Yi Yan? With this mindset, they began to push and shove, believing their numbers would intimidate Yi Yan into submission. When Yuan Nen witnessed the darker side of human nature once more, Yi Yan hesitated briefly. Yet before he could refuse them, they pressed on, engaging in moral coercion. Given Wen Yuan's understanding of Yi Yan, it was clear that even if he intended to share his knowledge, he would now be disinclined. The crowd's fervor escalated, as if Yi Yan's silence was a grievous sin against humanity. "Tell us, why do you hide the truth? Your life matters, but ours does not. What is the purpose of these crystals? Speak." How shameless, trying to monopolize all the benefits, with a smirk of derision tugging at his lips. Yi Yan regarded the faces before him. Etched with excitement, despair, greed, and outrage, he recalled that in his previous life, when he was powerless and subjugated, he too had existed in such a state of desperation. Observing others in this condition was unexpectedly amusing. Yi Yan remained silent. They pressed on, and the frontmost individuals, pushed by the throng, were mere moments away from colliding with him, in the next instant. The two men at the forefront, including Gong Li, were sent flying by Yi Yan's swift kick, soaring 10 meters away before crashing to the ground with a wail. Gong Li felt a rush of metallic sweetness fill his mouth. Filled with regret for provoking this man, the others stood stunned, taken aback by Yi Yan's sudden aggression. The utterly oblivious, bespectacled man was even more agitated. "What gives you the right to strike us? You're merely a victim yourself, and now that you've gained a modicum of power, you bully others." The crowd, as if receiving a signal, began to recklessly flirt with danger. "Indeed, if you are so capable, why didn't you stand up to those wealthy brats before? Now that you have some skills, you choose to bully us. If you don't speak today, none of us will leave if you kill us. Let it be. Outside, there are only zombies. Yes, let us confront this brute until the bitter end. We're all doomed anyway." Only when Yuan Nan recognized the gravity of the murderous intent radiating from Yi Yan. Chapter 24. Just like this, I strike you. These individuals realized that if they could extract the purpose of the crystals from Yi Yan and uncover the secret of his strength, their chances of survival in this apocalypse would greatly increase. Thus, they conveniently overlooked Yi Yan's previous bloodthirsty demeanor while dispatching zombies. Their earlier words had darkened Yi Yan's expression that he seized the bespectacled man, the loudest and most disruptive among them, by the throat, silencing his noise instantly. The others halted, stunned by the sudden turn of events, frozen for a couple of seconds. Would he dare to kill in front of so many? Release him. Are you still human? In this apocalypse, instead of fighting zombies, you turn against your own kind. Yes. Why not share your powerful secrets with us? It's the end of days, and you wish to harm your fellow beings. Yi Yan seemed impervious to their pleas, tightening his grip around the bespectacled man's neck. The man's eyes bulged, his legs flailing helplessly in the air, his mind too muddled to think of anything related to the zombie crystals. When Yuan Nan stood, transfixed by the scene before her, her astonishment was not at Yi Yan's desire to kill, but rather at the true nature of these people. Indeed, with the onset of the apocalypse, the darker, uglier aspects of humanity reveal themselves involuntarily. even as they continued to utter noble sentiments that if they genuinely cared for the bespectacled man, why didn't they rush forward to help? Were they not all standing there? They merely sought to acquire what they wanted, all the while pretending to be high-minded and righteous in their condemnation of Yi. Yin exerted more force, and with a sickening crack, the bespectacled man's head tilted at an unnatural angle, his legs ceasing their struggles. The sound of shattering bone echoed. A profound silence enveloped the library, marking the quietest moment since the outbreak of the apocalypse. So still that the distant moans of zombies outside became painfully audible. This moment, the onlookers realized that Yi Yin exhibited no fear of taking a life, gazing at the fearful crowd. Yi Yin spoke coldly. "This is my ability. Do you see it clearly?" No one dared to respond. Their hearts brimmed with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was the apocalypse. Without strength, one could only be at the mercy of others, their lives hanging by a thread. All the tenets of civilization had crumbled with the arrival of the apocalypse. Morals, rules, humanity, law, restraint, all had vanished to survive. It all hinged on who possessed the strongest fist. And how audacious they had been to provoke this individual. Yi Yin kicked the bespectacled man's corpse aside, stating, "I had initially resolved not to strike against humanity lightly, for we are all of the same kind. Yet, the apocalypse has barely begun, and I have already taken 3 lives. My previous restraint was due to my desire not to appear overly hostile, but you insisted on testing my limits. Are you satisfied now?" Wen Yuan observed, feeling an unexpected sense of exhilaration. In the brief time since the apocalypse began, she had witnessed an abundance of malevolence and felt no sympathy for these individuals. Still, no one dared to speak. They seemed to have forgotten that those who had been clamoring for confrontation were themselves, that if death truly awaited them, who would dare utter such words? Though they yearned for power, they also wished to live. Yet Yi Yin was not someone they could easily deceive. The fate of the bespectacled man was a testament to that. Realizing no one dared to utter a word, Yi Yin suddenly felt as if time had twisted. In his previous life, within the concentration camp, he had embodied those who dared not speak or raise their heads. In this life, barely half a day into the apocalypse, he had become a figure that instilled fear. An insurmountable barrier for others, the sensation of being elevated, capable of deciding the fates of others, was rather delightful. From now on, he intended to continue this way. He no longer wished to merely survive. He no longer wished to be a weakling. Yi Yin approached the individuals who had been bound due to scratches inflicted by zombies, not even glancing back. "Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want me to drag out everyone who spoke just now?" The crowd trembled, eager to flee, realizing they had been numb for far too long. Their legs felt heavy. Yi Yin recalled something and added, "Before you leave, hand over the magic crystals." Magic crystals? So this crystalline substance was referred to as magic crystals. Was this a term coined by Yi Yin himself? It was somewhat amusing. A group had clamored for so long, only to conclude with the mere name of the crystals. Zhou Xiang, upon hearing Yi Yan's words, jolted with realization and promptly directed a nearby individual. "Quick, the magic crystals." The person, bewildered, relinquished 2 magic crystals from his possession to Zhou Xiang, as he simply did not wish to present them directly to Yi Yin. Thus, under Zhou Xiang's enthusiastic leadership, all the magic crystals from the crowd were gathered. Zhou Xiang, following suit, handed the crystals to Yi Yin, not forgetting to cast him a flirtatious glance, her big eyes sparkling. When Yuan, witnessing this, felt an impulse to slap her. Yi Yin merely accepted the magic crystals, not casting a single glance at Zhou Xiang. A chill crept into Zhou Xiang's heart. It seemed this man truly held a grudge over past events. This was not permissible. Survival necessitated her clinging to his coattails. Regardless of whether Yi Yin acknowledged her, she feigned normalcy, beseeching, "Senior, let me accompany you. There are so many zombies outside. It's far too dangerous." Yi Yin took another look at Zhou Xiang. In his previous life, during the civilized era, this woman had caused him much distress, lingering in his life like an unwelcome shadow. However, after the apocalypse erupted, he came to realize that those previous trivial worries were nothing compared to the weight of life and death, the true matters of significance. In the 2 years of darkness and despair during the apocalypse, the once insurmountable obstacles and the people who had tormented him gradually faded from his thoughts. Now that he had been reborn, even after merely experiencing 2 years of the end times, The moment he laid eyes on Zhou Xiang, she did not even cross his mind. Reflecting on it now, Yi Yin felt a tinge of self-mockery. Once, he too had been lost in the crowd, preoccupied with trivialities, enduring the scrutiny and speculation of others, caring about their opinions. Those days now felt like a distant memory. Yet, although Yi Yin had largely forgotten the past, it did not equate to forgiving this foolish woman. And no matter the time or circumstance, those who had once stabbed you in the back could never be absolved. Thus, a wicked glint flickered in Yi Yan's eyes. What was your name again? Zhou Xiang's smile instantly froze. When Yuan could only watch from the sidelines, applauding in his heart. This woman, who had so ruthlessly harmed Yi Yin, now dared to cling to him in admiration. How could she still look down on my modest stature? Yet why did that phrase sound so familiar? Those who sought to escape, witnessing this scene, could not help but revel in the drama. Just moments ago, this woman had been cursing Yi Yin alongside them. Now, she pretended as if she had never spoken ill of him, having the audacity to ingratiate herself. Unable to bear her own misfortunes, she was certainly unwilling to see another thrive. Such was the pervasive mindset of those in the apocalypse. Perhaps out of a desire for entertainment, or perhaps believing that Yi Yin had shifted his focus on his Zhou Xiang, everyone slowed their pace, anticipating the unfolding drama. After all, Zhou Xiang had once been a high-profile figure in the academy, with an air of superiority that many resented. Zhou Xiang had never felt so humiliated. With her beauty, she could charm any man, and suitors were countless. Even the affluent Li Fuyo had once groveled at her feet. Throughout her life, apart from that one encounter with a thug, she had never faced such rejection from men. Zhou Xiang was renowned as a beauty in school. With the crowd still present, Yi Yin spoke to her in such a manner. Where could she possibly save face? Accustomed to being pampered and pursued, Zhou Xiang could no longer contain herself. To swallow this indignation, impossible. Who did he think he was to speak to her in such a way? Did he truly believe himself to be impressive? Had he forgotten that he was once bullied by Li Fuyo? That he was once beaten by thugs? Zhou Xiang only knew that she had never endured such humiliation in her life. She merely mentioned Yi Yan's name, and he held a grudge against her to this day. Was he even a man? Having unleashed her tirade, she felt unsatisfied and was about to hurl more insults when Yi Yan's fist came crashing down, striking her throat with tremendous force. Zhou Xiang, unable to withstand such power, staggered backward a few steps, collapsing awkwardly onto the ground. Her neck and throat burned with pain, as if fire coursed within, leaving her utterly speechless. Only able to emit muffled, unpleasant sounds, she struggled to rise, anger and grievance swelling within her. She was a woman, undeniably beautiful. Why did Yi Yin not acknowledge her worth? Why had he rendered her speechless with a single blow? She would fight him to the bitter end. Onlookers regarded Zhou Xiang with expressions of disbelief as she began to curse. Even in such dire circumstances, she still cared about her pride and dared to insult Yi Yin. Before, they had misjudged the situation. But after witnessing Yi Yin effortlessly incapacitate Gong Li and calmly execute the bespectacled man, they finally recognized the reality and dared not provoke him further. Yet Zhou Xiang, driven mad by her bruised ego, raged against Yi Yin. Was she not foolish? Was she not courting death? Did she think this was still a time for carefree romance? Please, this was the apocalypse. For Zhou Xiang to dare insult him over her pride was sheer insanity. After being struck down, Zhou Xiang felt even more humiliated. It wasn't just the rare experience of being insulted. She had never before endured physical violence. Yi Yin deserved to die for daring to strike her. Zhou Xiang could no longer think rationally. All she knew was that Yi Yin would not let her off easily. She extended her trembling hands toward Yi Yin, disheveled like a madwoman, emitting incomprehensible whines. Suddenly, she saw Yi Yin before her shift, and then her knee was struck with great force, sending her crashing to the ground. Yi Yan's cold voice pierced the air. Li Fuyo, that scum is already crippled. Just as I am doing to you now. Chapter 25. The traitor takes action. The onlookers were momentarily stunned that Yi Yin had broken Li Fuyo's leg. What was happening? But surely someone as formidable as Yi Yin would not lie about such matters just for the sake of pride. He did not seem the type. The way he had appeared when killing indicated he was capable of such acts. Moreover, in this apocalypse, taking a life meant little. Yi Yin had already killed several. In this new world, money and status had lost all significance. Zhou Xiang, gritting her teeth against the agony, attempted to rise, only to realize she could not move. Her legs were broken. She wanted to scream, to hurl insults at the man before her, to drag him down to hell with her. Yet, Yi Yin had rendered her mute, and she felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. She would haunt Yi Yin even in death. Yi Yin regarded Zhou Xiang, who was desperate to stand, yet utterly helpless, and recalled Li Fuyo from before. He finally understood why he had been so keen to break others' legs, because he had died that way in his last life. Helplessly awaiting death as the zombies drew near to end the moment of his rebirth, Yi Yin vowed that in this life, he would become a formidable force, strong enough that no one could touch him. In his previous life, those who owed him would face their reckoning, and this woman, now in a frenzy but unable to voice her torment, had also owed Yi Yin something. Initially, he had not intended to bring this up, but whether it was Li Fuyo, Le Peng, or Zhou Xiang now, they all seemed to insist on dredging it up. Fine, since they were in school, many must know of this incident. Yi Yin resolved that should someone bring it up again, he would not tolerate it as he had today. This woman before him, regardless of whether she had instigated the incident in his past life or was now acting audaciously in front of him, had become the perfect justification for Yi Yin to teach her a lesson that he regarded her as one would an ant, relishing the sensation of having others' fates in his hands. The others, recognizing that Zhou Xiang had provoked Yi Yin, discreetly exited the library to avoid further angering the harbinger of death. Yi Yin coldly observed Zhou Xiang, now devoid of her beauty, her face streaked with tears and snot, yet unable to produce a sound. This grudge dates back to before the apocalypse. I had no intention of holding it against you. Now, silencing your foul mouth serves as a lesson. When Yuan watched Yi Yin and the now half-mad Zhou Xiang, once more realizing that this was indeed the apocalypse. A person could be killed on a whim, simply for displeasing another. Yet this time, when Yuan felt no discomfort, following Yi Yin, she seemed to adapt to the end times at a speed beyond that of ordinary people. With that, Yi Yin tossed Zhou Xiang aside, leaving her to fend for herself. Ignoring her plight, that moment, the three individuals who had been bound began to emit strange sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that they had begun to transform into zombies. Their skin rapidly turned gray and then rotted, emitting a pungent stench. The magic crystals atop their heads gradually became visible. Seeing this, when Yuan dashed forward with lightning speed, wielding an axe to slay the three bound zombies. Swiftly extracting their magic crystals, Yi Yin watched with a smile as she pocketed the crystals. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "I have 10 magic crystals now." The bound zombies were merely free magic crystals lying on the ground. Why wait for Yi Yin to do the killing? Let us go upstairs. We now have over 100 magic crystals, Yi Yin replied. Upon hearing this, when Yuan felt a surge of excitement as she followed closely behind Yi Yin. Can I disappear with you this time? This is my first time witnessing the trader after hearing of their functions. She had longed to see the process of trading and what the evolution serum looked like. Yi Yin smiled, already knowing the answer in his heart. It depends on my mood. When Yuan stuck out her tongue, silently thinking, Yes, you're amazing. You call the shots. In truth, the zombies on the second and third floors had already been drawn down by Yi Yan's earlier rampage on the first floor. With only a few zombies remaining on those floors, it posed no danger, and thus the two did not take the fire escape, but instead cleared the zombies along their path. When Yuan traversed the path, he encountered a multitude of severed limbs and dismembered bodies, with not a single intact corpse in sight. Deepening his understanding of the apocalypse, in contrast, Yi Yin had grown desensitized to such scenes. Entirely immune to their horror, by the time they reached the fourth floor, their collection of magic crystals had nearly reached 200. However, just before they pushed open the door, they could hear a cacophony of voices within, indicating a considerable presence. Previously, the number of individuals remaining here had barely exceeded a dozen. Was it possible that others had fled inside? A wave of concern washed over when Yuan. So many people could inadvertently uncover the secrets of the traitor. And Yi Yan's prior demeanor suggested he wished to keep the traitor's existence hidden. Indeed, upon glancing at Yi Yin, it was evident he was displeased at why Yi Yin stepped forward, forcefully swinging the door open. Startling those inside, they discerned from the noise that the zombies outside had diminished. But who would relax in such a perilous situation? Fear gripped them all, and Yi Yan's sudden entrance sent them into a panic. One individual shouted, "Who the hell is that? Are you blind? Damn it, could you at least be quieter when opening the door? What if you attract the zombies?" As the crowd recognized Yi Yin, their voices quieted considerably. Though complaints lingered that "can't you be a bit quieter?" Clearly, most inside were familiar with Yi Yin, even despite the dried blood that stained his attire. That why Yi Yin cast a cold glance over the assembly. And those who had previously been in the illustrated room quickly averted their eyes upon meeting his gaze. That moment, half of those in the illustrated room had gathered by the window, where the traitor resided. Evidently, before Yi Yin and when Yuanan's arrival, they had been discussing matters concerning the traitor. That why Yi Yin strode purposefully toward the traitor, entirely disregarding the room full of people, exuding an air of indifference. When Yuanan followed closely behind, warily observing the surrounding individuals, she noticed that almost everyone's gaze toward Yi Yin was filled with jealousy, dissatisfaction, and indignation. Indeed, before they reached the traitor, a man intercepted Yi Yin, speaking with an unfriendly tone. "Do you know who this person is?" There were over 30 individuals present, all survivors from the library. Many had witnessed Yi Yin slay zombies. How could they not recognize him? When the zombies on the second and third floors had been drawn to the first floor by Yi Yin, some had fled to the upper levels, with others arriving at the illustrated room. In the illustrated room, some had seen Yi Yin vanish at the traitor's location, only to reappear suddenly, his strength now surpassing that of an ordinary human. Those who had just entered the illustrated room discussed not only the zombies and how to escape, but also Yi Yin. They had discovered the unmoving traitor, and through the words of those who had already been in the illustrated room, they learned of the miraculous events that had transpired involving Yi Yin. "We've been hiding here, and we definitely saw Yi Yin disappear. Within a minute he reappeared, only to kill Lu Peng. His strength has become extraordinary. It simply defies human capability, now that bizarre events like this have occurred in the apocalypse. What else is impossible?" As they scrutinized the peculiar figure, their suspicion toward Yi Yin intensified. That a human could not appear in such a manner. This being was no longer of this world. Where did he go during that minute of disappearance? Was his sudden surge in power connected to that minute he vanished? His disappearance must be related to this enigmatic individual. That I reckon he dares to slay zombies because he possesses confidence and hidden cards. Why don't we approach Yi Yin and clarify things? How can we know if there are zombies outside? Who would go? Then let us try to communicate with this person. Nonsense. We've already tried countless methods. Yet he showed no reaction. No one dares to touch him. He is truly a bizarre being. While the crowd fervently debated, the subject of their discussion returned. Upon entering, he spoke not a word and directly approached the mysterious individual. Wasn't this evidence enough? They exchanged glances, and finally, one person stepped forward. The Yi Yin listened to the man's words, observed the expressions of those around him, and quickly grasped the situation, smiling. "I know. So what?" The crowd felt a surge of excitement. He indeed knew. The man pressed on urgently. "Who is he?" Yi Yin raised an eyebrow. "Why should I tell you?" Instant dissatisfaction spread among the crowd. One person exclaimed, "We know your prowess must be linked to this individual. Given the current circumstances, we should unite against the zombies. You ought to inform us." Even the speaker felt hypocritical for uttering such words. Unexpectedly, Yi Yin regarded the individual and remarked, "That makes sense." The crowd rejoiced, turning to Yi Yin in unison. Beside them, when Yuanan felt a strange mix of confusion and curiosity as she gazed at Yi Yin. This was not his usual demeanor. She then heard Yi Yin slowly articulate, "This person is known as the traitor. We can exchange various weapons and food with him. However, a traitor's resources are limited. For instance, a traitor might possess only 2 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. And once exchanged, they are gone." At that moment, 2 individuals closest to the traitor suddenly lunged toward him, one seizing the traitor's arm. The other's eyes flared with fury, ready to rush forward and contend. How brazen of these 2! Yet if they were in a similar position, they too would seize the opportunity. The traitor swiftly broke free from the grasp, swinging his arm and striking the man's head. The man's head instantly detached from his neck, blood spraying throughout the room. His skull rolled across the floor, and in an instant, the traitor returned to his previous state, as if nothing had transpired, not a drop of blood staining him. Chapter 26. The greedy beings, the onlookers, were left in shock at the scene before them. The individual who had charged alongside the now headless man, but failed to touch the traitor, was closest to the gruesome spectacle. collapsing in terror as he stared at the trader, his legs trembling as he crawled backward. What was happening? Why did the mysterious figure suddenly commit murder? Moreover, if they were not mistaken, the mysterious figure merely waved his hand, without any weapon, and the man's head was severed. What kind of power is this? Previously, no matter how curious they were, none dared to approach the individual referred to as the traitor by Yi Yin, for his appearance was far too bizarre. Now, in the perilous apocalypse, none were willing to act recklessly. However, upon hearing that food could be exchanged with this traitor, they all lost their sanity. Not to mention the two who had rushed forward first, all present were nearly driven mad by the mere mention of food. Eager to claim it for themselves, the apocalypse had erupted at noon. Now, nearing 6 in the afternoon, it was mealtime. Under normal circumstances, they would already be feeling hunger pangs, even in the apocalypse, with constant fleeing and evading zombies. The physical exertion had far exceeded their usual limits, making them even hungrier. Yet, with their lives at stake and zombies lurking outside, although the hunger gnawed at them, none dared venture out to seek sustenance. Many were suffering from hunger, and upon hearing of the very thing they desired, most being available from the mysterious figure, how could they not go mad? To survive now, they needed not only to navigate the treacherous world of zombies, but also to acquire food. However, gazing upon the corpse before them, devoid of its owner's head, they all gasped in horror. Had it been any of them who attempted to seize the traitor, that lifeless body would now be their own. Fear and trepidation enveloped the crowd. Just moments ago, they had all been ready to rush in. Many soon turned their ire toward Yi Yin, their eyes ablaze with fury. He must be the one responsible for this. All were red-eyed, filled with the rage of betrayal. What are you doing? Didn't you claim there was food with him? How did that person die? I see you never intended to reveal this mysterious figure's secrets to us. Now you wish to endanger us. What are your true intentions? What manner of creature is this? Seeing the traitor remain still after killing the man, as if he were a corpse himself, they felt emboldened to hurl their insults. Yet, despite their dissatisfaction with Yi Yin, they dared not act against him. Most had witnessed his bloodthirsty nature when slaying zombies. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not confront him directly. Even if conflict arose, the one to take the lead would certainly not be any of them. When Yuan chuckled wryly at the side, knowing Yi Yin would never straightforwardly divulge the truth. However, Yi Yin had not lied earlier. He simply omitted the most crucial details. The true value of what the traitor offered did not lie in food, but in the extraordinary weapons and evolution agents that existed beyond human comprehension, akin to those found in novels and television shows. Yet, when Yuan had not anticipated that most present had already deduced that the traitor must have some connection to Yi Yan's extraordinary strength. Yi Yin feigned innocence. I hadn't finished speaking when you all jumped the gun. Is that my fault? As the crowd pondered, it became evident that Yi Yin had indeed left his thought unfinished. It was their own impatience upon hearing the mere mention of food that had unsettled them, compounded by the influence of the two individuals closest to the traitor, which had spiraled into utter chaos. The man who had initially questioned Yi Yin, now irked, retorted, "Then continue your explanation." Yi Yin gave the man a penetrating glance before turning his attention to the traitor by the window, and calmly remarked, "Is this the demeanor expected when one seeks assistance?" The man's expression shifted dramatically. Others appeared displeased, clearly eager to glean information about the traitor and the food. Meanwhile, some wore expressions of anticipation, relishing the unfolding drama. The man's face grew awkward, yet he realized that only Yi Yin and his companion were privy to the traitor's secrets. Moreover, this traitor possessed not only the means to enhance strength, but also the ability to provide sustenance. Had it been anyone else, he might have resorted to force. Yet, Yi Yin was not an easy opponent. The man had witnessed Yi Yin's formidable prowess against zombies and was reluctant to confront him directly, let alone engage in a physical altercation. Thus, he forced a smile, barely adequate, and said, I'm not asking just for myself. Everyone is curious, right? Could you possibly share with us when Yuan observed the man, thinking, at least you know your place? How dare you show contempt towards Yi Yin earlier? Seeing that the man was not overly obstinate, Yi Yin continued, however, to engage in trade with the traitor, one cannot simply wish to trade without offering something in return. Since it is called a trade, you must present something of value. Every person present hung on Yi Yan's words, their bodies taut with anticipation. This was the method to negotiate with the traitor. Once they understood, they could secure food, or perhaps even gain immense strength. Yi Yin had previously mentioned that the trader's offerings were limited. This implied that once Yi Yin elucidated the rules, everyone gathered would become rivals. All were secretly preparing their strength, awaiting the moment they could clearly comprehend the stipulations. What you need to present is the magic crystal from the heads of zombies. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Magic crystal. The crystalline substance atop a zombie's head was, in fact, termed a magic crystal. The very items Yi Yin and his companion had extracted from the slain zombies were magic crystals. Upon this revelation, the gaze of every individual in the room shifted towards Yi Yin, revealing a marked transformation. If they had previously looked upon him with jealousy and wariness, their eyes now gleamed with avarice. They recognized Yi Yan's prowess and, while hesitant to provoke him, understood that had this been an ordinary individual, they would have resorted to coercion to glean information about the traitor. Yet now, the necessity of magic crystals for trading with the traitor rendered them devoid of any crystals themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Yin had been diligently collecting magic crystals since entering the library. Initially intimidated by Yi Yan's strength, they now cast aside their apprehensions in light of the prospect of food and the chance for power. Their greed unmistakable. Moreover, the crowd suddenly noticed when Yuan Nan, standing slightly behind Yi Yin, clutching a bundle. It was a coat, stained with zombie blood, foul and disheveled, yet wrapped within it was undoubtedly the collection of magic crystals they had amassed during their journey. Upon witnessing this, when Yuan's heart raced, and she glanced at Yi Yin in trepidation, Yi Yin, perceiving the shift in sentiment among the crowd, remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance as if everything unfolded according to his design. Utterly unfazed by the 30-odd adversaries before him, when Yuan felt a flicker of reassurance. After spending mere hours in Yi Yin's company, she had come to understand his capabilities intimately. As long as Yi Yin was present, resolution was assured. Whether it was her being thrown into a horde of zombies or someone attempting to seize her magic crystals, Yi Yin could handle it. Furthermore, she recalled that Yi Yin had already evolved to a 1-star level. Although the number of adversaries was considerable, they were merely ordinary people. Despite having never utilized an evolution agent herself, when Yuan had gleaned the stark differences between a 1-star evolved individual and a common person. Yi Yin could easily contend with 30 zombies, let alone 30 ordinary humans. The man who had been the spokesperson for the group, his eyes now glistening with greed, had entirely forgotten the caution he had previously felt towards Yi Yin. All that consumed him was the desire to seize the magic crystals from Yi Yin and his female companion to barter with the traitor for food. Yet, whether due to the shock from the traitor's swift execution of the previous man or a misguided belief that Yi Yin was oblivious to their greedy intentions, he ultimately stifled his impatience and inquired, "Then why did the traitor kill that man? How can we avoid being attacked by the traitor?" Yi Yin smiled, seemingly oblivious to the greed reflected in their eyes, and replied, "That was because the man lacked sufficient magic crystals, thus failing to trigger a trade with the traitor. Should one attempt to forcibly engage the traitor, the result would be swift and fatal. Anyone would be struck down in an instant. The last remnants of their trepidation evaporated. Faced with the allure of power and sustenance, they chose to forget the awe and dread Yi Yin had instilled in them previously. They needed magic crystals. They were determined to trade with the traitor. This was the apocalypse. They were driven solely by self-interest, striving to survive, striving to grow stronger. Even aware of the disparity in strength, they were prepared to fight. Otherwise, trapped within the library, devoid of food, they would inevitably perish. It was better to take a gamble now. Perhaps they could gain everything. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with a ruthless glimmer. 3 men suddenly surged forward, targeting Wen Yuanan, aiming for the coat she held and the magic crystals contained within. As the others recognized the imminent conflict, they seized the opportunity and charged forward. Over 30 individuals lunged simultaneously towards Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan. The small exhibition room erupted in a chaos, screams and shouts mingling into a cacophony. In that instant, as the 3 men broke free from the pack, a profound smile of inscrutable depth spread across Yi Yin's face, and his chilling voice reached the ears of the foremost attackers. Indeed, humanity is the greediest of beings, greed so potent that it can eclipse even fear. Chapter 27. The gravitational jewel is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Yi Yin's words, The leading assailants suddenly found themselves immobilized. A palpable aura of menace enveloped them, and in that moment, they comprehended the chasm that separated Yi Yin from them. They would never have the opportunity to grasp the nature of this difference. This was the stark contrast between a one-star evolved individual and an ordinary person. What was once merely a baseball bat intended to crush zombie skulls now descended with lethal intent upon a human target, shattering the skull with a single blow. Witnessing this scene, hesitation gripped the hearts of the foremost attackers, and their dread of Yi Yin resurfaced. They realized that Yi Yan's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary human. They attempted to retreat, panic etched across their faces. Yet it was too late. With so many adversaries before him, Yin advanced rather than retreating, his bat either obliterating skulls or striking vital points. The scene quickly turned gruesome. An ordinary person wielding a bat with full force against a vital area would suffice to incapacitate, let alone the fact that this bat was swung by Yi Yin. A one-star evolved being. The heavy bat, coupled with Yi Yan's terrifying strength, struck with lethal precision. In mere moments, before the others could even close the distance, Yi Yin had already quelled the conflict. The sight before the onlookers was too shocking, too visceral. Fear compelled them to halt. They understood that pressing forward would mean death. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that even if they repented and ceased their advance, death awaited them still. Yi Yin's unflinching demeanor and his decisive, ruthless actions profoundly impressed upon them the insurmountable gap in power that existed between them. All halted, staring in disbelief at the five who lay lifeless before them, their emotions rife with terror and regret. This could not be human. How could one remain unperturbed in the face of an onslaught from 30 individuals and, in such a scenario, instantaneously eliminate 5? This was sheer strength. His speed, his decisiveness, his movements, and his mindset were beyond that of an ordinary person, far removed from what anyone, even in the apocalypse, should possess. However, the crowd's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as they noticed that, although they had ceased their advance, Yi Yin had not. With a cold grin, he approached them, his expression inscrutable. The crowd that had just been clamoring to seize the magic crystals now recoiled in fear. Their eyes fixed on Yi Yin, terrified that he would turn his attention to them. Next at Yi Yin wielded a bloody baseball bat, and it was now stained not only with the blood of zombies, but also with that of humans. Fear gripped the hearts of everyone present. They had just come to a stark realization of Yi Yan's formidable power and understood that he would show no mercy, harboring not the slightest hesitation towards taking a life. Yet in their madness, they had dared to attempt to snatch something from this individual. One trembling man stammered, I apologize, we were just momentarily. But as he spoke, Yi Yin turned his gaze upon him, and he instantly became tongue-tied. Cold sweat breaking out on his brow, Yi Yan's eyes were chillingly cold, as if he were gazing at a corpse. Indeed, before the man could finish his words, Yi Yin struck him down, obliterating his head with a single swing. A hushed silence fell over the crowd. They dared not utter another word, fearing they would hasten their own demise. Yi Yin surveyed the faces around him, which were painted with despair, terror, and regret, and found a sense of satisfaction in their fear. He relished being a source of dread for others, knowing their lives and deaths lay in his hands, entirely dependent on his whims. It was clear that this time, it was his turn to reign supreme. The thought brought a fleeting warmth to his expression, yet to the onlookers, that smile bore the sinister aura of a reaper, sending chills down their spines. That I had no intention of killing you, Yi Yin remarked, pausing momentarily, but it seems you insisted on provoking me. Never mind, I do wish to kill you. Do I need a reason for that? With that, one man, seemingly driven mad, lunged at Yi Yin, only to have his brains splattered across the floor before he could even reach within a meter of him. That it must be said, Yi Yin found it as effortless to crush a human skull as he did to obliterate that of a zombie. Many, upon hearing Yi Yan's death sentence, recklessly charged forward one after another, hastening their own demise, thus sparing Yi Yin the trouble of hunting them down individually. The cries of those who were desperate and fighting for their lives were truly tragic. Wen Yuannan, standing to the side, felt a wave of physiological discomfort wash over him. Yet Yi Yin had long since grown accustomed to such sounds that he effortlessly dispatched over 30 individuals, transforming the art room into a scene of utter carnage. Drenched in blood, talking to himself, he mused, fortunately, there are no second-tier zombies around. Otherwise, this blood would inevitably attract them sooner or later. Upon hearing this, When Yuanin quickly stifled his discomfort, feeling a mix of tension and curiosity as he asked, "Second-tier zombies? Do zombies evolve as well?" Yin replied nonchalantly, "If humans can evolve, then naturally zombies can too. Not just zombies. Even plants and animals undergo mutations at the moment when most humans turn into zombies. They too will evolve, and they will do so faster and more powerfully than humans." When Yuanan's eyes widened in surprise, that a rare flicker of concern appeared in Yi Yan's gaze. This apocalypse is far more perilous and brutal than you can imagine. Finally, as if to clarify to Wen Yuanan why he felt compelled to eliminate these individuals, Yi Yan stated, "The moment they obstructed me and looked at me with ill intent, their fate was sealed. Remember, in the apocalypse, never leave those harboring ill will towards you alive." With that, he recalled those he had inadvertently spared, and for a fleeting moment, the murderous intent in his eyes resurfaced. When Yuanin sensed that Yi Yan was deliberately explaining himself to her, warming her heart. Despite being a ruthless killer, he took the time to clarify such a trivial matter to her. Now, after half a day's experience, when Yuanin had fully adapted to the apocalypse, had she possessed the strength, she too would have eliminated those people without hesitation. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. Human lives were inherently undervalued, especially those of individuals posing a threat. When Yuanin replied, "I understand." Now only Yi Yan, Wen Yuanan, and the trader remained in the art room. When Yuanan, filled with excitement, approached the trader, eagerly anticipating Yi Yan's invitation to enter the trading period. Even though she had only earned 10 magic crystals, she yearned to witness what the trading experience entailed and what items were available. That as she drew near the trader, she barely had time to speak before the surroundings flickered, to the point where her eyes struggled to remain open. Once her eyes adjusted, she was astonished to find herself seemingly in a different dimension, surrounded by translucent light walls, with glimpses of the outside world faintly visible. What left her speechless was the enormous light screen directly in front of her. It displayed a myriad of items, clearly labeled with their names, functions, and the required magic crystals. This was the trading period. After taking in the sight, when Yuanan, filled with excitement, turned to Yi Yan, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Yan smiled. "Hurry up. The trading period lasts only 10 minutes. I in the lower right corner of the light screen. The total number of magic crystals held by both of them was displayed. 214. When Yuanan noticed that there was only one bottle of first-tier evolution agent left, and she felt a sense of urgency that why Yi Yan had mentioned that items at each trader's location were limited. With only one bottle of first-tier evolution agent remaining, she had no idea when she would encounter another trader, that if someone discovered the trader's secret and came here to exchange for evolution agents. Who knew when she would have the opportunity to become an evolved being? Though she currently possessed only 10 magic crystals, the price for a first-tier evolution agent was 100 magic crystals. Wait, that didn't seem right. She recalled that after killing a zombie, Yi Yan had said she was still 59 magic crystals short. This led her to believe that a first-tier evolution agent only required 60 magic crystals. When Yuanan was taken aback and then asked Yi Yan, who was selecting items, "Does a first-tier evolution agent require 100 magic crystals?" Yi Yan casually replied, 60. When Yuanan was even more perplexed. Could it be that the trader adjusted prices based on who was calling for them? Yi Yan was momentarily stunned before realizing that the price for the first-tier evolution agent was indeed 100. In the apocalypse of his previous life, that was the consistent price. Now, when Yuanan's comment further confirmed that a first-tier evolution agent did indeed require 100 magic crystals, yet Yi Yan was different. Overcome with excitement, Yi Yan glanced at the light screen and seized Wen Yuanan's wrist. "What did you say the price of the first-tier evolution agent is?" When Yuanan, curious, responded honestly, 100. "That's what I saw." 100 magic crystals. Yi Yan smiled, realizing that this purple jade pendant was exceptionally unique. Not only did it allow him to sense the trader, but it also enabled him to acquire items from the trader at a significantly reduced price. Moreover, the jade pendant on the trader's face, aside from its color and size, was completely identical to his own. Every detail matched perfectly. Clearly, there was some connection between the two. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to exchange items at such a low price. If this apocalypse were a game, he would be playing with cheats. Seeing Yi Yan's unusual demeanor, when Yuanan asked curiously, "Are the prices we see different?" Yi Yan chuckled but remained silent, instead focusing on the items above. Remaining magic crystals. 214.1 first-tier evolution agent. 1 remaining, priced at 60.3 bottles of immunity agents, which could immunize against zombie viruses. Unless one was torn apart by a zombie, they would be invulnerable to them. Price: 40 magic crystals. A white combat knife. Price: 45. A white-grade weapon. It was incomparably superior to the baseball bat Yi Yin currently wielded. A handgun, priced at 40. Now, the first-tier evolution agent and the white combat knife were essential. Next, he would need to choose between the immunity agents and the handgun. Chapter 28. When Yuan-En evolves, Yi Yin selected his items. 1 bottle of first-tier evolution agent, 1 white combat knife, and 2 bottles of immunity agents. This cost him a total of 185 magic crystals, leaving him with 29 that he couldn't purchase anything else aside from some food. When Yuan-En stared in shock at the items in Yi Yan's hands and the remaining magic crystals displayed at the bottom of the light screen. What was happening? 1 bottle of first-tier evolution agent cost 100.2 bottles of immunity agents totaled 140, which completely exceeded their total number of magic crystals. And there was also a white combat knife. How did they still have 29 magic crystals left? Was this some sort of mockery of her mathematical skills? Seeing that when Yuan-En was about to question him, Yi Yin quickly shoved the first-tier evolution agent into her hands to silence her. It would be safer to evolve here. When Yuan-En stared blankly at the evolution agent in her hands, feeling somewhat dazed. Wait, is this for me? Is this a first-tier evolution agent? Is this going to make me an evolved being? However, she wouldn't dare ask Yi Yin why he was giving her the evolution agent now. Since he had offered it, why should she be polite? She could always repay him later. When Yuan-En quickly grasped the evolution agent, her earlier questions forgotten in an instant. With a mixture of nervous anticipation, she injected the evolution agent into her body. Instantly, she felt a powerful surge of energy rising from deep within her, filling her entire being, completely cleansing her from the inside out. Standing there, when Yuan-En made no movement, astonished as she sensed the earth-shattering changes occurring within her body, as if she could hardly believe it. This is evolution. This is the effect of the evolution agent. It completely alters a person's physical constitution, unleashing their potential and elevating every aspect of their being. It was as if one transformed from one species into another. How terrifying! This is evolution. When Yuan-En's mind was filled with countless questions. Why does the apocalypse occur? How do traders emerge? What connection do traders have with the apocalypse? What is the principle behind the evolution agents? Why do traders possess such extraordinary abilities? Even Yi Yin cannot provide her with answers to these questions. Yet, everything has unfolded. The terrifying, despair-inducing end of the world, the wondrous, inexplicable traders, and the phenomenon of evolution have all come to pass. These answers will eventually be revealed, as long as one survives. And at present, the most crucial task is to endure, to survive alongside Yi Yin. After her evolution, when Yuan-En has gained strength, setting her apart from ordinary individuals, distinguishing her from the millions still fleeing, she has finally glimpsed hope. She has become an evolver, and when confronting zombies, she is no longer the person she once was, regardless of the true nature of the apocalypse, or the reasons that ignited this cruel reality. All she needs to do now is to survive and repay the man who has given her hope. While when Yuan-En is lost in thought, Yi Yin has already led her out of the transaction time. Yi Yin, observing when Yuan-En still in shock and reverie, cannot help but chuckle, then gently nudges her. Hey, dawdling like this in the apocalypse could cost you your life. When Yuan-En snaps back to reality, offering a silly grin. Thank you, I hadn't even earned enough for a bottle of evolution agent. Yi Yin smiles. Don't overthink it. I'm just concerned that dragging along an ordinary person would slow my progress and create complications. As for the magic crystals, now that you're an evolver, you are my free labor force, and soon enough, we will have accumulated plenty of magic crystals. Hearing Yi Yan's playful banter, when Yuan-En refrains from interrupting, waiting for him to finish before asking, what shall we do next? The zombies in the library have been nearly cleared out. Yi Yin glances at when Yuan-En and replies, since the zombies in the library have been eradicated, why not stay here? There are no zombies left, making it quite safe. When Yuan-En, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaims, are you joking? What do I have to fear from zombies now? To me, zombies are merely magic crystals. I can slay them and exchange them for weapons. With that, when Yuan-En casts a covetous glance at the white battle knife in Yi Yan's hand, This knife emanates a bright, white glow. Clearly a product of a trader, an extraordinary item that does not exist in the world. Undoubtedly, it possesses immense power. As a newly minted one-star revolver who has yet to kill a single zombie, she feels an unbearable itch to unleash her strength. Being told to remain in a safe place is simply unacceptable. Yi Yin gazes out the window at the encroaching darkness and speaks in a grave tone. I can sense a traitor in town, and their aura is even stronger than that of the current traitor. When Yuan Nan is taken aback, a mix of shock and excitement washing over her. Sense? Traitor. You can sense traitors? Yi Yin, no longer hesitant to share with when Yuan Nan responds. Yes, that I sensed this traitor when the apocalypse first began. When Yuan Nan has always sensed that Yi Yin is extraordinary, feeling that he is unafraid of the apocalypse and knows precisely how to handle zombies. Aware of the existence of traders and the means to engage in trade, that IT feels as though Yi Yin had foreseen the apocalypse and was mentally prepared long before it occurred. However, hearing Yi Yin directly state that he can sense traders leaves when Yuan Nan astounded. Noticing Yi Yin's reluctance to elaborate on the subject, she decides not to press further. After all, she knows that Yi Yin is the man who saved her in her moment of peril, the one who has made her a one-star revolver. All she needs to do is stay by his side and assist him. As for these matters, she will listen when Yi Yin is ready to share. Yi Yin looks outside, pondering how many zombies might be in town compared to the school. Let us head to the school's convenience store to gather some food, preparing for the upcoming days. After all, while exchanging magic crystals for food might be advantageous for others, it would be a waste for us, that in truth. Both of them are already feeling the pangs of hunger. After becoming one-star revolvers, their physical strength and stamina have multiplied, consequently increasing their energy consumption. Having slain so many zombies and exerted themselves in the afternoon, it would be strange if they were not hungry upon hearing this. When Yuan Nan feels her stomach grumble even more and promptly strides outside. Let us go. Which convenience store are we heading to? Yi Yin, following behind, observes when Yuan Nan's newfound vigor as a one-star revolver and chuckles to himself. We'll go to the convenience store beneath the teaching building. It is smaller, so there should be fewer zombies. Just be cautious and keep the noise down to avoid attracting a horde from the teaching building. This moment, dusk has settled in, casting a shadow over the surroundings. The two of them walk confidently to the entrance of the library, as the zombies within have been nearly eradicated by Yi Yin. Standing on the steps outside the library, they gaze at the empty space below. The adjacent playground dotted with scattered zombies and strewn with dismembered limbs and pools of blood. In this moment, when Yuan Nan, who believes she has adapted to the apocalypse, cannot help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Had she not encountered Yi Yin at the onset of the apocalypse and sought him out, a part of her would now be among those remnants below. This is the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Ordinary individuals lacking any means of defense, unable to find refuge, and devoid of the courage to resist, become mere fodder for the zombies, losing their lives as the apocalypse dawns. Yi Yin surveys this grim scene, feeling an unsettling familiarity, accompanied by a sense of melancholy. How strange it is to find himself back at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Could this truly be a divine opportunity bestowed upon him? As thoughts of his parents, still unaccounted for, surface, Yi Yin's typically calm demeanor begins to fray. In his previous life, he did not locate his parents at the onset of the apocalypse. Instead, he inadvertently joined a group of survivors that led him to a rescue organization, ultimately stumbling into a concentration camp. Remarkably, his parents ended up in the same camp a month later through a series of unfortunate events. Perhaps the only silver lining in his previous life was reuniting with his parents in that camp. Although the conclusion, let's not dwell on it. In this life, Yi Yin will not allow such things to transpire. He is determined to find his parents and exact vengeance upon the concentration camp. Yet he knows that during this time in his past life, his parents were away traveling. Even if he were to rush home now, they would not be there, based on what he learned from them after their reunion in his previous life. They have been fleeing since the apocalypse began, lacking a stable shelter and perpetually on the run. Moreover, the location they traveled to is far from Yi Yan's school. Could it be that he truly has no choice but to search for his parents in the concentration camp? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Yin, who has maintained unwavering confidence since his rebirth, now finds himself feeling a bit lost. Noticing Yi Yan's prolonged silence, when Yuan Nan cautiously inquires, Yi Yin, are you thinking about something? Yi Yin takes a deep breath, preparing to temporarily set aside those worries to this moment. The most important thing for him is to leverage his advantages and swiftly enhance his strength. Then, he will set off toward the location of the concentration camp from his previous life. Resolute in his decision, Yin does not respond to when Yuan Nan and strides forward. When we encounter zombies, kill them immediately, but keep the noise to a minimum to avoid attracting too many. Yin has already given Wen Yuan Nan the baseball bat he had been using, and now he wields the white battle knife he just acquired from the trader. Weapons from traders are tiered by color, ranking them far above the original weapons of the world. This white battle knife, needless to say, is exponentially more powerful than an ordinary knife. The moment he grips it, he feels an exhilarating difference. It radiates a sharpness that the baseball bat could never match. When Yuan Nan's expression reflects no hint of trepidation, she is eager to engage in combat and put her newfound strength to the test in real-world scenarios. At this time, in the convenience store outside the teaching building, a conversation unfolds. What about the zombies outside? What can we do? Are you going to lure them away? No, then stop complaining. There is plenty of food here. You want to starve. If you keep talking, I'll toss you out to feed them. Chapter 29. Someone, during the onset of the apocalypse, Li Shuefu and his 3 lackeys were in this convenience store purchasing supplies. His brother Li Fu was training in the gym and had sent him to buy some water and snacks that time. Only a few people were in the convenience store. The moment the apocalypse erupted, he and his 3 lackeys did not mutate into zombies, while nearly everyone else in the store did. In a critical moment, Li Shuefu kicked one of his companions out to block a zombie, successfully slowing down the advance of the ones behind. Li Shuefu, along with his 2 remaining lackeys and 2 other unaffected individuals, rushed through the door behind the cash register, locking it firmly. This was the convenience store's break room, a cramped space with a small table typically used by part-time cashiers for meals. The 5 of them were crammed into this narrow area, and with the terrifying zombies lurking outside, everyone was understandably on edge. Hey, I'm starving. Who is going to get some food from outside? Li Shuefu hails from a wealthy family, and, much like his brother at school, he commands respect. Countless individuals, driven by various motives, seek to ingratiate themselves with him, running errands and performing tasks on his behalf. This has fostered an expectation in him that instructing others is simply a matter of course. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, where survival takes precedence, who would dare to venture out for a mere utterance from him? Li Yin and Fang Junwen remained silent, having previously clung to Li Shuefu, primarily for the indulgences his status affords. Mingling with these second-generation rich and privileged youth has naturally altered their social circle, and such connections might prove invaluable once they re-enter society, although both occupy a lowly status among this elite crowd. Relegated to the roles of sycophants and errand runners, the reality of the apocalypse renders societal hierarchies moot. With the world descending into chaos, what purpose do those connections serve? The paramount concern now is safeguarding one's own life. They have witnessed the fate of the individual who had just met his end. Li Shuefu cast him aside without hesitation, and in an instant, that person was seized by the encroaching horde of zombies. The sight of someone they typically associated with daily life being snatched away in such a manner leaves them incredulous. They harbor no doubts that had they stood beside Li Shuefu at that moment, he would have treated them with equal disdain. Thus, these 2, who usually defer to Li Shuefu, fall into a heavy silence. The other 2, Wang Ting and Xie Xian, a couple fortunate enough to have escaped the infection, quickly took refuge behind the counter, locking the door just as Li Shuefu and the others rushed in. Yet instead of gratitude, Li Shuefu incessantly complained about the cramped space, questioning how 5 people could fit in such a confined area. This infuriated Wang Ting. Through their exchange, she realized that he was Li Shuefu, the notoriously arrogant figure from school, and chose to remain silent. Upon noticing that the others were ignoring him, Li Shuefu's temper flared. Hey, I'm talking here. Can't you hear me? Although the circumstances had changed drastically, his usual air of authority remained intact, and Li Yin and Fang Junwen had grown accustomed to their subordinate position. Fang Junwen quietly muttered, Li Ge, there are zombies outside. How do we get out? Li Shuefu arrogantly retorted, if I tell you to go out, you go out. Understand? I don't care how you manage it, were it not for the darkness of the cramped room. The others would certainly have witnessed Li Shuefu's ugly, domineering demeanor. Fang Junwen finally snapped at in peace times, He would have smiled and acquiesced even if Li Shuefu spoke to him in front of 100 people. But now we are in the apocalypse. The future is uncertain, and no one knows how the world will unfold. Outside, there are zombies ready to devour them at any moment. What good is money now? What use are political connections from better days? He had once feared Li Shuefu, but now society has collapsed. The entire system has crumbled. Money has lost its value. Who cares what your former status was? Upon entering, Li Shuefu had been incessantly nagging, and accustomed to it. He and Li Yin simply endured. Now, he expected Fang Junwen to risk his life to fetch him food. Dream on. Once Fang Junwen grasped the entirety of the situation, his fear dissipated. Remembering all the times Li Shuefu had mocked and belittled him, his anger flared. Damn it, do you still think you're some young master? This is the apocalypse. Your money is worthless. Li Shuefu stood in shock as Fang Junwen unleashed his tirade. He could hardly fathom being so openly berated by someone he considered beneath him. This was a profound humiliation. Once he regained his composure, rage surged within him. Who was Fang Junwen to speak to him in such a manner? Did he believe he could challenge him? Li Shuefu felt he had suffered the greatest affront of his life. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you think you're someone special? I could crush you with a single finger. After venting his frustrations, Fang Junwen felt a sense of relief. In this apocalyptic world, who still cares about former identities? Nearby, Li Yin was equally astonished that in his mind, Li Shuefu had always been untouchable. It was only after Fang Junwen's outburst that he finally shed the fear that had clung to him. Meanwhile, Wang Ting and Xia Xian were enjoying the spectacle, relishing the moment when the once mighty Li Shuefu was finally put in his place. Earlier, he had taken advantage of the cramped conditions in the dim room, and Wang Ting had endured more than enough. Witnessing Li Shuefu's agitated state only added to Fang Junwen's satisfaction. You think you can intimidate me? Look at the current situation. Your wealth and status are utterly irrelevant. Want food? Go get it yourself. Fool! Li Shuefu hurled more insults, but his words fell on deaf ears, as the others pretended not to hear him, adding to his humiliation. Nevertheless, his resentment did not diminish. More critically, the outside world had grown darker, and he was now painfully hungry that he would soon demonstrate that even in the apocalypse, he still commanded respect. The cramped room had but a single small window, and the power had ceased the moment the world fell apart. A glimmer of light had briefly filtered through, but as darkness enveloped the space, they could only peer outside to gauge the situation. Zombies meandered about, neither too few nor too many, but they could hear the commotion emanating from the nearby classroom, signaling a substantial horde within. The atmosphere in the room shifted, with all but Li Shuefu engaging in sparse conversation. Suddenly, Xia Xian, who had been peering outside, exclaimed, Someone is killing zombies. The others, though skeptical, instinctively rose in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, Li Shuefu, appearing to join them, stealthily reached for the door latch. He swiftly unlocked it. The others remained fixated on the two figures outside, oblivious to his actions. The sight before them was astonishing. A not particularly strong young man wielding a peculiar white long knife, efficiently dispatching zombies with remarkable precision. The blade sliced through the air, and with a mere flick, a zombie fell lifelessly to the ground. Beside him, a woman effortlessly swung a seemingly hefty baseball bat, smashing the heads of zombies with ease, obliterating them instantly. Their movements were anything but flashy. They were clean, efficient, and deadly. The zombies before them appeared fragile, mere playthings that stood no chance against their onslaught. Moreover, the duo operated under the radar. Only the zombies within their immediate vicinity were drawn to them, that if any others began to converge, they swiftly retreated, avoiding unnecessary confrontation. The zombies outside, sensing the commotion, pursued only to find nothing. Those lucky enough to encounter this duo believed they had stumbled upon a meal, only to be swiftly dispatched. Had these first-level zombies possessed intelligence, they would surely lament encountering such formidable foes. Even more curiously, after each kill, the duo meticulously extracted the crystals from the zombies' heads. The four inside gaped in disbelief, astonished that anyone could slay zombies with such ease. Were they even human? It was then that Li Yin tentatively spoke up. Isn't that Yi Yin? For Li Yin and Fang Junwen, Yi Yin was a familiar name, that he had often been targeted by their former leader, Li Shuefu's brother, Li Fuyo, and they had been involved in numerous encounters. However, before Li Yin could await Fang Junwen's response, he was interrupted by a scream, "Ah!" When the three turned, they found they had lost the chance to see Fang Jun Shuefu had suddenly slammed shut the door he had unknowingly opened. A sinister grin spreading across his face. "Ha, I know that in the apocalypse, money doesn't matter, nor does status. What matters, of course, is strength. The one who is ruthless is the boss. Wouldn't you agree?" The other stared at Li Shuefu in shock and terror as he had brazenly opened the door when everyone's attention was riveted on the two outside, and in a swift motion. He had shoved Fang Junwen out. The nearby zombies, hearing the scream and the sound of the door slamming, immediately turned their attention to Fang Junwen, tearing him apart. As Yi Yin and Wen Yuan approached the entrance of the shop, they heard the sudden clamor emanating from what had previously been a quiet space. Wen Yuan gravely remarked, "Someone's in there." The individual who was fought over, having been torn apart by zombies, was left with only half a body, yet appeared to linger on the precipice of death, as a few fingers twitched sporadically. Wen Yuan had just undergone her first battle as an evolved being, and she felt exhilarated, fully grasping the disparity between evolved individuals and ordinary people. She had slain numerous zombies and had become desensitized to the horrific and grotesque spectacle before her, having experienced the formidable and terrifying power of an evolved being. Her resolve to repay Yi Yin only intensified. Were it not for Yi Yin, she would not have transitioned into an evolved being so swiftly, and her survival would have been uncertain. Her desire to grow stronger had become increasingly urgent. Earlier, she had observed Yi Yin wielding a white combat knife acquired from a trader, dispatching zombies as effortlessly as one would slice vegetables, and naturally, she yearned for a weapon of such caliber. The only path to obtain it was to accompany Yi Yin and slay more zombies. As they traversed the area, they discreetly eliminated approximately 60 zombies at times. When zombies began to congregate, they did not even have the opportunity to harvest magic crystals. Now that Wen Yuan had ascended to the role of a combatant, wielding a weapon, it was inconvenient to carry clothing for storing magic crystals. She had to make do by tying them around her waist, all the while being cautious not to let her clothes fall, for they were laden with magic crystals. Throughout their zombie-slaying journey, they had amassed nearly 100 magic crystals between them. Approaching a convenience store, they instinctively circled around it, clearing the area of wandering zombies before standing at the entrance, where they witnessed the earlier scene. When Yuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Yin, but he remained nonchalant, his expression unchanged. They then entered, swiftly and decisively eliminating the 6 zombies feasting on a corpse. These 6 were the only remaining zombies within the store. Most had already wandered outside, and it was possible that some of the zombies they had just dispatched had emerged from the store. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the convenience store, just a door away from Yi Yin and Wen Yuan, the trio that had initially planned to berate Li Shuefu fell silent upon hearing the commotion outside. Li Shuefu, who had intended to speak, was also astonished into silence by the sounds of hacking and slashing. Hacking? Wasn't that beyond the capability of zombies? Someone dares to kill zombies? Li Shuefu had been preoccupied with dealing with Fang Junwen, completely unaware of what the others were witnessing or discussing, and thus had no inkling that 2 individuals were out there slaying zombies, one of whom was a familiar face to venture out and risk life for food. While the bravery of the outsiders was commendable, they must surely be fools. With a stroke of luck, they might kill a zombie. However, the zombies outside were not limited to just 1 or 2. When he had pushed Fang Junwen out, he had briefly glimpsed 4 or 5. How dare they seek death by attacking zombies? Driven mad by hunger, fools. At that moment, Li Shuefu, having avenged himself, felt a rush of exhilaration. In peacetime, he had relied on his family's influence and wealth to act with impunity within the bounds of legality. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, as Fang Junwen had said, everything had changed. Law, order, morality had all crumbled. He could truly act without restraint. Now, killing was as simple as it could be, with no consequences to bear, unless someone had a stronger fist than his. The apocalypse, it is not so bad after all. As long as he maintained this decisiveness and ruthlessness, he could thrive even amidst chaos. The other 3 were somewhat bewildered that in such a short time, they had been subjected to overwhelming shocks. First, witnessing Yi Yin and Wen Yuan effortlessly slaying zombies, which seemed implausible so soon after the onset of the apocalypse. Second, the person they had just spoken to was suddenly killed by someone nearby. This was the reality of the apocalypse. Both events underscored that in order to survive in this world, one must either possess great strength or be merciless. Those who have nothing to protect cannot safeguard anything, not even their own lives. Fang Junwen had perished in this manner. Although the trio harbored resentment towards Li Shuefu and felt sympathy for the underling who had been killed earlier, as well as for Fang Junwen, their thoughts were now consumed by survival. That I end this apocalyptic world, being able to protect oneself was the greatest fortune. Who would think to seek justice for the two? If they had strength, perhaps they could have done something for them. However, they were powerless, and in such a world, their only course of action was to guard against Li Shuefu. The three were acutely aware that the individuals outside were Yi Yin and that girl. Through the day's events, they had begun to understand that perhaps the most formidable threat in the apocalypse was not the zombies, but rather humanity itself. Moreover, they were uncertain of Yi Yin and the girl's intentions. If they were anything like Li Shuefu, then venturing outside would be tantamount to seeking death. While they might guard against Li Shuefu's treachery, facing two terrifyingly powerful individuals like Yi Yin was another matter entirely. Thus, the three opted to remain inside, waiting for the situation to unfold. Li Shuefu listened intently to the eerie sounds outside, even softening his breath at that moment, when Yuan Nin noticed the tightly shut door behind the counter and signaled to Yi Yin. He nodded indifferently, offering no comment. "Close the door. It's getting late, we shall spend the night here in the convenience store," Yi Yin declared. Although he could vaguely sense the presence of a traitor, they were likely not nearby. He could only discern their direction with difficulty. It was already past 7, and in the apocalypse, nightfall descended swiftly. It was better to rest here for the night. When Yuan Nin glanced at the lounge door and obediently proceeded to shut the convenience store's entrance. The door was composed of the typical double glass doors found in supermarkets. Once closed, she wedged a broomstick into the door handle, ensuring it could not be opened from outside, especially not by the mindless first-tier zombies. Peering through the glass doors, they could see a few zombies wandering nearby, but no sign of any humans. At this hour, any surviving individual should have found refuge. The two rummaged through the store for large travel bags. Yi Yin instructed, "Pack plenty of food and fill several bottles with water." Carrying such weight would have been taxing for Yuan Nin just 2 hours prior, but for her, now an evolved being, it was akin to child's play. Thus, Yi Yin unreservedly encouraged her to fill the large travel bags to the brim. When Yuan Nin nodded, hastily stuffing several bags of biscuits in her bag before succumbing to her hunger. Tearing open a packet and shoving it into her mouth, she felt as though she might starve. As an evolved being, her energy requirements exceeded those of ordinary individuals, and after a long afternoon of battling zombies and excavating magic crystals, she was positively famished. After stuffing a few items into his own bag, Yi Yin, too, could no longer withstand his hunger and began to eat. The 4 individuals inside held their breath, listening intently until they heard the 2 outside murmuring drowsily, followed by the sound of a door closing. Now, they could hear the unmistakable crinkle of food packaging. Li Shuefu could no longer contain himself, and, with urgency in his voice, whispered, "What is going on? Are there no zombies outside?" Xia Xin, hearing the commotion, swallowed hard and replied, "It must be those 2 who dealt with the zombies outside." Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he had pondered who would be foolish enough to risk their life to kill zombies for food. Now, the outside world had fallen silent, devoid of the shuffling footsteps of the zombies that had tormented him all afternoon, replaced instead by the sounds of human beings ravenously devouring food, the tearing of packaging. At that moment, driven by hunger, Li Shuefu could think of nothing else but to push the door open. Yi Yin and Yuan Nin, who were sitting on the floor and eating voraciously, were already aware of the presence inside. When someone emerged, they were hardly surprised and continued their meal, for they were too famished after a day of battling zombies and felt utterly exhausted. Sitting on the floor and eating without a care, upon seeing Yi Yin, Li Shuefu froze for a moment, speechless, before rushing to the nearest shelf and guzzling down a bottle of mineral water. He then tore open a packet of ham sausage, consuming it at a pace of nearly 1 sausage per bite. The 3 who followed him out had intended to say something, but upon seeing the food and water, they too abandoned all thoughts and began to eat ravenously. Once Yi Yin and Yuan Nin had their fill, the others, still seeming insatiable, continued to eat without pause. The 2 exchanged a glance and, without a word, resumed stuffing their bags with food. When Yuan Nan initially felt that this was their hard-won territory, and the zombies had been cleared by them, so the others should not consume the store as provisions without their consent. At the very least, they should wait for their approval. However, seeing Yi Yin's lack of reaction, she suppressed her thoughts, having experienced an entire afternoon filled with the harsh realities of the apocalypse and the terrifying nature of humanity. She was now solely concerned with her and Yi Yan's safety and whether they were getting enough to eat, with little regard for others. While Li Shuefu ate with relentless fervor, his mind raced just as quickly. Yin, how could he be here? Was it he who was slaying zombies just now? How could that be? This weakling had always been bullied. In the apocalypse, he would surely be even more pathetic. Right. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Li Shuefu had already killed 2 people, which made him feel immensely powerful. I am now a killer. Why would I fear this weakling? Even if he dared to kill zombies. So what? I dare to kill people too. Once Li Shuefu had his fill, he leisurely opened a carton of milk, inserted a straw, and leaned against the shelf, watching with dissatisfaction as Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan filled their bags with what he considered his belongings. Looking around the convenience store, he had once thought it small and lacking in variety. However, now it appeared as a veritable treasure trove. This entire room of goods would be enough for him to eat for half a year. And yet, he watched as Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan dared to load his food into their travel bags. They took it away. What will he eat? Even if they can't carry much. In this apocalyptic world, how precious are food and water? What they manage to gather, will it last them a few days? However, Yi Yin seems to be different from before. Li Shuefu is not as arrogant as usual, but instead sips milk with a mocking tone, saying, I say, Yi Yin, how did you get here? How is it that the zombies didn't eat you? Thanks to the previous memories of Li Fuyo, Lo Peng, and Zhou Xiang, a hint of recognition surfaced in Yi Yin's mind, and he immediately recalled this insufferable person's identity. Before Yi Yin could respond, when Yuanin spoke first, of course, the zombies can't eat us. Just look at who we are. Her tone dripped with disdain. When Yuanin had long ceased to easily feel sympathy for others, and this person before her clearly lacked awareness, approaching Yi Yin with such insolence, prompting her to be even less courteous. Besides, now she was an evolved being, a sense of superiority welling within her, which led her to utter those words that Li Shuefu's displeasure flared, and he hurled the milk carton, still containing milk, directly at Wen Yuanan, who was squatting down to gather supplies. The milk splattered all over her. You filthy bitch! Who do you think you are? Do you believe I want to deal with you right now? Chapter 31. Clean it up. As soon as Li Shuefu's words left his mouth, he caught a swift shadow flash by from the corner of his eye, and in the next moment, an immense force he could not resist struck his side. Li Shuefu let out a wretched scream, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. The next second, he was horrified to find that he could not rise. The pain in his waist intensified after the overwhelming force vanished. Li Shuefu grimaced in agony, unable to fathom that a mere individual could possess such terrifying strength and astonishing speed. He glared at Yi Yin, hiding a deep-seated fear he desperately tried to suppress. The other 3, witnessing this scene, instinctively halted their eating, staring in terror at Yi Yin, who had appeared beside Li Shuefu without their notice. They had only seen a fleeting shadow. And now Yi Yin stood right next to Li Shuefu. They knew Yi Yin was fearless when it came to killing zombies, but seeing him up close, they realized his power was utterly formidable. It exceeded the limits of humanity. Not even the legendary special forces or spies could possess such an eerie speed, reminiscent only of what one sees in dramas or novels. When Yuanin had initially intended to take down Li Shuefu herself, but upon witnessing Yi Yan's instantaneous action, she felt gratitude while also finding herself at a loss for her previous frustration. She stood up, approaching the now nearly incapacitated Li Shuefu, her beautiful eyes blazing with fire. What did you just say? Li Shuefu, unwilling to accept this turn of events, stared at Wen Yuanan, astonished that things had escalated to this point. Had it been any other time, had Yi Yin not intervened to assist this woman, he would have toyed with her at his leisure. When did Yi Yin become so terrifying? How did he appear beside me in an instant? How could a single kick leave me unable to rise? Yi Yin regarded Li Shuefu with a hint of mockery in his eyes while addressing Wen Yuanan. Didn't you hear what he just said? With that, Yi Yin seized the collar of Li Shuefu's shirt. effortlessly lifting him. You know, I absolutely detest it when others touch my belongings. Upon hearing this, when Yuan's face flushed crimson. Was he referring to me? Does Yi Yin consider me his possession? How delightful! Li Shuefu was drenched in cold sweat. When did this weakling Yi Yin become so strong, able to lift him with just one hand? Li Shuefu struggled to maintain his composure, yet the fear of Yi Yin and death spread through him like creeping vines, enveloping his entire being. What belongs to you? I never touched your things, Yi Yin, eyeing the crumbs of biscuits lingering at the corner of Li Shuefu's mouth, sneered. The zombies around and inside this small shop were all cleared by me. Therefore, everything here is naturally mine. Not only did you touch my belongings, but you also wasted them. With that, Yi Yin calmly dragged Li Shuefu towards the spot where Yuan had just been sitting, where remnants of milk still lay. Then, he tossed Li Shuefu into that very spot, expressionless as he commanded. Lick it at this moment, the food in the hands of the other three felt as hot as burning coals. Instinctively, they wanted to discard it, but instead, they carefully placed it back on the shelf that Li Shuefu was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, utterly humiliated, and upon hearing Yi Yan's flat, emotionless command, his expression became one of sheer disbelief. What? You want me to lick the milk off the ground? Who do you think I am? He actually dares to command me to lick the milk off the floor. When Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Li Shuefu's horrified expression as he hesitated to comply. His face contorted as if he had just eaten feces. This was a complete trampling of his dignity. Li Shuefu, consumed by fury, glared at the milk puddle on the ground, finally erupting, his eyes bloodshot as he venomously hissed at Yi Yin. What the hell are you? How dare you tell me to lick something off the ground? You're nothing but a pathetic coward I used to bully. Damn it. I'd rather die than lick it. Yi Yin narrowed his eyes. He had already resolved that anyone who brought up past grievances would not escape unscathed. With Li Shuefu initiating the conversation, it became a relentless tirade. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, even the lowliest creatures can reign supreme. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you will always be that weakling we bullied, too scared to fight back. Do you remember what my brother and I used to say about you? Just like before, Yi Yin lifted Li Shuefu with one hand, rendering him as helpless as a chick that Li Shuefu's waist had sustained severe injury, causing excruciating pain. Any movement sent shockwaves of agony through his body. Yi Yin's grip silenced him, the pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The next moment, Yi Yin's fist, charged with terrifying force, struck his abdomen. Li Shuefu gasped sharply, clutching his belly and howling in agony. Yi Yin said, "Remember, your life is in my hands now. I can do as I please. Also, your brother was crippled by me before the apocalypse began. After the world fell apart, he was undoubtedly abandoned by those around him, becoming food for the zombies that Li Shuefu, unable to articulate his pain, could only listen to Yi Yan's words. The others were equally stunned. To say that Yi Yin and Li Shuefu were now lawless was to acknowledge the transformation the apocalypse had wrought. Whether it be murder, rape, or robbery, no legal constraints existed. Yet Yi Yin claimed to have broken Li Fuyo's legs before the cataclysm. If that were true, it was utterly terrifying in a time of peace. He dared to cripple a man of wealth and influence. Li Shuefu gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the pain as he spat. You're just bragging. You, daring to harm my brother before the apocalypse? What a ridiculous lie. As soon as Li Shuefu finished, Yi Yin struck him again, mercilessly delivering another blow to his abdomen. Li Shuefu's face turned pale, seemingly unable to endure Yi Yin's assault any longer. Howling in pain as he vomited everything he had just eaten, Yi Yin pointed to the baseball bat, smeared with dark blood, propped at the doorway. That is your brother's baseball bat. Oh, wait, no, that should belong to someone beside your brother. Regardless, believe it or not, since you wasted my belongings and refused to clean up, I'll just have to make you regurgitate everything you've consumed. Li Shuefu forced himself to glance at the bat at the door. His eyes widened in horror. That was indeed his brother's baseball bat. This bat was a limited edition produced by a renowned sports brand from abroad, with Li Fuyo's name engraved on the grip. Although the bat was now battered beyond recognition, the faint golden letters at the bottom were still discernible. Li Fuyo, known for his ostentation, often lent the bat to his subordinates. The three who had remained silent until now were equally astonished by Li Shuefu's reaction. Could it be that this was truly Li Fuyo's bat? Did Yi Yin really cripple Li Fuyo before the apocalypse began? Li Shuefu's shock gradually morphed into rage as he glared at Yi Yin, shouting furiously, "Beast! I'll kill you!" As he spoke, he flailed his arms like a child throwing a tantrum. Ineffectually grasping at Yi Yin delivered another unrelenting punch to his abdomen. The sound of the blow echoed painfully, causing everyone present to wince. Li Shuefu's face turned even paler, and he vomited violently again. Drenched in sweat, unable to utter a single cry, Yi Yin looked at Li Shuefu, who was now too weak to shout, and smiled, saying, "Didn't you claim you'd rather die than lick? Here's one last chance. Will you lick or not?" The strength of a first-tier evolved being was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. Yi Yin's fist had not held back at all. At this moment, Li Shuefu could utter no words. Feeling as though he was living a fate worse than death, his mind clouded, his ears ringing with a deafening buzz. Yi Yin delivered another savage punch to the nearly unconscious Li Shuefu's abdomen, yanking him back from the brink of unconsciousness. Wow! Li Shuefu had completely emptied his stomach, now retching forth an unknown liquid. The scene before Yi Yin was a chaotic mess, a veritable wreckage left by Li Shuefu's indiscretions. Frowning at the sight of him, who seemed utterly unresponsive and merely gazing blankly, Yi Yin strolled over to the entrance of the convenience store and flung the door open. "Don't you enjoy handling people? Perhaps you should experience what it's like to be dealt with by a zombie," he remarked. With that, he forcefully hurled Li Shuefu, sending him flying 10 meters away. The sound of his landing echoed like a heavy object crashing down. Immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies, Yi Yin leisurely secured the door with a baseball bat and stood before the glass, observing as the frenzied, ravenous zombies tore into Li Shuefu, feasting upon him. The bites of the zombies jolted Li Shuefu back to partial consciousness. The prior beating and the final toss had rendered him too weak to utter a sound in his last moments. He cursed Yi Yin with venomous thoughts. "Yi Yin, you bastard! Even as a ghost, I shall not let you off." When Yuan, witnessing Yi Yin's actions, turned to search for something in the resting area of the convenience store, she discovered a bag containing several changes of clothing, likely left by students who had previously worked part-time there. It was still April, and the weather remained quite chilly. However, both the evolved Yuan and Yi Yin felt little of the cold. This was the stark distinction between evolved beings and ordinary humans. When Yuan sifted through the clothes, changing out of her blood-stained garments and slipping into a male hoodie, then offered her outerwear and pants to Yi Yin. Yi Yin glanced at the jacket, pondering whether it would leave him with an empty space inside. It then dawned on Yuan that Yi Yin had slain far too many zombies compared to herself, and his attire was thoroughly soaked in dark blood, making it impossible for him to continue wearing it. "And no worries. I'll wear the hoodie. My inner clothing is clean. Besides, I no longer feel cold," she assured him with urgency. Yi Yin chuckled, shaking his head as he accepted the jacket, then turned his gaze to the 3 individuals who were huddled in a corner, trembling and attempting to diminish their presence. The moment they sensed Yi Yin's scrutinizing gaze, their legs turned to jelly. "Oh no, does he intend to use that method to make us regurgitate our food?" Chapter 32. Level 2 Zombies. The 3 had just witnessed Yi Yin's methods. Had they been in his place, they would have found themselves utterly defenseless. Much like Li Shuefu, they were simultaneously engulfed in shock. Why was Yi Yin so powerful? He did not appear particularly strong. How could he hoist Li Shuefu with one hand while delivering such forceful blows with the other? Just moments ago, he had flung open the door and casually tossed Li Shuefu so far. What incredible strength must that require? At this moment, faced with Yi Yin's assessing gaze, panic surged within them. Had they known better, they would have abstained from eating. Now, not only did they risk being beaten, but could also be hurled outside to serve as zombie bait. Yi Yin cast a few glances at the 2 boys before addressing Li Yin. "What are you wearing underneath?" Li Yin and Xian quickly raised their heads, realizing Yi Yin was speaking to Li Yin. Li Yin hastily unzipped his jacket, revealing his long-sleeved shirt beneath, and nervously replied, "Just a long sleeve." Yi Yin examined it and said, "Take it off. Consider it payment for the food you consumed." Upon hearing this, the trio felt a wave of relief wash over them. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yin stripped off his shirt and handed it to Yi Yin, then donned his outer jacket, having previously associated with the 2 brothers. Li Fu and Li Xuefu. He had been fearful of being recognized by Yi Yin. But upon seeing that Yi Yin seemed oblivious to his identity and had no intention of forcing him to regurgitate, he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Once Yi Yin donned the clean clothing, he felt significantly more at ease. He regarded the three individuals. This is my territory. I may not have the benevolence to shelter you, but you may rest here temporarily. However, any food consumption must be approved by either me or Wen Yuan and the Dio not cause trouble, or you shall be thrown out to feed the zombies. The three nodded vigorously. Retreating to the corner of BY now, the sky outside had plunged into complete darkness. The Yi Yin and Wen Yuan filled their travel backpacks and selected a spot to rest. For Yi Yin, the day had been exhausting yet profoundly significant. He had returned to the moment before the apocalypse began, swiftly locating a traitor and becoming an evolved being with remarkable speed. Shortly thereafter, he encountered his benefactor from his previous life, Wen Yuan. In his last life, she had perished for his sake. This time, upon reuniting with Wen Yuan, he vowed to protect her and ensure she led a life entirely different from her previous one. Moreover, today's melodramatic events, with every familiar face deliberately provoking him by mentioning that particular incident, stirred memories of his past self, who had been rather timid and conflict-averse, following the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life. He had chosen to follow the larger group for safety, only to fall into the jaws of danger. Like countless others he had encountered today, he had once feared facing zombies directly, deeming them insurmountable. It was only when he reached the concentration camp, subjected to servitude and forced to fight zombies with the frailty of an ordinary human, that he began to change. In that camp, he had witnessed horrors far worse than what transpired today. Cruel and vicious scenes that reshaped his very core. Though he had not become an evolved being in those 2 years of the apocalypse, he had fought countless times against zombies with his ordinary body, gaining a ruthlessness and combat experience that could rival those of evolved beings. The inhumane torment endured in the camp, the promises that could never be fulfilled, the despair of being trampled upon, and the resentment of being forever inferior to evolved beings had profoundly altered Yi Yan's character, particularly the final incident. After experiencing the first day of the apocalypse, as Yi Yin began to close his eyes and drift into memories, he was suddenly jolted awake, leaping to his feet. The others in the convenience store, who had not yet fallen into deep slumber, were startled by his abrupt movement and jumped up, fearing an enemy or a zombie. Their spirits half dissipated. Wen Yuan, suspecting something was amiss, scanned the surroundings, and upon finding nothing, turned her attention to Yi Yin. The other three gazed at him with pitiful expressions, eager to understand what had transpired. Outside, the darkness enveloped everything, devoid of any light. The Yi Yin glared at the three, gesturing for them to retreat to the side. However, in the pitch blackness, they could hardly see Yi Yan's glare, only sensing a faint aura of menace. Yi Yin instructed, "Go to the back and stay silent." The three hurriedly shuffled, pulling each other along until they reached the other side of the convenience store. Wen Yuan then asked, "What is going on?" The vision of evolved beings differed significantly from that of ordinary humans. Though they could not see as clearly as during the day, they still perceived much. Yi Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he restrained his exhilaration, saying, "The traitor from outside the school is coming this way." Wen Yuan gasped softly, her heart racing with anticipation. "Should we go?" Yi Yin replied, "Not going would be foolish. We are evolved beings now. We are nothing like ordinary humans." In this post-apocalyptic world, few had uncovered the secret of the traitors, and evolved beings were even rarer. The duo, as a team of one-star evolved beings, could easily overpower anything in their path. Moreover, most zombies had yet to evolve. Remaining at the first level, they had already experienced firsthand today that first-level zombies posed little threat to first-level evolved beings, unless swarmed by a horde or unless the evolved beings were careless. It was exceedingly difficult for the mindless first-level zombies to defeat a one-star evolved being. With fervor, Yi Yin whispered, "Grab your things. We might not return here. I can sense the traitor getting closer. I can precisely locate him now." He asked, nearing the river across from the school street. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan wasted no time in gathering her belongings, tossing one of the travel backpacks to Yi Yin before retrieving the baseball bat from the door. The three behind them, witnessing Wen Yuan opening the door, felt a surge of tension. When they saw the backpacks on Yi Yin and Wen Yuan, they were taken aback. "Where are you two going?" Xia asked, summoning his courage. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan ignored him and walked out. Xia stood there, bewildered, until Wang Ting pulled him back. Although they dared not eat freely in Yi Yan's presence, they felt secure as long as he was around. With Yi Yin gone, the long night stretched before them, and the zombies would not rest. The duo hurried along, witnessing zombies battling each other, though they kept their voices to a minimum. Despite the traders' constant allure from outside, they needed magic crystals for trading. Currently, they possessed only 100 magic crystals, but Yi Yin noted that the aura of this trader was far more potent than that of the one they had encountered at the library. They might just find something of great value. Naturally, the more magic crystals, the better. Otherwise, they would only be left envious. As they fought their way through the zombies, their conversation was sparse. Yet Yi Yin's mind was racing with thoughts. The trader outside the school was evidently stronger than the one they had encountered at the library. Perhaps he had merely acquired a few more one-star evolution potions and weapons, but why did Yi Yin feel that this trader was significantly more formidable? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could it be a profession? If there were professions involved, that would explain everything. In his previous life at the concentration camp, he had heard that while traders were ranked, the disparities among traders of the same rank could be substantial. The most significant difference between traders of varying ranks was the level of evolution potions they possessed. Typically, traders possess evolution agents, with those holding a one-star evolution agent classified as first-level traders, while those with a two-star evolution agent are recognized as second-level traders, and so forth. However, even among traders of the same level, there can be significant disparities. This discrepancy lies in the possession of a profession. A profession is a form of extraordinary ability. To have a profession signifies the acquisition of systematic capabilities, along with a plethora of formidable skills, rather than merely enhancing physical prowess as evolution agents do. A profession bestows upon individuals unique powers. The gulf in strength between an ordinary one-star evolutionist and a one-star evolutionist with a profession is vast. The latter possesses a diverse array of combat techniques and special abilities. Moreover, beyond professions, there exist many exceptional traits. Should a trader, in addition to their profession, possess other extraordinary attributes, it would indeed be a rare occurrence. Upon his rebirth, Yi Yin became aware of the capabilities of the purple hook jade he bore, which allowed him to sense traders. Presently, he felt that this particular trader was decidedly remarkable. Should he harbor expectations? The two of them endeavored to remain silent as they dispatched zombies, surrounded only by the occasional roar of the undead and the sounds of blades slicing through flesh and bats striking skulls. Since becoming evolutionists, their vision had improved remarkably. In the absence of light, they could accurately strike the heads of zombies. Each of them tightly secured a small satchel around their waist, designated for collecting magic crystals, while their backs bore large travel backpacks filled with supplies, water, which was quite heavy and substantial. For an ordinary man, carrying such a load would be a daunting task, especially while running and eliminating zombies. Yet for Yi Yin and Wen Yuan, both evolutionists, it posed no challenge whatsoever. They fought their way to the school gates, acquiring approximately 60 additional magic crystals along the way. Standing at the entrance, they beheld the world outside. The number of zombies far exceeded that within the school, and the street was littered with the remnants of a car crash, a sight unseen in peacetime. Zombies wandered the streets and riverbanks. Their numbers doubled that of those within the school. A glance at the bloodstains and human bones on the ground was enough to reveal the toll of death that had befallen the town. Yi Yin couldn't help but worry. With so many zombies in the town and countless lives consumed, how many had perished in this once thriving tourist destination? Under such circumstances, the situation in town was evidently far worse than that within the school, and he could only wonder how many remained alive. There was no time for further contemplation. Yi Yin quickly led Wen Yuan towards the trader. This time, he instructed her not to engage the zombies, nor to linger in battle. He felt an ominous premonition by the riverbank. A shadow unlike the sluggish zombies around it was slowly approaching Yi Yin, its face radiating an eerie, jade-like glow. Both felt a surge of excitement, and their pace quickened. Just then, a gust of wind brushed against Yi Yan's cheek, startling him, prompting him to shove Wen Yuan aside. She stumbled into the nearby grass, her evolutionist reflexes allowing her to regain her balance in an instant. She focused her gaze and noticed an otherworldly figure that was not a traitor had appeared without her realizing it. This was the first time she had seen such a serious and solemn expression on Yi Yan's face. Yi Yan exclaimed, "Second level zombie." Chapter 33. Main profession. Thunder Mage. The sky was as dark as ink, the moon intermittently obscured by clouds, rendering the already despairing and terrifying first night of the apocalypse even more desolate. Yi Yan cautiously observed the second-level zombie before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a regular person. His heart gripped by fear. It had been less than 12 hours since the apocalypse began, and already a second-level zombie had emerged. This highlighted the grim reality of how many had perished in the town. How many zombies were there, truly? To have a zombie successfully evolve in such a short span of time was terrifyingly swift. Second-level zombies surpass first-level ones. They exhibit a semblance of intelligence, akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Their classification as second-level stems from their physical evolution, unlike first-level zombies, whose decaying flesh falls off at a mere touch. Second-level zombies possess a far sturdier physique, no longer resembling rotting flesh, but rather exhibiting muscle-like tissues that if a first-level zombie could be easily dispatched with a baseball bat, a second-level zombie necessitates the use of weapons crafted by traitors to combat effectively. Some second-level zombies may even exhibit extraordinary evolution in specific body parts or attributes. The second-level zombie, before Yi Yan, was one such case. It was charging towards him with terrifying speed. Even with Yi Yan's enhanced vision as an evolutionist, he could barely glimpse the faint yellow magic crystal atop the zombie's head as it flashed by in the darkness. Alarm surged within him. Since the onset of the apocalypse, an unprecedented sense of crisis flooded his mind. He unleashed the pinnacle speed of a 1-star evolutionist, pushing off with his left foot to narrowly evade the lightning-fast second-level zombie. Just moments ago, he had seen the zombie's fingertips brush perilously close to his eyes, merely a centimeter away from blinding him. This second-level zombie clearly possessed extraordinary speed due to its evolution. When Yuan Nan, witnessing the zombie's velocity, was taken aback. The disparity between second-level and first-level zombies was staggering. She felt that even if she and Yi Yan combined their strengths, they would be hard-pressed to defeat this second-level zombie. Meanwhile, Yi Yan, who had sidestepped the confrontation entirely, urgently shouted at Wen Yuan Nan, "Run! To the traitor!" At that moment, they stood by the riverbank across from the school, with the traitor less than 50 meters ahead of them. 50 meters may seem negligible, but in the face of the terrifyingly fast second-level zombie, it felt insurmountable. Upon hearing Yi Yan's command, Wen Yuan Nan wasted no time and dashed forward. She was approximately 5 meters ahead of Yi Yan and could clearly see the horrific zombie advancing towards them. Fully aware of how terrifying an enemy was that even Yi Yan was reluctant to confront directly. Moreover, Yi Yan was far more formidable than she was. Any hesitation on her part would only hinder him. Indeed, the sound of Yi Yan's rapid footsteps echoed behind her, but there was another sound accompanying it. It was the sound of the second-level zombie in hot pursuit. When Yuan Nan glanced back to see Yi Yan just 2 meters behind her, the second-level zombie rapidly closing the gap between them, almost within reach of Yi Yan's back. Yet they still had 20 meters to the traitor ahead. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Wen Yuan Nan had thought that after becoming an evolutionist, her speed would set her apart from the rest. However, upon witnessing the terrifying velocity of this second-level zombie, she realized she was still far from enough. She needed to become even stronger. As Yi Yan saw the second-level zombie gaining on them, he drew the white battle knife produced by the traitor and called out to Wen Yuan Nan, "You go the traitor first. Once I catch up, immediately enter trading time." With that, Yi Yan swiftly unfastened the satchel from his waist and removed the backpack from his back, both filled with magic crystals, tossing them towards Wen Yuan Nan. She caught them, casting a worried glance at Yi Yan before hastily sprinting towards the traitor, now only a few meters away. Meanwhile, as the zombie's claws were about to shred through his skin from behind, Yi Yan abruptly halted and spun around, swinging the white battle knife with a thunderous crash to block the zombie's sharp claws. Bang! The collision between the knife and the zombie's hand sparked like fire. Simultaneously, due to the zombie's inherent speed, Yi Yan's powerful attack sent it hurtling back 10 meters. The recoil slammed Yi Yan to the ground at the traitor's feet. He arrived a mere half a second before Wen Yuan Nan. A sharp pain struck his chest, and he spat something from his mouth, but he paid it no mind and immediately got to his feet, to why Ian cursed inwardly. Damn it. I just gave all my magic crystals to Wen Yuan Nan. If I accidentally hinder the traitor in this situation, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. The zombie, enraged to see its prey resisting, let out a furious roar and charged at Yi Yin with even greater speed. Wen Yuan then quickly activated the trading process, eager to enter trading time alongside Yi Yin. At that moment, the second-level zombie, moving at a terrifying velocity, closed in on them. Its claws reached forward, ready to tear flesh from their bodies in the next heartbeat. It sensed that these two individuals were markedly different from the previous victims it had consumed. Eating one of them might equate to feasting upon 10, no, 100 of those others, in the blink of an eye. The scenery around them transformed into the distinctive white, translucent realm of trading time. The second-level zombie lunged forward but missed. Confused by the abrupt change, it roared in fury, drawing numerous first-level zombies to its side. Wen Yuan Nan collapsed onto the ground. Just moments ago, she had felt death was so close. Had they not entered trading time in the nick of time, she couldn't bear to imagine what might have transpired. Even Yi Yin, who had to evade the second-level zombie, was indeed terrifying. At that moment, Wen Yuan Nan detected a metallic scent of blood. This aroma was emblematic of the apocalypse, since the onset of the end times. This scent had lingered in her nostrils. Yet, when Yuan Nan quickly rose to her feet, grabbing Yi Yin, who stood there to TO her horror, she saw that his back was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The clean clothes he had just found were now tattered and torn. The remnants of fabric mingled with his blood, a sight too horrific to bear. When Yuan Nan inhaled deeply, her eyes instantly reddening. It was only then that she recalled the details from earlier. Yi Yin had been standing half a step behind her all along. At this moment, Yi Yin's complexion was ashen. The recoil he had experienced had caused considerable internal turbulence, leading to him spitting blood. Just a second prior, the claws of a second-tier zombie had raked across his back the instant he entered the transaction time. Had he not timely activated the transaction mode, the bleeding from his back would have been the least of his worries. His flesh would have been torn away, exposing bone. When Yuan Nan was about to say something when she heard an unusual sound from Yi Yin. A pang of alarm struck her heart. What would she do if Yi Yin collapsed? Yi Yin, are you all right? Please take a moment to rest. When Yuan Nan spoke nervously, her voice trembling with emotion. Yet Yi Yin interrupted her, his tone filled with an excitement that belied his pale visage. Profession. Upon hearing this, when Yuan Nan turned her gaze to the light screened, at the very top, a purple glow emanated, inscribed with the words, Main profession, Thunder Mage. Profession. Mage, am I truly entering a game world? When Yuanan's eyes widened as she noted the price displayed beneath the Thunder Mage. 300. Too expensive. What should she do? Observing Yi Yan's reaction, she understood that this Thunder Mage profession was indeed a remarkable find. It was enough to rouse even the usually composed Yi Yin to such fervor. However, 300 was exorbitant. They only had a little over 180 magic crystals. Yi Yin, at this moment, was overwhelmed with astonishment. The revelation of his profession filled him with exhilaration. He even felt that the pain from the claw scratch on his back was worth it. Not to mention, the mage was one of the 3 rarest professions. And to top it off, the Thunder Mage was one known for its extraordinary damage output. What was even more astounding was that the Thunder Mage profession required only 160 magic crystals. Yi Yan's hand unconsciously brushed against the purple hook jade pendant hidden beneath his clothing, that he knew it would grant him a discount from the trader, but he never expected that the discount would be so erratic and unreasonable. A profession valued at 300 magic crystals was being offered to him for merely 160. Without further ado, Yi Yin purchased it. The purple glow on the screen began to move, slowly detaching from the interface and hovering before Yi Yan. If sensing his intent, the purple light settled on his forehead and gradually merged with him. When Yuan Nan was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to cost 300 magic crystals? How could he buy it? How were they left with only 20 magic crystals? Suddenly, when Yuan Nan recalled the last time this had occurred, that Yi Yin was indeed extraordinary. Even the trader, who was intricately tied to this apocalyptic world, seemed to hold a unique connection with Yi Yin. Nonetheless, since Yi Yin remained silent, she refrained from asking questions. All she needed to do was stay by his side. The rest would unfold when he chose to share. As the purple light fully integrated into Yi Yan's body, he felt a surge of powerful, domineering energy coursing through him. Simultaneously, a faint thunderous force began to manifest within him. Wen Yuan, watching from the side, found it hard to believe. The moment the purple glow completely entered Yi Yan's form, she sensed he had transformed. His aura grew more formidable, exuding an air of inviolability. This unsettling sensation dissipated the instant Yi Yan opened his eyes. She saw a fierce purple light flash in his eyes as he opened them. The pressure and power contained within that single glance left Wen Yuan astounded. This was the essence of a profession. It had entirely elevated a person's strength. As fellow first-tier evolved beings, Wen Yuan felt herself inferior to Yi Yan, for he had endured 2 years of the apocalypse, honing battle experience and mental resilience far beyond her own. Now, with the newly acquired Thunder Mage profession, Yi Yan's strength had surged significantly, placing him leagues ahead of Wen Yuan, who was also a first-tier evolved being. At this moment, Yi Yan paid no mind to the bleeding wound on his back. The acquisition of his profession made him oblivious to pain, completely engulfed in exhilaration. The first day of this apocalypse had yet to conclude. Midnight had not yet arrived, and he had not only become an evolved being, but also a professional. Chapter 34. Mental Power. Currently, Yi Yan was an entry-level Thunder Mage. He had acquired his first skill, Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike was a single-target attack skill capable of summoning a bolt of lightning upon its target, delivering astonishing damage. Even the most resilient evolved beings would find themselves incapacitated and numb after enduring this attack. While ordinary individuals and first-tier zombies would perish from a single hit. To obtain further skills, one must familiarize themselves with their profession and master their abilities, advancing to the second tier before gaining a second skill. The mage profession comprises 4 tiers: Entry, Intermediate, Advanced, and Super tier. Each tier is further divided into 3 levels. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of a Super tier Thunder Mage, one would possess only 12 skills. Moreover, every Thunder Mage's skills are identical, that in such circumstances, to enhance one's prowess while keeping their abilities concealed from others. One could only trade for special skills that aligned with their profession's attributes from the trader. These special skills, often priced at 2 or 3 times the cost, could purchase a primary profession. However, to become stronger and expedite professional upgrades, one must acquire special skills from the trader. Given that these skills are categorized as special, their power and rarity are undoubtedly remarkable. Many would not hesitate to invest in special skills, regardless of their steep prices, for a mage's skills, if upgraded methodically, would eventually become common knowledge as the apocalypse progressed. Yet, the trader before Yi Yan did not offer special skills. Instead, 2 items caught his eye, stirring his desire: special profession, beginner craftsman, space crystal. Yi Yan finally understood why he felt such powerful fluctuations emanating from this trader. In the 2 years since the onset of the apocalypse, these 2 items would undoubtedly cause a sensation if brought to light. A special profession for crafting weapons. A space crystal capable of storing items in an alternate dimension. The beginner craftsman profession required 300 magic crystals, while the space crystal demanded 500. To Yi Yan, the price was steep, but for Wen Yuan, the situation was even more dire. She too had discovered numerous evolution agents, medicines, and food items, noting the extraordinary attributes of the special profession and the space crystal. What left her utterly speechless was that the beginner craftsman profession required 500 magic crystals, while the space crystal astonishingly demanded 1,000 magic crystals. This was exorbitantly expensive. Observing Yi Yan's expression as he gazed hungrily at these 2 items, she wondered if he could actually afford to purchase them. Yi Yan wiped his mouth and sighed, almost as if speaking to himself. It seems I need to clear out some zombies soon. Wen Yuan thought to herself. Didn't you also buy something when you were short on magic crystals? It appears these 2 items are genuinely costly. Yi Yan sat down, checking the time. The transaction period would conclude in no more than 10 minutes. With only 5 remaining, that he took the backpack from Wen Yuan and began rummaging through it. What are you looking for? Wen Yuan inquired. Something to bandage my wounds. Wen Yuan pointed at the light screen. Isn't there a powerful healing potion displayed there? Yi Yan shot her a glance. Just look at the prices of those items. If we want to buy something, we can't afford to waste it like this. To his surprise, when Yuan decided to exchange for that potion the very next second. Seeing her obstinacy, Yi Yan quickly stopped her. All right, I'll buy it. Recalling Yi Yan's peculiar pricing with the magic crystals, when Yuan held her tongue, he must be able to purchase it at a lower price, right? Indeed, after Yi Yan bought the healing potion, which was marked at 20 magic crystals a bottle, they were left with a mere 10 crystals. After purchasing the Thunder Mage profession, they had only 20 remaining. At this point, when Yuan was finally convinced that Yi Yan's transactions with the trader were inexplicably cheaper than those of ordinary individuals. Observing Yi Yan's demeanor as he remained tight-lipped, she chose not to pry. Sitting behind him, she carefully extracted the tattered remnants of clothing stuck to the gory wound before proceeding to disinfect and apply medicine. Yet Yi Yan remained utterly silent, as if he felt no pain at all. When Yuan gazed at the gruesome injury, and witnessing his stoic demeanor, she said with concern, "You needn't endure it. There's no need to feel embarrassed in front of me. Just let it out." However, contrary to her expectation, Yi Yan, who should have been gritting his teeth in silence, let out a light chuckle, his tone indicating he was not suffering at all. "Who said I'm enduring? Such a minor injury doesn't possess the capability to make me scream." When Yuan was taken aback as she playfully slapped Yi Yan's shoulder. "What on earth are you made of? Does this not hurt at all?" Yi Yan smiled, yet his mind drifted to unpleasant memories. Indeed, compared to the torment he had endured in his previous life within that faction, this pain was trivial. As when Yuan cautiously applied the medicine to his extensive wound, Yi Yan closed his eyes, delving into the new abilities he had acquired. Not only had Yi Yan obtained a brand new profession, but he had also unlocked a new aspect upon acquiring his profession: mental power. Mental power, the essential resource for utilizing profession skills. If one could use their skills infinitely upon acquiring a profession, what significance would it hold? In the realm of gaming, it is often the case that mages possess a blue mana bar, is it not? The moment Yi Yan acquired his profession, his mental power was awakened. Although currently feeble, it is estimated that Yi Yan can unleash the Thunder Strike at most 3 times before depleting his mental energy, rendering him incapable of utilizing any further professional skills. The potency of mental energy is directly correlated to one's overall strength. Should there be a significant disparity in mental power between opposing parties, the stronger side can exude a mental pressure that dampens the will to fight in their adversaries, instilling a sense of fear. For practitioners, the magnitude of mental energy is of paramount importance. It signifies the number of skills one can cast, and whether one can execute formidable skills that require substantial mental expenditure. Those endowed with robust mental energy also possess greater resilience. However, mental power can only be cultivated through personal effort. There exist a few rare pieces of equipment that can expedite the refinement of one's mental energy, elevating its limits and facilitating faster recovery from depletion. Such equipment was exceedingly precious during the 2 years of Yi Yan's previous life in the apocalypse, with most people having heard of them, but few having seen them. The cultivation of mental energy involves entering a meditative state, focusing intensely, and refining the mental energy within, transforming it from scarcity to abundance, from faintness to potency. This process is notoriously slow, making items that accelerate mental cultivation highly sought after. Upon acquiring a profession and unlocking mental energy, one need not sleep. Slumber becomes a means of mental refinement. Concentrated and undisturbed practice for 1 hour is nearly equivalent to 2 hours of deep sleep. During this training, individuals typically release some mental energy into their surroundings to monitor their environment. The slightest hint of danger, they would awaken instantly. Hence, in the apocalypse, those with professions do not require sleep. The time spent resting is instead devoted to refining mental energy, enhancing both efficiency and alertness. In his previous life, Yi Yan was not even an evolved being. His knowledge about professions and mental energy was gleaned from others. Now, even as when Yuan applies ointment to his wounds, he is eager to experience the sensation of his own mental energy and attempt its cultivation. Perhaps due to when Yuan's gentle ministrations, Yi Yan swiftly enters a mental realm that he perceives his mental energy as nascent and frail. Immediately, he commences its refinement, allowing it to traverse within his body, compressing and releasing it, after a mere 3 minutes. Yi Yan realizes that there has been little change in his mental energy. Indeed, it requires considerable time. Emerging from the mental realm, he finds that his wounds have been expertly bandaged. The potion provided by the trader is indeed extraordinary, significantly alleviating his pain, that he notices that only a minute remains in the trading period. Should he not actively exit, the trader will forcibly terminate the transaction. Observing that Yi Yin appears to have drifted into slumber, Wen Yuan gazes through the translucent veil of light, witnessing the aftermath of the second-level zombies' roar, which has summoned a multitude of first-level zombies, nearly 100, forming a small horde. The second-level zombie, having detected the peculiar disappearance of their scent, begins to search the vicinity. That IT is now approximately 200 meters from the trader. Even if no second-level zombies are present outside, facing an assault from 100 first-level zombies, with no one to divert their attention, Yi Yan's injured state makes escape exceedingly difficult. The prospect of navigating through the mindless swarm of first-level zombies is nearly impossible. Recalling their previous skirmishes, they had always succeeded due to scattered zombies, open spaces, or other individuals drawing fire. Now, however, the second-level zombie-s roar has gathered the first-level zombies in this confined area by the riverside and among the thickets. With the terrifying speed of the second-level zombie, that short distance of 200 meters would be traversed in an instant. When Nan looks on in panic at the unfolding situation. Yi Yin, what shall we do? We are surrounded by zombies. Yi Yin rises, surveying the remaining 30 seconds on the timer, remaining unperturbed. When Nan thinks to herself, could it be that Yi Yin has a plan? Indeed, no matter the circumstances, he has always guided me through. Could it be that he possesses a hidden ace? A person capable of acquiring goods from the trader at a bargain must surely have some level of expertise. Yi Yin offers a mysterious smile and approaches the veil of light. When Nan, curious, approaches, assuming he intends to procure something that might aid their current predicament. Instead, all she sees is the countdown displayed on the veil. The next moment, he unexpectedly grasps her hand. Hey, although I have resolved to repay you with my life, I have yet to confess. This is rather presumptuous. In the blink of an eye, when Nan feels a wave of dizziness, a gust of wind brushing past her, and a sensation of weightlessness envelopes her. Mere seconds later, this feeling dissipates as she slowly opens her eyes. She finds herself in a dimly lit classroom, surrounded by dozens of bewildered faces. What is happening? Chapter 35. The classroom when Nan is overwhelmed with countless questions for Yi Yin. For instance, why are they here? Just moments ago, they were by the riverside outside the school, engaged in a transaction with the trader. Encircled by first-level zombies, with a vigilant second-level zombie lurking nearby. How could they have arrived here in an instant? Yet, these questions are evidently beyond Yi Yan's capacity to answer at this moment. The students in the classroom gaze at them with terror in their eyes. After assessing the surroundings and confirming there is no immediate threat, Yi Yin finally exhales in relief, given his current condition. Escaping the previous horde of zombies would have been impossible. Even without his injuries, the two of them, as first-level evolved beings, would have been unable to triumph against the encroaching small horde of first-level zombies. Unlike scattered zombies, a horde consists of zombies that have come together for a specific reason, sometimes spontaneously, with no clear understanding why, moving en masse towards a particular direction while clearing any obstacles in their path. Therefore, hordes are particularly formidable in an apocalyptic context that Yi Yin can only hope that the first-level zombies outside have dispersed. Otherwise, he fears the emergence of a horde. If a horde were to erupt in this town, even he would be powerless to intervene. As for how he and when Nan arrived in this classroom, it is due to the trader's abilities. When Yi Yin first engaged in a transaction, he discovered this particular function of the trader, although he had heard whispers of it in his previous life. When the trader is activated and one wishes to exit the trading period, two options are presented. The first is to exit the trading period in place, which was the method Yi Yin chose during his previous 2 transactions in the school library. The second is to opt for a random teleportation, with the range centered around the trader, encompassing a 1-kilometer radius. The destination is randomly selected from within this range, ideally a relatively safe location. Although this transaction was initiated by Wen Nan, she was unaware of the teleportation option since she had never attempted to exit the trading period as the apocalypse unfolds. Everyone is aware that post-transaction, individuals often vie for entry. Sometimes, entering does not guarantee good fortune, as a covetous crowd awaits your emergence to seize the items you just acquired. This mechanism of the traitor likely serves to mitigate such occurrences that at this moment, the classroom is relatively safe. Yet in a sense, it is not entirely fortunate, as the number of people inside is rather excessive to why Ian observes nearly 20 students, along with 2 older individuals, presumably teachers. Many students stare at the 2 of them with wide eyes, some desperately covering their mouths, fearful of making noise that might attract the numerous zombies lurking in the building. However, in an apocalypse where zombies roam, and the end of the world has descended, what else could possibly occur? At this juncture, one of the female teachers, trembling, inquires, Who are you? How did you get in here? When Yuan Nin awkwardly smiles, It's nothing. You will come to understand in due time. Although she, too, is uncertain about her presence in this classroom, Wai Yin disregards the crowd and strides towards the door of the classroom. They have barricaded the entrance with the podium, preventing zombies from entering, while also making it difficult for anyone inside to exit without causing a commotion. The only viable escape route is through the window. The windows connecting the classroom to the corridor are rather high, and jumping down would certainly create a noise in the open hallway, attracting zombies. Nevertheless, the possibility of escape is not an issue. Drawing in a few zombies may even be beneficial, as Yi Yin is currently in need of magic crystals. However, he requires a night of rest. His wounds are somewhat serious. Nevertheless, the recovery rate of evolved beings vastly surpasses that of ordinary individuals, especially with the potent healing potion provided by the traitor, which is valued at 20 magic crystals. How could it not be effective? Yi Yin estimates that after a night's rest, his injuries will heal significantly. Fortunately, earlier at the library traders, I exchanged 2 bottles of immunity potions, which both I and Wenyuan Nan have used. It is precisely because of this that I have avoided contracting the zombie virus. Wai Yin walked to a corner of the classroom and seated himself. Observing this, Wenyuan Nan also approached him. The others dared not utter a word, for the appearance of the 2 was exceedingly bizarre. In the classroom, a flashlight, brought by an unknown individual, cast a light that was just sufficient to illuminate the space without being too harsh on the eyes. Yi Yin couldn't help but smile. Soon, they would realize how wasteful their current behavior was. In the 2 years of the apocalypse, humanity had been devoid of any light source. At night, one could only rely on fire, or rummage through abandoned supermarkets for a few flashlights and some batteries. When Yuan Nan retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and with a caring demeanor, handed it to Yi Yin, saying, Finish this bottle, and then you can toss it. Wai Yin accepted it and swiftly drank the remaining half of the water in one go. The others, noticing that the 2 were carrying large backpacks, had already speculated about their contents. Now, seeing them produce water, the crowd's gaze was fixated on the 2. They had food. Under the eager stares of the onlookers, Yi Yin finished the water. At that moment, an older male teacher approached, bending slightly and cautiously saying, Student, could you possibly share some food or drink with us? We have not had a drop to drink for an entire afternoon and night. Wai Yin glanced at the teacher and replied, Expressionless, if I give you food, what will I eat? The teacher was taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, the wrinkles on his face appearing even more pronounced under the flashlight's glow. He realized that Yi Yin was unlikely to part with his food easily. After all, the current circumstances were vastly different from peacetime. This was the apocalypse. One meal was uncertain, let alone the next. Who would be so benevolent? Some students, upon hearing Yi Yin's blunt words and feeling the pangs of their own empty stomachs, could no longer contain their dissatisfaction. Aren't we still classmates? Is this how you behave? You can't even share your food. One bold individual initiated the criticism, and soon others joined in. Indeed, we are all from the same school. How can you stand idly by? How selfish of you. Only in times of disaster can one truly see the ugly faces of individuals. With such large backpacks, how can you not spare even a sip of water for us? Selfish. These students evidently had grown accustomed to being self-centered, now believing that it was their right for others to assist them. Wai Yin listened to their complaints with a blank expression, then let out a cold laugh and closed his eyes. He had learned to cultivate his mental strength. An hour of practice equated to 2 hours of deep sleep. Moreover, cultivating mental strength was an essential daily task. Although the progress was slow, the key was to accumulate gradually. Without practice, improvement would forever remain elusive. At this moment, Yi Yin intended to rest for the night and cultivate his mental strength. Seeing Yi Yin close his eyes, Wen Yuan then also chose to ignore the others and followed suit, preparing to sleep. However, the students soon realized that not only had they failed to obtain food, but they were also being outright ignored, which incited their anger and determination to retaliate. Hey, why aren't you talking? Why is it that only you have food? Exactly. Isn't this the time for everyone to help each other? This is outrageous. If that is the case, you should leave. This is our territory. Yes, we set this place up so that zombies cannot enter. If you refuse to share your food, then don't stay here. The earlier male teacher, hearing such words from the students, tried to intervene, urging everyone, stop. For reasons unknown, he felt that Yi Yin was not someone to be trifled with. The aura Yi Yin exuded was something that even the 50-something-year-old teacher found oppressive, that it was a seasoned aura, one of fearlessness, as if a person had seen and understood everything, standing aloof from the chaos. Yet those students, now driven mad by hunger and anger, showed no signs of stopping. Food was so near, contained within the bags. Why not eat? That's right. If you want to stay here safely, you must share your food. Otherwise, we will force you out. Yes. Hand over your supplies. If you don't, we'll throw you out. Yi Yin slowly opened his eyes, coldly surveying the theatrics unfolding before him. That moment, a clear voice spoke up, enough. If they choose not to give, do not press them. Right now, everyone is trying to survive. If they refuse, it is of little consequence. Yi Yin turned to see the speaker, a strikingly beautiful girl whose face seemed familiar to him. Having endured 2 years of the apocalypse in his previous life, Yi Yin had not retained many memories of those from the peaceful times. Instantly, all the boys turned their attention to the girl. She was Lu Wan, the campus belle of this university, and nearly everyone recognized her. Her beauty, illuminated by the dim light, appeared even more enchanting, igniting a fervent gleam in the eyes of many boys. One girl, seizing the opportunity to embarrass Lu Wan, retorted, "Lu, don't speak so lightly. Do you think this is still the old days when one could simply go to the cafeteria for food? This is the apocalypse. What isn't available must be seized." Lu Wan shot a furious glare at the girl who spoke mockingly, her lovely face ablaze with anger. Though beautiful, she had a notoriously fiery temperament, not the spoiled kind, but rather a dangerously explosive one. Yet, Lu Wan refrained from lashing out. Why? Because being trapped in this classroom for an entire afternoon and night, amidst the lawlessness of the apocalypse, she had noticed the increasingly unsettling glances from several boys. It felt as if they were poised to pounce. Were it not for her cousin, Ji Wenyu, and the presence of 2 respected teachers, who knows what might have transpired. Thus, it was prudent to remain low-key. Although she couldn't help but interject when she heard them threaten to expel others. Upon hearing the girl's words, the crowd was immediately incited that if you continue to hoard your food, don't blame us for being rude. We are over 20 people. This is your last chance. If you don't hand over your food, we will take it. Driven mad by hunger, people were willing to do anything. This was merely the first day of the apocalypse. How would they endure the days to come? Wen Yuan Nan maintained her seated posture, coldly observing the unfolding drama. Today, she had witnessed far too many such events. To hold on to one's treasures can be a crime, as long as one possessed food, something they desired. They would provoke others to it must be said, she had gained considerable insight during this day. Yi Yin, standing nearby, felt an increasing annoyance at the sight of such greedy individuals that he cast a glance at Lu Wan, appreciating her unwavering demeanor amidst the apocalyptic environment. However, the greedy faces before him were entirely different. Chapter 36. A Slap in the Face. Observing Yi Yin rise, those displaying their ugly natures assumed he was frightened and was finally going to relinquish his food, that a triumphant smile spread across their faces as they began calculating how they would divide the spoils. The girl who had spoken earlier believed that food was imminent and taunted, "You'll have to share it eventually. Why were you so stubborn just now? Hurry up and hand over the food. Stop dawdling. If you keep blabbering, we'll throw you out. Hurry up. I'm starving." Confident that Yi Yin would surrender his food, their words grew increasingly offensive. Greed gleamed in everyone's eyes. Even the 2 teachers could not suppress their salivation. Aside from Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who maintained their composure, the rest were fidgeting with anticipation. Those 2 could at least discern from Yi Yin's expression that he had no intention of sharing his food. Yi Yin smiled and addressed them. I will only share my food with those who can help me kill zombies. That if you can do that, then I will share my food with you." The crowd was initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Although they were cautious not to be too loud for fear of attracting zombies, the ridicule was unmistakable. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Kill zombies. That is hilarious. Ha! Is this person out of his mind? He actually said kill zombies. With him. Can he even run away from a zombie?" The girl who had earlier mocked Lu Wan and spoke disrespectfully to Yi Yin, named Zhou Qingyang, laughed until she struggled to breathe, her thoughts already drifting to the prospect of food. "Haha, kill zombies? With your condition, I doubt you could even muster the strength to run." After their laughter subsided, the conversation circled back to food. "Hey, are you going to hand over the food or not? If not, you can't stay here. Outside are the zombies you're terrified of." At the mention of this, the crowd erupted in a mockery once more. Dwight Yi Yin remained unfazed, calmly replying, "So, you're saying you can't kill zombies? Very well. We shall take our leave." The last sentence was directed at Wen Yuan Nan. She had been sitting on the ground, watching the foolish display, and upon hearing Yi Yin's words, she promptly stood up, grabbed 2 large bags beside her, and handed one to Yi Yin. Upon seeing the 2 bags, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment at why Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan then ignored the group, making their way towards the window. The crowd, fixated on the 2 bags filled with food, could not allow them to escape so easily. Several boys quickly blocked Yi Yin's path, their faces dark and their gazes filled with contempt. There were nearly 20 young men, yet they feared a solitary individual, among them one, more impatient than the rest. With a glint of frenzied greed in his eyes, charged forward to snatch Yi Yan's bag. Just as this boy was half a meter away from Yi Yin, he was met with a swift kick that sent him flying like a kite severed from its string, his body arching backward as he crashed into 2 boys behind him. The assailant felt as though an immense weight had struck his chest. The force was beyond his capacity to withstand. Blood spewed from his mouth. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary person could possess such terrifying power. Simultaneously, as Yi Yin launched his attack, Wen Yuan Nan, who was trailing behind him, found herself in a predicament. 2 boys perceived Wen Yuan Nan as a feeble girl, easier to subdue than Yi Yin, and they rushed forward to seize her bag. Growing impatient, Wen Yuan Nan tossed her bag to the ground, delivering a decisive punch to one boy's temple while her other foot landed squarely on the other boy's groin. The 2 boys immediately howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, in a certain sense. They fared even worse than the boy Yi Yin had dealt with. The 3 of them fell almost simultaneously, leaving many in the room momentarily stunned. Wen Yuan Nan, almost speaking to herself, yet loud enough for all in the classroom to hear, remarked, "Having grown accustomed to slaughtering zombies, I instinctively aimed for the head." Upon hearing this, the others froze, paralyzed with fear. Surely, anyone with functioning eyes could see that Yi Yan's strike had been anything but ordinary. He had managed to kick a person hard enough to make him bleed and send him flying. And the petite girl beside him was equally formidable, dispatching 2 boys with ruthless efficiency. Her strikes all lethal, utterly devoid of any semblance of feminine frailty. The boy who had been struck on the temple, rumored to have been knocked out due to unfortunate luck, now lay motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain. Did they truly dare to kill zombies? Witnessing Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan's swift and extraordinary methods, the onlookers found it hard to believe that these 2 would dare to confront zombies. And they resolved never to provoke them again. Wen Yuan Nan looked down at the unconscious boy and smugly declared, "Fortunately, I did not exert my full strength. Had I aimed to crush his skull like I do with zombies, he would certainly be dead by now." A shiver ran through the crowd. Meanwhile, Yi Yin, who remained silent and expressionless, only intensified their fear. This was the intimidation of a true powerhouse, and no wonder they had managed to procure such an abundance of food. It was because they were truly remarkable. It was no surprise that they had ignored the earlier commotion. To them, those boys were merely insignificant. Reflecting on their entrance, which seemed to defy logic, they realized it must be anything but simple. They cursed themselves for allowing their desire for food to blind them. Regret washed over the crowd. Had they known, they would have sought to curry favor with Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, perhaps earning a reward of food for their efforts. Now, with events unfolding as they had, it was a blessing that they had not been killed. At the back of the room, Lu Wan, and Ji Wenyu. Though expecting Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan to be formidable, were nonetheless astonished by their sheer strength. They knew the two were exceptional, but they had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of power. The strength of these two far exceeded human limitations. How could such formidable individuals exist in their small school? Surely, some change had occurred following the apocalypse, endowing them with such incredible abilities. Lu Wan glanced at Yi Yan's shadowed profile and felt an impulsive urge. Perhaps she should align herself with him. When Yuan Nan retrieved her bag from the ground and followed Yi Yin as he advanced. Upon reaching the window, Yi Yin climbed up, opened it, and leaped out, his movements transcending the limits of human capability. The male teacher, realizing what was happening, rushed to the window, exclaiming, "Classmate, it would be best not to go out. There are many zombies outside. It is perilous." Yet Yi Yin offered no reply, turning his back to the crowd as he leaped down into the corridor with a resounding thud. When Yuan Nan followed suit, executing a similar leap that left the onlookers dumbfounded. "Are they even human?" One scoffed. "Daha. Two fools, rushing out to meet their doom. Do they think zombies are as easy to handle as we are? How utterly arrogant. Just wait and see them become the zombies' feast. What a waste of the 2 large bags of food they carry." Once Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan had jumped out, the others finally dared to speak today. As soon as food was mentioned, their anger flared, yet they were powerless against Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan. Consequently, a torrent of mocking remarks and venomous curses erupted. Zhou Qingyang's face turned an ominous shade. "I'll watch from this window and see how they're devoured by zombies," as she watched the two carry away their large bags of food. Her frustration grew. She had been starving all day. Did they truly believe they were invincible? What fools! When they were caught by zombies, she would open the window and laugh at their plight from within. Driven by a mixture of vengeful curiosity, nearly half the crowd clustered by the windows, each desk flanked by eager onlookers. The once quiet and empty corridor was now patrolled by scattered zombies. As Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan landed, the zombies turned towards them, quickening their pace as if summoned by some unseen command. The classroom windows swung open, and the occupants cheered in delight. "Ha! Fools, serves you right for showing off. Here come the zombies. Let us see how you handle this." The sounds of their gloating and triumph echoed from the windows that Lu Yuan, along with Ji Wenyu, joined the throng. Peering out, the corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by the meager light spilling from the classroom and the sporadic moonlight. Two dark figures stood motionless in the center of the corridor, showing no intention of retreating. As if poised to strike those in the classroom, the scene appeared drastically different. Daha. Now they're terrified. They can't even move. If only they had surrendered the food, they could have hidden here for the night. All for that meager food. Now they risked becoming the zombies' meal. Who could be more foolish? Those who spoke had already forgotten that, based on Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan's demonstrated prowess, even if they had surrendered their food, they would have been powerless to stop these two from claiming the space as their own. At that moment, the zombies had drawn perilously close to the duo. Each of them bore a massive travel bag. Yet their movements remained unimpeded, fluid, and decisive. The smaller of the two brandished a stick, skillfully striking the nearest zombie in the head, the impact scattering its remains like water droplets. Meanwhile, the taller figure brandished a gleaming knife that shimmered even in the darkness. Dispatching one zombie after another with alarming efficiency, the terrifying zombies fell before them, utterly defenseless, collapsing one by one. How could this be? These two were merely ordinary students, attending the same school. How could they not fear zombies and possess the strength to slay them? To the onlookers, it was utterly impossible to resist the zombies, let alone confront them directly. Yet, these two had achieved the impossible, and with such ease, in less than 2 minutes. The horde of over 20 zombies in the corridor had been eradicated. Silence enveloped the classroom, interrupted only by the sounds of blades slicing, sticks striking, skulls bursting, and zombies collapsing. Each of these noises declared to the onlookers the true nature of those they had mocked and provoked. And how foolish they had been. Chapter 37. Encountering a level 2 zombie after Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan had exterminated the zombies on this floor, they began to excavate magic crystals. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, their faces flushed with embarrassment. These two were the real deal, operating on an entirely different level. They could only cower in this classroom, akin to a prison. while Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan moved freely. Unafraid of the zombies, if only they had known, they would not have coveted the food earlier. Could they afford to partake in the sustenance of these two? Had they not provoked them, perhaps they could have relied on Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan's abilities to escape this place. Regret consumed the group. Meanwhile, Lu Wan, who had harbored no animosity towards Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. She and Ji Wenyu had not offended the man. Would he come to their aid? After witnessing Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan dispatch the zombies on this floor, they did not immediately leave, but instead knelt to examine the corpses. Inside, hushed discussions began to circulate. They had cleared this floor of zombies. What should they do? If they followed them, they would no longer need to fear being eaten by zombies. Do you think you'll take us with him now? Think about what you just said. You said it yourself. Enough. Let us just go. Why not follow them now? If we don't leave now, who knows when we will get another chance? Do you want to be trapped here forever? Exactly. We haven't eaten anything since noon. Even if the zombies can't get in, we will eventually starve. All right, it's settled. As most of the boys approached the entrance, they began to move the podium that had previously obstructed them. At this moment, they were unperturbed by the noise they created. After all, the zombies on this floor had been thoroughly dealt with. Whether other zombies would be drawn to the sound was of little concern to them. All they desired was to grasp the leg of the person outside. Meanwhile, Yi Yin and his companion, who had reached the staircase, heard the commotion. When Yuan Nan frowned in displeasure. What are they doing? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay quietly in their coffins? Creating such a ruckus at this hour is bound to attract zombies. Yet Yin was not irritated. Instead, he smiled. Perfect. If zombies come, we shall slay them. To grow stronger, we require more magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan Nan immediately agreed. All right. Listening to the dragging footsteps of the zombies below, Yi Yin turned to Wen Yuan Nan with a grin. Can you handle it? We've hardly had a moment's rest all day. Wen Yuan Nan's voice betrayed no hint of fatigue, as long as I think about how magic crystals can be exchanged for goods with the traders. I feel no weariness. Yi Yin laughed heartily. Excellent. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind. The two exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of what the others were thinking. Those who followed Yi Yin now hoped to seize the opportunity to escape this deadlock. Remaining trapped in a classroom devoid of water and food would ultimately lead to death. They were too preoccupied to care about anything else. Their focus was solely on magic crystals. Without hesitation, they charged down the stairs, plunging into the throng of zombies, wreaking havoc. The number of zombies in the teaching building was overwhelming. Some, alerted by the noise from above, began to ascend, while countless others wandered aimlessly in search of prey. Many zombies even aimlessly stumbled into classrooms that had been left ajar, unable to find an exit, circling within. The zombies here were no different from those roaming the playground, dispersed and lacking purpose. Posing little threat to the two, however, the confined space of the teaching building restricted their movements significantly compared to the playground. Even so, this did nothing to hinder their onslaught, as they dispatched each zombie. They deftly stowed the magic crystals into their bags, never pausing. They moved as if they were tireless, relentless killing machines. The 20 or so students who had cautiously emerged from the classroom, upon hearing the stirrings of the zombies, concealed themselves in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Watching the two fight with such brute force and abandon only intensified their dread. These two had dared to charge into a horde of zombies and slaughter them. The sluggish reactions of the first-tier zombies could not keep pace with the swift movements of the duo, who would strike and retreat in a flash. These non-evolved zombies were devoid of intelligence, with significantly diminished senses, particularly in the darkness, leaving them unaware of their adversaries, merely toying with them. This effortless display of zombie slaughter made the students who had previously spoken ill of Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan deeply regretful. How reckless had they been to speak to them in such a manner? For Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, both possessing first-tier evolution, dealing with these scattered first-tier zombies was a piece of cake. Despite having fought nearly all day with little rest, fatigue was a mere whisper in their minds that in that short span, they had gathered over 60 magic crystals. Yet, this was still far from Yi Yan's goal. They were unaware of their precise location within the teaching building, only focused on killing zombies and pushing forward. Both Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, with their bodies freshly cleansed earlier that afternoon, were now splattered with the dark blood of the zombies. Had those trembling students in the shadows been able to see them now, illuminated, they would only feel more terror. They realized that these two had undergone a monumental transformation. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person wield such terrifying power? They seemed akin to characters from novels or television shows. There was undoubtedly a secret behind their strength, and this secret must have enhanced their abilities. If it were daylight, one would surely witness a scene of carnage wherever Yi Yin and his companion tread, with the ground soaked in the black blood of zombies. The hallways and walls of the teaching building were splattered with it. On the stairs, streams of black blood cascaded down like small brooks. The bodies of zombies littered the path, some accumulating into small hills. And the two remained undeterred, determined to eradicate every last zombie within the building. Unbeknownst to them, the overwhelming presence of this gruesome zombie blood was drawing an unwelcome guest closer. Suddenly, as Yi Yin was immersed in the thrill of battle, he sensed an acute danger. He swiftly severed the head of the zombie before him and turned, raising his white battle knife defensively. Clang! The sound resonated like metal colliding. Upon catching sight of the dark yellow magic crystal atop the creature's head, Yi Yin felt a jolt of alarm. Another second-tier zombie. Though when Yuan Nan, as an evolved being, was not as quick to react as Yi Yin, she too recognized the threat as they engaged in combat. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate in her actions. With several first-tier zombies still surrounding them, she understood that if Yi Yin were to engage the second-tier zombie, the first-tier ones could interfere, so she wisely chose to eliminate them first, ensuring they did not disrupt Yi Yin. Just seconds after the second-tier zombie appeared, the observing students finally caught sight of its form. What is that creature? When did it appear? It startled me. What the hell? It doesn't seem like a zombie. No, that clearly isn't human. It must be a zombie. But it seems different, more formidable. After the emergence of the second-tier zombie, Lu Wan, who had been anxiously watching Yi Yin, felt a deep worry wash over her beautiful face. Would he still be as invincible as before? The arm of the second-tier zombie firmly latched onto Yi Yin's white battle knife. Yi Yin showed no signs of relaxation, exerting force, yet he could not budge the creature's arm. The blade of the white battle knife was aimed directly at the zombie's arm. In that moment, Yi Yin deduced that the zombie's super-evolved trait likely resided in its arm. The white battle knife collided with the zombie's arm as if striking a solid iron block. Impossible to penetrate. He stepped back swiftly, recalling his previous encounter with a second-tier zombie outside, where he had only managed to escape. Now, however, he was not only a first-tier evolved being, but also a professional. He was 80% confident of defeating this second-tier zombie. Though when Yuan Nan tirelessly dealt with the first-tier zombies, she kept a vigilant eye on Yi Yan's situation. When she witnessed the immense power of his white battle knife striking the zombie's arm with no effect, she was taken aback that it seemed this was indeed the special evolution Yi Yin had mentioned. Yi Yin observed the second-tier zombie before him and realized that their approach of recklessly slaughtering first-tier zombies was perilous. In just a few hours, they had encountered 2 second-tier zombies. This indicated that whether in the town or school, evolved zombies had begun to appear, likely in numbers beyond their imagination. Second-tier zombies differed greatly from first-tier ones. Some second-tier zombies had undergone unique evolutionary changes, significantly enhancing their hearing, vision, and sense of smell. Particularly their sense of smell. The overpowering stench of blood was likely what attracted the second-tier zombie. It was the extensive slaying of zombies by Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan that had drawn this formidable creature. However, Yi Yin felt no fear. In fact, he was eager to test whether he could overpower a second-tier zombie now that he had become a lightning mage, the 20 or so students hidden in the shadows. Witnessing Yi Yan's once invincible white battle knife faltering against this unique zombie, quickly realized that this creature was no ordinary foe. Some felt a surge of excitement within. After all, witnessing another's misfortune, especially someone they believed was superior, was a delightful spectacle in the apocalypse. Many silently prayed for this sudden zombie to eliminate Yi Yin, forgetting that they relied on him to lead them to safety. With the keen eyesight of a first-tier evolved being, Yi Yin observed that the second-tier zombie's arms radiated a dark glow, exuding a metallic quality. Chapter 38. Battle with the second-tier zombie. The second-tier zombie charged forward, its speed not as formidable as the one outside, yet significantly swifter than that of first-tier zombies. Yi Yin stood his ground, swinging his white battle knife with conviction. The blade clashed against the zombie's iron-like arms, producing a grating sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Realizing he could not sever the zombie's arm, Yi Yin comprehended its formidable nature and opted to retreat, conserving his strength. The second-tier zombie had acquired a degree of intelligence. It was fully aware of its advantage with its powerfully evolved arms. Thus, it consistently used its arms to block the white battle knife, which posed a significant threat. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Yi Yin understood that to defeat this second-tier zombie, he must target its weaknesses, the areas not protected by its formidable arms. The second-tier zombie proved to be quite a formidable adversary. Each time Yi Yin swung his battle blade, it defiantly raised its arm to block. Yi Yin, a one-star evolver, faced a second-tier zombie whose arm had undergone a peculiar evolution. The sheer strength of a second-tier zombie inherently surpassed that of a one-star evolver, and Yi Yin bore considerable wounds on his back. After several exchanges, the pain from his injuries intensified. Beads of sweat began to dot his forehead, and he found it increasingly challenging to withstand the relentless assault of the zombie. Witnessing Yi Yin, who had previously dispatched zombies with such ease, now being encumbered and slowly worn down by this second-tier creature, many students reveled in schadenfreude. Ha! I thought he was invincible. What a letdown. Luan could no longer contain herself and interjected. Don't forget, if he falls, we won't survive either. Many fell silent, yet their gazes towards Yi Yin betrayed their true sentiments. The first-tier zombies in the teaching building seemed endless, with several more emerging shortly after. These first-tier zombies were drawn to the commotion caused by the battle between Yi Yin and the second-tier zombie. Fortunately, Wen Yuanin had been diligently clearing them out. Otherwise, these first-tier zombies would have been perfect disruptors. The second-tier zombie, sensing the human before it was injured and detecting the tantalizing scent of blood, became increasingly ferocious. It lunged forward, recognizing this human, weakened and wounded, as its prime target. However, as it closed the distance to merely a meter, an unexpected numbness surged through its body, rendering it immobile. Before it, the human revealed a triumphant smile. Lightning strike. Yi Yin activated his lightning mage skill. A thunderous bolt crashed down upon the second-tier zombie. The flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the dark corridor. Upon witnessing Yi Yin's lightning skill, a group of stupefied students momentarily grasped the scene before them through the fleeting light. Black blood spilled across the floor, splattering the white walls and even the ceiling of the corridor. The ground was strewn with the corpses of zombies. After the brilliance of the lightning faded, darkness reclaimed the surroundings, and they dared not utter a sound. The lightning strike had momentarily incapacitated the second-tier zombie. Its once impenetrable flesh now bore numerous cracks, with black blood oozing forth. That it felt an overwhelming sensation of pain and numbness, completely at its own mercy. Before the second-tier zombie could react, Yi Yin surged forward, delivering a swift strike aimed at its neck. Although caught off guard by Yi Yin's skill, the zombie's super-evolved iron arm regained some sensation just in time. Deflecting the blade's angle, the blade did not sever the zombie's head as Yi Yin had anticipated, but it left a deep gash on its neck, causing black blood to erupt. The second-tier zombie emitted a howl of agony and fury. Yi Yin did not pause for a moment, repositioning his blade to strike from a different angle towards the zombie's head. The iron arm momentarily regained sensation, while the numbing sensation throughout its body began to dissipate. Yet, the lightning strike did more than induce numbness. Its destructive force was formidable. The second-tier zombie's body was ravaged by the lightning, with all but its exceptionally resilient arms suffering grievous injuries, black blood gushing forth. It desperately attempted to block Yi Yan's blow with its iron arm. This time, however, the arm it took pride in bore a long, white scar from the blade. Seeing the zombie's condition deteriorate after enduring the lightning strike, Yi Yan wasted no time and unleashed another bolt. The lightning illuminated the area once more, and the students beheld the zombie's anguished scream as it writhed in a grotesque display of black blood. The wound on its neck a gruesome sight. When darkness enveloped the space again, all sounds ceased abruptly. The second-tier zombie was struck by lightning once more, its body immobilized entirely, even its remarkably tough iron arm rendered incapable of motion. Yi Yin swiftly severed the zombie's head, concluding the fierce encounter. In the darkness, the shadow that represented the second-tier zombie collapsed heavily. Wen Yuannan, witnessing the defeat of the second-tier zombie, continued to clear the surrounding first-tier zombies. Yi Yin sank to the ground, fatigue washing over him. Having executed 2 lightning strikes, he felt his mental energy nearly depleted. Should he attempt another, he might very well succumb to unconsciousness. The exhaustion of mental energy was a terrifying ordeal. Seated on the ground, Yi Yin entered his mental realm, assessing the remnants of his mental fortitude. Even a slight recovery would be a blessing. The now dwindling number of first-tier zombies posed no threat to Wen Yuanan. However, they needed to depart swiftly. One could never know if another second-tier zombie might be lured by the scent of blood from this vicinity. Yi Yin focused on recovering his mental energy. He was astonished to discover that his mental strength was gradually replenishing. Ordinarily, after a battle that drained so much mental energy, one would need time to recuperate through training. Yet now, he felt the remarkable restoration of his mental energy occurring at an unprecedented rate. Could it be the purple hook jade once more? With that thought, Yi Yin tugged at his collar and noticed that the once dull purple hook jade now emitted a faint glow. Indeed, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Yi Yin rose, aware that lingering in this location was unwise. When Yuanan, relieved to see Yi Yin, had finally vanquished the second-tier zombie, continued slaying zombies while also seizing magic crystals. Previously, the influx of first-tier zombies drawn by the commotion had deterred her from collecting the crystals. Now that the battle had ceased and tranquility settled over the area, the zombies had finally stopped congregating. She feared that if she began excavating magic crystals, the zombies might find an opening and rush towards Yi Yin. Moreover, crouching down would leave her vulnerable to being overwhelmed by a relentless tide of zombies. Yi Yin approached to excavate the magic crystals he had missed earlier. Hurry, let us gather the magic crystals and leave. Wen Yuanan nodded, dispatching a few more zombies before commencing her excavation. At that moment, the students who had been stealthily observing Yi Yin's battle erupted in exclamations. Sensing something amiss, Yi Yin immediately glanced below. He saw the zombies in the school gradually converging towards their location. The thunderous sound from Yi Yin's recent skill, lightning strike, not only bore tremendous force, but also produced an extraordinarily loud noise. Imagine the clamor of thunder reverberating within a few hundred meters. The first-tier zombies within the teaching building had been substantially reduced by Wen Yuanan and Yi Yin, preventing a massive influx. But the zombies nearby, having heard the 2 thunderous booms, surged towards them. A small-scale zombie tide was forming. Yi Yin's expression turned grave. We must leave at once. The 2 dashed into the nearest classroom on the 2nd floor. From there, a leap would ensure they sustained no injuries, and they could escape along the path with fewer zombies. The students, having never witnessed such a sight of zombies congregating in one direction, were rendered speechless in terror. If such a tide were to breach the classroom where they had previously concealed themselves, it would offer no refuge. Seeing Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan enter the classroom, they instinctively followed, eager to squeeze in. Upon witnessing the 2 prepare to leap from the window, the students surged forward, their faces twisted in fear and despair. Take us with you. Ensure we won't be harmed when we jump. Yes, you're so powerful. Protect us as we descend. The zombies below were drawn here by you. You must save us. Wen Yuanan had already jumped down, surveying the escape route. Just as Yi Yin was about to leap, a student suddenly grabbed his arm. You can't leave us behind. Yi Yin shook off the grip, his expression icy as he replied, Get lost. With that, he leapt from the window, witnessing the 2 strongest individuals abandon them. Despair washed over the remaining students, and they erupted in curses by the window. Meanwhile, Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan paid them no mind, selecting a path with the fewest zombies and bolting away. Meanwhile, at the security room by the school entrance, 5 security guards in uniforms huddled in a corner, trembling in silence, afraid to make any noise that might attract the zombies. Moments ago, they had heard the chaotic footsteps of zombies gathering from outside and advancing toward the school. Previously, they had occasionally complained about their hunger, but now, fear silenced them completely. As the footsteps gradually dwindled, one guard rose and peered towards the school. The sight before him left him utterly astounded. He beheld hordes of zombies slowly advancing towards the first teaching building. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he had witnessed such a multitude of zombies, nearly scaring him to the point of losing control. Old 5, what do you see? Inquired a burly middle-aged man. The guard dubbed Old Five could not tear his eyes away from the distance, stammering, "Zombies, so many zombies." "We know there are many zombies." The cacophony of footsteps earlier was telling. Another chimed in curiously, only to pale instantly. "No, wait, you all need to come see this." The others quickly gathered around. The scene that unfolded before them left them deeply shaken. These mindless zombies were instinctively converging towards a single point. "No, there must be a reason for this." One of them realized. "I understand. It was the thunderous noise." After that deafening sound, the zombies began to swarm. The 5 security guards turned their gaze back to the world outside the security room. Just moments ago, the school gate was still haunted by a few wandering zombies. Yet now, there is hardly a single one in sight. The faces of a few individuals suddenly brightened with joy. "Boss, this is our chance. Let us run." "Yes, first let us find something to eat. Since all those zombies have headed towards the teaching building, we shall wait for them to pass, and then make our way to the school supermarket." Chapter 39. Hell on Earth. The first night of the apocalypse is the most terrifying night. Most of the survivors, having narrowly escaped death, found themselves unable to sleep soundly during this harrowing first night. They had just endured the most horrifying day of their lives. Why say the most horrifying so far? Because in the days to come, events may unfold that are even more desperate and fearsome than on the first day of the apocalypse. Witnessing one's closest loved ones transform into zombies, or seeing one's beloved being torn apart by the undead, or even having to push them away during a moment of peril. These inhumane acts emerged alongside the apocalypse. Burning, killing, and violation. These will not improve. They will only worsen. On this first day, those who managed to survive could not find a moment's peace. Starving and parched, they were consumed by the fear that the wandering zombies might discover them at any moment. Finding a secluded hiding place, they would suddenly be confronted by a zombie. Unable to sleep, they could only ponder ceaselessly. Why had everything changed so suddenly? What had transpired in this world? How had everything transformed so drastically? Social order had shattered, and the law had become a mere scrap of paper, for there was no one left to enforce it. Henceforth, various acts that were once deemed criminal now went unpunished. In a certain sense, the utterly mindless, decaying first-level zombies seemed somewhat more endearing than those who had forsaken their humanity and morality. This moment, Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan were hiding in a restroom. This was the school's teaching building, merely 2 structures away from the one besieged by zombies. Yet here, the zombies were few and far between, compared to the sleepless first night of the apocalypse experienced by ordinary people. Those who survived in Yi Yin's school had it even worse. Outside, a small-scale zombie tide was erupting. The previously scattered zombies were now converging on the school's first teaching building, their roars piercing the sky, causing those hiding in various corners of the school to tremble in fear. Unable to relax their vigilance, this moment, in a stall of the boys' restroom, when Yuan Nan was dressing Yi Yin's wounds. Even without any source of light, she could discern the situation around her. Seeing Yi Yan's wounds, which had begun to heal, now torn open again from the recent battle, blood soaking his entire shirt and back. Her eyes quietly reddened. After applying the healing potion produced by the traitor, when Yuan Nan carefully bandaged the wounds and then asked, "Are you hungry?" Yi Yin turned to her and replied, When Yuan Nan began rummaging through her backpack and finally found something she deemed edible for the injured. A bottle of 8 treasure porridge. She took out a piece of bread for herself and started nibbling. There was no denying that the energy consumption for an evolved individual was indeed substantial. After just a bit of movement, the depletion was even greater. Finally, when Yuan Nan had the opportunity to ask, "How did we make it out of that place today?" Yi Yin explained, "That's the traitor's function. After a transaction, one can choose to exit on the spot or be randomly teleported. However, the teleportation range is limited to within 1 kilometer. As they chatted casually, Yi Yin shared details about the traitor and his profession. When Yuan Nan exclaimed excitedly, "I just saw you battling that second-level zombie. It was so impressive. A flash of lightning. You struck that zombie dead." Yi Yin chuckled. While the attack power of a lightning mage can be considered the strongest among all professions, the commotion it creates is quite significant. Just listen to the noise outside. It seems that during this phase of rampant first-level zombies, we shouldn't recklessly use lightning. When Yuan Nan replied, "But the profession is so powerful." That second-level zombie clearly had the advantage in speed and strength. Yet once you unleashed your professional skill, it fell into a disadvantage. I want a profession too, but today, the trader only had that one mage profession. The other was some kind of craftsman profession. What is that profession? Upon hearing the term craftsman profession, excitement lit up Yi Yan's eyes. Professions not only encompass the three main categories, but also include special professions. This primary craftsman profession is indeed a special one, that in simple terms, it allows for weapon crafting, which is incredibly useful. When Yuan gasped, so it's a weapon crafting profession. How amazing with that thought. Yi Yan opened the small stall door. Rest well. Tomorrow we face another fierce battle that we need to collect magic crystals. There is still much I desire from the trader. When Yuan nodded, and Yi Yan moved to another stall beside her. It was now midnight. Fortunately, the restroom was equipped with toilets, allowing them to sit and rest. Yi Yan closed his eyes, entering the realm of his mind to begin cultivating his mental strength. Indeed, his mental energy had recovered to 1/10. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the strength to chat with Yuan earlier. Though it was only 1/10, the cultivation and recovery of mental strength were exceedingly slow. Yi Yan realized that he had regained this much even without doing anything. Perhaps it was also because his current mental energy was initially low. Reflecting on the battle earlier, he was fortunate to have used 2 bolts of lightning to defeat that second-level zombie. Otherwise, had he used lightning again, he might have fainted on the spot, with no strength left to escape. Yi Yan began to refine and purify his mental energy through continuous compression. After several iterations, he noticed that his mental energy had recovered a bit more, becoming even denser, but he could also sense the purple jade pendant pressed against his chest emanating a warm temperature, a flow of warmth seemingly streaming from the pendant into his body, aiding in a refinement of his mental energy. Why hadn't he experienced this sensation while attempting to cultivate his mental energy with the trader earlier? Could it be that this function of the pendant was triggered due to the near depletion of his mental strength? Yi Yan paid no mind to these questions and immersed himself once more in the realm of his mind, tirelessly cultivating his mental energy. The second day of the apocalypse arrived as expected. Following the panic induced by the zombie tide the previous night, everyone was now utterly exhausted, ravenous, thirsty, and drowsy. Outside, tranquility had been restored. The zombie tide had receded, and the zombies in the school were now few and far between. In the administrative building of the school, a burly man with a blue tiger tattooed on his arm and a prominent scar on his forehead sat with his legs splayed on a leather sofa in an unknown office. Before him, several young women resembling university students sat on the floor, desperately clutching their disheveled clothing over their chests. Moments ago, in the adjacent room, several men had forcefully torn open their clothes under the pretext of an inspection, indiscriminately groping them, claiming it was for examination. Some of the girls fought back fiercely, kicking and striking the men, yet none escaped without being knocked unconscious. The aftermath of their unconsciousness was even more tragic. With no hope of resistance, the men proceeded to force themselves upon the nearly lifeless women in front of so many onlookers. Blood and filth flowed freely, eliciting nausea. Witnessing this scene of utter depravity, the other women ceased their resistance, submitting to the so-called inspection. Eventually, they selected these few women sitting on the floor and brought them into this room. Standing beside the scarred man were 2 other men, their obsequious demeanor indicating they were his lackeys. Boss de Zhang. These women are the youngest ones. Clearly, they are fresh. Are you satisfied? The man on the left said with a grin. The scarred man, known as Boss de Zhang, leered at the women with vile eyes from head to toe before suddenly kicking one of the men beside him. What the hell? What has happened to their clothes? You didn't enjoy yourselves before bringing them to me, did you? It seems you want to die. The man immediately knelt in terror. Boss de Zhang. No, we were just inspecting to see if they are experienced. We all know you prefer the fresh ones. Upon hearing this, Boss de Zhang's expression softened slightly as he waved his hand. Get out. Keep an eye on those people. Anyone who disobeys, kill them. But as for the women, let us show some mercy. After all, they have their uses. The 2 men exchanged knowing glances and retreated, only to be met with screams from within. They covered their mouths and chuckled, finding the sounds igniting their own desires. Hey, shall we go take care of a few more? Are you blind? Did you not see him throw a fit just now? I meant those who were half dead before. Anyway, Boss de Zhang, wouldn't he want them? Good idea. Upon returning to the previous room, the men were greeted by several other men who eagerly approached. So, How did it go? Was Boss De Jong satisfied? The man leered, satisfied. He is currently plowing the field. Ha ha! This group of men were thugs from the town, who, during peaceful times, often engaged in petty crimes. When the apocalypse struck, they had been smoking and playing cards by the river outside the school, eventually taking refuge in the administrative building, where they encountered numerous attractive female students. These individuals had frequently found themselves in and out of the police station during peacetime, and now, with the apocalypse unfolding, they felt their time to shine had finally arrived. They brandished their controlled knives, effortlessly subduing the students within the administrative building. Look at these beautiful young women. They have often strayed into lawlessness. How could they not feel a sense of rebellion? Moreover, we are in a lawless apocalypse, an era devoid of police. They can do as they please. Who could possibly intervene? Who remains to imprison them? After a brief murmuring among a few men, they approached the wretched female students they had just tormented. That Wu glared at this group of brutes with a gaze that could pierce through flesh. She felt hatred. How could such a living hell unfold before her eyes while she remained powerless? Perhaps she would be next. If only she possessed strength, she would ensure these beasts suffered 1,000 tortures, making them pay for the suffering they inflicted upon these girls. She realized that despite her martial arts prowess, it was futile against the small blades wielded by these men. One man was unbuckling his trousers, intending to indulge himself, when he accidentally caught sight of Wu's hateful glare, causing him to falter. He struck her hard across the face, his grotesque features contorted as he spat. "You filthy whore. Dare to look again. If it weren't for your slight beauty, meant for Brother Zhang, do you think you could still glare at us?" Wu crumpled to the ground, her ears ringing from the blow. The man delivered another merciless kick to her back, exclaiming, "Damn it. If you keep eyeing me like that, I'll finish you off right here." Chapter 40. Do not approach as dawn broke. Yi Yin and the others emerged from the restroom. Before stepping out, they had counted their spoils from the previous day in the stall point 140 level 1 magic crystals and 1 level 2 magic crystal. Yi Yin smiled upon seeing the distinctly colored level 2 crystal. After yesterday's battle, he had come to a realization. He was now capable of fighting level 2 zombies. The disparity between level 1 and level 2 zombies was vast. They were not even in the same league. Yesterday, Yi Yin had triumphed over a level 2 zombie, expending only a modicum of mental energy, thanks to the renowned white-grade battle knife in his possession and his now rare mage profession. Coupled with his invaluable past experience dealing with zombies, these three elements undoubtedly served as his trump card for challenging foes beyond his level. Having rested for quite some time, both were fully rejuvenated. Yin had spent the night cultivating his mental energy, effectively sleeping twice as long as when Yuan NANWY morning. His mental energy had recovered to about half, while his injuries had healed significantly. The body of an evolved individual was inherently different from that of an ordinary person. What would be considered severe injuries for the latter could mend swiftly in the former. Furthermore, he had utilized healing medicine, accelerating his recovery. Neither had ever imagined that one day they would find breakfast in a restroom. Upon exiting, they encountered a handful of scattered zombies, which they dispatched with ease. However, under the sunlight, they couldn't help but chuckle at each other's appearance. Both were covered in dried black blood, their hair matted, and their clothes utterly unrecognizable. They entered a classroom and discovered a water dispenser still containing a considerable amount of water, allowing them to wash themselves off, alleviating the discomfort of reeking of zombies. Although the horde had dispersed, the impact of yesterday's outbreak had led to a noticeable increase in zombies around the teaching building compared to other areas. After dealing with a few more zombies, they noticed a gathering of many more and decided to move away from the teaching building towards other locations. The zombies near the school gate were sparse, with the security room on the right and the administrative building on the left. Typically, the administrative building housed few people, consisting mainly of office staff and a handful of students seeking assistance. Therefore, the number of zombies there should be minimal. They immediately opted to begin their cleanup efforts in this building, planning to tackle the zombies around the teaching building once they had dispersed further. Meanwhile, within the administrative building, 3 girls who had been sent to Brother Zhang's room lay lifelessly on the cold floor, their spirits crushed. After subjecting them to torment the night before, Brother Zhang had summoned a few of his lackeys to indulge in their suffering as well. Now, the 3 girls resembled corpses sprawled on the floor. Were it not for their open eyes, anyone who beheld them would assume they were dead. Their gazes reflected numbness and despair. They lay bare, devoid of any sensation, wishing to obliterate the men before them. Yet, they were powerless. Brother Zhang disdainfully glanced at the girls on the floor, instructing, "Get rid of them. They're in the way." He then kicked one of the girls. Her pale body shuddered, but she remained unresponsive. "And bring me 2 new ones. These women are so weak." One lackey chimed in cheerfully. "That's because, Brother Zhang, you're just too formidable. Besides, these women lack experience. They can hardly withstand you." Brother Zhang beamed at the compliment, devouring the food laid before him. This meal had been delivered at 11:30 the previous day for the teachers and staff, yet the apocalypse had struck before lunch could be served. Many offices still retained untouched dishes. The men treated the 3 girls as if they were lifeless burdens, dragging them to another room and callously tossing them on the floor alongside the other girls they had tormented yesterday. In this room were other students held captive by this group, both male and female. Apart from those already on the brink of death, there were about 20 others. Yet, none dared to resist or condemn the heinous actions of these brutes. Armed with weapons and knives, they posed an insurmountable threat to the students, who were utterly defenseless against these individuals, accustomed to frequenting the police station. Wu closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the scene. The thought of their vile deeds ignited a murderous rage within her. She understood that she could very likely be among the next victims. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. As long as the rotund man lacked a weapon while committing his heinous acts, she believed she could subdue him. Then she would seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Having trained in Taekwondo since childhood, she held a black belt and hailed from a lineage renowned for the martial art, running a Taekwondo school in the metropolis. If he dared to lay a hand on her, if she was given a chance. After carelessly tossing the girls onto the floor, a male student among the captives suddenly stood up, pointing at another boy beside him. "He is hiding food. I saw him secretly eating chocolate." The accused boy gazed in horror at his accuser, unable to fathom that he had shared chocolate with him, urging him to keep it a secret. The accuser was none other than Su Songshu, who had escaped from Yi Yan's grasp. The gang members, intrigued by the accusation, approached the trembling boy. One man brandished a small knife, crouching down to raise the boy's chin with its tip. "Hey, is what he said true?" The boy, compelled to meet their gaze, hesitantly replied, "Why, yes." The thug smirked wickedly. "Hand it over." The boy, shaking, retrieved the now soft chocolate from his pocket and placed it in the thug's hand. The thug stood up, sheathing his knife, and the boy exhaled in relief, only to hear the next words that plunged him into despair. "Drag him out and feed him to the zombies." The boy immediately began to scream, clutching the thug's leg in agony. I was wrong. I won't hide food again. Please spare me." The thug kicked him away, and the others swiftly dragged the screaming boy out. His cries echoed ominously down the corridor, sending shivers down the spines of the students present. The thug tossed the chocolate at Su Songshu's feet. "Well done. Here is a reward for you." Su Songshu eagerly picked up the chocolate, and the thug was pleased with his sycophantic demeanor, pointing at the other students. The thug commanded, "You'll keep an eye on these folks, that if they make any moves, notify me immediately. Let us see if they dare attempt any tricks." Su Songshu, brimming with excitement, replied, "Yes, big brother." The thug nodded in satisfaction and shifted his gaze to the female students. The girls, aware of their impending fate, lowered their heads deeply, trembling with fear at the thought of being taken to the adjoining room. The leading thug recalled Wu from yesterday, his impression of her vivid. He had thoroughly dealt with her, and since she had a hint of beauty, she would be the chosen one today. He pointed at Wu, a malicious glint in his eyes. "You, stand up and wait at the door." Upon realizing it was indeed her, Wu inhaled deeply, steeling herself for what she had to do, and suddenly felt less afraid. But as soon as she stood and approached the door, she heard Su Songshu's alarmed shout, "Big brother! Big brother, look over there!" The thug, startled, kicked Su Songshu without mercy. Su Songshu, undeterred, steadied himself and pointed at 2 individuals below. "Big brother, it's them. They're the ones I told you about. He has superpowers. He dares to kill zombies. I personally saw him slay over 20 zombies. He is not human. He must have some secret. You need to tell Brother Zhang to capture him." The thug scoffed dismissively. "What superpowers? You must be out of your mind from the zombies." Su Songshu fled to the administrative building, and when he was captured by this gang, he He spoke of Yi Yin, but no one believed him. With the apocalypse just having begun, the most terrifying thing in everyone's eyes was the zombies. Who would dare to believe that someone would kill them? Confronting zombies was akin to courting death, was it not? Su Songshu recalled the various humiliations inflicted upon him by Yi Yin, disdain bubbling within him. And his anger reignited upon seeing his nemesis. Almost losing his sanity, he disregarded everything and directly pulled the leading thug over. "Look, they are killing zombies," the thug, ready to retaliate, cast a glance at the scene below and was struck dumb. He stared at the two individuals below as if he had seen a ghost. Upon witnessing this, the other thugs also began to piece things together and quickly gathered around. Silence enveloped them all. Some bolder students, albeit cautiously, stood up to see what was happening. They beheld a man and a woman, burdened with large packs, one wielding a stick and the other a machete, slaughtering zombies below, although the number of zombies downstairs was not substantial. The fearless demeanor of the duo, even pursuing the zombies to kill them, was extraordinary. What in the world was happening? Could it be that someone truly dared to slay zombies? Moreover, judging by their movements and techniques, they were anything but ordinary. It was unthinkable for an average person to achieve such feats. Perhaps they indeed possessed some secret, as Su Songshu claimed. In a world where the apocalypse had descended, nothing could be deemed surprising anymore. Meanwhile, Wu Wu, initially restrained by two individuals at the entrance, found herself alone as everyone rushed to the window. They assumed these students would not dare to escape, as the administrative building still harbored scattered zombies, and the ones outside were countless. Furthermore, they had successfully intimidated these students. Seeing an opportunity, Wu Wu wasted no time and bolted for the exit. She dashed down the stairs, resolute that even if she were to be devoured by zombies today, she refused to remain in that infernal realm. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, the thugs snapped back to reality. One of them frantically exclaimed, "The person has escaped." The leading thug blocked him. "Are you an idiot? Is a woman more important right now, or should we inform Brother Zhang about this?" In a panic, Wu Wu rushed down the stairs and collided with a girl. Though she was indeed a girl, the collision revealed not an ounce of softness against her chest. Spotting a living person, Wu Wu immediately urged, "Don't go up. The people up there are beasts." Chapter 41. Hangun Yi Yin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the woman before him. Beasts? In the apocalypse, beasts were abundant, and even those who were previously not beasts could transform into them. Wen Yuan instantly recognized the girl before him. Her notoriety in school was rivaled only by Lu Wan. While Wu Wu may not have been as striking as Lu Wan, she was still a stunning beauty, drawing the eyes of passers-by, exuding an air of strength that deterred any male suitors. For Wu Wu was not only a proud beauty, but also hailing from a family of Taekwondo practitioners. Her martial prowess formidable. She was the president of the Taekwondo Association in the school. Having been at school for quite some time, Wen Yuanin had never had the chance to befriend Wu Wu. But she had crossed paths with her many times and had heard plenty about her exploits, forming a general impression of her in her mind. At this moment, Wu Wu's panicked expression and disheveled appearance were utterly inconsistent with her usual persona. Wen Yuanin glanced inquiringly at Yi Yin, who appeared indifferent to Wu Wu's pleas, intent on ascending to clear the zombies. Seeing these two disregard her, Wu Wu grew increasingly anxious. Having witnessed the horrors of that infernal realm, she knew that if this young girl ventured upstairs, she would undoubtedly fall victim to their cruelty. Wu Wu, in a fit of urgency, grasped Wen Yuan's arm. "Classmate, I'm telling the truth. There's a group of outsiders upstairs. They have defiled countless girls. I just escaped from there. Are you still going up?" Upon hearing Wu Wu's words, Wen Yuan's eyes widened in shock. It was then that she noticed the red marks on Wu Wu's face and the swelling. She had clearly been assaulted. A surge of fury ignited within Wen Yuan. Under ordinary circumstances, she could maintain her composure, but the thought of forcing girls and defiling them, rendering them worse than dead, made her stomach churn with disgust and rage. Wen Yuan looked at Yi Yin, who was usually indifferent to the plight of others, yet even he appeared uncharacteristically furious. Yi Yan's expression darkened, his gaze icy, as if he were suppressing something. In the 2 years of the last apocalypse, he had witnessed far too many similar atrocities, many of which were far more horrific than what transpired today. For after the apocalypse, this world was filled with beasts. He could remain indifferent to other matters, But one thing he could never forgive was the defilement of women. In a cold voice, Yi Yin questioned Wu Wu. "Are they upstairs?" Wu Wu looked at the two individuals before her and understood their intentions. However, there were many people upstairs, and those thugs numbered over 10, all armed with lethal weapons. How could two individuals possibly contend against such odds? Were they out of their minds? Two people. How could they rescue anyone? Those thugs were outsiders and inherently bad people. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, they would be even more ruthless, capable of anything. Despite Wu Wu's frantic attempts to dissuade them, it bore no fruit. Yi Yin ascended the stairs. Undeterred, Wu Wu paused for a moment, then sprinted up to grasp Wen Yuanan's arm. "You must listen to me. You can't go up." The girls. Yet Wen Yuanan interrupted her with a smile. "Trust us. Soon those people will be begging for mercy." With that, she followed Yi Yin up the stairs that Wu Wu could hardly believe her eyes as she watched the two vanish up the staircase. Muttering to herself, "They must be insane. They are definitely out of their minds." However, recalling her earlier resolve after hearing Wen Yuanan's words, Wu Wu thought back to her determination. She had initially contemplated that if they brought her to that wretched, hefty man, she would fight to the death against him. She had escaped, yet the thought of the girls upstairs, toyed with and then discarded like dead pigs, haunted her. Wu Wu looked at the zombies outside the administrative building, resolute that even if she were to be devoured by the zombies, she would rather not fall into those beasts' hands. Those two were so foolish. They had no idea what awaited them. But could she really let those beasts go unpunished? Regardless, dying at the hands of zombies was still death. Before she perished, she was determined to take one beast down with her. With a deathly resolve, Wu Wu pursued them, in the corridor of the second floor. An indescribable stench pervaded the air as Yi Yin strode forward, unwavering. Faint voices could be heard in the distance. Upon reaching the door of an office, the raucous sounds emanating from within caught his attention. With a cold glint in his eyes, he kicked the door open with force. As the door swung wide, the first thing that drew attention was the sight of 5 or 6 young women sprawled on the floor to the right, their bodies pale and lifeless. They were not dead but had been ravaged and carelessly discarded like dead animals. Their faces bore expressions of numbness, remnants of the beast's heinous acts still visible upon their bodies. Even upon hearing the door crash open, they did not open their eyes, wishing only to believe themselves deceased. Inside the room stood a group of over 10 thugs, one particularly noticeable for the scar across his face. The students huddled quietly on the ground, save for one, Su Songshu. For a brief moment, everyone in the room was taken aback, staring in shock at the bloodied figures of the two newcomers before casting them suspicious glares. Upon spotting Su Songshu, Wen Yuanan's eyes narrowed, but she quickly subdued her emotions, finding a measure of calm in the thought that these people would soon meet their demise. One thug sneered at Yi Yin. "Oh, it's you? The one this kid spoke of as so formidable?" Yi Yin remained silent, standing at the doorway, observing the thugs. Another thug chimed in. "We saw you kill zombies from the window. Indeed impressive. But we are not mindless zombies, merely charging forward." As he spoke, he brandished a sharp dagger. "We are living, breathing individuals, armed and dangerous." Brother Zhang, having heard of Yi Yan's exploits from his underlings, gazed at the long knife in Yi Yan's hand. Unperturbed. We were just looking for you. And here you are, walking right into our lair. What is the matter? Did that escaping slut send you to rescue someone?" At this moment, Wu Wu arrived at the doorway. Upon seeing her, Brother Zhang's eyes lit up. "Slut, you dare to return? Well, you're not bad looking. If you can please me, I might let you live a little longer. As for you," Brother Zhang sneered, pulling out a handgun and aiming it at Yi Yin. "Once you reveal your secret, I'll make your death a swift one. As for the little girl beside you, she'll receive special treatment." The instant Brother Zhang brandished the handgun, Wen Yuanan's confident demeanor faltered. Her expression paling, the other students, including Wu Wu behind them, turned ashen. They had not realized Brother Zhang possessed a firearm. Previously, the students in the room, having witnessed how Yi Yin and the other had slain zombies from the window, were now filled with excitement, seeing the two standing at the door, seemingly there to rescue them. They were exhilarated, for they had witnessed their prowess. After all, they dared to kill zombies. Such prowess. Anyone who witnesses it would never perceive them as ordinary individuals. However, when Brother Zhang brandished his firearm, despair enveloped them. No matter how formidable Yi Yin and his companion may be, They could never contend with a gun. No wonder these ruffians dared to set their sights on Yi Yin after witnessing his terrifying strength. They had firearms in their possession. Recalling Yi Yan's capabilities, Su Songshu, who initially harbored apprehensions, now gazed upon Brother Zhang's gun with a frenzied glint in his eyes. Brother Zhang, I witnessed him dispatching zombies as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. He is certainly no ordinary man. He must possess some secret. Brother Zhang chuckled as he regarded Yi Yin, utterly dismissing him. What if Yi Yin was as formidable as Su Songshu claimed? He wielded a gun. What was there to fear? In this apocalyptic world, the firearm he had painstakingly acquired was finally of use, without the fear of being apprehended. Ha! The apocalypse was truly exhilarating. Tailor-made for those who lived without restraint. With this thought, he savored the memories of the girl's sense, a wicked and depraved grin spreading across his face. He longed to resolve this matter swiftly and continue to toy with them. Brother Zhang looked at Yi Yin. Yi Yin, do you see what I have in my hand? No matter how powerful you are, you cannot rival my gun. Go bring him over to me. A few thugs advanced towards Yi Yin, and his companion Da Wu Wu, positioned behind them, whispered urgently. The moment they approach, you two must flee. That I practice Taekwondo and can hold my ground for a while. She could not fathom why these two remained concerned for others in this dire world, provoking this hefty thug. As the thugs approached, Brother Zhang stood leisurely by the window at the back of the room, casually aiming his gun at Yi Yin. Su Songshu, emboldened by the situation, shouted at Yi Yin, "Ha! Weren't you so tough? Didn't you want to kill me? Now look at you, frozen in fear. How laughable. How pathetic. And that foolish woman you saved will soon be nothing more than Brother Zhang's plaything." The glimmer of hope in the student's eyes was extinguished. What awaited them next was merely a repetition of the grim spectacle they had witnessed before. The newcomers would be thoroughly dealt with, forced to relinquish their possessions and confined here. Should they resist, death would be their fate. The women would remain here, available for their primal desires. They had believed salvation had arrived, only to find themselves powerless to change their fate. Yi Yin, who had remained silent, finally spoke with a calm demeanor. In a moment, I shall throw you out of this window, and the surrounding zombies will be drawn to you, allowing these students to witness your demise. Everyone paused, then erupted in laughter. Ha! This fool, is he dreaming? Throw Brother Zhang out. Has he lost his mind? That's hilarious. I know you're tough, brave enough to slay zombies. But did you not see what Brother Zhang is holding? Brother Zhang, enraged, aimed his gun at Yi Yin. Kid, had I not needed to question you, I would have blown you away already. Do you think you can stand here and trade barbs with me? All eyes turned to Yi Yin, regarding him as a fool, except for Wen Yuanan. Just as Brother Zhang finished his taunt, a thunderous roar echoed, deafening them. A bolt of lightning. Chapter 42. All fed once calm returned. No one understood what had transpired, only that a tremendous noise had erupted, leaving their ears ringing painfully. Some cautiously opened their eyes, fearing the sight of something horrific that I end the room, save for Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan. Everyone else crouched on the floor, clutching their heads, a burnt odor permeating the air. The previously discarded, unclothed women finally reacted, curling into a trembling ball on the floor. Brother Zhang lay sprawled on the ground, his body charred and mangled, blood seeping from his wounds, rendering him a grotesque sight. The tattoos on his arm were indistinguishable. Was it a tiger or a cat? Brother Zhang lay there, tragically serene, having uttered not a single cry of anguish. Su Songshu, closest to him, felt as if something had exploded in his ear, leaving him with a splitting headache that as the others regained their senses, he alone felt as if his ears were bleeding. In the instant he moved away from Brother Zhang, his peripheral vision caught sight of a bolt of lightning striking in broad daylight. Everyone stood in shock, gaping at Brother Zhang's gruesome, bloody corpse, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Hadn't he been speaking moments before? Hadn't he been aiming his gun at Yi Yin? How could he suddenly be dead after that deafening sound? All eyes turned, in unison, towards Yi Yin. His expression was inscrutable. One unclad woman slowly sat up from the floor, staring blankly at Brother Zhang's corpse for several seconds before bursting into manic laughter. Genuinely elated, utterly deranged. She seemed unconcerned about her nudity, laughing uncontrollably, causing those around her to avert their gazes. Once her laughter subsided, she crawled over and seized Yi Yan's leg, her eyes ablaze with excitement. You killed him. Didn't you? What about them? She pointed at the stunned thugs. They deserve to die too. You should kill them. They must die. As her words escalated into a frantic scream, she lost control. Yin, typically indifferent towards others, knelt beside the frenzied woman, gazing into her eyes with patience and tenderness. They will all die, rest assured. Upon hearing this, the woman quieted, emitting soft chuckles. They will all die. How wonderful. The thugs, overhearing their exchange, were drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that Yi Yin was the one who had slain Brother Zhang. Yet how could he have done so from the doorway, with Brother Zhang positioned at the farthest window? They had not witnessed Yi Yin make a move. Furthermore, Brother Zhang's death was horrifically grotesque, his body charred and torn, blood flowing profusely, leading them to associate the earlier terrifying sound with a lightning strike. This man's methods were too uncanny, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Just as Su Songshu had claimed, he must have acquired some mysterious power. Those students, who had previously lost all hope, now finally grasped the reality. Brother Zhang was dead. This individual, named Yi Yin, had killed him. They could finally escape this place. When Brother Zhang had drawn his gun, they had resigned themselves to despair, believing Yi Yin could not possibly defeat him. Yet now, they had not even seen how Yi Yin had acted, and Brother Zhang lay dead in a pitiful state. The students gazed at Yi Yin with expressions of profound gratitude. Behind Yi Yin, Wu Wu could hardly believe her eyes. Dead? Brother Zhang was dead. What had transpired? Did this boy really do it? What had he accomplished? Wu Wu had never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming boy could possess such extraordinary and eerie capabilities, eliminating Brother Zhang in an instant. At this moment, she had no choice but to acknowledge that she had underestimated Yi Yin. Meanwhile, when Yuanan remained unfazed, she understood Yi Yin's methods. They were both evolved beings. Yet they could not withstand bullets with mere flesh. If struck, their fates would be little better than those of ordinary people. In such circumstances, Yi Yan's professional skill, lightning strike, was their only recourse at that moment. Fear consumed the thugs and Su Songshu. How could they challenge a man capable of killing from a distance, who could slay in an instant? They had heard Yi Yan's declaration. They would all perish. Su Songshu's terror morphed into madness as he spotted Brother Zhang's fallen gun nearby, rolling forward to seize it. Seeing Su Songshu's movement, when Yuanan unleashed her evolved speed, reaching the window in mere seconds. Su Songshu, fixated on the gun, muttered frantically, "The gun. Once I have it, you're all done for. You will all die." In the next moment, a shadow emerged, stepping on his outstretched hand. That Su Songshu, sprawled on the ground like a dog, looked up and began to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha! Now this wretched woman can bully me. Ha ha ha! Speak. What secrets do you have? Even you have changed. If only I had kicked you harder in the library, pushing you where he couldn't save you. Despicable woman." When Yuanan, incensed by his words, struck Su Songshu's back with her baseball bat, causing him to emit a muffled groan and spit blood. She had not held back in that blow. Recalling how he had kicked her down the stairs the previous day, nearly feeding her to the zombies, dread washed over her. When Yuanan, towering over Su Songshu, pressed down firmly on his hand. "What about the few who followed you? You scoundrel, was it to escape for oneself that they were all cast to the zombies at that moment?" Su Songshu found himself in a pitiful state, lying on the ground, his hand pinned down. And a blow landed on his back, at that moment feeling as if his very insides were quaking with pain. That wretched person. She is transformed into someone like Yi Yin, possessing supernatural abilities. "Ah, and so what?" When Yuanan retorted. "So what? Right now, I shall cast you down, allowing you, a creature lower than a beast, to taste the horror of being thrown to the zombies." Su Songshu, initially resigned to his fate, realized he was destined to die today. However, upon hearing Yunan's intent to throw him to the zombies, his face filled with terror, and he swiftly altered his tone in pleading. "No, I was wrong. You can kill me however you wish. Just don't feed me to the zombies. I beg you. Please no." As Su Songshu envisioned the grotesque, repulsive, and terrifying visage of the zombies, he trembled uncontrollably. Just yesterday, he had spent the entire day being pursued by zombies. In a desperate attempt to evade those omnipresent creatures, he had repeatedly pushed others to their doom. He refused to die at the jaws of the undead. The thought of having his flesh gnawed away piece by piece was unbearable. He could hardly fathom the agony of watching the zombies vie for his body. It drove him to the brink of madness. "I implore you. I do not wish to be fed to the zombies. Kill me, just kill me." When Yuan scoffed, removing her foot from his hand and lifting him with one hand, Su Songshu immediately began to struggle with all his might, throwing punches and kicks. When Yuan retaliated with a fierce strike, nearly rendering him unconscious. She positioned him at the window, pressing his head down. "Look, there are so many zombies below. They were all attracted by the noise just now. If I throw you down, you might just save us." Su Songshu's head spun as he forced his eyes open to witness the zombies gradually gathering below. He was utterly drained of strength, yet he weakly murmured, "No, no, don't feed me to the zombies." When Yuan coldly huffed, "Just yesterday, you wished to feed me to the zombies, and now what? Consider this your repayment." Beast, with a vigorous pull, she cast Su Songshu out, and he plummeted from the second floor, letting out the loudest scream he could muster. The height of the second floor was neither too high nor too low. Jumping down could very well be fatal. Yet there was a substantial chance he would survive, albeit incapacitated. Su Songshu, battered and on the brink of death, lay half-conscious below, only to be swiftly engulfed by the zombies that had converged, unable to emit a single cry of despair. At that moment, Yi Yan approached the window, gazed for 2 seconds, then remarked, "It appears there isn't enough for these zombies to feast upon." With that, he tossed down the mangled corpse of Brother Zhang. A few girls, scantily clad at the door, upon witnessing this scene, seemed to discover something that delighted them, pushing past those in front to rush over and observe the gruesome spectacle of zombies devouring flesh. Among the students were a few untouched girls who finally dared to shed a piece of clothing, draping it over these girls. One girl, covered in grime and bearing the marks of having been beaten, her eyes swollen, gazed at the scene below and despondently remarked, "The zombies still seem unsatisfied." The Yi Yan replied, "Unsatisfied? There are still over 10 of them. Just feed them slowly." Several girls applauded. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" When Yuan looked on with sorrow at these tormented girls, realizing the sordid events of the apocalypse were far more brutal than she had imagined. Had she not encountered Yi Yan from the outset, she might very well have found herself enduring such horrors. The thugs, upon hearing Yi Yan's words and seeing him at the window, noted that only a single Wu Wu stood at the entrance. 2 of them gritted their teeth and suddenly charged towards the door. One of them, reaching out to shove Wu Wu aside, suddenly felt a chilling sensation at the back of his neck. He had no time to comprehend what it was, for in the next second, his head tumbled to the ground. The other thug, without Yi Yan needing to lift a finger, was already sent sprawling by Wu Wu's swift kick. Yi Yan finally scrutinized Wu Wu for 2 seconds. Her prowess was extraordinary. It was evident she had undergone training. Her movements were fluid, decisive, and forceful, with sharp angles. She must have trained extensively. The head rolled to the side of the thug that Wu Wu had just toppled. He had nearly met a similar fate as that person. Chapter 43. The greatest secret. All the students rose to their feet. Even though the thugs still wielded knives, they were no longer afraid, for they had Yi Yan at their side. They had just witnessed how swiftly Yi Yan had moved from the window to the door and how effortlessly he had severed the thug's head. They had seen it all clearly. Perhaps the scoundrel Su Songshu had spoken the truth. Yi Yan had indeed encountered something that altered his body, granting him strength. Otherwise, an ordinary college student could not achieve such feats. Yi Yan collected the headless body of the deceased man and walked to the window, throwing it down. The thunderous noise from earlier had attracted many zombies from outside the school. The Yi Yan instructed Wen Yuan, "Go downstairs to the parked car and see if there's any gasoline." Wen Yuan, glancing at the multitude of zombies below, immediately grasped Yi Yan's intent and nodded before descending. The girls, their minds slightly hazy, gazed at the zombies below, unable to tear their eyes away, not perceiving it as frightening at all. "Hurry, hurry! The food is gone. Bring another one. It's finished. Quickly, feed the zombies." Yi Yan approached, directly seizing a thug, lifting him into the air as his legs flailed helplessly. The man pleaded, "Don't kill me. I haven't touched them. I swear I haven't touched them." A girl who had been joyfully watching the zombies below suddenly turned upon hearing his voice, her expression transforming into a grotesque mask of rage, as if she had encountered a sworn enemy. Spitting a mouthful of water onto the man's face, then lunging at him to claw at his face and gouge his eyes, shouting incoherently. Only she knew the horrific and repulsive scene that replayed in her mind, with this man's face forever etched within it. Ultimately, in a frenzy, she managed to gouge out the man's eyes, cradling them in her hands before crushing them, shouting at the bloodied, near-crazed man, "I'll make you look at me. I'll make you see me. I'll gouge your eyes out. I'll kill you." The entire administrative building likely echoed with the man's agonizing screams. Throughout the girl's outburst, Yin continued to hold the man aloft, standing by the window, allowing her to vent her fury. At that moment, the girl charged forward, pushing the man, and Yin, following her momentum, flung the man down. The girl stood at the window, staring blankly as the man was torn apart by the zombies. Then, in a daze, collapsed onto the ground. All stood in silence, watching the recent scene unfold. Those who had not experienced such horror could never fathom what this girl had endured to transform her into such a state. Not only this girl, but all the other previously unclothed girls, discarded at the door, had succumbed to madness. Now far from normal, Wu, observing the deranged girls, felt her eyes redden. She was utterly powerless, witnessing these heinous acts unfold before her very eyes. She too had nearly become one of them. Wu's gaze fell upon the lead thug at her feet. That it was always him, the one who selected girls for the room, sending them to the fat black man. It was he who, under the guise of inspection, had groped every girl without exception. That it was he who, when the girls resisted, summoned others to directly humiliate them on the spot, then cast them aside. He had struck Wu before, and it was his hands that had lingered longest upon her chest. Seeing the lead thug, Wu was reminded of the hellish scenes, of the disgust and helplessness of being violated. The lead thug sensed something amiss in Wu's demeanor and suddenly stood up. "What are you doing?" He brandished a knife from his bag, brandishing it before him, witnessing death unfold before his eyes. His fear of dying had reached its zenith. Yet Wu, looking at these tragic girls, recalled the events of the past 2 days. She slowly advanced toward the lead thug, her eyes ablaze with fury. The thug, realizing the peril, swung the dagger. "I can't deal with him, but you think I can't handle you?" Yet Wu seemed to hear nothing, charging forward to strike. The thug immediately thrust the dagger toward her. Astonishingly, Wu not only did not evade but surged forward. She sidestepped and unleashed a powerful kick, the dagger narrowly grazing her cheek as the thug fell to the ground. He could not comprehend how this girl, who had previously been at his mercy, possessed such skill. At that moment, pain surged through his waist, rendering him unable to rise. The students present, however, were not particularly astonished that Wu was the president of the school's taekwondo club. Not a mere ornament, she had trained since childhood in her family, participating in numerous competitions and winning countless medals. Her looks were exceptional, and her long-standing practice of taekwondo had only enhanced her allure. A figure of beauty and privilege, how could anyone in the school not recognize her? Everyone knew Wu was formidable. Previously, the sheer number of thugs and their weapons had deterred her from fighting back. Now, with only one thug wielding a small knife before her, what was there to fear? Yet as everyone looked at Wu, they saw a faint, elongated cut on one side of her cheek. But she appeared to care little for it. She glared at the lead thug on the ground. "Beast, go to hell and repent." Wu picked up the dagger that had fallen to the ground. And amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she unhesitatingly ended the life of the wailing gang leader. Witnessing an ordinary person, a good person, transform in such a manner deepened everyone's understanding of the terrifying apocalypse. Yin approached, offering no words, and discarded the gang leader's lifeless body, feeding it to the gathering horde of zombies. At that moment, over 100 zombies had amassed below, drawn by the earlier sound of Yi Yan's thunderous strike. As bodies were continuously thrown down, a significant commotion erupted among the zombies, attracting even more of them. Just then, when Yuan Nan returned, carrying 2 barrels of gasoline, as she passed by Wu, she noticed her blood-stained clothes and surmised the situation. Placing the gasoline at Yi Yan's feet, she glanced at the few gangsters who had yet to be tossed down, their faces ashen. "I collected quite a bit of gasoline. It should suffice." Yi Yan replied nonchalantly, "Then it is time." With that, Yi Yan and when Yuan Nan proceeded to throw the sobbing and pleading gangsters down one by one, some landed directly among the densely packed zombies below. suffering little injury, even crushing a few in the process, only to feel as though they had fallen upon something soft that exuded a foul stench. Yet they had no opportunity to flee, as they were instantly engulfed by the zombies. Unable to utter more than a few cries of terror, others fell to the ground, their legs broken, desperately crawling with their hands, yearning to escape the horrifying zombies behind them, when several were tossed down together. The zombies immediately converged on the area where there were living beings, becoming even more concentrated. Wei Yin and Wen Yuan stood by the window, each holding a barrel of gasoline, pouring it down. Most of it landed on the zombies, but they showed no reaction. Wei Yin retrieved a lighter that he had long since pulled from his backpack, ignited it, and tossed it down. The horde of zombies, engrossed in their feast of human flesh, erupted in a chorus of howls. Flames swiftly spread through the entire mass of zombies, thick black smoke billowing upwards, accompanied by a dreadful stench, transforming the very color of the sky. The students took refuge in the corridor of the administrative building, seeking to evade the acrid smoke. They could hardly fathom what the zombies were made of, for the stench of their burning was unbearable. The inferno raged for a full 20 minutes, completely blackening the exterior wall of the administrative building. During this time, some zombies, attracted by the commotion, wandered in, oblivious to what was happening, only to be caught in the fiery blaze. As the fire gradually diminished, Yin instructed Wen Yuan to distribute a backpack of food among the students as a gesture of pity for the girls, although he had been reborn and could be considered the most knowledgeable person regarding this apocalypse thus far. It was impossible for him to save so many solely by his own strength, unless he established his own faction and gained the requisite power. These students had been nearly starved for an entire day, suffering inhuman torment, their bodies on the verge of collapse, and they began to devour the food ravenously. Some, however, restrained themselves, consuming only half of their allotted portion. Through this brief period, they had fully grasped the horrors of the apocalypse. One must face not only the threat of zombies and other humans, but also the graver issue of food scarcity. Thus, many were frugal in their consumption, cautiously eating only a little. They had become terrified of hunger. Yi Yin gazed at these people, as if seeing his former self in the concentration camp of his past life, and he felt a profound sense of loss. His goal in this new life was clear: to grow stronger and seek revenge. In just one day, he had achieved heights that took him 2 years to reach in his previous life. Over the past couple of days, his heart had been consumed by hatred, for his parents had been murdered. He had been torn apart by zombies, and when Yuan had been implicated in his plight, the events of yesterday felt as if they were unfolding right before his eyes. Now, looking at these people stirred deep emotions within him. In his past life, he had been just like them. However, now he lacked the ability to guide so many onward. They would become obstacles on his path to strength. The members he chose must be of value. Thus, no matter how much sympathy he felt for them at this moment, he could not allow them to accompany him. The flames had finally extinguished, leaving only the magical crystals charred by the fire. Peering out the window, Yi Yin beheld the ground below littered with dark blue first-level magical crystals. At least 100. He immediately called Wen Yuan, ready to descend and collect the crystals. Seeking the traders outside the school. Upon seeing Yi Yin and Wen Yuan prepare to leave, the students cast grateful glances their way, mingled with a glimmer of hope. Yet the two could only choose to ignore the expectations reflected in their eyes. At that moment, a girl with crushed eyeballs approached, clutching Yi Yan's arm. She had donned the clothing of another boy. "Yi Yin, will you take me with you? You helped me kill that man. I like you the most." Yi Yin felt a pang of compassion, yet he knew he could not comply. How could he justify taking just one girl while leaving the others behind? He sympathized with the plight of these insignificant individuals. Much like the frustrated version of himself from his past life, he steeled his resolve and directly told the girl, "I'm sorry, but you're of no use to me. I cannot take you with me." The girl's expression immediately dimmed, and the others, upon hearing the anticipated rejection, felt disappointment wash over them. However, Yin made a greater decision, expressing the following words, "But I can reveal to you the greatest secret of this apocalypse. The very reason for my strength." Chapter 44. New companions. Everyone believed their ears had betrayed them, staring at Yi Yin in shock. The greatest secret. The greatest secret of the apocalypse? The secret behind his immense strength. As they realized that Yi Yin spoke the truth, their gazes towards him brimmed with even more gratitude and respect. Over the past 2 days, they had come to understand the true nature of this apocalypse. Humanity faced the most significant crisis in history. Yet to survive, most people were forced to turn against one another. This reality allowed the already malevolent individuals to act with impunity, indulging in their whims. Some, who had no need to harm others, committed heinous acts. Those who were villains in times of peace now thrived in this chaos. To survive, one must grow stronger. This was a perilous and selfish apocalypse. Yet, Yi Yin claimed he would share the secret of his power with them. Wu Wu, now calm, began to grasp that this apocalypse was far more complex than she had initially thought, as a practitioner of martial arts herself. She possessed a keen understanding of human physiology and martial prowess. Upon witnessing Yi Yan's strike, she recognized that it far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person, whether in speed or strength. Especially when he killed that hefty black man. His methods were utterly beyond scientific explanation. All eyes were filled with reverence as they listened to Yi Yan, afraid to miss a single word, including those girls whose minds had been frayed by torment. After the apocalypse unfolded, mysterious individuals began appearing across the globe. These enigmatic figures were known as traitors, cloaked in black robes, only their faces were visible, which bore the resemblance of two interlocking comma-like shapes, devoid of any human features. Traitors were humanity's reliance for survival in this perilous and cruel apocalypse. With them, one could exchange the magical crystals found on zombies' heads for evolution agents. Weapons, professions, food, clothing, and more. Evolution agents represented the first step toward human empowerment that a single first-level evolution agent could elevate an individual to a first-level evolver. Evolvers were classified into 9 levels. Each evolution required a corresponding agent of the same star level. Both Wen Yuan, Nan, and I are evolvers, so I won't elaborate further. Just observe us, and you'll understand the vast chasm between ordinary people and evolvers. Thus, your most pressing task from this point onward is to slay zombies. Obtain magical crystals and trade them for first-level evolution agents. Remember this. When encountering a traitor, regardless of how chaotic the situation may be, do not attempt to obstruct them or even touch them. If you do so, the traitors will ruthlessly eliminate you without hesitation. You only need to carry magical crystals with you. Approach the traitor, and think about trading, which will initiate the trading period. Up to 10 individuals, including yourself, can enter the transaction time together with the traitor. The trading period lasts a maximum of 10 minutes. At that time, you may choose to exit the transaction on the spot or be randomly transported to a relatively safe location within a kilometer radius. The latter option can help you avoid many dangers. Additionally, to activate a traitor, you must possess magical crystals equivalent to the lowest priced item they have. Without this, the transaction cannot be initiated. Furthermore, a traitor's inventory is limited. For instance, if a traitor has 3 first-level evolution agents, they will be gone once exchanged. As for the method I used to kill that hefty black man, it is a profession available at the traders. Professions are currently quite rare, but once acquired, dealing with evolvers of the same level will become significantly easier. Lastly, do not fear the zombies. It is only by mustering the courage to confront them that you can slay them and obtain magical crystals. When killing zombies, the most crucial tactic is to destroy their brains. Until you have injected the immunity serum, never allow a zombie to scratch you. Otherwise, not even a deity can save you. The price for a first-level evolution agent is 100 magical crystals, meaning you must personally slay 100 first-level zombies to obtain one. That is all I wish to convey. Everyone struggled to digest Yi Yan's words. This was entirely beyond their realm of understanding. Evolution agents, evolvers, professions, traders. Yet, the strength displayed by Yi Yan and Wen Yuan Nan left them with no room for doubt regarding his words. Wen Yuan Nan continued, "It is now the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Only a handful of individuals are likely to have discovered the utility of the traders. No one will bother to slay zombies or collect magic crystals. This is your golden opportunity. You must conquer your fears." The students gazed at Yi Yan with admiration and gratitude, their hearts stirring with excitement. As long as they obtained the magic crystals and located the traitors, they could become powerful like Yi Yan. They could survive in this harsh apocalypse. A glimmer of fervor ignited in the eyes of the girls. One boy stepped forward, his gaze brimming with respect and appreciation, and solemnly addressed Yi Yan. Brother Yi Yin, we are immensely grateful for your willingness to share information about the traders that we do not wish to follow in your shadow. However, I, Zhou Yu, vow to survive in this apocalypse and become someone of use to you. When we meet again, I will surely be your ally. Yi Yin smiled with satisfaction. Very well, Zhou Yu, I await your arrival. The somewhat frenzied girls echoed excitedly, us too. Shifting his tone, Yi Yin added gravely, by the way, zombies are capable of evolution as well. Just yesterday, I dispatched a second-tier zombie at the school and encountered another outside. Remember, there is a vast chasm between first-tier and second-tier zombies. If you ever find yourselves facing a second-tier zombie, you must flee with all your might unless you are absolutely certain of defeating it. Yi Yin was no ordinary individual. He was not only a first-tier evolver, but also a professional. Most importantly, he possessed the invaluable experience from his previous life. However, these individuals must endure certain trials in the apocalypse before they could dare to take risks that Yi Yin instructed. We must leave the administrative building immediately. The commotion here may attract second-tier zombies at any moment. The expressions of everyone turned tense, yet they were filled with excitement that Yi Yin had rescued them from the clutches of thugs, provided them with sustenance, and not only saved their lives, but also alleviated their immediate plight, that if providing food was akin to giving them fish, then revealing the existence of the traders, the greatest secret of this apocalypse, was like bestowing upon them a fishing rod. Now, their fear of the apocalypse had diminished, replaced by a flicker of hope. After Yi Yin finished speaking, he beckoned Wen Yuanan, ready to depart. The others gazed at him with deep appreciation, etching the image of their benefactor in their minds. As the two descended the staircase to collect the magic crystals left behind after dispatching the zombie, a sound of footsteps echoed behind them. When Yuanan turned to find it was Wu Wu. Yi Yin, as if anticipating her arrival, regarded Wu Wu. Her cheeks flushed. She felt a twinge of nervousness. Moments ago, she had desperately attempted to prevent the two from rushing to their doom, only to realize their formidable strength. The memory of her earlier actions made her flush with embarrassment. Yet, having witnessed Yi Yan's prowess, how could she not be moved? Even though she was not yet an evolver, she was significantly stronger than an ordinary person and would undoubtedly be of assistance to Yi Yan. Most importantly, Yi Yan's actions today had instilled in Wu Wu immense admiration and gratitude. Had it been solely her, she could never have rescued those students or vanquished a single thug that end this perilous and treacherous apocalypse. Aligning oneself with a strong ally was the wisest choice. Wu Wu gazed at Yi Yin and declared, "My name is Wu Wu, and I wish to accompany you. Rest assured, I will be of use. I have been practicing Taekwondo since childhood, and there has not been a single day I have neglected my training. I will not be a burden to you." Yi Yin assessed Wu Wu's capabilities after observing her confrontation with the lead thug. He realized she was indeed formidable, that in terms of consistent training, he found himself lacking in comparison. Thus, he readily replied, "Then you shall join us." The Wu Wu's eyes widened in surprise at Yi Yan's swift agreement. She immediately leaped with excitement, and Wen Yuanan also rejoiced at the addition of another capable member to their ranks. The three exited and headed towards the back of the administrative building, where they spotted Zhou Yu and his companions leaving from another side. Fearing the approach of second-tier zombies, the trio hastily gathered the magic crystals and vacated the vicinity of the administrative building. Yi Yin decided to procure some supplies from a nearby convenience store point. One of the two large backpacks had been partially distributed earlier, while the other was half consumed, with an additional person now in their midst. It was prudent to gather more while they could, for unforeseen circumstances could arise at any moment. As they made their way, they dispatched zombies en route to the convenience store near the teaching building. At this moment, Wu Wu was a stark contrast to her former self. She had traversed through hell on earth, witnessed unspeakable cruelty, and without hesitation, had taken a life. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown immensely. Now, she yearned for power, longing to be as formidable as Yi Yin. Having trained since childhood, her physical capabilities far surpassed those of an average person. Her years of Taekwondo practice were not in vain. She had accrued substantial combat experience from numerous competitions, and the foes before her were mindless first-tier zombies. As an unevolved ordinary person, Wu Wu was dispatching zombies with surprising speed. Unlike Wen Yuanan, who had been winded after slaying a mere two, her stamina was impressive. The more zombies she killed, the more invigorated she became. Her relentless training had finally paid off, fueled by a profound desire for strength. She found herself matching Wen Yuanan in skill. Yi Yin, while battling zombies, kept a watchful eye on Wu Wu. Observing her current state and skill, a smile crept upon his lips. This Wu Wu, as an ordinary person, had already proven to be so strong. Should she evolve, she would undoubtedly become a formidable asset. They had struck gold this time. Meanwhile, in the dance studio atop the building adjacent to the teaching block, where Yi Yin had previously encountered 20-odd students, including Lu Wanji, Wen Yu, and 2 teachers, they were now joined by 5 new individuals, the 5 security guards from the school gate. Each of the 5 was laden with a backpack brimming with provisions. The students gazed at them with longing, yet dared not approach, for the guards clutched electric batons and knives. The leader of the group, after casting a lascivious and greedy glance over the crowd, fixated his unwanted attention on Lu Wanji. Chapter 45. The zombie battle to Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan's surprise. The convenience store they had thoroughly cleared of zombies now had its glass door wide open, revealing several zombies within that hadn't there been 3 people inside earlier. Why would they abandon safety and food to venture outside? The 3 hastened to the entrance, and upon entering, they immediately spotted remnants of bones and tattered clothing. Wen Yuanan recalled the attire of the 3 and recognized the garments. Uncertain of what had transpired, they noted that the glass door remained intact, yet zombies had somehow infiltrated, leading to the demise of the 3. After dispatching the zombies, Yi Yan's group secured the door. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the food within the store had been rifled through, with a substantial amount taken. Clearly, someone had paid a visit. Perhaps the 3 had unwittingly opened the door for these intruders, leading to their tragic fate. Yet it remained unclear whether their deaths were due to humans or zombies. Yi Yin was disinclined to dwell on the matter. He was not typically a warm-hearted individual, nor one to meddle in others' affairs. His act of helping the girls today stemmed from having witnessed too many women suffer in such predicaments in his previous life, including those he held dear. Even in his selfishness, he could not remain composed upon encountering such injustices that in the apocalypse, lacking power relegated one to the lowest tier, subject to the whims of others. Moreover, women without strength often faced fates more dire than those of men. Unless he encountered something that crossed his bottom line, he would not involve himself in this world. Death and killing had become commonplace. Each member of the trio took a backpack filled with food and water, preparing to set off on their journey from the administrative building to the convenience store. They vanquished numerous zombies, with the ones dispatched at the administrative building and those from yesterday. Yi Yin now possessed nearly 400 magic crystals, enough to exchange for that entry-level artisan profession. Yi Yin sensed that the special first-tier trader remained in the town, though at a distance and with a shifted location. Had it been previously, sensing the trader's distance from the school would have deterred him from taking risks. However, now he knew that the trader possessed a unique profession and spatial crystals. Despite the dangers, he was determined to pursue it. Moreover, he was no longer just a first-tier evolver, but also a professional with lightning abilities, with Wu Wu's considerable combat strength now added to their ranks. Should she evolve, it would undoubtedly bolster their overall power. Consequently, Yi Yan's burden was alleviated, but he feared arriving too late, as it was possible that others had already uncovered the trader's secret, that if the items he sought were exchanged before he arrived, he would regret it. Thus, the trio set off post-haste. Along the way, they dispatched any zombies they encountered, striving to make minimal noise. Whenever zombies began to gather, they would swiftly retreat. During this time, Wu Wu's experience in slaying zombies accelerated rapidly. Though her combat prowess was exceptional, her previous training in Taekwondo had not equipped her with much experience in battling zombies. The Yi Yin had previously told her that in order to eliminate zombies, one must thoroughly destroy the head. Coupled with her own insights gained from vanquishing over a dozen zombies, she found herself adept at the task. That Wu Wu felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Yi Yin mention the need to venture out in search of a trader. Her curiosity was piqued about the mysterious trader endowed with extraordinary powers, as well as the nature of the evolution agents and professions involved. Upon exiting the school, Wu Wu realized that the number of zombies in the town exceeded that of the school by a factor of 2. The trio advanced in a more compact formation, dispatching zombies while also seizing the opportunity to gather magic crystals. The slightest hint of danger, they would swiftly retreat. Once they reached the school gates, Yi Yin was able to distinctly sense the location of the trader. At a marketplace just a street away from the school, Aware of their destination, the group refrained from engaging zombies unless they were directly in their path, only dispatching a few when evasion was impossible. They hastened to the entrance of the marketplace, only to find that in this already crowded and cramped space during peacetime, it had become a veritable paradise for zombies in the aftermath of the apocalypse. The marketplace was perpetually bustling with people, and during the onset of the apocalypse, even if only half of them transformed into zombies, the rest had virtually no means of escape. Consequently, the density of zombies within the marketplace far surpassed that of the streets in the town. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan were both first-tier evolvers, having also injected themselves with immunity agents, rendering them relatively unafraid of the throngs of zombies. However, Wu Wu remained an ordinary person. Her speed could not compare to that of the evolvers. And should she fall victim to a zombie's bite or scratch, her chances of survival would be non-existent. The immunity agent only proved effective if administered before infection by the zombies. Yi Yin gazed at the two-story supermarket directly in front of the marketplace entrance, sensing with clarity that the trader resided within. Yet, the dense throng of zombies posed a significant challenge. If it were just he and Wen Yuan Nan, sustaining a few injuries would be manageable. However, among them was Wu Wu, who could not afford to be touched by the zombies. Observing the serious expression on Yi Yan's face, Wu Wu took a deep breath and said, "Yi Yin, don't worry about me. Go inside. I promised I wouldn't hold you back, and I absolutely won't." Yi Yin regarded Wu Wu, then turned to Wen Yuan Nan and instructed, "When we go in, make sure to protect her." Wen Yuan Nan nodded earnestly. Armed with a baseball bat, Wen Yuan Nan, wielding an axe, and Yi Yin, brandishing a white combat knife, charged forward, with Yi Yin leading the way, Wen Yuan Nan following closely behind. And Wu Wu sandwiched in between. Yi Yin moved with utmost speed, striving to dispatch as many zombies as possible. Wu Wu swung her axe with all her might, hacking down the zombies that lunged toward her. She now realized that the density of zombies in the marketplace was far greater than what she had previously encountered at the school. Here, the zombies were more concentrated, and the cramped terrain allowed them to gather even more easily. The sheer number of zombies felt endless. Gradually, even after a year of relentless training without a single day off, Wu Wu began to feel her arms grow weary and numb. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies showed no sign of abating. As her arms grew heavier and her movements increasingly sluggish, a zombie charged at her from the front left, while her axe remained lodged in the skull of another. She found herself unable to pull it free in time to deal with the advancing threat. Just as the zombie's claws loomed closer, Yi Yin swiftly turned and struck with his blade, cleaving off the zombie's head, before quickly dispatching the one ahead of him. Wu Wu felt a sudden surge of adrenaline, compelling her to push herself to the limits. She had vowed not to be a burden to Yi Yin. In that instant, her arms felt numb, yet no longer heavy, moving with a mechanical precision as she relentlessly struck at the heads of the zombies. As for the foul blood of the zombies, she had long since ceased to pay it any mind. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan Nan, though under less pressure, was still besieged by a constant influx of zombies. She anxiously shouted, "Hurry up! More zombies are closing in from behind." As she fought off the zombies, she also assisted Wu Wu in alleviating some of the pressure. Yi Yin, upon hearing this, noticed that the zombies surrounding the marketplace were indeed beginning to converge. They had been fighting for so long without daring to mine for magic crystals, and the number of zombies showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, they seemed to be gathering even more. After so much effort, they had merely carved a bloody path through the marketplace. Victory was within reach. The trio was mere moments away from ascending the steps to the supermarket. Yi Yin swung his weapon with increasing urgency. If they delayed any further, they would be surrounded by the horde. He could hear Wu Wu's breathing grow increasingly labored, and he intoned gravely, "Just a few more meters." Wu Wu steeled herself, summoning her last reserves of strength to continue hacking at the zombies, though her strikes grew weaker by the moment. Finally, as they were about to ascend the steps and enter the supermarket, two zombies lunged at Wu Wu. Exhausted, she could do nothing but shuffle her heavy feet, devoid of energy to fend off the attackers. Quick as a flash, Wen Yuan Nan swung her bat, smashing one zombie's head, which exploded upon impact. Without missing a beat, she adjusted her stance and struck the other zombie with a fierce blow. Meanwhile, Yi Yin, to ensure that Wu Wu remained unscathed, swiftly lifted her and hurled her toward the supermarket's entrance, sending her tumbling inside. While the interior of the supermarket was not devoid of zombies, it was significantly less crowded than outside, with only a few wandering aimlessly. After tossing Wu Wu inside, Yi Yin quickly followed, dispatching 2 zombies that had been attracted by the commotion. Wen Yuan soon entered as well, continuing to fight off the few zombies trailing behind. Yi Yin pulled down the roller shutter, bringing this perilous battle to an end. Even the 2 evolvers, Yi Yin and Wen Yuan, sank to the ground, panting, let alone Wu Wu, who was utterly spent. She lay on the floor, paralyzed and unable to move. Having exerted all her strength, the fact that Yi Yin had tossed her into the supermarket had left her sore and devoid of energy to utter a single sound at this moment. Wen Yuan noticed a ghastly wound on her left arm, sustained while she had been saving Wu Wu from the 2 zombies. Yi Yin, concerned, inquired, "Does it hurt?" Hearing this, Wu Wu, who had felt completely drained, suddenly sat upright, her gaze drawn to the horrifying injury on Wen Yuan's arm. Wen Yuan's complexion paled slightly as she shook her head. Yi Yin immediately rummaged through his bag for a healing potion and began to apply it to Wen Yuan's wound. Wu Wu crawled over, a look of sorrow and guilt on her face, and said, "I'm so sorry. It's all because of me that you got hurt." Wen Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Not at all. I consider you my companion, which is why I did what I did. You performed remarkably well. Don't forget, you are still an ordinary person. Had I faced such a situation before becoming an evolver, I would have been devoured by the zombies long ago. Once you become an evolver, you'll undoubtedly surpass me. At that time, it will be your turn to save me." Wu Wu's tears turned to laughter, and she took the medicine from Yi Yin's hands, saying, "Let me apply the medicine. Boys aren't as meticulous as girls." Yi Yin, sensing an underlying implication in her words, retorted, "Hey, I threw you in there to protect you from the zombies. If you had had even a bit of strength to dodge their attacks, would I have tossed you like that?" Wu Wu and Wen Yuan exchanged amused glances, and Wen Yuan felt herself growing infatuated. "How beautiful! Simply breathtaking." Wu Wu chuckled. "Didn't he say anything?" Chapter 46. The junior craftsman profession. At that moment, a few sluggish zombies emerged from within the supermarket. Yi Yin dealt with them one by one. And after Wu Wu finished applying the medicine to Wen Yuan and the 2 rested for a while, they proceeded to search for the trader on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. Although Wen Yuan was the one who had been injured, Wu Wu, as an ordinary person, had reached her limit from the recent battle. Despite not having sustained any injuries, she felt utterly drained, unable to summon any strength. Currently, Wen Yuan supported Wu Wu as they followed Yi Yin, whispering, "Don't worry, Yi Yin will definitely exchange a first-tier evolution agent for you." Wu Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Really? But I just joined you." Wen Yuan replied softly, "Don't be misled by Yi Yin's seemingly indifferent demeanor. He is incredibly kind to his own people, even though he did throw you in just now. When I first followed him, he told me I had to earn 60 magic crystals myself before he would give me a first-tier evolution agent, but he ended up immediately exchanging it for me. And you're so impressive. He will definitely exchange one for you." Yi Yin, unable to intervene while the 2 girls whispered, chose to feign ignorance. After the outbreak, power and water supplies had collapsed, and even in broad daylight, the supermarket was dimly lit by the rows of shelves. Yi Yin noticed that there were still a dozen zombies on the 1st floor, while the 2nd floor was completely devoid of zombies. Had the commotion from their earlier battle attracted all the zombies downstairs? With little time to ponder, Yi Yin followed his mental guidance and discovered the trader sitting behind a row of shelves. Wen Yuan assisted Wu Wu in hastening over, and before Wu Wu could express her astonishment at the trader's peculiar appearance, Yi Yin ushered her into the trading space. Wu Wu was momentarily dazzled. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely different realm. She gazed in awe at the scene before her, momentarily forgetting her exhaustion. Before her stood a massive luminous screen, while other sections appeared to be semi-transparent walls, allowing glimpses of the supermarket's interior. The luminous screen displayed an array of items that Wu Wu had never even dreamed of before. Immunization elixirs, 1-star evolution agents, special professions, spatial crystals, handguns, such as the essence of a trader. At this moment, the lower right corner of the luminous screen displayed the number of magic crystals currently possessed by Yi Yin and his companions. For 1-2, Yi Yin swiftly expended 300 magic crystals to purchase the special profession, Junior Craftsman. Subsequently, he spent 60 magic crystals to exchange for a 1-star evolution agent. Upon noticing that he still had over 50 magic crystals remaining, Yi Yan exchanged for another immunization elixir. Yet, this sequence of actions left Wu Wu utterly perplexed. Wait a minute, we only have 400 magic crystals, and a single special profession requires 500 magic crystals. Moreover, Yi Yan not only acquired that junior craftsman profession, but also a 1-star evolution agent and an immunization elixir. Both items are far from inexpensive. How could he first obtain that special profession and still have magic crystals left for other purchases? 400 magic crystals couldn't even cover the cost of that profession. What kind of maneuver is this? When Yuan Nan, being well acquainted with Yi Yan's cunning, noticed Wu Wu's astonished expression and realized that she was unaware of the circumstances. Thus, when Yuan Nan quietly remarked to Wu Wu, "This is the prowess of our leader. There's no need to question it. Look, he has even provided you with a 1-star evolution agent." At this moment, Yi Yan's heart was brimming with excitement. A special profession. Moreover, it was a profession related to weapon crafting. It is essential to understand that in the post-apocalyptic world, as all life evolved, the originally existing weapons gradually lost their effectiveness. The only weapons of value were those produced by traders, categorized by color and grade. The white combat knife in Yi Yan's possession had an original price of 70 magic crystals from the trader. Just imagine, in the late stages of the apocalypse, those well-established factions would require each member to possess at least a white-grade weapon to form a formidable team. Is that not a staggering quantity of magic crystals? It could almost fund another squad of evolutionists. This underscores how vital and valuable weapons are in the apocalypse. Therefore, special professionals associated with weapon crafting are coveted talents that every faction vies for. And Yi Yan, merely 2 days into the apocalypse, had acquired such a profession capable of sustaining an entire faction. Furthermore, encountering a trader who possessed one of the 3 primary professions, a special profession, and the elusive spatial crystals is an occurrence of exceedingly low probability. In Yi Yan's previous life, during the 2 years of the apocalypse, merely possessing a trader with a single special profession would have classified them as a special trader. Yi Yan's encounter with this trader was nothing short of extraordinary luck. Observing Yi Yan's usual calm demeanor now transformed into one of uncontainable excitement, the 2 women understood the rarity and preciousness of the junior craftsman profession that Yi Yan now held. Approaching Wu Wu, Yi Yan handed her the 1-star evolution agent and the immunization elixir. After using the 1-star evolution agent, your previous injuries should heal significantly, and your stamina will be restored. Once you utilize the immunization elixir, you need not fear the approach of zombies any longer. The Wu Wu eagerly and cautiously accepted the 2 vials, her eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude at that moment. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to express her appreciation for Yi Yan's kindness. Thus, she resolved to remain steadfastly by Yi Yan's side, without a hint of regret. As Yi Yan stepped aside, the radiant aura gradually enveloped his being. Junior craftsman profession. In his previous life, Yi Yan had heard numerous accounts regarding the 3 primary professions and had a particular understanding of the mage profession. However, in the apocalypse, there are absolutely no 2 identical special professions. At most, they bear similarities in their broader applications. Moreover, the advancement of these special professions differs from that of ordinary professions, as it hinges on the unique characteristics of the special profession itself. The junior craftsman profession that Yi Yan learned possesses 4 skills: refinement technique, homogeneous enhancement technique, forging technique, and enchantment technique. Only when all 4 skills are mastered to a certain level can the junior craftsman profession be upgraded. Each of these skills is coveted in the apocalypse. The refinement technique allows one to extract necessary materials from certain items, serving as the foundation for crafting. The homogeneous enhancement technique enables the fusion of 2 items with similar attributes, enhancing one item's attributes and skills. The forging technique requires a blueprint of a specific weapon to forge powerful armaments. In the absence of blueprints, the craftsman can create various weapons based on their understanding of weaponry, albeit not as formidable as those crafted from specialized blueprints. The enchantment technique involves infusing weapons with specific materials to enhance their power, potentially augmenting attributes and skills. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with fervor. The junior craftsman profession is one that individuals clamored for even 2 years after the onset of the apocalypse. Crafting weapons means that as long as one possesses blueprints and materials, they can create formidable weaponry at minimal cost. Compared to the readily available weapons held by traders, it is an undeniable bargain. Now, having mastered these 4 skills, Yi Yin was brimming with eagerness upon acquiring the junior craftsman profession. His mental strength had surged to twice its previous capacity. When one gains a profession, their baseline mental strength automatically increases. The more professions one possesses, the greater their mental capacity. Moreover, acquiring a special profession grants one more mental strength than an ordinary profession. In the current apocalypse, 99% of the populace remains oblivious to the existence of traders, let alone the concepts of professions, special professions, and mental strength. At this moment, Yi Yin had already distanced himself significantly from the masses. He estimated that his previous mental strength allowed him to unleash lightning 3 times. Now, with all his might, he could manifest it 10 times. Beside him, Wu Wu, with Wen Yuan Nan's assistance, eagerly injected the 1-star evolution agent and the immunization elixir. The moment the evolution agent coursed through her veins, Wu Wu felt as though her body had undergone a baptism. An internal force awakened, leaving her feeling invigorated. Concurrently, her prior fatigue and pain dissipated in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease. Wu Wu marveled at the changes occurring within her body. As someone who diligently trained her physique daily, she was intimately familiar with her own bodily capabilities. Thus, she was acutely aware of the transformation taking place. It was precisely this understanding that left her utterly astonished. The evolution agent had no adverse effects on the body. Instead, it forcibly awakened the deepest potential within, enhancing her physical capabilities. It was this keen awareness of her own physical condition that made Wu Wu even more cognizant of the disparity between evolutionists and ordinary individuals. This was merely a first-level evolution. What might second-level and third-level evolutionists become? Now, amidst a population largely ignorant of the existence of traders, she had become an evolutionist thanks to Yi Yin. In the future, the first to ascend to second or third-tier strength would undoubtedly be her group. Wu Wu felt the powerful energy coursing through her body, a realm entirely different from before, and reflected on her experiences from last night and this morning in the administrative building, feeling as though she were in a dream. She had once been merely one of the girls, subjected to the whims of others. Yet now she found herself ahead of the majority, having become an evolutionist and embarked on the path of evolution. In her eyes, the apocalypse no longer appeared so daunting. At the very least, she would no longer be at the mercy of others. She couldn't help but wonder if she had become an evolutionist yesterday. Could she have prevented those tragedies? Could she have saved those girls? Having experienced the events of yesterday, and now possessing power, Wu Wu became infatuated with strength, further solidifying her resolve to remain loyal to Yi Yin. Were it not for Yi Yin, she might have already been captured and subjected to torment, or worse, devoured by zombies. Wu Wu gazed at Yi Yin with newfound determination and resolve. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan Nan, observing Wu Wu's demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Just then, immersed in the joy of acquiring a special profession, Yi Yin suddenly felt a jolt of awareness and turned sharply in a specific direction. Chapter 47. Exotic Beasts. Noticing Yi Yan's abrupt movement, Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu followed his gaze, albeit to them it merely appeared as the wall of a supermarket. Wen Yuan Nan, aware of Yi Yan's ability to sense traders, eagerly inquired, "What is it?" Yi Yin stood transfixed, staring in that direction, but he sensed something valuable was present. However, after several instances of sensing traders, Yi Yin recognized that what he sensed now was not a trader. Could it be that the purple hook jade not only detects traders but also other valuable items? With this thought, Yi Yan's excitement intensified, compelling him to investigate further. He could sense that the object was located on the mountainside across the river. Yi Yin promptly stowed his belongings and addressed the 2 women. "How do you feel right now?" Wen Yuan Nan, aware of Yi Yan's perception, responded, "Although my arm is still uncomfortable, thanks to the evolutionist's remarkable recovery and the powerful healing potion, I'm mostly fine. My injured arm is just a bit stiff." Wu Wu, uncertain of Yi Yan's intentions but sensing his excitement, ventured to guess that something good was afoot. after injecting the evolution agent. My body is fully recovered, the Yin replied. Great. Let us withdraw from the trading phase right here. Is that all right? Absolutely. The luminous screen surrounding the trio vanished, revealing the surroundings of the supermarket once more. There are valuable items on the mountain across from us. Let us set off from here. Meow. The three individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Was there a cat? As the feline meowed, all three fell silent, and an air of strangeness enveloped them. Meow. The sound of the cat's call grew clearer and closer. Meow. Simultaneously, a shadow darted past, causing Wen Yuanan to startle, instinctively leaning back. Yet, she felt a chill on her face. Upon touching it, she confirmed that her appearance had been marred. Yi Yin, witnessing the cat's swift movements, realized that he had not reacted in time. Wu Wu scanned the surroundings with vigilance, but found nothing amiss. It was evident to anyone with common sense that this was no ordinary cat. In this apocalyptic world, not only had humans mutated and evolved, but various animal species had also undergone rapid evolution, often outpacing humanity. At this moment, it was highly likely that this cat had mutated after the cataclysm. Such speed was unimaginable otherwise. Yi Yin finally understood why the second floor was so devoid of zombies. It was this creature that had dispatched them. The trio suddenly found themselves in darkness as the cat leaped through the window, directly heading towards Yi Yin. His eyes narrowed, and the power of thunder within him surged. In the instant the black cat revealed itself, it lunged straight for Yi Yan's face, with Yi Yan's speed as a first-tier revolver. And the heightened senses and speed that accompanied his thunder magic, he managed to seize the agile cat amidst the flickering flames and crackling electricity. However, the cat had positioned itself right before Yi Yin, one paw already tearing at his face, while the other was perilously close to blinding him. Cold sweat drenched Yi Yan's back. Only he was aware of how perilous the situation had been. Though the cat lacked formidable attack power, its speed was astonishingly nimble. As a first-tier revolver, Yi Yin was already faster than the average person, coupled with his thunder mage profession, which, despite currently having only one skill, granted him the power of thunder that could be utilized at any moment. When employing this power, his speed would further amplify. Yet, even all this paled in comparison to the black cat's swiftness. Were it not for Yi Yan's combat experience from his previous life, where he had danced on the edge of death numerous times, he might have lost his eyesight to this black cat. This was the first time he felt fear since his rebirth. However, as Yi Yin calmed down and focused, he was even more astonished. The black cat bore no crystal upon its head. Following the apocalypse, the vast majority of animals had mutated, and in Yi Yan's previous life, they were referred to as mutated beasts. These mutated beasts sported crystals identical to those of zombies on their foreheads, with colors demarcating their ranks, mirroring the hues of zombie magic crystals: blue, yellow, orange, green, blue, red, purple, white, and black. These 9 colors represented the levels of mutated life forms, ranging from 1 to 9. Yet this black cat possessed no crystal indicative of a mutated animal. Yi Yan's heart raced. If it wasn't a mutated beast, then it must be a strange beast. Strange beasts were entities that originally did not exist in this world, emerging alongside the apocalypse, possibly from another dimension. While strange beasts lacked crystals on their heads, they possessed beast cores within. Consuming a strange beast core would grant one certain abilities or traits of that beast. Yi Yin never anticipated encountering a strange beast in this supermarket. Fortunately, this particular strange beast was not particularly powerful. Its only advantage lay in its extraordinary speed. During the 2 years of the last apocalypse, Yi Yin had heard tales of some strange beasts forming packs to assault human factions. Any faction attacked by a pack of strange beasts faced utter defeat. Unlike mutated beasts, strange beasts did not adhere to any ranking system, yet they possessed innate abilities and formidable attributes. Moreover, strange beasts were highly intelligent. While mutated beasts could attain high intelligence at elevated levels, research from Yi Yan's previous life indicated that strange beasts were inherently sentient. Some terrifying strange beasts could obliterate entire factions single-handedly. In Yi Yan's previous life, the mere mention of strange beasts instilled dread in people's hearts. However, it was also rumored that strange beasts could be tamed, if one had a connection and superior strength. Taming a strange beast to become a battle companion was possible. Although this notion had been dismissed as a joke in the past, intelligence suggested that a certain powerful individual had indeed been accompanied by a fierce, strange beast. Just now, had it not been for Yi Yan's sharp instincts and his experience dealing with death in his previous life, he would have succumbed to this strange beast. The two women were equally taken aback by the preceding scene. They merely glimpsed a shadow darting past, unable to react in time. Then, they saw Yi Yan grasping the cat that had lunged at his face. Upon witnessing Yi Yan's injury, both women expressed concern. As they approached, Yi Yan maintained his grip on the cat. At that moment, the cat hovered just above Yi Yan's face, staring intently into his eyes. Its glimmering yellow eyes appeared remarkably anthropomorphic, allowing Yi Yan to discern the cat's emotions. Currently, the black cat gazed at Yi Yan in a daze, its mouth slightly agape, frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how this human had managed to seize it. The two women approached, eager to catch a glimpse of the exceptionally swift black cat. But upon seeing its expression, they were rendered speechless with astonishment. When Yuan stared unblinkingly at the black cat, stuttering, This cat is so peculiar," Wu Wu added. "It seems almost human. It looks utterly astonished right now." Yi Yan, observing the black cat's expression, couldn't help but chuckle, then mischievously glanced at it, addressing the two women. "What do you think? Should I eat this cat, or keep it by my side?" Upon hearing this, the black cat snapped out of its stupor, struggling in Yi Yan's grip. Meow. The two women were baffled, finding the notion of eating cat meat rather distasteful. When Yuan asked, perplexed, "Why would you want to eat it?" Yi Yan smiled, contemplating the feeble black cat in his grasp, pondering what advantages it might possess beyond its remarkable speed. Perhaps consuming it would be more beneficial. You see, this one lacks a magic crystal on its head. But it is an animal with extraordinary abilities, known as a strange beast, which does not belong to our world. Although they lack magic crystals, they possess beast cores within. Consuming their cores grants one their unique abilities or other traits. Upon hearing this, the two women's eyes lit up. "If you consume its beast core, wouldn't you gain its terrifying speed?" Yi Yan chuckled at the astonished black cat. "Indeed, it possesses only speed. Everything else is lackluster." There was another possibility of taming the strange beast to serve as a combat ally. However, this cat has no combat prowess whatsoever. Aside from its speed, it has little else to offer. It would be better to kill it and extract its core. The black cat, having overheard Yi Yan speak of strange beasts, felt a shock of realization that it had arrived in this world as one of the first strange beasts. And if it were to perish at the hands of the very first human it encountered, it would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among its kin. No, it must not die. It would surrender. The black cat, which had been struggling fiercely in Yi Yan's grip, suddenly ceased its resistance, instead nudging Yi Yan's hand with its head. Meow meow, the two women instantly melted at the sight. This cat was simply too adorable when it played cute. Direct hit. Yi Yan, astonished at the strange beast's sudden submission, felt a surge of excitement. After all, in his previous life, strange beasts were terrifying beings. Yet now, this strange beast was nuzzling his hand and meowing at him. Having experienced his previous life, Yi Yan understood all too well that strange beasts were anything but weak. Even if some strange beasts lack combat capabilities, they invariably possess some powerful ability, be it foresight, healing, or something else entirely. In short, they could possess abilities beyond one's imagination. Yi Yan's heart soared with joy as he held the black cat, threatening, "If you don't want to be eaten." Chapter 48. Contract signing. Upon hearing this, the black cat immediately became compliant. Meow meow, is this black cat truly a strange beast? Where has its spirit gone? Only the black cat knew that it was not an offensive type strange beast, and its most powerful ability had yet to mature. Currently, its greatest advantage, speed, had been compromised by this person before it that if it failed to concede now, and this person killed it to consume its core, it would be a grave loss. Although it had signed a contract with a human upon arriving in this world, if its kin were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly be mocked. However, this is certainly preferable to being dead upon arrival. Moreover, looking at this human before me, their strength is quite commendable. Having evolved only once, they are able to capture me. Yi Yan gazed into the black cat's eyes, where its yellow irises rolled about, seemingly lost in thought. Is it true that the intelligence of extraordinary beasts is remarkably high, comparable to that of humans? Yi Yan addressed the black cat, saying, "Very well. You shall henceforth be my battle beast. The black cat, displaying utmost obedience and wishing to avoid having its core extracted, capitulated with a soft meow at that moment, firmly grasped in Yi Yan's hand. The black cat's yellow eyes suddenly gleamed, shooting forth a beam of black light. The Yi Yan was taken aback. Upon sensing that the black cat bore no ill intent, he allowed it to approach him. The black light surged into Yi Yan's mind, leaving him dizzy, and he released the cat, clutching his head. Beside him, Wen Yuanan and Wu Wu immediately adopted a defensive stance, yet the black cat made no move. Instead, it scampered to Yi Yan's feet, rubbing against them while continuously meowing. Meanwhile, Yi Yan's mind was tumultuous. It felt as though he had acquired an additional soul or a doppelganger. His sight flickered uncontrollably between his own perspective and that of the black cat, causing him a splitting headache 80 times. He could sense the black cat's current emotions, firmly convinced that its intelligence was on par with that of a human. The cat was worried about him, as it too was experiencing the unprecedented act of forming a contract with a human. Amidst this transformation, Yi Yan gradually came to understand certain matters. The black cat was not devoid of powers. Rather, its abilities were still in their infancy. Its extraordinary talent was illusion. Once matured and developed alongside the black cat, this illusion would undoubtedly become a lethal and intangible weapon. He faintly grasped that the black cat hailed from another world, one that was starkly different from his own. Initially, he could have continued to explore, as there seemed to be secrets concerning the apocalypse waiting to be uncovered. However, the mere thought of delving into that realm sent waves of pain through his body. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea, ceasing his exploration and gasping for breath on the ground. When he opened his eyes, he found the two women and the cat surrounding him. Wen Yuanan and Wu Wu had red-rimmed eyes. Upon seeing Yi Yan awake, they finally breathed a sigh of relief that if anything had happened to him, they truly did not know what to do. Wen Yuanan asked anxiously, "What happened to you?" "You were rolling on the ground, and we were terrified." Wu Wu looked at Yi Yan with concern. "Yes, we almost ended up slaughtering that cat." The black cat, hearing this, innocently mewed softly. Meow, it too had no idea that signing a contract would be so painful. It had merely been informed of how to forge contracts, akin to being told that it could wreak havoc and oppose humans at will. Yi Yan stood up, stroking the black cat beside him. Now he could feel the cat's emotions, but he could no longer discern its thoughts as he had in that fleeting moment. Perhaps he would gradually come to understand in due course. Just moments ago, he could switch perspectives with the black cat effortlessly, yet now it felt exceedingly laborious to attempt the same. However, after the contract was established, Yi Yan was certain that once a contract was formed, the extraordinary beast would remain loyal to its master, never betraying or harboring ulterior motives. As for the other world, he had vaguely sensed from the black cat, it likely belonged to the realm speculated upon by people in his previous life. This black cat, though lacking in raw attack power, possessed immensely powerful abilities, capable of creating illusions. Currently, the black cat could ensnare only one individual within its illusions, and the duration would not exceed half a minute. Yet within that half a minute, the outcome of life and death could be determined. The reason the black cat had not unleashed its illusion upon the three was that it had underestimated them, believing them to be weak humans of this world. When the black cat found itself captured by Yi Yan after its attempt to toy with him failed, it discovered that its illusions had no effect on this human. At that moment, the black cat sensed a remarkably familiar aura emanating from Yi Yan. It was the essence possessed solely by those who wield the Jade Talisman. This was precisely why the black cat willingly agreed to form a contract with Yi Yan. Had it not been for the resistance from the Jade Talisman during its earlier attempt to cast an illusion, it would not have realized that Yi Yan was a Jade wielder. Consequently, when it encountered its kin in the future, should they mock it for being so swiftly tamed by a human, it could still regain a modicum of dignity because of Yi Yan's status as a Jade wielder. Upon forming the contract and regaining consciousness, Yi Yan sensed a subtle change within himself. Soon after, he realized that his speed had indeed increased. After forming a contract with this extraordinary beast, Yi Yan had gained a boost to his speed. Although it was not as potent as directly consuming the black cat's core, the speed enhancement was undeniably real, significantly quickening his pace. Sitting on the ground at that moment, Yi Yan marveled at his extraordinary fortune. Firstly, he had gained a powerful companion who had now become an evolved being. Secondly, he had acquired the basic craftsman profession, relieving him of concerns regarding weapons and saving a considerable amount of magic crystals. Lastly, he had encountered this extraordinary beast, which had yet to reach its full strength. By forming a contract with it, he had received a boon to his speed. Reflecting upon the hardships of his previous life, Yi Yin felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously at the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced around and proclaimed, "It must be past noon. Let us dine here before we seek out what I sensed earlier." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Yin felt something was amiss. Oh no! Where did the thing I sensed go? The sensation that had clearly persisted in his mind had now vanished. Woo-woo, witnessing Yi Yan's expression of shock that she had never seen before, inquired with concern. "Yi Yin, what is it now?" Yi Yin, on the verge of tears, lamented. "The thing I sensed has disappeared." Woo-woo, having heard from Yuan about Yi Yan's situation, asked, "What shall we do now?" Yi Yin took a deep breath, heartbroken that what had been almost within his grasp had suddenly vanished. Since he could not obtain it now, he would redirect his focus back to the trader. There was also a spatial crystal, an object Yi Yin greatly desired. With a spatial crystal, they would no longer need to carry such large backpacks, avoiding unnecessary attention. Many valuable items could be stored within the spatial crystal, significantly reducing hassle. Yi Yin stated, "Let us eat first, and afterward, we will return to the school. We must clear the zombies within the school. There are far too many outside, and we are uncertain about the number of second-tier zombies. Once we obtain the spatial crystal from the trader and the item I sensed earlier, we can leave this town." Hearing this, the two women paused in surprise. Leave the town? Where would they go? They knew they would eventually have to depart, but what had become of the world outside? Were there even more zombies than here? Were there no living souls left? If they were to leave, to where? Wu cautiously inquired. "Where shall we go after leaving here?" Yi Yin replied calmly, "I have a score to settle." They could not comprehend how, with the apocalypse having only arrived yesterday, there could be lingering grudges from the peaceful times that could not be forgotten even now. Yet, upon seeing Yi Yan's expression, they sensed a hint of terror. Yi Yin continued, "My parents may be in that place as well. I hope they are safe when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Wu was reminded of her own parents. Her parents resided in Y City, somewhat distant from here, and she was uncertain of their well-being. What had become of everyone at the Taekwondo dojo? Noticing Wu-Wu's silence, Yi Yin asked, "Wu-Wu, where are your family?" Wu-Wu raised her head, her eyes brimming with restrained hope. "In Y City." To his surprise, Yi Yin smiled. "Just so happens, we will be passing through there, that we can look for your parents along the way." Wu-Wu leaped up in joy, embracing Yi Yin. "I knew you were the best." When Yuan, observing this, interjected with displeasure. "Why didn't you ask me? How unfair." Wu quickly returned to Yunan's side, taking her hand. Yi Yin, with a bemused smile, regarded her. "If my memory serves me correctly, your parents went missing when you were born." When Yunan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Yin. "Yi Yin, you must be harboring a crush on me. How could you possibly know this?" "It is certainly something I learned in the concentration camp during my previous life." Yi Yin pretended to be disdainful as he glanced at Yuan, lingering for 2 seconds on her chest. "What do I have a crush on you for?" When Yuan, flustered, retorted, "You are belittling my small chest again." Wu watched the two, unable to suppress a chuckle. Who would have thought that amidst the perils of the apocalypse, such a beautiful scene of everyday life could unfold? Though when Yuan no longer pursued the topic, pretending to be angry as she teased Yi Yin, deep within her heart, a tumultuous current stirred. In this school, she had not revealed her family's circumstances to a single soul. Absolutely not. Yet, Yi Yan's expression seemed to suggest that he had known all along. How perplexing. It was equally strange that, despite having done nothing prior, merely picking up magic crystals to meet Yi Yin, he had consented to her joining and even rushed into a horde of zombies to protect her. If it was pity that drove him, then the girls from earlier that day warranted far more sympathy. Why had Yi Yin not included them? Yi Yan's agreement for Wu to join stemmed solely from her formidable skills, rendering her exceptionally useful. After spending 2 days together, when Yuan was acutely aware that Yi Yin was not one to meddle unnecessarily, nor was he a bleeding heart. However, Why would he bring along someone he had never met before and even risk everything to save her during a crisis? Reflecting on it now, when she had burst into the gallery, the expression on Yi Yan's face upon seeing her was anything but ordinary. It was certainly not the reaction of someone who had merely encountered a stranger. This is exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that Yi Yan has been secretly in love with me since the days of peace? Chapter 49. The first forging of weapons. If Yi Yan were to know what Wen Yuan Nan was shyly contemplating in her heart at that moment, he would surely laugh until he bled. Secretly in love? With her flat-chested figure? Nevertheless, Yi Yan acknowledges that in his previous life, during the time spent in the concentration camp, he indeed harbored feelings for Wen Yuan Nan that were far from ordinary. A kind of sentiment perhaps even more precious than love itself. Without Wen Yuan Nan, it would have been impossible for him to survive for such an extended period in the concentration camp. After the group had eaten their fill, they prepared to set out. Da Wu Wu glanced at the black cat that now shadowed Yi Yan, asking, "Yi Yan, what was that black light we just saw?" Yi Yan shook the black cat hidden beneath his hoodie and replied, "I have formed a pact with this extraordinary beast. It will henceforth be my battle companion." Da Wu Wu, puzzled, inquired, "Didn't you say it only has speed and nothing else?" "It certainly seems to lack any combat prowess." Upon hearing this, the black cat emitted a series of disgruntled meows from within the hoodie, expressing its discontent at why Yi Yan spoke mysteriously. "That is only the case for now. You will understand in due time." Wu Wu nodded in agreement. Wen Yuan Nan, brimming with excitement, asked, "So it will always follow us from now on?" "Indeed," Yi Yan confirmed. "Then we should give it a name." Meow, meow, meow. It suddenly dawned on Yi Yan that this little creature had yet to be named. Hearing these foolish humans discussing names, the black cat immediately began protesting with its meows. Yet no one paid it any mind. "Let us call it Guai Guai. That was the name of my pet rabbit when I was young." "What a mundane name. It would be better to call it Little Cutie." Yi Yan glanced at the items on the shelf nearby and thought of a fitting name. "Let us call it Little Zongzi." The two ladies agreed, finding the name both creative and endearing. Thus, Little Zongzi began meowing in protest from within Yi Yan's hoodie. As the trio peered out of the window, they finally grasped the sheer number of zombies in the marketplace. No wonder they had taken so long to fight their way through just a few dozen meters. The zombies showed no signs of dwindling. The entire marketplace was a labyrinth of narrow paths, flanked by the remnants of small stalls. Originally bustling with people, the onset of the apocalypse had transformed those nearby into zombies, leaving others with nowhere to escape. Consequently, a multitude of zombies had gathered here, unable to find a way out. When Yuan Nan surveyed the countless zombies, noticing that the remains of the few they had previously slain had long been trampled into a pulp by the horde, allowing them only occasional glimpses of the magic crystals scattered on the ground. When Yuan Nan lamented, "We just killed so many zombies, yet not a single magic crystal to show for it." Wu Wu replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. There are simply too many zombies. Even if I have become an evolved being, it's impossible for us to leisurely slay zombies while collecting magic crystals." When Yuan Nan gazed at the swarm of zombies below and suggested, "Could we perhaps douse them in gasoline and set them ablaze like we did today?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wu felt hopeful and looked inquiringly at Yi Yan. Yi Yan shook his head. "There are too many zombies here. Causing such a commotion will only attract more. Moreover, we cannot ascertain how many second-tier zombies lurk in the shadows of this town. If a second-tier zombie appears, that would truly be a calamity." Wu Wu asked, "Then how do we get out?" Yi Yan replied, "We will fight our way out as we did before. Now that you have become an evolved being, we need not hold back. With the combined strength of the three of us, breaking through should be a simple task. However, do not become greedy for magic crystals, nor linger in battle. The School S zombies are not numerous, but they will suffice to keep us occupied for a while." The two women nodded in agreement. Indeed, when they had first entered, Wu Wu was not an evolved being and had not yet injected the immunity serum. Yi Yan and Wen Yuan Nan had to contend with the zombies in front of them, while simultaneously keeping an eye on Wu Wu to prevent her from being caught or bitten. Now that Wu Wu had become an evolved being, their combat strength had increased to another level, alleviating any concerns. They would only sustain minor injuries, if any, while exiting. The trio made their way to the first floor of the supermarket. Unperturbed by the upcoming horde of zombies, that Wu Wu, noticing the bloodstains from Little Zongzi's earlier scratches on Wen Yuan Nan's face, jested. Little Zongzi actually dared to scratch you. When we returned to school, I'll give it a good spanking. When Yuan Nan laughed in agreement. Exactly. It's so mischievous, always greeting me with a grand surprise. Little Zongzi, nestled in the hoodie, meowed innocently in response to Wei Yin, trailing behind. Casually remarked, "You two shouldn't say anything. Both of you have wounds on your faces and forgot to apply healing ointment, that if you end up with scars, don't say I didn't warn you." The two women turned simultaneously to look at the wound on Yin's face inflicted by little Zongzi. "You shouldn't be talking. Just look at your own face with that." Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan dashed into the throng of zombies without waiting for Yi Yin to retort. Yi Yin, exasperated, thought to himself, "So I've taken on two little minions, and now they're teaming up against me?" Free from the previous hesitations, the trio scarcely regarded the zombies, especially Yi Yin. After forming a pact with little Zongzi, his speed had significantly increased, not only his movement speed, but also his reaction time. Striking speed and overall agility had all seen remarkable enhancement. Now, slaying zombies became a means for Yi Yin to gauge just how much faster he had become. He effortlessly maneuvered between the zombies, striking down foes with each swing of his knife, leaving a trail of fallen corpses in his wake. Anyone witnessing this would surely find it hard to believe that a mere human was weaving through the zombies. For his speed was almost unnaturally swift in the eyes of an ordinary person. On the other hand, while Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu's combat skills may not have been as overwhelming as Yi Yin's, they were still incredibly fierce. Even with her injured arm, Wen Yuan Nan, once in combat mode, would forget all distractions, focusing solely on the slaughter before her. As for Wu Wu, now transformed into an evolved being, she was in her element. Her enhanced physique captivated her, making her exhilarated with every strike against the zombies. That it was markedly easier than before. These first-tier zombies were nothing more than puppets, posing no threat to her. Having trained in Taekwondo, although the technique she had learned didn't play a significant role in taking down zombies, her fervor and determination rendered them utterly powerless against her. Both Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan noticed Wu Wu's remarkable improvement. Wen Yuan Nan couldn't help but feel envious, while Yi Yin rejoiced at having gained another powerful ally in their group. At that moment, a zombie lunged at Wen Yuan Nan from the side. Just as she prepared to turn, Wu Wu swiftly swung her axe, dispatching the threat. The two women continued to hack away at the zombies before them, occasionally adjusting their positions or sharing the burden of pressure. When the trio finally fought their way out of the marketplace, they were all drenched in the filthy blood of the zombies, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. They hastened back to school, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. After inspecting their injuries, both Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan found only minor abrasions, nothing serious, and they were not concerned about being infected by the zombie virus. Wei Yin, on the other hand, emerged unscathed. Thanks to his astonishing speed, he could move about freely even amidst a horde of zombies. However, he still bore the old wounds from before. One was inflicted by little Zongzi in the supermarket, and the other was from the second-tier zombie he had encountered the previous night, which had left its mark on his back. Contemplating that second-tier zombie, Yi Yin couldn't help but compare his current speed to that of the zombie. If he were to encounter that second-tier zombie again, would he still be at a disadvantage in speed? Yi Yin recalled the several cars parked beneath the administration building, all belonging to the school's teachers. Now he sought to experiment with his newly acquired novice craftsman profession to create two weapons. After all, the fire axe and baseball bat were not sustainable solutions, with the violet hook jade in his possession. Although he had used one instance of lightning today, he still had a significant reserve of mental energy, and having gained a new profession had considerably boosted his total mental energy. As Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan returned to the school, their previously tense nerves began to relax. The sheer number of zombies in the marketplace had been overwhelming, and they still had to be wary of the lurking second-tier zombies. Upon returning to the school, encountering the wandering zombies, they felt as if they had stepped into paradise. Hearing that Yi Yin was about to experiment with his newly acquired profession to craft weapons for each of them, the two women excitedly followed him. Upon reaching the administration building, they found various cars parked below, all belonging to the school's teachers. Yi Yin approached a sedan, placed his hand upon it, and activated the skills of his novice craftsman profession. The refining technique. Before the astonished eyes of the two women, the once normal sedan gradually melted into a puddle of molten iron. Yi Yin then initiated the forging technique, and the molten iron began to coalesce, slowly taking the shape of a blade. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan watched intently, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. At last, a considerable amount of molten iron remained in place, transforming into scrap. Among these, the most robust and useful materials were forged by Yi Yin into the now-formed gray battle knife. Currently, Yi Yin possesses no blueprints for weapons, relying solely on his own understanding to craft. Thus, he directly took the white battle knife he had exchanged from the trader as a prototype and forged this gray-tiered weapon. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan gazed in astonishment at the weapon in Yi Yan's hand. Having witnessed with their own eyes a perfectly good vehicle vanish before them, turning into molten iron, which gradually melded and took shape, resulting in the battle knife, now emanating a gray glow from Yi Yan's grasp. How incredible! Having forged a weapon for the first time, Yi Yan was so enamored that he examined it repeatedly before handing it over to Wen Yuan and An, to Yi Yan's own astonishment. He had managed to create a gray-tier weapon without any blueprints on his very first attempt. In this post-apocalyptic world, weapons produced by traders and those manufactured by weapon crafting professionals are categorized by color: gray, white, silver, green, blue, purple, gold, and black. The rarity and strength increase from gray to black. To forge a gray-tier weapon without blueprints on the first attempt is nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, this was his initial use of the primary craftsman profession skill, with no proficiency whatsoever. Indeed, the primary craftsman profession is remarkably powerful. Chapter 50. Dance Room. Yi Yin approached another vehicle, employing the same method to forge another gray-tier battle knife. Wu Wu discarded her fire axe and eagerly accepted the battle knife, unable to part with it. Although she had practiced Taekwondo previously and was unfamiliar with such maneuvers, her daily training had kept her in peak physical condition. After slaying so many zombies, she felt quite adept, finding no difficulty in wielding the knife. After utilizing his professional skills 4 times, Yi Yin distinctly felt a significant drain on his mental energy. It seems that the cultivation of mental strength must be continuously reinforced. Observing the gray battle knife, its appearance bore little difference from Yi Yan's white battle knife. However, its sharpness and resilience were inferior to that of the white knife, as the disparity in tier was evident. Nonetheless, these 2 gray battle knives far surpassed the ordinary weapons previously used. In the future, as Yi Yan's skills become more refined and he acquires superior materials, he need not fear the creation of even higher-tier weapons. For now, the pressing matter is to eliminate zombies, collect magic crystals, and trade with the traders for spatial crystals. Once the signal from the mountain reappears and Yi Yin obtains the treasures there, he can depart from the town and seek the concentration camp from his previous life's memories. Contemplating the concentration camp invigorated Yi Yin, dispelling the fatigue brought on by mental energy depletion. And he led the 2 women to clear out the zombies at this moment. Due to yesterday's minor zombie tide, although the zombies were no longer concentrated, those near the teaching building were noticeably more numerous than elsewhere on the school grounds. Now that Wu Wu had evolved, her inherent strength was formidable, and she was rapidly advancing. Thus, Yi Yin and his companions chose to clear the area near the teaching building, methodically slaying zombies as they made their way inside. At that moment, on the top floor of a certain teaching building in the dance room, Lu Wan and Ji, when you felt the chilling gaze of dozens of individuals upon them, Ji, when you stood protectively in front of the crouching Lu Wan, glaring angrily at the other dozens of people. These suddenly appearing security guards shamelessly demanded that Lu Wan sleep with them in exchange for food to distribute among the students, armed with weapons and bearing provisions. These guards had been supported by the students and teachers from the very beginning. They were unwilling to die and wished to obtain food, all at the cost of surrendering a woman irrelevant to them. The depths of human wickedness and selfishness erupted in that moment. Everyone urged Lu Wan to serve those foul men, adopting a self-righteous demeanor as if refusing meant she would be an eternal sinner. Some even attempted to physically drag Lu Wan away, with only Ji Wenyu standing guard over her. This sister of his, strikingly beautiful, yet possessing a fiery temperament, often made Ji Wenyu ponder if she were a scheming woman. Perhaps she wouldn't attract so much trouble. Thus, since childhood, Ji Wenyu had always pursued Lu Wan, following her a year behind in school. Each time they entered a new school, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu would find themselves in different institutions for a year, a duration ample enough for Lu Wan to attract countless admirers. Many men pursued her, but she turned them all down with a firm attitude, refusing to give face to those who persistently harassed her. Consequently, those men would give up and slander Lu Wan behind her back to AS for the women. Seeing Lu Wan's beauty and the attention she garnered from men, they subtly ostracized her while openly making things difficult for her. However, Lu Wan was no pushover. She wouldn't form cliques, wouldn't pander, and wouldn't yield, only tearing down facades. Thus, she ended up offending numerous individuals on both sides at this moment. Those who had always disdained Lu Wan saw her in dire straits and realized they could benefit from her misfortune, promptly taking the opportunity to kick her while she was down. Earlier, as Wenyu protected Lu Wan from being dragged away by the students, he had been shoved and struck several times. A male student stood up, believing himself to represent justice. Lu Wan, what's wrong with sleeping with this big brother just once? We haven't eaten for a full 24 hours if our lives are at stake. Does your body really matter? Is it still valuable? The voices of persuasion poured in, utterly oblivious to the repugnance and selfishness of their words. Exactly. With their 5 people as food, there's enough for everyone for many days. At worst, when the food is distributed, you can take a little more. This is a special time. Having food is already a blessing, so why bother with the details? The guards remained unhurried, observing the situation. Apart from Lu Wan's cousin, no one appeared inclined to protect her, and it was only a matter of time before she became their possession. Witnessing such human depravity was amusing. The guards, who occasionally glimpsed the aloof Lu Wan in school, now saw her in a vulnerable position, and they had fantasized about her beauty more than once in their minds. Now, the opportunity lay before them. How could they let it slip? In this apocalypse, such actions were not considered criminal. Even if they were to be devoured by zombies later, recalling today would bring them no regret at this moment. Zhou Qingyang felt an overwhelming sense of glee. Not only was there food on the horizon, but he would also witness the usually lofty campus beauty subjected to the whims of these brutish men. What could be more satisfying? Zhou Qingyang spitefully remarked, "You've had plenty of men around you. Who knows how many times you've been with them? So why pretend to be high and mighty? Sacrificing one for the sake of the rest is no big deal." Others couldn't help but chuckle at this. That Lu Wan, initially pale with anger and unable to utter a word, exploded upon hearing Zhou Qingyang's insult. "I'll knock you out." "Say that again." Lu Wan sprang to her feet, furiously pointing at Zhou Qingyang, startling those around her. Zhou Qingyang, momentarily taken aback, then struggled to maintain her composure. "What I said is true. You've slept with men before, so why act?" Before Zhou Qingyang could finish her sentence, Lu Wan charged forward, delivering a fierce kick to her head, then seized her hair and slapped her several times. The sound of the slaps was not crisp, but rather a dull thud, revealing just how furious Lu Wan was and how forcefully she struck. Zhou Qingyang hadn't anticipated Lu Wan would come at her like a madwoman, leaving her stunned and utterly unable to retaliate as she was soundly slapped multiple times. Her ears began to ring, and her face burned. The surrounding onlookers were astonished by the scene unfolding before them. They were aware of Lu Wan's fiery temperament and her previous skirmishes with a few girls. But today they truly witnessed her wrath. Zhou Qingyang felt utterly humiliated, having been publicly beaten by Lu Wan in front of so many people. She sprang up, engaging Lu Wan in a fierce struggle. Wenyu rushed over, intending to pull Zhou Qingyang away, but one of the guards, the 5th one, quickly approached, kicking Zhou Qingyang away and angrily scolding her. "Damn it. What do you think you're doing? You've just made things difficult for us." Zhou Qingyang cowered on the ground, not daring to resist, glaring viciously at Lu Wan as if she wanted to devour her, but Lu Wan gasped for breath. Having given up on everything, she couldn't comprehend how these people could be such beasts, uttering such words and desiring such things. She resolved that even if she were to die today, she would never submit. The 5th guard cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Qingyang before turning his gaze greedily upon Lu Wan, pulling her closer. "Enough of this nonsense. Our boss can't wait any longer." The boss, eyeing Lu Wan's exquisite figure and breathtaking beauty, smiled with satisfaction, greedily scanning her body. This exquisite form would soon belong to him. As long as Lu Wan complied, he might even consider keeping her around and sharing food with her in the future. The cost, of course, would be his pleasure. Lu Wan struggled desperately, cursing, "You're all beasts. May you all meet a terrible fate." Although fear and shame filled her heart, it was now overwhelmingly overshadowed by rage. Ji Wenyu charged forward, forcefully pushing the fifth guard aside, and they began to grapple fiercely. Lu Yuan joined in, kicking at the fifth guard. Finally, the other four guards lost their patience, no longer willing to witness this farce. Four individuals brandished electric batons, first shoving Lu Yuan aside, their eyes glinting with a lecherous greed as they gazed upon her. They then unleashed their batons with ferocity upon Ji Wenyu, who lay helpless on the ground. The leader struck the hardest, hurling curses as he did so. "You little brat, you think you can get away with this? I'll beat you to death. Damn it, protecting her. You can't even protect yourself. Soon, you'll be lying on the ground, watching us torment her. Ha ha." Ji Wenyu curled into a ball on the floor, desperately shielding his head. Let them beat him. Let them continue, as long as he survived. Wouldn't Lu Yuan be spared from such horrors? The muffled sounds reverberated throughout the dance studio, with Ji Wenyu occasionally letting out a stifled groan, unwilling to show weakness before these repulsive security guards. They had no intention of showing mercy. After all, it was the end of the world. Couldn't they kill it? Will? Lu Yuan, frantically rushing forward to intervene, was repeatedly shoved aside with brute force. One guard, impatient, slapped her hard across the face, leaving one side of her visage swollen. Meanwhile, the others turned a blind eye to the unfolding events, even thinking to themselves that it would be better to kill Ji Wenyu quickly. Without his interference, they could feast sooner. Only Lu Yuan persisted in her attempts to pull him away, but to no avail, occasionally receiving blows herself. At that moment, she bore no semblance of the proud campus belle she usually was. All she knew was that if they continued to beat Ji Wenyu like this, he would die. And at that moment, a shocking pool of blood began to spread beneath Ji Wenyu. His muffled groans had unknowingly ceased. The third man, feeling somewhat fatigued, paused to catch his breath and remarked to the others, still relentlessly assaulting Ji Wenyu. "Hey, he seems to be out of breath." Only then did they finally cease their assault. Kicking Ji Wenyu's motionless body, he offered no response, his body limp and powerless, teetering on the edge of life and death. The leader, still unsatisfied, delivered a fierce kick to his head, as if that would ease his frustration. Who cares if he is dead or not? Half dead is even better. Let him watch how we deal with his sister. Ji Wenyu felt as if he were lying in a pool of sticky blood, his entire body weighed down, unable to open his eyes. Yet he yearned to see what had become of Lu Yuan. Chapter 51. The mutated cockroach. Lu Yuan stared in horror at the bloodstains slowly spreading across the wooden floor, teetering on the brink of madness. She wanted to slay these beasts beneath human decency. The fifth guard, poking Ji Wenyu's nose, exclaimed, "The boss is truly formidable. This kid isn't kicked the bucket yet. At least he can hold on until we finish our business." "Ha ha!" The leader grinned with pride, turning to the snarling Lu Yuan. "Do you see this? This is what happens when you annoy me. If you weren't a pretty girl with some use in that regard, your fate would be the same as his. So while I still have a shred of patience for you, behave yourself, and you want to go hungry. Also, stop making that scary face. It's not at all attractive. Come on, smile." Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, unable to bear the sight of Ji Wenyu lying on the ground. Yet the dance studio was surrounded by mirrors. No matter which way she looked, Ji Wenyu's tragic state was reflected back at her. Tears streamed down her face, having silently filled her eyes. She pointed an accusing finger at the leader of the guards, unleashing a torrent of curses. "I'll kill you, you bastards," almost devoid of reason. Lu Yuan charged forward, but as she reached the leader, he swiftly slapped her, sending her crashing to the ground. The leader, now losing his patience, barked at his companions. "Damn it, hold this crazy woman down. I am going to deal with her right now." Their faces lit up with excitement as the four men rushed to restrain her limbs. Lu Yuan, summoning every ounce of strength, found herself utterly immobilized. All she could do was cry out in despair, shaking her head helplessly. In that moment, she truly understood her own fragility, utterly incapable of resisting these men's might. She realized the stark disparity between male and female strength. She loathed it. Ji Wenyu was being beaten to the brink of death, and now she was to be defiled by these loathsome men. She also harbored hatred for the 20-odd onlookers, who remained indifferent. Previously, she believed herself mature, having encountered countless situations and individuals. But today, she truly grasped what kind of beings some people were. Such individuals were even beneath the level of beasts. Utterly revolting. Zhou Qingyang watched the scene with glee, wishing he could join in and strip Lu Wan of her clothing. Let Lu Wan, who usually holds herself so high, now reap what she has sown. Ji Wenyu lay on the ground, hearing Lu Wan's anguished cries, striving to open his eyes, yearning to rise and protect her. Yet his body was racked with agony. Those who had beaten him had held nothing back, striking him as if he were less than human. He listened to Lu Wan's voice, his mind alight with clarity, even as his body felt as though it were plummeting into oblivion. He wanted to annihilate these vile creatures. He despised his own ineptitude. If only he were strong enough, he could shield Lu Wan from this fate. When he finally mustered all his strength to open his heavy eyelids, the first thing he saw were the faces of his classmates. There was no pity, no reluctance, nor any semblance of shame on their faces. Instead, they gazed at Lu Wan with expressions of glee and avarice. This moment would be etched into his memory forever. Only a few girls averted their eyes, unable to witness the horror. Through the mirrors behind them, Ji Wenyu saw 4 men restraining Lu Wan, their faces contorted with lascivious greed, while another man eagerly clawed at her clothing, his mouth lewdly licking her face. Tears of fury streamed down Ji Wenyu's cheeks, mingling with the blood on his face. Just as Lu Wan's modesty was about to be unveiled, a sudden, tremendous noise erupted from outside the door. The 5 guards immediately halted their actions, and the students spectating were startled into silence. For a moment, only Lu Wan's desperate cries filled the air. The leader of the guards delivered a stinging slap to Lu Wan. "Damn it. Shut up. It's your racket that attracted those zombies." At that moment, Lu Wan was nearly driven to madness, caring little for the zombies. Even if she knew it was likely the zombies coming for them, she would only scream louder. She wished for all in that room to pay for what they had done to her and Ji Wenyu. She memorized the faces of those indifferent to their suffering. She would remember those who harmed them. If she survived this day, she would ensure that every last one of these beasts in the room would meet their demise, leaving none alive. Another sound echoed. It was as if something was crashing against the door. The tension in the room heightened. The leader of the guards adjusted his pants, nervously squeezing his now cowardly member, casting one last longing glance at Lu Wan. So close, yet so far. The other 4 stood up, moving to the door, holding their breath to listen to the commotion outside. Lu Wan, released, immediately sat up, struggling to stifle her sobs, adjusting her clothing while casting a venomous glare at everyone in the room. Those being scrutinized even dared to return her gaze defiantly, their faces twisted with mockery and disdain, as if to say, "You are already tainted." Lu Wan was filled with an overwhelming urge to confront these shameless individuals. But at that moment, her greatest concern was Ji Wenyu's safety. She rushed to Ji Wenyu's side, initially believing him to be unconscious, but her first glance revealed the madness in his eyes. Thus, Lu Wan understood. Ji Wenyu had not lost consciousness. He had witnessed everything. Lu Wan tightly grasped Ji Wenyu's hand, leaning beside his face, unable to contain her tears. "Wenyu, are you all right?" Ji Wenyu could not utter a word. The fury and desire for vengeance boiling within him was known only to himself. Yet the more he felt this way, the more he despised his own helplessness. If only he had strength. If only he were powerful enough. How could such a calamity have befallen them today? At that moment, the 5 guards, cautiously listening for sounds outside the door, had not heard anything unusual and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when the noise came again. It was unmistakably a force slamming against the door. The tension among them escalated. "Boss, is it a zombie? How the hell should I know?" But there were no other raucous sounds from outside. Could it be just 1 or 2? If it's just 1 or 2, we can toss a few students out, and while the zombies are busy munching on them, we can take the opportunity to kill. "Damn it, I still don't believe you dare to kill a zombie." The students, overhearing the guards' conversation, were chilled to the bone, horrified by such selfishness. How quickly they had forgotten their prior actions. Another thud reverberated, the door shaking violently. The occupants of the room were on high alert. Could it truly be a zombie? Yet according to their observations, zombies would not act in such a manner. What was happening? At that same moment, just a few meters away from the dance studio, Yi Yin and his companions were fixated on the prey at the studio door. These two mutated cockroaches had been pursued by the trio from the lower levels of the teaching building all the way to this point. Originally no larger than a thumb, the cockroaches had mutated and evolved, now measuring half a meter in length. Their upper jaws had evolved into remarkably robust and sharp implements, akin to axes, capable of effortlessly shattering their prey and breaching obstacles. Their exoskeletons had also become extraordinarily hard. Yi Yin was particularly intrigued by the mutated features of these cockroaches. If he could acquire them, they would serve as exceptional materials for enchanting weapons. Enchanting a pair of cockroach jaws onto a battle blade would render it even sharper and more formidable. If the resilient shells were enchanted onto the weapon, it would significantly enhance the blade's durability, making it far more enduring. Originally, he had set out merely to slay zombies and collect magic crystals, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall, just as Yi Yin was preparing to strike at the two cockroaches. They seemed to sense something and fled in an instant. He immediately beckoned the two women to pursue them into the teaching building. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they realized that the cockroaches had not fled due to sensing Yi Yan's impending attack. Rather, they had heard some commotion and come to investigate. As they neared the 5th floor, the trio was greeted by a tremendous scream emanating from somewhere. The sound was so filled with despair and madness that it tugged at their hearts. Wu Wu found it peculiar, for the voice sounded strikingly familiar. Naturally, the two women were eager to discover what had transpired, and Yi Yin shared their curiosity. If it was something he found intolerable, he would not hesitate to intervene, as it was but a mere trifling task for him. Following the cockroaches, they arrived at the dance studio, where they could hear the commotion more distinctly. However, they were perplexed to find that throughout it all, only one girl's voice was audible, with no other sounds accompanying it. Upon confirming that there were indeed people inside, the cockroaches began to pound the door with their sharp, hard jaws inside the dance studio. Silence fell to the astonishment of the two women. The sturdy door of the studio began to shake after just a few strikes. Truly, one should never underestimate these evolved creatures. Seeing how sharp and resilient the cockroaches' jaws were filled Yi Yin with delight. The better the materials, the more effective the enchantment on the weapons. In due time, the power of the weapons in their hands would significantly increase. However, when Yuan Nan and Wu Wu were still unaccustomed to gazing at the two cockroaches, as their half-meter-long bodies, with exaggerated features, were utterly repulsive. Yi Yin remarked, "The cockroaches must be intent on devouring the person inside. The moment they break through the door, we shall rush in and catch them off guard. We shall also ascertain the situation within the dance studio." These mutated cockroaches were far from being mere first-level zombies, and given the limited experience the two women had in surviving the apocalypse, it was prudent to exercise caution, while also focusing on training them. The two women nodded earnestly. Despite their reluctance to behold the repugnant cockroaches, they had no choice but to observe the unfolding events. Just then, the previously still air, silenced by the cockroaches, was shattered once more that a sharp, frenzied female voice screamed, "Get away! Don't touch him!" Wu Wu's eyes widened in horror. This was not just any voice, it was her friend. Lu Wan's voice. Chapter 52. There is still hope for him, seeing Wu Wu's expression of shock, when Yuan Nin quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Yi Yan's gaze was fixed on her as well. Wu Wu's countenance transformed into one of profound anger, her entire being electrified with emotion. She sprang to her feet, disregarding whether the two cockroaches would take notice of her. Had it not been for her current allegiance to Yi Yin, she would have already dashed in upon realizing this. Breathing heavily, Wu Wu exclaimed, "The girl inside is my friend, Luan." The reason she uttered Luan's name was that nearly everyone at the university knew who she was. After all, Luan was widely recognized as the campus beauty, exceptionally attractive, and had been approached by various live-streaming platforms and talent agencies during her time at school, all of which she had declined. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan were taken aback. Their astonishment lay not in the fact that it was Luan inside, but in the revelation that she was still alive, just yesterday. When the two of them had instigated a minor zombie tide, Luan had been on the 2nd floor with other students, and they were unsure how she had managed to escape. Perhaps she was the only one who had gotten out? What on earth had transpired within? If the earlier scream had indeed come from Luan, it indicated that something terrifying was unfolding inside. Although only 2 days had passed since the apocalypse began, the two women had already experienced firsthand that it was best not to meddle in affairs that did not concern them, unless they touched upon their bottom line or were particularly intolerable. Thus, when they had heard the earlier commotion, although it had tugged at their hearts, they had merely resolved to investigate the situation while dealing with the cockroaches. Had they known it was Lu Wan, or rather, had they known that the person inside was Wu Wu's friend, Yin would have already led them into action, seeing Wu Wu so agitated and furious. Yet restraining herself and waiting for his decision, what could Yi Yin say? Of course, he would charge in to rescue her. Without further ado, Yi Yin dashed to the entrance of the dance studio with utmost speed, momentarily setting aside the thought of training the two women, and unleashed 2 strikes of lightning fall. The 2 mutated cockroaches had yet to register what was happening before they were instantly incinerated. Were he to rely solely on his battle blade without utilizing his professional skills, the cockroaches, with their physical evolutionary advantages, could have withstood him for a while. However, the situation had changed, since Wu Wu had reacted so intensely upon learning that Lu Wan was inside. It was evident that Lu Wan held great significance for her. Despite Yi Yan's 2 years of experience in the apocalypse, which had made him quite selfish and indifferent, he deeply valued his companions. And he did not wish to witness someone important to them meet a tragic fate. He had already witnessed enough of that in his past life. Now that he possessed the capability to alter such outcomes, why should he allow them to recur? Fueled by rage, Wu Wu followed closely behind Yi Yin, and when Yuan Nan mirrored her anger and seriousness. After swiftly dispatching the 2 mutated cockroaches, Yi Yin kicked open the door to the dance studio. And all movement within came to an abrupt halt, with every gaze fixed upon the newcomers. When the students recognized Yi Yin, their expressions turned quite vivid. They had all witnessed how Yi Yin and when Yuan Nan had ruthlessly slaughtered zombies the previous day. How they had leaped from the 2nd floor unscathed. It was also the 2 of them who had triggered the minor zombie tide, leaving the students stranded, nearly costing them their lives. Yet, in the eyes of Yi Yin and his companions, the students were of no consequence. Within the dance studio, all actions froze in an eerie stillness, allowing Yi Yin and his companions to clearly see what had transpired and deduce the events that had unfolded. 5 familiar men, clad in security uniforms, 3 of whom were restraining the disheveled, bruised Lu Wan, who lay pitifully on the ground, and Yuan clung desperately to a blood-soaked young man, refusing to let another man drag him away. The last man had a firm grip on Lu Wan's hair, pulling it tightly while stepping on the hand she was using to hold onto the bloodied figure. Moments ago, had Lu Wan not fought tooth and nail to resist. These 5 security guards would have cast the nearly lifeless Ji Wenyu out as bait to lure the zombies. Wu Wu stared in shock at the scene before her gaze fixated on Lu Wan's face. Unable to believe it was truly her, rage ignited within her. She noticed that although Lu Wan's clothing was mostly intact, it was clearly torn and utterly disheveled. The man who was gripping her hair and trampling her hand had his pants pulled up. Yet his belt was unfastened. Even the zipper was left undone. Yi Yin, astute as he was, immediately surmised what had transpired upon witnessing this scene. Disheveled and in a pitiful state, the once celebrated campus beauty, the bloodied and unresponsive young man, and the students who sat there unmoving, seemingly entertained by the spectacle, all while the cockroaches outside clamored to escape. Hearing the door creak open, Lu Wan felt a flicker of hope. Had the zombies finally arrived? Would they consume these scoundrels down to the last bone? She was determined that Ji Wenyu would not be used as bait to distract the zombies while these miscreants seized the opportunity to escape. What she craved was the zombies. She wanted to drag everyone present down with her and Ji Wenyu. However, when she turned to face the door, she was met with Wu Wu and the boy who had left a profound impression on her. How could it be them? Was this a dying hallucination? Yes, that remarkable person could not possibly appear with Wu Wu at the same time to rescue her. It must be a fleeting glimpse before death. In her moments of despair, she had often wished to possess even half the strength of that impressive individual from yesterday, so she would not have to endure such tribulations. A few swift strikes would be sufficient to eliminate these thugs. Thus, as she teetered on the brink of death, she envisioned not only her soul friend from university, but also the boy she had met just yesterday. She had heard them refer to him as Yi Yin. He seemed to possess quite a reputation within the school. Yet in the next moment, that boy from her hallucination appeared before her at a dizzying speed, and then she felt the force that had been tugging at her hair dissipate, followed by a cascade of warm liquid streaming down her face. The abhorrent scream she would never forget erupted loudly. With a sickening thud, the weight on her hand vanished, and another liquid splattered onto her hand. The hideous shriek growing even more harrowing. It was then that Lu Wan jolted back to reality. This was not an illusion. He had come to rescue her. Desperately, she wiped her hands across her face. And at last, her eyes were free from the blood, allowing her to behold the scene before her. The beast that had once loomed over her, driving her to contemplate death, now writhed upon the ground. His complexion ashen, blood pooling around him in a greater volume than that which had previously flowed from Ji Wenyu. For one of his hands and one of his feet had vanished without a trace. His severed limbs lay beside her, yet she felt not an ounce of fear. The space around her and Ji Wenyu suddenly became vacant, while the remaining four security guards, as if confronted by specters, were paralyzed with terror, cowering behind the students. Those very students who had earlier turned a blind eye to their plight now screamed in horror at the gruesome scene. Is this truly frightening? When Ji Wenyu was mercilessly beaten to this state, did they not find it alarming? Now, do they perceive blood as terrifying? Was Ji Wenyu's blood not considerable? Witnessing Yi Yan's actions, they were engulfed by profound dread, an aura emanating from someone who had endured countless slaughters. Cold-blooded, resolute. Many students, upon seeing Yi Yan again, had not yet comprehended the situation when Yi Yan surged forward like a bolt of lightning, severing the hands and feet of the assailant against Lu Wan. Such speed was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary person. This decisive act of dismemberment was not something an average individual could achieve. The head of security, utterly oblivious, found himself bereft of hands and feet. He merely caught a glimpse of the newcomer, and in the blink of an eye, the figure appeared before him, followed by a searing pain. His limbs vanished before he could even register the event. The other four guards, now fully aware, recognized that these newcomers were there to rescue Lu Wan. Among them, this man possessed an utterly terrifying strength. Not merely terrifying, but entirely inhuman. Had they known of Lu Wan's formidable background, they would never have dared to commit such acts. At this moment, Ji Wenyu, propped up by the guards, lay crumpled on the ground. Though he clung to life, he had witnessed every detail of how Yi Yan had entered and dispatched that vile creature. Throughout, he had not blinked. The man who had severed the guard's limbs descended like a deity, instantly reversing the tide of battle. While Wu Wu contemplated checking on Lu Wan, Ji Wenyu's plight was of utmost urgency. She rushed over to gently support Ji Wenyu, yet regardless of her tender touch. He grimaced, gasping for breath. When Yuanin hastily retrieved the remaining half-bottle of healing potion, kneeling beside Ji Wenyu, unsure where to begin, Ji Wenyu, half reclining on the ground, refused to glance at Lu Wan, whom he had long worried for, nor at Wen Yuanan and Wu Wu who tended to him. His gaze was fixated on Yi Yan, revealing a tumult of emotions, gratitude, relief, yearning, and a deep-seated resentment for his impending demise, preventing him from repaying Yi Yan's kindness. He wished to implore Yi Yan to take Lu Wan away, yet he could utter not a single word, for his injuries were too grave to allow for speech. Earlier, when a few guards had heard the commotion outside and Lu Wan approached him, he knew he was beyond saving and could not express a word to her. Lu Wan, witnessing Ji Wenyu's agony, turned to Yi Yan, her voice trembling with desperation. "I beg you, save him. I implore you. I will do anything you ask." If it were Yi Yan, she would comply with any request. Yi Yan crouched, gazing at the fading Ji Wenyu. Ji Wenyu struggled to speak, yearning to plead with Yi Yan to take Lu Wan away. He attempted to form words, desperate to express even a single syllable. He wished to thank Yi Yan for saving him when he was beyond salvation, granting him the chance to know that these beasts would not escape justice. That Lu Wan had not fallen into their clutches, Yi Yan observed the two in their tragic state, his heart tumultuous. Perhaps he considered himself cold-hearted, focused solely on vengeance. Yet at times, he had to admit that the essence of his former self, the man he had been before the apocalypse, still lingered within him, bringing forth feelings of humanity. There was still hope for redemption. Chapter 53, Another Ability. Lu Wan nearly fainted upon hearing those 4 words. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Yi Yan declared, The only thing that can save him now is an evolution agent that Wu Wu recalled her earlier exhaustion, and how after injecting a single evolution agent, all her internal and external injuries had healed. Although Ji Wenyu's condition was dire, if the evolution agent possessed miraculous properties, it could surely save him, for she had experienced the extraordinary power of the evolution agent firsthand. Earlier, while they were clearing zombies beneath the teaching building, the trio had been remarkably efficient, slaying over 100 zombies in a short span, the density of zombies around them visibly diminishing. Dwight Yin immediately stood. "I will find a traitor right now. You all wait here for me," Lu Yuan, having never heard of traitors or evolution agents, viewed Yi Yin as a deity. Whatever he said was absolute, and she harbored no doubts. She looked at him with eager anticipation. "Please save him." "I will do anything." Yi Yin offered Lu Wan a comforting smile, but suddenly recalled something, his expression changing dramatically. "No. We must leave this place quickly. I used Thunderstrike and the zombies will be drawn here." Wu Wu and Wen Yuan's faces paled simultaneously as they prepared to flee with Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu. The students, upon hearing this, became agitated. Thunderstrike. Was that not the technique they had witnessed from Yi Yin that fateful night? The one with the tremendous sound? It was that very technique that had triggered a minor zombie tide, nearly costing them their lives. Hearing Yi Yan's words, they felt anxious yet puzzled. Wait, they had previously witnessed and heard Yi Yan's Thunderstrike. If he had used it nearby, they would have heard it clearly. Yet they had heard no commotion before Yi Yin barged in. Yi Yin quickly peered down the corridor, but a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The vast horde of zombies that should have been attracted by the sound of his Thunderstrike were nowhere to be seen. The area beneath the teaching building remained as it had been, with numerous zombies wandering about, showing no signs of converging toward them. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan also noticed and felt bewildered. At that moment, the small creature nestled in Yi Yan's hat let out a call, and an epiphany struck Yi Yin. This was the small creature's ability. Previously, when Yi Yin had formed a pact with it, he had only vaguely understood its illusionary powers. Now he realized it also possessed spatial abilities. When Yi Yin had used Thunderstrike, the small creature had utilized its power to momentarily sever that space from the outside world, preventing the overwhelming sound from reaching beyond. Yi Yin gazed at the small creature in astonishment, which was now gleefully meowing, seeking praise. Earlier, the small creature's consciousness had connected with him, allowing him to grasp what had transpired. It was worth noting that illusionary abilities and spatial abilities complemented each other. Illusions could directly invade a person's mind and could be combined with spatial abilities to alter the surrounding environment, creating a vivid illusion. When Yuan, puzzled, queried, "Why haven't the zombies reacted?" Yi Yin stroked the small creature, smiling. "It's the small creature's power. Enough of this. Since it's safe here, you all stay put and keep an eye on these people. When I return, we will settle the score." The two women nodded. Now that they were evolutionaries, they had no fear of these ordinary individuals. Lu Yuan gazed at Yi Yan's retreating figure, silently vowing that regardless of Ji Wenyu's fate after this day, she would follow him devotedly. Her body, her life, had been saved by Yi Yin. The group re-entered the dance studio. Lu Yuan glared at the assailants with hatred, wishing she could slay them right then and there. Ji Wenyu finally closed his eyes in silence, utterly fatigued, yet he must wait for Yi Yan's return. He had to survive, for this apocalypse was too perilous and wicked. He could not leave Lu Wan to face it alone. Moreover, with the beasts in this room still alive, how could he leave in peace? And because Yi Yan's kindness was immense, he had to repay it. They had been strangers to Yi Yan, only familiar with Wu Wu. Yet he had come to their aid. Now, he was even venturing out alone to find evolution agents to save his life. If he could survive today, he would dedicate the rest of his life to repaying Yi Yin. Yi Yin stepped outside with the small creature. In truth, venturing outside alone was far easier than bringing the two of them along. His current speed, having formed a pact with the otherworldly beast, had become remarkably swift. If he were with the two women, he would have to synchronize with their pace and look after them. Now, with only a small, otherworldly creature tucked in his hoodie, he felt utterly free. Yi Yin had approximately 100 magic crystals. Having resolved to save Ji Wenyu and make him an evolutionary, Ji Wenyu would undoubtedly become his companion, as would Lu Wan. Therefore, since he was already out, he might as well slay a dozen zombies and reclaim Lu Wan's evolution agent. This way, his team would consist of 5 one-star evolutionaries. the speed of zombie slaying would increase exponentially. The thought of his team growing stronger, with more evolutionaries joining, ignited a flame of excitement in Yi Yan's heart.5 one-star evolutionaries. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had formed a small team, all of whom were on the verge of becoming evolutionaries. While most people had never even seen a traitor, such a starting point was extraordinarily high in this new world. Yi Yan exerted his full speed, swiftly eliminating zombies beneath the teaching building. Upon gathering 120 magic crystals, he hurried outside the school. This time, he fought without hesitation, refraining from slaying any additional zombies unless they charged directly at him. For he understood that Ji Wenyu was nearing his end. He could only imagine the overwhelming hatred that would fill Ji Wenyu's heart after being brutally beaten by a few ordinary people. Perhaps, should Ji Wenyu survive this ordeal, that hatred and experience would transform into a formidable weapon for him in the future. Yi Yan only delayed slightly when he rushed into the supermarket, as the number of zombies in the market was simply overwhelming. However, he spent less time than before, as this time he was alone and much faster. Finding the traitor, Yi Yan quickly exchanged for 2 bottles of one-star evolution serum and hastened back to the school. At this moment, within the dance studio from which Yi Yan had departed, the security chief, who had lost an arm and a leg to Yi Yan, had succumbed to excessive blood loss. His lifeless body lay in the center of the dance studio, blood pooling over Ji Wenyu's previous blood. Throughout his agonizing struggle, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had merely watched him with smiles, saying not a word. Originally, Lu Wan had contemplated borrowing the knife from Wu Wu's hand to methodically carve into his flesh, torturing him mercilessly. Yet now, with Ji Wenyu on the brink of death, only his eyes still open, she dared not leave his side. The thought that Ji Wenyu might actually perish while she was absent tormented her to the core. Witnessing their leader's tragic demise, the other 4 terrified security guards were on the verge of erupting. They could not comprehend who Yi Yan truly was or why he was so extraordinarily powerful. His methods were utterly bizarre. However, at this moment, Yi Yan had already left, and though the 2 women he brought appeared formidable, they were at least more manageable than Yi Yan. Second brother, let us go. Those women won't be able to stop us. We'll truly be doomed when that man returns. Unable to maintain their composure, the group sprang up, attempting to flee. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Wu Wu's eyes as she blocked the doorway with the speed of an evolved being. Where do you think you're going? She coldly regarded the 4 individuals that Lu Wan had already conveyed the gist of the situation to her. Yet she only grasped the broad strokes, lacking the full details and having not witnessed it firsthand. Yet the fury within her was palpable. Once Ji Wenyu recovered, she intended to ensure that both Ji Wenyu and Lu Wan exacted a severe revenge for this affront. The 4 were instantly paralyzed with fear. This woman's speed was astonishingly unnatural. Though not as swift as the male, compared to ordinary people, she was nothing short of monstrous. The second guard pointed a trembling finger at Wu Wu. Feigning bravado, "You filthy woman! Get out of my way!" "Ayah!" Before he could finish his bravado, he clutched his face and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony. Wu Wu had swiftly swung a blade, striking the second guard's face. However, she had held back. Otherwise, she would have effortlessly taken his life as she would a zombie. "Is your mouth foul? Can you still speak now?" The wound on the second guard's face slashed diagonally from his chin, splitting his lips and exposing his dental structure, grazing his nose, and ultimately blinding one of his eyes. The remaining guards and students gasped in horror, wincing as they felt phantom pains on their own faces. The second guard's hands covered his face, but blood oozed through his fingers, staining his clothing and dripping onto the floor that he could scarcely emit a coherent scream, only managing to produce a series of ghastly sounds that sent chills through the room. Wu Wu proudly stood at the doorway, a cold smile gracing her lips as she regarded the remaining 3. "Are you still planning to leave?" They were immediately filled with terror, scrambling back in a weak-kneed retreat. It was horrifying. Not only was that man exceedingly fearsome, but even the woman beside him was a lunatic. Lu Wan watched the scene with rapt attention, feeling no revulsion at the bloodshed. Ji Wenyu's blood had rendered her immune. Witnessing the fate of these beasts, she could not help but burst into laughter. Simultaneously, she noticed that Wu Wu had also transformed, becoming unlike any ordinary person, akin to Yi Yan. Could this be the effect of the evolution serum that Yi Yan spoke of? Observing Wu Wu effortlessly dispatch those who had assaulted her moments ago, she couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if she possessed such overwhelming power. That way, no one would ever dare to bully her or lay a finger on Ji Wenyu again. At this moment, the students in the dance studio could see the close bond between Wu Wu and Lu Wan. Today, she was there to help Lu Wan exact her revenge, reflecting on their previous conduct. They were engulfed in terror and regret that a boy mustered up courage to stand, his voice trembling. "I want to leave. I never laid a hand on Ji Wenyu, nor did I do anything to Lu Wan." The others quickly echoed, "Yes, it has nothing to do with us." Lu Wan stared at them incredulously, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! You shameless lot, in a certain light, you are even more despicable than those 5. Zhou Qingyang immediately retorted, "Did we ever touch you? Why are you holding us accountable?" Just as Lu Wan was about to respond to Zhou Qingyang's insensitivity, a chilling voice floated in from outside the door. "Who wishes to leave?" Chapter 54. New members of the squad, everyone trembled. The students quickly squatting back down, afraid to meet Yi Yan's gaze at Wu Wu, and when Yuan approached excitedly as Yi Yan returned. Lu Wan watched Yi Yan with anticipation, her heart swelling with excitement for Ji Wenyu, who was still holding on. All awaited a word from Yi Yan. Yi Yan regarded Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu on the ground. Retrieving 2 bottles of 1-star evolution serum. "These are for you." Lu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Yan. She had just heard from Wu Wu about the evolution serum and the evolved beings. Feeling astonished, observing Wu Wu's newfound strength, she recognized the immense power of the evolved. They were entirely on a different level from ordinary humans, faced with Yi Yan's terrifying prowess and Wu Wu's transformation. How could she possibly harbor doubts? Now, Yi Yan was not only using the 1-star evolution serum to save Ji Wenyu, but also offering her a bottle? At this moment, Ji Wenyu could only move his eyes. The rest of his body utterly incapacitated, yet those eyes still shimmered with the spark of life. Anyone who beheld his current state and the injuries he bore would deem him beyond salvation. Yet, within those only moving eyes, there shone a glimmer of excitement and longing. He was not dead. He would not merely survive, but would become a powerful, evolved being like Yi Yan. And Lu Wan would too. Wu Wu and Wen Yuanan exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that their leader had a soft heart. This also signified that Lu Wan and her brother would henceforth belong to Yi Yan. Even if Yi Yan could not save Ji Wenyu this time or transform them into evolved beings, it was likely Lu Wan would willingly follow them. Seeing Lu Wan still in shock and unresponsive, Wu Wu took the evolution serum from Yi Yan and handed it to her. "Stop spacing out. If Ji Wenyu dies now, it will be your fault." Lu Wan steadied her emotions and promptly injected the 1-star evolution serum into Ji Wenyu's body. The other students whispered among themselves. What exactly was the evolution serum? They had been discussing it since earlier. Was it the substance that made Yi Yan so formidable? Wasn't it called evolution serum? They had heard it could save Ji Wenyu, but could that truly be the case? Would Ji Wenyu arise, having injected the serum alongside Lu Wan, and become as powerful as these individuals? Oh no! Wouldn't that spell the end for them? They hoped such a scenario would never materialize. Lu Wan scrutinized Ji Wenyu's expression closely. He felt a warm current coursing through him, seemingly infused with limitless strength, swiftly nourishing his body and mending his injuries. The pain he had endured was evaporating rapidly as the warmth healed his wounds, nearly restoring him to full health. And even more energy remained, enhancing his body and unlocking his latent potential. Lu Wan was astonished as she observed Ji Wenyu's transformation, for his complexion and wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. His pallor was no longer ashen, the bleeding from his wounds had ceased, and he could move once more. "Sister, I felt like I was dying just now." After such a long time, he finally spoke. Lu Wan could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears as she tightly grasped Ji Wenyu's hand. The Ji Wenyu rose. "Sister, I'm sorry. I will never let you endure such suffering again. Anyone who bullies you will pay with their life." He then approached Yi Yan, bloodied and bruised, intending to kneel, but was swiftly halted by Yi Yan's quick reflexes. The Ji Wenyu gazed at Yi Yan with gratitude and loyalty in his eyes. "Big brother Yi, you saved both me and Lu Wan, though we don't know how to thank you. Perhaps you think we follow you for protection, but we do so to repay you from now on. Your affairs will be my affairs. My life and Lu Wan's life were saved by you, and our lives are in your hands. Also, thank you. Ji Wenyu's eyes were red. He had just vowed never to cry again, to never be a weakling. Yi Yin was at a loss for words, recognizing that these siblings were genuinely kind, unlike the malicious individuals in this apocalyptic world. Yi Yin nodded. The squad had officially welcomed 2 new members. Meanwhile, Lu Wan remained seated on the ground, still weeping. Wu Wu, with no choice, assisted Lu Wan in injecting the 1-star evolution serum. Instantly, Lu Wan's tears ceased as the changes within her left her utterly astounded. She finally comprehended why the near-death Ji Wenyu, after receiving an injection, managed to survive. The others regarded Ji Wenyu as if they had encountered a ghost. How could he possibly still be alive? He had just been beaten to the brink of death. Even if he were not dead yet, it was inconceivable that he could stand up, not to mention whether those security guards had broken his legs. It was likely that not a single bone in his entire body remained uninjured. How could he be saved in such a state? Is this a joke? Only Yi Yin understood that the efficacy of the evolution agent could only manifest once for an individual, and it must be administered to someone who had never undergone evolution to yield such an opportunity. During the initial evolution, the agent stimulated the body's energy, causing life force to respond in a short span of time, unleashing an unprecedented vitality to awaken human potential and elevate one's limits. If someone were beaten to near death as an evolved being, such a phenomenon would not occur. Thus, employing this method to save a person could only apply to an ordinary individual who had never undergone evolution. After Ji Wenyu expressed profound gratitude and loyalty to Yi Yin, he turned around, a half-smile gracing his lips as he regarded the others. That Wu Wu, standing by in silence, felt unsettled by Ji Wenyu's transformation. Wu Wu shared a close bond with Lu Wan, and thus was well acquainted with Ji Wenyu. The Ji Wenyu she knew was a sunny young man, unbothered by trivial disputes, always magnanimous, never having been seen in conflict with others. Yet now, the expression on Ji Wenyu's face was one she had never witnessed before. It was not that she believed Ji Wenyu could not change, nor did she think this transformation was inherently negative. Rather, through his expression, she realized the immense shadow cast by the brutal events that had just transpired, fundamentally altering his character. Wu Wu gazed at Ji Wenyu and Lu Wan with a heavy heart, unaware that she too was undergoing a transformation. The onlookers, too intimidated to meet Ji Wenyu's gaze, felt as if they were being scrutinized by a predator. The hatred, resentment, and fury emanating from his eyes sent shivers down their spines. At this moment, Lu Wan had completed her evolution and stood beside Ji Wenyu, coldly observing the group. The atmosphere in the dance studio turned exceedingly eerie that a group of students sat or crouched on the floor, their heads bowed, afraid to meet the eyes of the two. That among them was one person, bloodied and in agony, covering their face, but daring not to utter a sound. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu stood just a meter away, seemingly contemplating how best to torment them, to make them experience the same helplessness and despair. That Yi Yin and his companions stood near the entrance, intending to remain mere spectators, leaving the consequences to be dealt with by the two. The students, trembling with fear, were acutely aware that Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had been injected with the evolution agent from Yi Yin's group, and if Ji Wenyu had miraculously survived, it was entirely possible they too possessed abilities akin to Yi Yin's. How could they dare provoke them now? Bored, Yi Yin took his combat knife to the entrance of the dance studio and severed the useful parts from 2 cockroaches. The little Zongzi, which had been lazily lounging in his hat, now leapt out, beginning to scrape the flesh from the cockroaches. With Yi Yin having removed the toughest exoskeleton and mandibles, the little Zongzi could now freely feast upon their flesh. Finally, under Yi Yin's curious gaze, the little Zongzi excavated 2 small tender pieces of meat from the 2 mutated cockroaches. Fearing Yi Yin might snatch them away, it quickly stuffed them into its mouth and began to eat with gusto. Ever since forming a contract with the little Zongzi, Yi Yin felt as if he had gained a doppelganger. He could sense the little Zongzi's physical condition, its emotions, and even experience moments of telepathy that allowed him to accurately grasp its thoughts. For instance, previously, to help Yi Yin mask the sound of thunder, the little Zongzi had utilized spatial abilities to isolate their surroundings from the outside world, thereby preventing the noise from attracting zombies. Afterward, Yi Yin distinctly noted that the little Zongzi appeared considerably weakened, too fatigued to even meow for attention. Now, after consuming the two peculiar pieces of meat, he sensed its energy had replenished significantly. In his previous life, Yi Yin had heard that were far superior to ordinary, with the exception of certain highly evolved beasts. Nonetheless, there were also with exceptionally powerful abilities, even surpassing those of the highly evolved mutated beasts. That invaded this world had a particular fondness for consuming, followed closely by humans. Yi Yin finally understood why the little Zongzi had looked so disdainful when he had fed it ham in the supermarket. Now, with 2 pairs of mandibles, 2 pieces of exoskeleton, and 3 weapons on the verge of upgrading, Yi Yin returned to the classroom, indifferent to the peculiar atmosphere, and instructed Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan to surrender their weapons, immediately beginning to enchant the 2 gray-level weapons. Since his white combat knife had been purchased from a trader, he was uncertain whether it could undergo further modifications. Upon seeing the materials in Yi Yan's hands, the 2 women understood his intentions and eagerly gathered around him, filled with curiosity and excitement that why Yi Yin first took out a pair of mandibles, utilizing his enchanting skill, causing a glimmer of light to appear before vanishing, thereby enchanting the gray combat knife. Simultaneously, a strange brilliance flickered across the blade, emanating a distinct aura, and its power intensified. The gray of the knife transformed into a purer Yi Yin gazed in excitement at the changes following his initial enchantment, distinctly sensing that its sharpness and power had greatly increased. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan eagerly seized the enchanted gray combat knife, impatiently swinging it a few times to feel the palpable transformation. Yi Yin then took another piece of exoskeleton and enchanted it onto the other gray combat knife. This weapon also underwent an immediate change, albeit differently from the previous one, that the gray of this knife deepened, becoming darker, and the change did not enhance its sharpness but rather its resilience and durability. This demonstrated how different materials could yield varied transformations when enchanting weapons. Undoubtedly, the enchanted weapons had become significantly more powerful, with the attributes gained being intrinsically linked to the characteristics of the materials themselves. Yi Yin looked at his white combat knife and the remaining materials, feeling a surge of desire. After discussing with Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu, it was decided that the more resilient gray combat knife would be wielded by Wu Wu, while the sharper one would go to Wen Yuan Nan. Although Wen Yuan Nan had become an evolved being a day earlier than Wu Wu, her skills and agility paled in comparison to Wu Wu, who had been training diligently day after day, so the sharper weapon was afforded to Wen Yuan Nan. The 2 women, elated with their brand-new combat knives, excitedly brandished them in their hands. At this moment, all the students with their heads bowed in the dance studio were filled with fear and regret. Had they known Yi Yin would intervene, they would have never dared treat Lu Wan and her brother in such a manner. Lu Wan glanced at the bag Wu Wu had placed on the ground, a peculiar smile crossing her face, before walking over, opening the bag and dumping its contents onto the floor. Food and water immediately scattered everywhere, the packaging stained with blood from the ground, profoundly capturing the attention of the onlookers, even temporarily distracting them from the current peril. They stared intently at the vast array of food before them, their mouths watering, practically desperate to pounce on it. They hadn't eaten since the onset of the apocalypse, now confronted with this bounty. They were nearly driven to madness. Were it not for Yi Yin's oppressive presence, they would have recklessly rushed forward to seize it. Lu Wan observed the ravenous, greedy expressions in their eyes and smiled. Just moments ago, it was because of these very items that they had demanded she offer her body, allowing those beasts to do as they pleased. Yuan addressed the group. Do you wish to eat? Some nodded in a daze, while others, those sensing the strangeness, still wished to hear what Lu Wan had to say. Yuan glanced at Ji Wenyu beside her, and then continued, if you choose one person to be beaten to near death, just like my brother was earlier, the rest of you may share the food. If you cannot decide, then whoever strips naked will be allowed to eat. Everything must be removed. You cannot wear a single piece of clothing while eating, no matter how much you wish to consume. All were momentarily stunned, their eyes ablaze with anger. How dare she treat them this way? What does she mean? Why should they comply? Is she out of her mind? Lu Wan, wearing a half-smile, gazed at them and declared in a voice that eclipsed all others, anyone who insults me again will die right now. The students were struck with horror. It seemed Lu Wan had indeed acquired power. However, some students clearly disagreed, their eyes fixated solely on the food that could sate their hunger, viewing Lu Wan as the greatest obstacle in their path. Zhou Qingyang immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. Are you crazy? Why should you kill us? Zhou Qingyang despised Lu Wan above all. In their class, she was always the center of attention among the boys that in the dormitory. She conspired with other girls to ostracize Lu Wan. Yet Lu Wan remained unfazed, completely disregarding them. When Zhou Qingyang intentionally sought to provoke her, she expected Lu Wan to act like a pushover, especially since all the girls were aligned against her. However, when Zhou Qingyang accidentally knocked Lu Wan's shoes off the windowsill and offered a sincere apology without any intention of retrieving them, Lu Wan retaliated by throwing her clothes and blankets out the window. From that moment on, her hatred for Lu Wan deepened, yet she no longer dared to engage in such petty actions. Today, those men explicitly demanded Lu Wan's share, and she felt that this was the most exhilarating moment of her life. She even thought to herself, perhaps the apocalypse isn't so dire after all. At least it allows for the punishment of someone as domineering and arrogant as Lu Wan. Watching as Lu Wan was pinned down by these men, her clothing being gradually stripped away, Zhou Qingyang was utterly delighted. Seeing Ji Wenyu nearly beaten to death, she felt no sympathy whatsoever, believing he deserved it. After all, he was protecting Lu Wan, that if he had sent Lu Wan away earlier, she would have already been feasting. What was there to lament about such a woman? However, all of this was abruptly shattered by that man. That detestable man named Yi Yin. Lu Wan's clothes remained intact, and Ji Wenyu was not dead. She was on the verge of madness. Just when she was about to witness her nemesis receive their due punishment, someone intervened and thwarted her plans, driving her to the brink of insanity. It felt as if she were staring at delectable food, but unable to partake. Now this wretched woman was so audacious, demanding they strip her before they could eat. Was she suffering from psychological trauma from earlier? How perverse! The moment Zhou Qingyang uttered those words, she caught sight of Lu Wan's icy glare in that instant. She realized that Lu Wan had ascended to a level far beyond her own, inhabiting an entirely different realm. Regret was already too late. Lu Wan, with a speed unfathomable for an ordinary person, rapidly approached Zhou Qingyang and delivered a resounding slap to her face. This blow felt like a hammer striking her visage. Utterly distinct from the previous slap Lu Wan had given her, Zhou Qingyang's world spiraled into chaos. Her thoughts ceased, her vision blurred, and a ringing filled her ears. She felt as though her head might be torn from her shoulders by that slap. Her neck ached as if it were about to snap. How could a woman possess such immense strength? Everyone stood in shock at the scene unfolding before them. The Lu Wan who had moments ago been sprawled on the ground, nearly becoming fodder for all, had now transformed into someone capable of determining their fates. And all of this was thanks to Yi Yin. It was Yi Yin who saved them both and empowered them to become evolved beings. Completely turning the tide of the situation, Zhou Qingyang, lying on the ground, had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her face swollen beyond recognition, bloodstains marring her features, making it hard to believe that the one who struck was indeed a girl. Zhou Qingyang finally understood that she could no longer contend with Lu Wan. If before she could at least exchange some barbs, now she couldn't even bear to glance at Lu Wan. She had personally tasted the essence of fear and power. Lu Wan, now elevated, could easily snuff out her life. Lu Wan looked down upon Zhou Qingyang, who no longer dared to utter a word. Feeling nothing but disgust and a profound sense of vindication, she turned to Wu Wu, who was intently observing her. What are you staring at? Lend me your knife for a moment, without hesitation. Wu Wu approached and handed Lu Wan the knife. Zhou Qingyang curled on the ground, too afraid to utter a single word, devoid of even the strength to plead for mercy. That slap had been more than enough for her to endure. Now she could only curse herself for her loquacity, for constantly crossing paths with Lu Wan. Wu Wu would not hinder Lu Wan, nor would she feel the slightest sympathy for these individuals. She even longed to personally eliminate them. Had it not been for Yi Yin and the others encountering mutated cockroaches downstairs and rushing up, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired, what Lu Wan might have endured, and what fate awaited Ji Wenyu. And those men had stood by, watching with indifference, even urging Lu Wan to submit to those security guards from the beginning. They were utterly unforgivable. Each one of them was repugnant to the core. Lu Wan brandished the gray battle knife, momentarily too preoccupied to ponder its uniqueness, and coldly addressed Zhou Qingyang on the ground. In the past, I knew you detested me, targeting me at every turn and slandering me behind my back. Yet I did nothing to you, at most issuing a warning in kind. But today, you have truly provoked my ire, and not just you, but everyone present. Had Yi Yin and the others not arrived, I would likely be standing before you now, utterly exposed and humiliated, with Ji Wenyu meeting a similarly grim fate. Haha, yet here we are, having survived, though I shall never forget your actions from earlier. My impression of you, Zhou Qingyang, is indelibly etched in my mind, that I saw the joy in your eyes, your delight at witnessing my downfall. You are truly venomous. Just how much do you hate me? Did I unearth your ancestral grave? I know not what I have done to incur your wrath to this extent, but I am aware that I now harbor a profound hatred for you, wishing to exhume your ancestors and desecrate their remains. You shall now taste the essence of despair and death. With that, Lu Wan raised her knife, striking without hesitation or fear, cleaving Zhou Qingyang in two. She did not have time to emit a sound. Wei Yin and the others observed the scene with cold detachment, feeling not a shred of discomfort, nor an ounce of sympathy. Zhou Qingyang was not incapable of such actions. In this apocalypse, humanity's morals had become starkly exposed and malevolent under such stimuli. Rather, she was simply unfortunate. Events had not unfolded according to her desires, that Luan not only remained unharmed, but also gained strength. Her retribution was well-deserved. Ji Wenyu regarded Lu Wan, deep in thought that in truth, had Lu Wan not transformed in this manner, what would have been the consequence? They had both experienced firsthand the brutal and bloody nature of the apocalypse. Nearly losing something precious due to these events, Ji Wenyu preferred Lu Wan to be ruthless. After all, they now possessed power and had Yi Yin backing them, did they not? And these individuals before them must die. The others watched in horror, the scene far more gruesome than when Ji Wenyu had been struck. Zhou Qingyang, once so full of life, was now reduced to two lifeless heaps, grotesquely sprawled across the dance studio floor. Her intestines spilled forth, blood and unknown fluids pooling around her. Several onlookers retched in disgust, unable to bear another glance. At this moment, the dance studio bore witness to two gruesome corpses, one belonging to the head security guard, the other to Zhou Qingyang. And combined with the blood Ji Wenyu had shed earlier, it was as if a river of blood flowed, a sight too harrowing to behold. Luan had slain Zhou Qingyang and then approached Ji Wenyu's side. For the first time in taking a life, she felt no fear. Her heart brimmed with hatred for these individuals, as it was they who had hastened her understanding of this apocalypse, who had compelled her to adapt to this new reality. Ji Wenyu gazed upon the pallid faces of the remaining individuals, then turned to the last few nearly petrified security guards. They were now filled with regret. One of the guards approached, dropping to his knees before Ji Wenyu, desperately clutching her leg. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. The other three, as if on instinct, followed suit, kneeling and weeping. We truly understand our mistakes. We beg you. Please do not kill us. Ji Wenyu regarded these individuals with cold eyes and kicked one aside. When I lay there just now, my mind envisioned how I would tear you to shreds that I thought I would never have the chance. Yet here I stand, having survived. The pallor of their faces deepened, and they ceased their pleas. The security guard, who had been blinded and disfigured by Wu Wu, could not articulate a complete thought, only managing to mumble expressions of fear and regret. One among them, in a crazed frenzy, pointed venomously at Lu Wan. Haha, just this filthy bitch, unaware of what meant. Yet before he could finish, Ji Wenyu severed his head from his shoulders to Ji Wenyu stood there, wielding the gray battle knife Lu Wan had used moments before, making these individuals acutely aware of the absolute disparity in power, grasping the profound difference between evolved beings and ordinary humans. They could only rue the fact that they had not become evolved themselves. Chapter 56. Zombie, Human. The severed head rolled to the feet of several students, who screamed and fled in terror. Now they finally comprehended the sheer despair that enveloped them when they became the targets of such brutal slaughter. But it was all too late. In Ji Wenyu and Lu Wan's hearts, they were already dead. Amidst the pleas of the remaining three guards and the students' panicked screams, Ji Wenyu mercilessly executed the trio, then turned to face the students that moment. Yi Yin, standing at the door contemplating whether to enchant his battle knife, suddenly sensed an extraordinarily dangerous aura, accompanied by the purple hooked jade signaling to him that something was rapidly approaching their location. The little dumpling hidden beneath Yi Yin's hat emitted a warning whimper, its fur bristling, taut with tension, a second-tier zombie. The heavy scent of blood from the numerous deaths in the dance studio had attracted a second-tier zombie. Yi Yin had no time to alert his unresponsive companions. Just as he prepared to intercept the second-tier zombie, a shadow darted through the doorway, rushing straight towards Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu. The moment the second-tier zombie crossed the threshold, Wu Wu and the others, as first-tier evolved beings, finally reacted, snapping to attention. Ji Wenyu instinctively pulled Lu Wan close, her heart racing in alarm. This terrifying creature was headed directly for them. However, upon pulling Lu Wan beside her, Ji Wenyu was astonished to see the shadow veer past them, racing towards the students who were not evolved beings. Without a second thought, Ji Wenyu dragged Lu Wan back to Yi Yin's side. After becoming a first-tier evolved being, her senses had sharpened beyond that of an ordinary person, and she understood that these students posed no threat to her. She could easily overpower them, just as she comprehended the magnitude of danger posed by this shadow. After becoming a first-tier evolved being, she felt utterly powerless in the face of this shadow. It appears that the path of evolution remains a long and arduous journey, fraught with numerous dangers that surpass even that of zombies. After all, this is an unknown apocalypse. The students, utterly oblivious to the calamity that has unfolded, scarcely perceive a shadow that darts in instantaneously. All they observe is the countenance of Yi Yin and his companions transforming into one of grave alarm. One student, perplexed, wonders why Ji Wenyu, who had suddenly aimed to attack them, abruptly retreats with Lu Wan in the blink of an eye. He is struck by the dizzying realization that his head has been severed by the sharp claws of this zombie. At this moment, all present finally discern the true identity of the shadow. Even Yi Yin is left in profound shock, momentarily incapable of responding. This zombie exudes the unmistakable aura of a level 2 undead, with a dark yellow magic crystal adorning its forehead. Yet, if one were to disregard the magic crystal atop its head, it could easily be mistaken for a human. This is precisely why Yi Yin instinctively views this zombie as a potential companion rather than a foe. The others remain in stunned silence, grappling with disbelief that this truly is zombie. Aren't zombies characterized by their decaying flesh? Even if a level 2 zombie were to develop muscle tissue, it could not possibly resemble this creature. When Yuanin has encountered level 2 zombies before, while they have evolved significantly beyond level 1 zombies, they do not resemble the one before him. This zombie is impeccably dressed in human attire. Its skin a pallid shade of grayish-white, with slightly dilated pupils and sharp fingers, its teeth razor-like. However, there are no signs of decay or festering, nor does its gaze possess the feral emptiness typical of zombies. Instead, it reflects a glimmer of humanity. Yet the yellow magic crystal on its forehead unequivocally identifies it as a zombie. If one were to overlook those peculiar details, no one would immediately recognize it as an undead creature. Amidst these bizarre observations, what disturbs Yi Yin even more is that this level 2 zombie chooses to attack defenseless ordinary people rather than the 5 first-tier evolvers present. It is known that typical level 2 zombies can discern the difference between evolvers and ordinary humans, prioritizing attacks on the latter, as consuming an evolver accelerates their own evolution exponentially. Devouring one evolver is equivalent to feasting on 100 ordinary individuals. Yet this level 2 zombie is different. It opts to strike at the ordinary humans, fully aware that it cannot hope to vanquish Yi Yin. This level of intelligence far exceeds that of a mere level 2 zombie. Only those of a higher tier, level 5 and above, can accurately assess human strength and determine whether to engage. Only zombies of greater evolutionary stature possess such intricate cognition. The creature before Yi Yin, resembling a human so closely, exhibits intelligence that transcends its classification as a level 2 zombie. In Yi Yan's previous life, during 2 years of the apocalypse, he had never encountered anything akin to this. He had never heard of level 2 zombies exhibiting such high intelligence. Since his rebirth, Yi Yin is experiencing the strangeness of the apocalypse for the first time, realizing how little he truly knows. After the level 2 zombie swiftly dispatches a student, it quickly consumes the victim's brain. At this moment, the stunned students finally react, unleashing ear-piercing screams. They witness a peculiar figure suddenly appear before them. And before they can scrutinize it further, this being decapitates one of their own and proceeds to devour the brain. All of this transpires in less than 10 seconds. It is only now, amidst their shock, that they notice the crystalline structure atop this figure's head, resembling that of a zombie. This is not a human. It is a zombie, as the students begin to scream and scramble to escape. The zombie swiftly claims 5 more victims, feasting upon their brains. Yi Yin and his companions watch in utter disbelief. This zombie is clearly targeting the most vulnerable. It shows no intention of engaging them. Among the astonished group, there remains a cat. Little Zongzi is only slightly astonished, but its surprise lies not in the intelligence of this level 2 zombie, which behaves somewhat like a human, but rather in the fact that they have arrived in this world so swiftly. At that moment, the extraordinary level 2 zombie, noticing the ordinary humans attempting to flee, prepares to pursue them when it suddenly recoils, casting its gaze upon Yi Yin, this man whom it is uncertain it can defeat. Upon Yi Yin, it senses an aura emanating from their world, a beast from another realm. As the remaining students seize the opportunity to escape amidst the zombie's momentary pause, they scream in unison, oblivious to the potential dangers lurking outside. In that instant, only Yi Yin and his companions, along with this unique zombie and little Zongzi nestled in Yi Yan's hat, remain in the room. Little Zongzi leaps from Yi Yan's hat, standing on the ground, arching its back high and emitting warning growls toward the zombie. Upon seeing little Zongzi, the zombie's astonishment intensifies, and it takes a step back. Through the connection between him and little Zongzi, Yi Yin faintly discerns the message the cat wishes to convey. This humanoid zombie is not truly a zombie, but rather a being from the same otherworld as little Zongzi. Yi Yan's heart is tumultuous. Another world, a creature from the same realm as the exotic beasts. Following the onset of the apocalypse, life forms from another world have invaded, suggesting that the apocalypse may indeed be linked to that realm. Yet, what perplexes Yi Yin is that he can distinctly feel little Zongzi's animosity towards this otherworldly being. This is an inherent enmity between species, as if something within their very genes cannot be altered. Even though Yi Yin comprehends from little Zongzi's message that the entity before him is not strictly a zombie, by the standards of Yi Yan's world, it qualifies as a level 2 zombie. Whether it be the yellow magic crystal signifying a level 2 zombie atop its forehead, the aura it exudes, or its penchant for consuming humans, it unmistakably embodies the characteristics of a level 2 zombie. It is merely that perhaps this being is not classified as a zombie in the unknown realm, possessing remarkable intelligence. From the fragmented, unclear messages relayed by little Zongzi, Yi Yin realizes that the cat actually desires to consume this level 2 zombie. Upon witnessing little Zongzi's emergence, the zombie exhibits initial shock, only to swiftly manifest hostility. Yet in the next heartbeat, to the astonishment of all present, it decisively leaps through the window. Prior to the arrival of the level 2 zombie, it had sensed an exceedingly powerful presence within the dance studio, recognizing that it had only a slim chance of slaying its opponent. However, the overwhelming scent of blood proved irresistible, compelling it to rush in and eliminate the ordinary humans. Deliberately refraining from attacking the 4 evolvers, as its high intelligence guided its actions, it understood that the 4 evolvers were companions of the formidable presence. Any aggression towards them would provide that strong adversary with ample justification to pursue its demise. Thus, it was remarkably astute, abstaining from showing hostility towards any of the evolvers present and distinctly targeting the ordinary humans instead. It had been biding its time nearby, cognizant of the conflict brewing within. Aware that it would soon escalate into a massacre, recognizing that the 5 evolvers formed one faction while the other weaker ordinary humans constituted another. Out of fear of Yi Yan's intimidation, it refrained from striking hastily, yet the alluring scent of blood drew it in. Yearning for the fresh taste of human brains, it could not afford to wait for the evolvers to eliminate all the ordinary humans. By then, the brains would no longer be fresh. The evolvers were already intent on slaughtering the ordinary humans. If it intervened and dispatched them, it would not incite any hostile sentiments from Yi Yin. Thus it struck, choosing a method that would seemingly placate Yi Yin, manifesting clear respect towards the powerful. It did not exude any murderous intent, nor did it harbor the slightest hostility towards the evolvers. Charging directly at the ordinary humans without sparing a glance at Yi Yin and his companions. In its world, this behavior signifies acknowledgement and submission. However, it miscalculated, utterly unprepared for the presence of an exotic beast within their midst. Chapter 57. A new ability now. Yi Yin can only refer to this creature from another world as a level 2 zombie. From the moment the level 2 zombie emerged to its disappearance through the window, scarcely a minute has passed. Yi Yin initially harbored no intention of pursuing it, yet little Zongzi transmitted a powerful signal, expressing a desire to consume it. By doing so, little Zongzi's abilities would be amplified. Without further hesitation, Yi Yin hastily instructed his companions. Do not concern yourselves with those individuals. They will meet their fate at the hands of the zombies outside. The scent of blood here is overwhelming. Make your way to the large supermarket within the school and await my return. Before I come back, ensure that the zombies in the vicinity of the supermarket are cleared out. The group, unsure of Yi Yan's intentions, nonetheless complied with his directives. They understood that his request to eliminate the zombies served as a means to hone their abilities, particularly for Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who had only recently become evolvers. When Yuan, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. Since aligning with Yi Yin, she had seldom acted independently, developing a reliance on him. Though reliant, it did not imply that when Yuan lacked capability. In fact, over the past few days, she had dispatched far more zombies than Wu Wu. The group nodded in unison, following Yi Yan's lead, yet he moved with such swiftness that he soon vanished from sight. Prompted by the small rice dumpling, Yi Yan hurriedly pursued a direction, soon catching sight of a shadow ahead. The second-level zombie felt a sense of frustration. He had no desire to be adversarial towards Yi Yan. Yet he was caught off guard by the presence of a strange beast by Yi Yan's side. Initially intending to feast upon humans, he inadvertently found himself on the verge of becoming prey for that very beast. Having endured 2 years of the apocalypse, Yi Yin understood the formidable nature of these strange beasts, recognizing the immense potential that the small rice dumpling would possess once it matured at this moment. The opportunity for the small rice dumpling to rapidly grow was right before him, and there was no reason for him to let it slip away as a 1-star evolver. Yi Yan's speed was already remarkable. However, the second-level zombie was not sluggish either. Had Yi Yin not acquired the small rice dumpling's extraordinary abilities, he would not have been able to catch up to the zombie merely relying on the speed of a 1-star evolver. Moreover, it was generally accepted that a 1-star evolver could not hope to defeat a second-level zombie, whether in terms of physical evolution or the special enhancements that zombies possessed over humans. While humans could wield professions and weapons, in the early days of the apocalypse, merely becoming an evolver was a stroke of luck, and having a profession was a matter for the future. Yet Yi Yin was different. He possessed the experience of a past life, a heart filled with hatred and ambition, constantly urging him to grow stronger, leaving him no moment to rest. Consequently, not only did he become a 1-star evolver within 2 days, but he also acquired 2 professions, and even a strange beast. The second-level zombie was no longer his match. Yi Yin had become vastly stronger than an ordinary 1-star evolver. At this moment, he was nearly upon the male dormitory, closing the distance to the second-level zombie. The small rice dumpling, noticing that they were close enough, leapt from Yi Yan's hat and swiftly lunged at the zombie's neck. Its claws tore into the zombie's throat, causing a gruesome, bloody mess. The second-level zombie let out an enraged roar and turned to swat at the small rice dumpling. However, the small rice dumpling, endowed with extraordinary speed, effortlessly leaped away from the neck and landed by the roadside. The zombie, realizing there was no escape today, could only fight desperately, even though he knew the odds were slim. The small rice dumpling lingered on the ground for merely a second before leaping again, darting toward the zombie's face. Just as the zombie was about to retaliate, it suddenly felt the cold hand of death approaching. Yi Yin seized the moment, as the small rice dumpling pounced onto the zombie's face. His white battle knife cut through the air with a fierce wind, aiming for the zombie's neck. In a flash, the zombie concentrated all its defenses on its neck, causing the skin in that area to harden and darken, rendering Yi Yan's white battle knife utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, the zombie flung the small rice dumpling away, attempting to create distance. Yet Yi Yan offered him no respite. He twisted the angle of his knife and struck fiercely at the zombie's arm. Although the zombie had fortified its neck, that left its other areas vulnerable. The battle knife sliced through the zombie's arm as if it were mere clay, severing it cleanly, black blood gushing forth. The zombie howled and staggered back, but Yi Yin pressed forward with his blade, this time aiming directly at its head. The zombie once again concentrated its defenses on its neck, deepening the darkness of its skin. But Yi Yan's wicked smile revealed his cunning. He shifted the angle of his knife, striking straight at the zombie's torso. This time, the zombie had evidently learned its lesson, distributing its defenses across its body rather than concentrating them solely on its neck. Thus, Yi Yan's strike left a long, bloody gash across the zombie's body instead of cleaving it in two. Had the zombie maintained the same lack of defense as before, Yi Yan's previous attack would have been sufficient to send it to its demise. The zombie roared in fury, glaring at Yi Yan. It could barely stand, having lost an arm and with a horrific wound stretching across its upper body, blood flowing profusely. The loss of blood and pain rapidly diminished its combat effectiveness. This second-level zombie, or rather, a creature from another world, possessed an astonishing defensive capability, able to flexibly redistribute that formidable defense throughout its body, even quantifying the defense allocated to various parts. Its offensive power was no less impressive. But that terrifying defense had always been its trump card. In past battles, it rarely employed the ability to shift its defenses. Simply distributing its defenses evenly across its body allowed it to easily vanquish opponents. Today, however, it had concentrated its defenses entirely in one spot for the first time. Because the strength of this human was overwhelmingly terrifying, it felt the impending doom and swiftly focused its defenses on its neck. Albeit at the cost of losing an arm. Left to evolve further, its abilities would only grow stronger, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective. Yet today, it found itself thoroughly suppressed by this human and the strange beast. The moment Yi Yan struck, the zombie realized this human was far more powerful than it had anticipated. In that initial strike, it had no recourse but to utilize all its remaining defenses. However, this also cemented its position as the passive party. Today, it would fall to this human and the strange beast. The small rice dumpling, sensing the momentum had shifted, continued to harass the zombie with its incredible speed. Depleting its stamina, Yi Yin persisted in his assault. The zombie, having lost all will to resist, could only defend. Ultimately, Yi Yin delivered a decisive blow to the zombie's neck. This time, it concentrated all its nearly exhausted defenses. But to no avail. Its head was severed, and the small rice dumpling immediately rushed over to devour its brain. Yi Yin bent down to collect the second-level magic crystal that a second-level zombie with formidable defenses and intelligence was. Before Yi Yin, nothing extraordinary. After the small rice dumpling finished feasting on the zombie's brain, Yi Yin distinctly felt that it had grown significantly stronger, and it had acquired an additional ability. This was the very power the zombie had wielded moments ago. That was not the crux of the matter. More importantly, Yi Yin found himself endowed with this ability as well. His defensive power had markedly increased. Now, the claws and teeth of a first-level zombie could no longer leave any trace on his body, though he had yet to achieve the level of the previous zombie. Able to fluidly redistribute defensive strength to evade fatal strikes, he could at least concentrate his defenses on a specific area to some extent. This was an unexpected delight. Yi Yin had initially thought that by slaying this zombie, only the small rice dumpling would reap benefits, but to his astonishment, he too had gained an extraordinary ability. The small rice dumpling was now considerably stronger than before. Its abilities could likely be employed several more times, and its defensive capabilities had increased beyond Yi Yan's, as it had directly acquired the zombie's powers, enabling it to wield that terrifying defense with ease. Yi Yin was confident that as his strength increased, the abilities he obtained from the small rice dumpling, whether in speed or defense, would continue to grow. Meanwhile, in the school's gymnasium, after indulging himself, Wang Yuan looked at the women before him who were casting flirtatious glances his way and complying with his every whim. A satisfied smile crept upon his face. He then addressed the eager onlookers. "Do you see how they treat me? Only they are worthy of sustenance. You all can strive a little harder, and when I am satisfied, I might consider granting you food." Wang Yuan tossed several bags of cookies onto the ground, and the women, who had just been flaunting their charms, immediately transformed, scrambling like dogs to seize the treats. The others watched enviously as the women devoured the food. Swallowing hard, though they felt disgruntled, there was little they could do. After all, Wang Yuan was an evolver. Though it was a title he had assigned to himself, They had witnessed his terrifying prowess and recognized that he was no ordinary person. They had contemplated rebellion and snatching food, but Wang Yuan swiftly executed a man, quelling any such thoughts. Wang Yuan looked at the pitiful beings before him and erupted into wild laughter. The others trembled. Uncertain of what madness Wang Yuan might unleash next, he could hardly contain the elation bubbling within him. He was an evolver. He feared not the foolish zombies outside. He could dictate the lives and deaths of these people before him. These women were his playthings. Whatever commands he issued, they were bound to obey. Everything was at his whim. Is this the apocalypse? It is nothing short of paradise. To act as one pleases, to stand above all, to possess immense power, to become a being of a different kind. When the apocalypse erupted, Wang Yuan had been training in the gymnasium, while the majority of those around him transformed into zombies. He could only hide, having witnessed too many who had been touched by zombies, yet managed to escape, only to succumb to infection and mutate into zombies. Eventually, he realized that the number of zombies was increasing. Some were consumed, others infected, and the human population dwindled. Fear and confusion engulfed him. What had happened to the world? Why had it suddenly transformed so drastically? Had the apocalypse truly arrived? As several zombies approached, he could no longer contain himself. Since being eaten meant death, he could only fight desperately. He struck a zombie with an iron rod, and to his astonishment, the creature fell to the ground. Flesh and rot fell from the zombie, revealing fragile bones. He hesitated for a moment, but another zombie charged at him. With even greater ferocity, he struck the iron rod against the zombie's body. Though it did not die, it collapsed and could not rise again. He brought the rod down upon the incapacitated zombie's head, and its skull exploded, killing it instantly. Wang Yuan could hardly believe it. The zombies had been so effortlessly dispatched by him. Chapter 58. The Evolver. The onlookers gazed at Wang Yuan in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere human could vanquish a zombie. At that moment, most of the individuals within the gymnasium were students from the physical education department, and even those who were not shared a passion for sports. Boasting commendable physical fitness, observing the sheer multitude of zombies, Wang Yuan recognized the futility of confronting them alone, that he turned to the surrounding crowd and declared, "Dealing with zombies is not difficult at all." Truly, as he spoke, another zombie lunged at him. This time, however, Wang Yuan felt neither fear nor anxiety. He swung a metal rod directly at the creature's head, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Could it truly be that zombies were so easily dealt with? Many felt a flicker of hope, for the number of zombies was increasing, and the confines of the gymnasium felt increasingly suffocating. They had witnessed too many succumb to becoming food for the undead. Now, having realized that zombies were not as formidable as they had imagined, why not take a chance? Yet, a majority clung to their previous mindset. Zombies were terrifying, creatures against which mere mortals stood no chance. Even if they acknowledged that zombies could be slain, the fear of being bitten or clawed, leading to their own transformation, loomed large. What difference would there be between that and death? Many were on the verge of action, yearning for a final push, while countless others chose to evade and flee. At that moment, numerous zombies attracted by the commotion around Wang Yuan began to converge. Wang Yuan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Although zombies were not overwhelmingly powerful, facing such a horde was beyond his capability. Thus, he swiftly made the decision to sprint towards the crowd. The spectators, witnessing Wang Yuan drawing the zombies closer, widened their eyes in outrage, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you running this way? If you want to die, go away. Don't come near us." Nevertheless, Wang Yuan remained unfazed. As he ran, he urged loudly, "Quick, strike them! I told you, zombies are not to be feared." Many of the boys, seeing Wang Yuan attract the zombies, had already found weapons nearby, gripping them tightly in silence. At that moment, a portion of the zombies in the gymnasium began to follow Wang Yuan towards the group. They found themselves with no avenue for escape. After all, Wang Yuan had just demonstrated that zombies were not so terrifying. They could indeed be killed. Hence, everyone seized their weapons and struck at the zombies for the very first time. In that instance, Wang Yuan was not their leader. Many continued to curse him for luring the zombies over. Yet, when faced with no other choice, as they rose together to resist, they discovered the truth. These zombies were indeed quite fragile, provided they did not succumb to the infection of the virus. There was nothing to fear. Their bodies were far weaker than those of humans. Although they lost some students in the struggle, this first encounter with zombies could be deemed a victory. After clearing the initial group of zombies, the students grew bolder, taking the initiative to purge the remaining zombies within the gymnasium. By the night's end, they had successfully eradicated the zombies, sealing the gymnasium's doors to prevent any from the outside world from entry. At that time, more than 50 students remained within the gymnasium. Despite the unfortunate fate of several students who were captured and infected by zombies, resulting in their transformation, all were ruthlessly slain by their own comrades. As the first night of the apocalypse descended, the gymnasium, while secure, lay strewn with the corpses of zombies and pools of black blood, a testament to the fierce struggle that had unfolded. The nights of the apocalypse were shrouded in darkness, and for many, it was a sleepless night. However, for the students within the gymnasium, having dispatched many zombies, and with their hunger and fatigue mounting, they found temporary safety and gradually succumbed to a state of half-sleep. Wang Yuan, gripped by the fear of what the night might bring, forced himself to remain awake. But just as he felt he could hold out no longer, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure standing ahead. Instantly, all drowsiness vanished. His heart raced, and his breath quickened. It was then that Wang Yuan became an evolver. He uncovered the secrets of the traitor. Initially, he found the mysterious figure peculiar, but in the wake of the apocalypse, even the strangest occurrences seemed normal. The apocalypse. What else existed beyond the zombies and this enigmatic figure? Of the crystals atop the zombies' heads. These students had discussed the crystals numerous times, pondering their purpose. Wang Yuan wondered if there might be a connection. At that moment, the gymnasium was littered with zombie corpses, and naturally, the magic crystals were plentiful. After collecting several crystals and returning to the trader, a prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to enter the trading period? He was astonished and exhilarated. He immediately entered the trading period and unveiled the secrets of this world. The trader's secrets. The cheapest items available were merely food, requiring only a handful of magic crystals. Wang Yuan learned about the evolution serum and the evolvers. To become an evolver merely required 100 magic crystals. Outside, there were certainly more than 100 crystals lying about. Wang Yuan suppressed his excitement, exchanged several crystals for food to satiate his hunger, and then exited the trading period. His movements became increasingly cautious. He feared awakening someone, revealing this treasure to others. That night, Wang Yuan quietly transformed into an evolver. In that instant of transformation, he realized that his life had irrevocably changed. He was no longer an ordinary person. The power surging within him signified that the apocalypse brought not just zombies and despair, but also evolution and a new world. The following morning, he eliminated those who had previously insulted him. Dispatching those who had aggressively demanded he reveal the secrets of evolution, thereby firmly establishing his authority. He made it clear to everyone in the gymnasium just how formidable his strength was. To survive, they must all align themselves with him. Witnessing Wang Yuan's terrifying and extraordinary prowess left the students in shock. They could not help but believe in the existence of the evolution serum and evolvers. He informed them of the traitor, the evolution serum, and the evolvers, but refrained from divulging the specifics. Yet upon seeing the vanished crystals on the ground, many deduced that to acquire the evolution serum, one must indeed possess the crystals from the zombies' heads. They had slain over 100 zombies in the gymnasium the previous day, and all the magic crystals had been collected by Wang Yuan, exchanged for a Tier 1 evolution serum, while he concealed the remainder on his person, enough to procure some food. The traitor continued to linger in the gymnasium, warned by Wang Yuan not to approach. During this time, one individual, seizing an opportunity while Wang Yuan was distracted, rushed towards the traitor, only to be instantly killed. Thus, all notions of treachery were abandoned, and they could only heed Wang Yuan's commands. Within the gymnasium, everyone began to curry favor with Wang Yuan. Whatever he said became law, as it also yielded them some food. Wang Yuan even mentioned that he would ultimately select a few of his most favored individuals to become evolvers. This undoubtedly further solidified their compliance with Wang Yuan. After becoming an evolver, Wang Yuan left the gymnasium, slaying numerous zombies and collecting additional magic crystals. Once he became an evolver, dispatching zombies became astonishingly effortless. He felt he could potentially dominate this apocalypse. He commanded his subordinates to venture forth and kill zombies. They had no choice but to comply, seeking his approval and fearing his wrath. Although everyone understood that his directive to collect magic crystals from zombies was ultimately to trade with the traitor. These ordinary individuals had already taken their first step towards slaying zombies on the very first day of the apocalypse, gaining experience and losing much of their fear. At that moment, within the school's large supermarket, Wen Yuan and his three companions had found new clothing and were busy loading supplies into their backpacks. The surrounding zombies had been thoroughly cleared, as had those within the supermarket. Meanwhile, three men cautiously dispatched a few zombies around the gymnasium, casting glances toward the supermarket. "Hey, look over there at the supermarket. What is up? Haven't you noticed that the number of zombies around has decreased? There are far fewer. Indeed. What could be the reason? Shall we go take a look? Are you mad? If Wang Yuan finds out we're doing something outside of our assigned tasks, he'll kill us. You re the foolish one. With so few zombies around, the three of us combined can easily handle one or two without issue. At that point, we can not only feast inside but also bring food back. Wang Yuan will only look favorably upon us. We might even secure a chance to become evolvers." The other two's eyes sparkled with excitement. And indeed, the number of zombies around the supermarket was suspiciously low. If they approached without causing a commotion to attract the zombies, they would be fine. Thus, after much deliberation, the three finally set off. By this time, dusk had settled, the sky darkening ominously, hinting at an impending storm. Inside the supermarket, Lu Wan excitedly exchanged insights on her experiences in slaying zombies with Wu Wu. For previously, zombies had seemed invincible in her eyes. Now, those first-tier zombies were no match for her. As long as she remained cautious and avoided injury, she would be fine. Ji Wenyu smiled as she listened to the three women chatter animatedly, feeling as though the day's events belonged to another world entirely. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from outside. The four, their hearing greatly heightened, fell silent and became alert. Soon, the sounds drew nearer. Three individuals were conversing softly, their footsteps approaching. Upon entering the supermarket, they beheld rows of shelves brimming with food, nearly causing them to cry out in excitement. Holy cow! At long last, they could finally satiate their hunger. The desire to indulge was palpable, as they urged one another to eat their fill, when Yuan stood up, startling one of the men who let out a terrified shriek, mistaking her for a zombie. Once they discerned that it was merely a girl, they collectively exhaled in relief. Soon after, Lu Wan and the others also rose, gazing at the trio that had suddenly appeared. The three men were astonished to discover that survivors still roamed this supermarket. However, due to the earlier commotion caused by the man's outburst, two zombies that were lurking nearby were drawn to the scene. The three men swiftly dispatched the two zombies and then turned back, triumphantly boasting to the four individuals. "Did you see that? This is our prowess. Those who possess a modicum of sense should depart quickly. We have claimed all the food here. You shall leave the provisions in your backpacks behind. There is no way you can take them with you." Chapter 59, a performance the four stared in speechless disbelief at the trio. Was it truly impressive that three men managed to slay two zombies? While it was commendable that these ordinary individuals had the courage to confront the undead, their movements indicated that this was not their first encounter. They seemed quite familiar with the act of zombie hunting. It was evident that these men were not to be underestimated. There was something peculiar about them. Irritated that Ji Wenyu and the others remained unresponsive, standing there with blank expressions while scrutinizing them, the three men advanced with annoyance, declaring, "Hey, did you hear us? Didn't I tell you to drop your things?" Wu Wu furrowed her brow, while Lu Wan was on the verge of exploding with anger. This was the first time Lu Wan had truly experienced the might of strength and felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within her. How dare these individuals approach her with such audacity? Was she still someone who could be easily bullied? Yet, before Lu Wan could unleash her fury, one of the men froze in place, stammering Lu Wan. It was hardly surprising that Lu Wan was recognized. She was the belle of their school, after all, and it was rare to find someone who did not know her. She regarded the trio with impatience, while another man stared in astonishment at Wu Wu, exclaiming, "Wu Wu!" The expressions of the three men transformed instantaneously upon sighting the two girls. A stunning beauty, Such a woman could only be admired from afar, even in times of peace. And as for the other unnamed girl beside them, though she lacked the prominence of Lu Wan and Wu Wu, she was still a clean and graceful little beauty. Certainly someone who would attract admirers in ordinary times. When Yuanin observed the trio's lecherous gazes, silently lamenting that sometimes having an unremarkable appearance was advantageous, as it spared one from such repugnant scrutiny, Wu Wu, displeased, was about to take action when one man hastily interjected, "Beauty, please do not be angry. I had no idea it was the illustrious Lu Wan and the esteemed Wu Wu. What are these provisions compared to you? If you wish to eat, feel free to take them," upon seeing the two stunning beauties. The three men simultaneously hatched a scheme to take this group back with them and present Lu Wan and Wu Wu to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan would surely be overjoyed, bringing them closer to the coveted evolutionary serum. Perhaps they might even get a taste of the other little beauty. Another one of them eagerly added, "By the way, it's not safe for you to linger here. Why not accompany us back to the gymnasium? It is entirely secure with not a single zombie in sight." The four exchanged subtle glances, their eyes conveying unspoken communication. And zombies in the gymnasium. Noting Lu Wan and Wu Wu's silence, the man hurriedly continued, "Not only are there no zombies, but our leader can also protect us. Let me tell you, our leader is an evolved one. You may not know what an evolved being is, but it is an existence that transcends the ordinary. These zombies are no match for our leader. If you join us, you will never again need to fear being devoured by the undead." Inwardly, the man felt a surge of pride as he thought, "How about that? Are you tempted, in this perilous apocalypse, who wouldn't wish to be free from the threat of zombies?" The four had not been strangers to the malevolent and grotesque nature of this world. They could see through the intentions behind the men's gazes. What astonished them was the revelation that there existed evolved beings within the school, apart from themselves. The men, growing impatient at the silence from the four, felt a tinge of irritation in their eyes. They were seasoned zombie slayers. While not evolved beings themselves, they were certainly not to be trifled with compared to ordinary folk, with three of the four being women. They wondered if conflict would truly be a concern. After all, capturing these three women would be a trivial matter. "Hey, I've said so much, and you haven't even responded. What does your silence mean?" To put it plainly, "We intend to take you back to meet our leader. Our leader is no ordinary person. He is an evolved being. Killing you would be but a matter of seconds. I advise you to be wise and refrain from provoking us." Wen Yuanin chuckled derisively, about to speak, when a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. "Evolved being? What is that?" The four recognized the familiar voice of Yi Yin and looked on in delight. Although they had only parted from him for less than an hour, his absence had left them feeling unmoored. They had followed his instructions, yet were uncertain of their next course of action. Yi Yin entered, clad in the same clothes as before, stained with the gruesome black blood of the zombies, a sight that was alarming. The three men's eyes widened. Yi Yin's attire spoke volumes of the numerous zombies he had dispatched. He was undeniably formidable. As Yi Yin made his entrance, an aura of chilling intensity enveloped him, imbued with the essence of slaughter. However, the sensation was fleeting, as if it had been a mere figment of the trio's imagination. They regarded Yi Yin with trepidation, sensing that this man was an enigma, and the blood-soaked garments he wore indicated that he was no ordinary individual. It seemed that Lu Wan and her companions were indeed allied with this man. This posed a dilemma. Anyone capable of slaying so many zombies and emerging unscathed was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Yet the imperative to bring Lu Wan and Wu Wu back to Wang Yuan remained. If Wang Yuan were pleased, he might even grant them evolution, rendering any concerns about Yi Yan's past actions or formidable demeanor irrelevant. The disparity between ordinary individuals and evolved beings was not something to be underestimated. Yi Yin approached at a measured pace. When Yuanin handed him the new clothes she had selected for him in the supermarket, "You should change. It must be uncomfortable to wear such a thing." Taking the garments, Yi Yin then turned to the trio, who appeared somewhat bewildered. "What exactly is this evolved being you just mentioned?" When Yuanin silently criticized, "What a farce! How convincingly you play the part." One of the men quickly regained composure, adopting an air of bravado. "Humph. You clearly don't know. Our leader, Wang Yuan, is an evolved being. Evolved beings are above the ordinary. They can kill effortlessly, without fear of these zombies." Following our leader guarantees your safety. Yi Yin smiled. Are evolved beings truly that impressive? The men thought to themselves, we sensed that this person was formidable and terrifying. It must have been an illusion. They quickly reassured themselves, believing they had nothing to fear from a mere fool that don't believe it. I can see you've slain zombies before. Let me tell you, everyone in our group has faced zombies. So don't think you're so special. Our leader is in dire need of subordinates. Those who dare to confront zombies. If you accompany us back, assisting our leader in zombie hunting, he might just take a liking to you and grant you evolution. Yi Yin, seizing the moment, feigned excitement. Really? Then can we join you? The trio rejoiced. Not merely because they had found someone willing to slay zombies, but because they could bring the three girls back to present to Wang Yuan. This increased their chances of becoming evolved beings. How could they let this simpleton take precedence? Meanwhile, Ji Wenyu and the others exchanged wry smiles behind Yi Yan's back, utterly baffled by their leader's thoughts. Only Yi Yin knew that during his journey back, he had attempted to sense the powerful commotion he had felt earlier from the opposite mountain, but to no avail. Yet, he had an inkling that something awaited them at the gymnasium, which was conveniently close to where he had arranged to meet the others. Hearing the men's words, he decided to play along and investigate. After all, they could be traitors or something else entirely. Ultimately, Yi Yin aimed to seize every resource at his disposal to bolster his strength and expand his team. The trio did not forget to instruct Yi Yin and his companions. All the provisions in your backpacks will be offered to our leader. You are under his command, and these items naturally belong to him. Yi Yin and his companions remained silent, but before departing, Yi Yin remarked to the trio, I need to change clothes before we go. The men were internally vexed. How could he think of changing into clean clothes at such a time? Yet strangely, all three acquiesced. Perhaps it was the strong impression Yi Yin had left upon their first encounter that held them in check, even if they now believed it to be an illusion. Thus, the three men gladly carried nothing, and after satisfying their hunger, they led the 5 individuals laden with food toward the gymnasium. Little did they know that in the eyes of Yi Yin and his companions, this food was theirs to consume, and there was no way they would hand it over to others. They remained oblivious to the fact that each of the 5 individuals trailing behind them was, in fact, a rare evolved being, akin to a superhuman in their eyes. Upon approaching the vicinity of the gymnasium, the 5 individuals indeed observed that the density of zombies in the area was quite sparse. As they ventured closer to the gym, they spotted several small teams, comprising 3 to 6 members each, meticulously clearing the scattered zombies in the surroundings. The sight of 3 men returning with 5 unfamiliar faces instantly stirred dissatisfaction among these individuals. Hey, we instructed you 3 to eliminate zombies. Yet you've been slacking off and couldn't find anyone for half the day, and now you bring back 5 useless newcomers. What do you intend to do? The boss is already aware of your laziness. Soon you'll have to explain yourselves. One of them exclaimed, Are you out of your minds? Is there an abundance of food? What is the point of bringing these freeloaders along? Do they even dare to confront zombies? In their eyes, Yi Yin and his companions, dressed impeccably and bearing no signs of injury or struggle, appeared utterly incapable of contributing, merely there to consume resources. The more people there were, the less food each hard-working individual would receive, and the competition for the coveted status of an evolved human would become even fiercer. Thus, every one of them cast a disapproving glare at Yi Yin's group. Quickly, one among the 3 declared with a sense of pride, Do you not comprehend? Have you seen the backpacks on their backs? They are filled with food. Shocked gasps rippled through the crowd as their eyes fixated on the bags. One man, glancing at Lu Wan and Wu Wu, excitedly proclaimed, No more idle chatter. We're heading in to collect our rewards. Chapter 60. The gymnasium night had nearly enveloped the sky, and a torrential downpour was imminent. Such was the capricious weather of the apocalypse. Ordinarily, it would barely be 7 o'clock, and the sky would not appear thus. The 3 men led Yi Yin and his companions into the gymnasium, which was shrouded in complete darkness, devoid of any light source. However, as evolved beings, Yi Yin and his group could barely discern their surroundings even in such dimness. Upon entering, they immediately spotted a shadow darting towards them at great speed. The foremost of the 3 men let out a muffled grunt before collapsing heavily to the ground. It seemed this individual was the boss referred to by the other men, judging by his speed. He was undoubtedly an evolved human. Furthermore, Yi Yin possessed formidable strength. Ordinary evolved beings could not gauge one another's power unless they were significantly stronger or of a higher tier, yet Yin could sense through aura that this man was a one-star evolved human. Upon hearing their companion's cry, the other two quickly realized that the boss had arrived to deliver a reprimand. They hastily shouted, "Boss, boss." Wang Yuan squinted at the other two, smirking, I told you to exterminate zombies. Yet you've chosen to loaf about. I thought you had the guts not to return." One man quickly replied, "Boss, how could that be? We went to the supermarket across the street to gather food. We brought back 5 whole bags of provisions." Wang Yuan's expression softened slightly as he regarded the individuals behind the man. Could these outsiders truly handle the zombies? They were likely just 5 useless individuals. Perhaps these 5 would serve merely as one-time food carriers. If they couldn't eliminate zombies, he wouldn't hesitate to dispose of them, avoiding the burden of uselessness while setting an example for his subordinates. Another man sidled up to Wang Yuan and whispered, "Boss, I brought back 3 women for you. I guarantee your satisfaction." Wang Yuan, upon closer inspection, noted that indeed, 3 among the 5 were female. These 3 women might last a while longer. After all, once he grew tired of them, he could simply dispose of them while conserving food that moment. Due to Wang Yuan's incredible speed and the utter lack of light within the gymnasium, those who had remained inside without venturing out to slay zombies were just now arriving at the entrance point. One of the men who had brought in Yin's group urgently shoved Ji Wenyu. "Hurry, find the candle from earlier and light it, so the boss can see the food I brought back." Reluctantly, Ji Wenyu fumbled through his bag, moving at a glacial pace. The newcomers, having heard of the food, were growing impatient that they began to vaguely see several unfamiliar figures. Unease surged within them. With food in such limited supply, the presence of more individuals meant less for everyone. Consequently, many began to voice their grievances loudly. "Hey, can you move a bit faster? Oh, I see you're new here and unaware of the rules. Move slowly, and you might just find yourself on the receiving end of a beating." When Nan silently prayed that these individuals wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, should they retaliate, their cover would surely be blown. Wang Yuan, brimming with impatience, watched Ji Wenyu's sluggish movements. Having already sentenced this languid man to death in his mind, the first opportunity, he would ensure this individual experienced the taste of fear. Finally, Ji Wenyu extracted the candle and lit it at a leisurely pace, seemingly oblivious to the growing chorus of scorn. Just as Wang Yuan was about to erupt, the moment the surroundings illuminated, he was left speechless. To Yuan, Wu Wu had his eyes deceived him. He was witnessing the renowned beauties from school. All thoughts of rage directed at Ji Wenyu vanished, and he paid no heed to the bags of food, fixating instead on the 2 women. As the light flickered on, when Nan and his companions soon realized that the man who had been struck by Wang Yuan now lay lifeless on the ground. Others observed this scene, but exhibited no reaction, having grown accustomed to such occurrences that Wu Wu and her companions silently rejoiced, thankful that the leader they encountered was Yi Yin rather than a tyrant like Wang Yuan. As the others beheld the food but had yet to express their excitement, they too noticed Lu Wan and Wu Wu that a wave of anxiety washed over them. With these 2 joining their ranks, Wang Yuan would undoubtedly take a liking to them. This rendered the opportunity for the others to become evolved humans even more remote. Meanwhile, those few women who had previously enjoyed Wang Yuan's favor and had shared his bed multiple times sank to the ground in despair. They feared confronting zombies. For Wang Yuan, they were of use only for his carnal pleasures. This was how they managed to secure food and remain safely hidden, hoping for a chance to become evolved beings. However, with the sudden arrival of Lu Wan and Wu Wu, their hopes were dashed. Wang Yuan would no longer require them. The surviving 2 men, witnessing Wang Yuan's expression, rejoiced internally, knowing they had achieved something noteworthy. Ji Wenyu furrowed his brow in discontent. This Wang Yuan, how dare he ogle his sister so brazenly? Had it not been for Yi Yin's plans, he would have already taken action to gouge out this man's eyes. Wang Yuan stared blankly at the 2 women, his mind racing with delight. This was the apocalypse, a veritable paradise amid chaos. He had risen to become a paragon among humans. The evolved, all ordinary people were beneath him, bound to heed his commands, their lives resting upon his whims. He could have any woman he desired. Not a soul would dare defy him. Murder was no crime. There were no repercussions for him. Now, before him stood two divine beings, who, in times of peace, he would have deemed too radiant to even glance at, now presented to him by his sycophants as offerings for his bed. Ha! Could life be more glorious? This world could hardly be called an apocalypse. It was nothing short of heaven. Wang Yuan's gaze towards the two women was unmistakable. Yet upon noticing their expressions remained unchanged, a sudden realization dawned upon him. You need not fear. Here, no zombie or human can harm you in the slightest. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, despair deepened within the women, who sat on the ground, uncertain of what their futures held. The other men, although somewhat disheartened by the dimming prospects of becoming evolved beings, found solace in the mere sight of the two beauties. Wen Yu struggled to contain his fury, resisting the urge to gouge out their eyes. Wang Yuan, perceiving the two women's continued lack of response, began to doubt. Could it be that they had encountered something terrifying outside? Wang Yuan, arriving at this thought, quickly reassured them. Do not be afraid. I am an evolved human. Those little zombies outside are utterly feeble to me. As long as you stay by my side, I promise those zombies will never harm you again. You need not fear anything from now on. The two women remained unresponsive. Wang Yuan, disheartened, yet aware that divine beings were inherently different from ordinary women, would have erupted in anger had any other woman reacted so coldly to his words. Remarkably, among this group of 5, 3 were women, 2 of whom were stunning beauties, while the third, though not as striking as Lu Wan and Wu Wu, possessed an understated charm and a unique aura. Once he grew weary of the first 2, a change of pace would be refreshing. Wang Yuan surmised that these individuals must have been perpetually fleeing from zombies, living in constant fear, resulting in their current demeanor. Therefore, he continued, I do not blame you for not knowing what an evolved human is. Evolved humans possess extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The capabilities of evolved beings are beyond the imagination of common folk. Pausing for emphasis, he gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground. Do you see that? He has perished. I merely struck him lightly, without exerting my full strength, and he met his end. This illustrates the chasm between evolved beings and ordinary humans. Do you understand? Thus, by remaining at my side, you shall fear nothing. You will have ample food and drink. You shall never go hungry again. The moment Yin stepped into the gymnasium, he immediately spotted the traders standing at one side. Suddenly, he was taken aback, for in that fleeting moment he sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the mountain across. Yet the disturbance lasted only 2 seconds before vanishing into thin air. Nevertheless, Yin could ascertain the general location of that anomaly. Wang Yuan gazed expectantly at the two women, hoping for any sign of reaction or a word from them. However, the two women remained utterly indifferent, not even casting him a glance. Wang Yuan's expression darkened immediately. He had only shown these two women some courtesy, not wanting to witness their tearful plight if forced, which was why he had engaged in such idle chatter with them. But now, they had completely exhausted his patience. Others, noticing the stormy countenance of Wang Yuan, understood that something was amiss, and all were taken aback. The men dared not to continue staring at Lu Wan and Wu Wu, when Yuan Nan had been observing Yi Yin from the outset. Focusing on the trader that Yi Yin was looking at, a cold smile crept across Wang Yuan's lips. You'd better not refuse a toast, and instead ask for a beating. I am speaking to you now. And you ought to be grateful. Before Wang Yuan could finish his sentence, an uproar erupted among the crowd. He turned to see one of the 5 seemingly inconspicuous men, completely disregarding the situation, striding toward the trader as if the rest of them did not exist. In his fury, Wang Yuan was also perplexed. Even if he had been fixated on these women, he could not possibly have overlooked someone moving so close to him. The onlookers gaped at Yi Yin as if he were a fool. The trader was a place Wang Yuan had explicitly forbidden anyone to approach. How could this individual dare to stroll over there without uttering a word? One voice broke the tension. Hey kid, do you know where that is? How dare you approach that place? When trouble comes, don't say I didn't warn you. Newcomer, you can't go there. That's our boss's territory. And you'll end up dead. Hey, can he not understand human language? Did the zombies outside scare him silly? Fool! Let the boss take care of him now to avoid future troubles. Yin walked steadily toward the trader, as if something of great value awaited him. Chapter 61. 5 Evolvers? Wang Yuan's gaze turned menacing as he regarded Yi Yin. Was this kid courting death? How dare he act so brazenly on his turf? Wang Yuan's two subordinates rushed to position themselves in front of Yi Yin, eager to display their bravado in front of Wang Yuan, hoping to earn a chance for evolution. One man sneered at Yi Yin. Hey, didn't you hear what everyone was saying? You can't go there. Are you looking for death? Another man chimed in with a grin. I think he is not looking for death. He is just a fool. Let me enlighten you. This is all Wang Yuan's territory. Everything requires his consent. And here you are, a newcomer, not even greeting anyone and intending to head there? Are you here for laughs? Fool, idiot. Do you even know what an evolver is? You dare to disregard Wang Yuan. Yi Yin halted, turning his gaze toward the two men that that moment. Ji Wenyu approached and stood beside Yi Yin. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the expressionless Ji Wenyu. Was this person also a fool? Did she not understand their words? How could she follow Yi Yin? When Yuan Nan shrugged, leisurely walking over to Yi Yin under the watchful eyes of all. Wang Yuan's gaze turned icy as he watched Yi Yin. Daha. These three had no idea of the might of an evolver, but that did not mean he would let them off lightly. Just as Wang Yuan was about to stride over and take action, he noticed the two men beside him moving as well. They too were heading toward Yi Yin. Upon seeing Lu Wan and Wu Wu follow suit, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of murmurs and jeers. What kind of people did you bring back? Are they all fools? Are they idiots? Can't they understand human language? They are doomed. They provoked Wang Yuan. How blind can they be? They must not know the power of an evolver. That's why they dare to provoke Wang Yuan. Wait until they see what an evolver truly is. They regretted in no time. The five stood united, seemingly oblivious to the clamor around them. The two men who had initially stepped forward were dumbfounded. Hey, do you five realize how formidable Wang Yuan is? Do you know what an evolver is? You all looking for death. At this moment, Wang Yuan was engulfed in fury. Wu Wu and Lu Wan's utter disregard for his overtures in front of so many witnesses was infuriating. Now, this man was leading the charge toward the traitor, with the others following suit, completely dismissing him and showing him no respect. This is amusing. Wang Yuan stood his ground, looking down at Yi Yin. Hey, I advise you to come over and kowtow to me, admitting your mistake that if I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to devise some torturous means to make your existence a living hell. By then, begging for mercy will be futile. He was, after all, an evolver. Eliminating these few individuals was but a thought away. The others looked on with glee at the impending doom of the five. Their sudden appearance meant a smaller share of food and fewer opportunities for evolution for them. Watching as the five provoked Wang Yuan, how could they not be pleased? 5 hefty packages of food. How many days would that last? Yet Yi Yin appeared undeterred, staring intently at the two men blocking his path. Step aside. The two men, furious to the point of laughter, almost believed Yi Yin to be a complete fool. Can't you understand human speech? Our boss Wang Yuan is speaking to you, and you dare to ignore him. With that, the speaking man swung a punch at Yi Yin. To the crowd, Yi Yin appeared ordinary. Somewhat frail and immaculately dressed, clearly someone who had never battled zombies. Anyone could easily take him down, as the spectators eagerly anticipated Yi Yin's fall. Yi Yin unexpectedly moved with an uncanny swiftness. Effortlessly dodging the man's punch, he appeared beside him. The man, having overexerted himself, stumbled and fell hard to the ground. Everyone stared in shock at Yi Yin. Wasn't he supposed to be the one on the ground? What had just transpired? How had he evaded the man's punch? No one could believe it. Yi Yin had so effortlessly dodged the attack, yet no one understood how he had done it. The two men who had brought Yi Yin felt a surge of alarm. In that instant, they sensed the same trepidation they had felt upon first meeting him. Could it be that Yi Yin was truly extraordinary? Only Wang Yuan, his eyes narrowing, regarded Yi Yin in disbelief. As a fellow evolver, he could vaguely discern Yi Yin's recent movements. A tumultuous storm brewed within Wang Yuan's heart. How could this person be so fast? It surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. If that were the case, there was only one explanation. The other party was also an evolver. Initially stunned, Wang Yuan was then flooded with intense hostility. He believed that only a scant few were privy to the secrets of the traitor and the evolvers in this world, and surely the number of evolvers was minuscule. However, he never anticipated that on his very first day as an evolver, He would encounter another. In his mind, the fewer individuals who knew the secrets of the traitor and the evolvers, the better. This way, he would possess boundless resources to enhance his abilities. Now, a second evolver had emerged right in this school. This was utterly unacceptable to him. He must be the strongest, and those who knew the secrets of the traitor must perish. After the initial shock, Wang Yuan regained his composure. He had to kill this person. All evolvers were his enemies. He would not allow anyone to surpass him. He would not permit the dissemination of the traitor's secrets. The others, witnessing Yi Yin effortlessly evade the man's attack, began to murmur among themselves. What was happening? How had he just evaded that? How bizarre! What just occurred? I didn't catch it at all. What is the situation? Is he not simple? No matter how remarkable he is, he cannot rival Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan is an evolver. How can an ordinary person compete? Exactly. Even if he possesses some skill, he is by no means a match for boss Wang Yuan, an ordinary person daring to act in front of an evolver. Wang Yuan's demeanor grew serious, ruthless, as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Yin. I never imagined that this small school would harbor another evolver. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded at an evolver. What was happening? This man was also an evolver? Many stood frozen, unable to articulate their thoughts. The seemingly ordinary man before Yi Yin was also an evolver? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the two men standing in front of Yi Yin jumped back in fright. What the hell? An evolver? Why didn't you say so sooner? If I had known Yi Yin was an evolver, not even 200 lives would compel me to step forward. Yi Yin regarded the sullen Wang Yuan with a half-smile. There are many things you haven't anticipated. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Stop the banter. Since you know the secrets of the traitor, do not blame me for being merciless. Prepare to die. With that, Wang Yuan unleashed a burst of speed characteristic of an evolver, propelling himself toward Yi Yin with tremendous force. The crowd, accustomed to being intimidated by Wang Yuan, trembled at the sight of his fury. Indeed, what if Yi Yin was an evolved being? Wang Yuan was a formidable athlete, with a robust and imposing physique. In contrast, Yi Yin, despite being a one-star evolved being, appeared rather unimpressive, his frame frail and weak. How could he possibly stand a chance against Wang Yuan? Moreover, Wang Yuan was known for his ruthless demeanor. Having taken many lives within a mere day, it was evident that this individual was no match for Wang Yuan. As Wang Yuan approached Yi Yin, his body suddenly halted bizarrely 2 meters away. Disbelief etched across his face as he slowly tilted his head to glance at Ji Wenyu beside him. That Ji Wenyu offered a warm smile, as if basking in the spring sun. Who says only our boss Yi Yin is an evolved being? In the next moment, Wang Yuan collapsed with a thud, blood gradually spreading around him. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere in the gymnasium so tense that one could hear a pin drop. All movements froze, creating an eerie tension. An evolved being? Another evolved being? And he was Yi Yan's subordinate. Just a subordinate of Yi Yin had effortlessly dispatched the feared Wang Yuan in an instant. Wang Yuan had not even approached Yi Yin before being taken down by one of his underlings. Terrifying, truly terrifying. They knew evolved beings were rare, but they had not anticipated that among Yi Yan's group of 5, there were actually 2 evolved beings. What a formidable strength. The 2 men who had accompanied Yi Yan's group back were nearly unsteady upon witnessing this. Yi Yin and Ji Wenyu were indeed evolved beings. They had previously spoken disrespectfully to them, boasting about how impressive evolved beings were. Yet it turned out they were evolved beings themselves. They felt utterly foolish. 2 evolved beings. Out of 5 individuals, there were actually 2 evolved beings. It was simply horrifying. Upon hearing these words, Wen Yuanin immediately felt displeased. What do you mean 2 evolved beings among 5? We are all evolved beings. All right, don't underestimate the girls. Yi Yin chuckled helplessly and continued toward the traitor. After hearing Wen Yuanan's words and then glancing at Yi Yan's expression, the crowd suddenly found it hard to breathe. What? All 5 are evolved beings? Goodness, aren't evolved beings supposed to be rare? Could it be that they had all been deceived by Wang Yuan, and now anyone outside could be an evolved being? They had previously spoken to Yi Yin and the others as if they were nothing. It was as if they were inviting death. The 2 men who had brought Yi Yin's group over slumped to the ground. 5. All 5 are evolved beings. Their previous actions had been tantamount to courting disaster. Fortunately, the evolved beings had no time to settle scores with them. The crowd watched as the five confidently strode toward the previously forbidden zone, where the traitor was located, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. This was the chasm between evolved beings and ordinary people. When Yuanan's group had cleared the surrounding area of zombies, amassing at least 100 magic crystals, and thus entered the trading phase, Chapter 62. The source of mental power. As Yin gazed at a simple necklace displayed at the top of the light screen, his eyes widened in astonishment. That ignorant Wang Yuan had no appreciation for treasures, failing to recognize what mental power truly meant, and only knew to complain about the price. This unassuming, yet exceedingly rare and mysterious necklace was known as the source of mental power. Once donned, the wearer's consumption of mental power would accelerate recovery, constantly replenishing their mental energy, while also enhancing the efficiency of mental power cultivation. For Yin, this source of mental power was a timely solution to his pressing needs. Although he had acquired 2 professions in a short span, his total mental power had significantly increased compared to an ordinary person or one with a single profession. However, the multitude of skills he possessed meant that forging weapons and enchanting them consumed vast amounts of mental energy. Today, he had crafted 2 gray-level combat knives, enchanting both, and even utilizing lightning several times. While he wished to enchant his white combat knife immediately, the day's endeavors had nearly depleted his mental energy. Using any further skills would lead to an energy deficit, risking unconsciousness and imposing a heavy burden on his body. Though Yi Yin's purple hook jade also aided in accelerating mental energy recovery, its effects were primarily realized during cultivation. Meanwhile, the source of mental power excelled in naturally replenishing mental energy when it was not at full capacity. Yi Yin gazed fervently at the source of mental power. Originally priced at 600, but available to him for only 300 magic crystals. Although they had just over 100 magic crystals on hand, Yi Yin felt gratified by the count. Having exhausted his magic crystals today to ensure Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu became evolved beings, he was encouraged that in just over an hour, his companions had managed to slay over 100 zombies in his absence. It seemed his investment had been wise. 5 individuals could eliminate zombies far more swiftly than 3. At that moment, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, experiencing trading for the first time, were utterly astonished, their mouths agape. They beheld the light screen showcasing magic crystals, weapons, evolution agents, and food, witnessing a world so distinct from the orderly times of peace and the brutal realities of the apocalypse. When Yuanan and Wu Wu, seasoned by experience, understood that expensive items were undoubtedly of superior quality, the item before them, the source of mental power, appeared merely as an ordinary necklace, yet was valued at 600 magic crystals. Observing Yi Yin's gaze, it was clear he desired it. Outside, a torrential rain began to pour, the once tranquil apocalyptic night now filled with a cacophony of noise that moment. A jolt of anxiety surged through Yi Yin as the tremors from the mountain clearly resonated in his mind. Unlike the vague sensations he had experienced previously that faded away instantly, Yi Yin promptly led his companions out of the trading phase. When Yuanan, seeing Yi Yin gazing toward the mountain again, eagerly inquired, "Yi Yin, did you sense something again?" Yi Yin nodded gravely and then turned to the 4, instructing, "The weather outside is unpredictable. You all should not accompany me to the mountain. Remain here at the school and clear out the zombies. Tonight, you must gather at least 400 magic crystals to exchange for items from this trader. At least 2 of you must stay near the gymnasium to watch over the trader and prevent anyone from taking away his goods. I will return here before dawn." The group nodded solemnly, ready to heed Yi Yin's orders without question. Witnessing his urgency, they refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, onlookers nearby stared in astonishment at the 5. They had just witnessed the group approach the trader's vicinity and suddenly vanish, only to reappear moments later at the same spot. This was the trader Wang Yuan had spoken of, the one capable of transforming individuals into evolved beings. Truly remarkable. Ambition surged within the hearts of the onlookers. With Wang Yuan now dead, they no longer feared him or his exploitation. They could also take their magic crystals and investigate what was truly happening. Yi Yin approached the eager crowd, understanding their thoughts. The trader was under his control, and until he obtained what he desired, anyone daring to covet the trader's goods would face his wrath. Instantly, the crowd felt doused in cold water, chills running down their spines. Indeed, though Wang Yuan was dead, they now faced an even more formidable Yi Yin. If one of Yi Yin's subordinates could effortlessly kill Wang Yuan, how terrifying must Yi Yin's own power be? He had warned that until he secured what he wanted, a brave soul mustered the courage to ask, if you obtain what you desire, can we then approach the traitor? Yi Yin replied, yes, but until I give the word, anyone who dares to approach shall be treated as a provocation, and their fate will mirror that of your evolved leader. The crowd's expressions shifted, no longer grim. Some even felt a surge of motivation. They needed to gather magic crystals swiftly. From Yi Yin's words, they inferred that the items within the traitor's domain were undoubtedly more complex and valuable than Wang Yuan had claimed. And once exchanged, they might vanish. This was why Yi Yin had not permitted them to approach the traitor first. He intended to acquire what he desired before allowing them near, although Yi Yin did not display his full strength. The mere fact that one of his companions could eliminate Wang Yuan left them with no room for dissent. Over the past few days, Wang Yuan's reign had vividly illustrated the stark divide between the strong and the weak, and the vast chasm separating evolved beings from ordinary individuals. Thus, they would not dare to defy Yi Yin. One individual, recognizing that Yi Yin was not a tyrant like Wang Yuan, asked with a hint of excitement, so, once you acquire what you seek, will there still be evolution agents available? Yi Yin smiled and replied, while I did not pay attention to how many one-star evolution agents remain, there should certainly be some. And since I do not require one-star evolution agents at this moment, I will ensure to leave some behind. Cheers erupted among the crowd, yet the air was thick with tension. But Yi Yin's earlier words further solidified their conjecture. The resources among traders are indeed limited. Besides Yi Yin and his group, who are certain to secure what they desire, there are nearly 50 others, all competitors vying for the scarce one-star evolution agents, outside, despite the howling winds and torrential rain. With visibility severely compromised and hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, the people within the arena have resolutely decided to venture out and slay zombies. Whether it be the women who have hardly encountered a zombie before or the men with some experience. They are driven by the memories of oppression they suffered under the evolutionary beings, having witnessed the fierce battles among them. They are acutely aware of the stark difference between the evolvers and ordinary humans, which fuels their determination to go out and hunt zombies, competing for the perhaps minuscule number of one-star evolution agents. They understand that in this unreasonable, cold, and cruel apocalypse, the sole path to survival is to become an evolver. Should they forfeit today's opportunity, they might not live to see another traitor, perishing instead in this desolate world. In a matter of moments, the people in the arena swarm out, completely disregarding the dangers that may await them outside. A few within exchange amused glances that Lu Yuan, appearing rather anxious, exclaims, "These people are impressive. As ordinary humans, they possess such courage to confront zombies. We must act quickly, otherwise if they eliminate all the zombies, we shall not accomplish our task today." Lu Wan's flustered demeanor is undeniably charming, bringing smiles to Wen Yuanan and Wu Wu's faces. That Yi Yin is the first to dash into the downpour, declaring midnight at the arena. Wen Yuanan watches Yi Yan's retreating figure and, once it vanishes, hastens to follow Lu Wan and the others. That Yi Yin races through the rain, fully aware that the nights in this apocalyptic world are perilous. Many mutated beasts prefer to roam under the cover of darkness. Additionally, the rapid growth of mutated plants also occurs at night. Numerous mutated plants, which pose little threat during the day, reveal their true, menacing nature once night falls. The destination Yi Yin is heading towards is a mountainside thickly overgrown with vegetation. At the moment of the apocalypse's outbreak, both flora and fauna mutated simultaneously. Yet, as it is still only the second day of the apocalypse, many plants and animals have not yet reached a horrifying level of mutation. The sensation within Yi Yan's mind is no longer faint and elusive as during the day, but rather strikingly intense. After discovering the ability of the purple hook jade, he has not encountered such a situation before. The sensation only fluctuates based on the proximity of the traitor and whether the traitor is on the move, yet this constant presence in the same location, with the sensation waxing and waning, is a first for him. Moreover, the most significant difference this time is that Yi Yin vaguely senses that what he is perceiving may not be a traitor. As he makes his way, Yi Yin dispatches a dozen or so zombies, hastening toward his destination, oblivious to the rain pouring down upon him, though the sticky sensation remains uncomfortable. During his journey, he cannot help but think how delightful it would be to be a water mage in such weather, completely unfazed by the rain, as it is their natural battlefield. Upon reaching the mountainside, stepping upon various plants, Yi Yin perceives a vitality within the flora that is unlike anything he has encountered before. These plants are undergoing mutation. The night, coupled with the torrential rain, provides the ideal conditions for mutated plants to absorb energy. However, they presently pose little threat, inflicting almost no harm upon Yi Yin as he draws nearer to the point in his mind. Yi Yin gradually slows his pace. It's right ahead. He hides behind a large tree, cautiously peering toward the scene before him. Their mutated beast is locked in battle with a snake-like creature the size of a bowl. The mutated beast, roughly the size of a human, is encased in a hard shell. Meanwhile, the gray, bowl-sized mutated snake is riddled with wounds, blood seeping from its injuries. Yet, the mutated snake has gained the upper hand, ensnaring the beast, rendering it nearly immobile. Yi Yin observes the unfolding scene, finally comprehending what he has been sensing. In his previous life, he had heard of a type of mutated beast known as the guardian beast. These creatures guard treasures of unknown origin, and their singular ability is to conceal their presence and that of the treasure, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to detect them. Their armored bodies are not just for show. Their ability is derived from that very armor, utilized to obscure their own aura and that of the treasure. The treasures guarded by these guardian beasts are typically rarer than those found among traders. The sensation Yi Yin sensed during the day was indeed connected to the treasure guarded by this guardian beast. It was the beast's ability that prevented him from accurately pinpointing its location. Had it not been for the mutated snake inadvertently encountering the guardian beast during its hunt, disrupting its concentration and allowing Yi Yin to find this place, he would not have arrived so precisely. Despite the mutated snake being battered and bruised in its efforts to bind the beast, it has successfully entangled it tighter, indicating that a victor has emerged in this struggle. Yi Yin watches as the guardian beast's armor begins to crack under the pressure. The mutated snake, visibly exerting itself, elicits an enraged roar from the guardian beast. At that moment, Yi Yin unleashes his full speed and charges forward. Both the guardian beast and the mutated snake are caught off guard by the sudden presence of a human. The mutated snake lets out a shriek. It cannot release its grip on the beast, for if it does, with its current state of injury, it would surely face defeat. Yet, the human charging toward them, despite being merely a one-star evolver, instills a profound sense of dread within it. This is the pressure emanating from a formidable opponent. Yi Yin draws his white battle knife and strikes decisively at the hesitating mutated snake. The snake scales have evolved into a remarkably tough armor. Yet after its battle with the guardian beast, it has sustained significant injuries. Its defenses are greatly diminished, and it is now bloodied and battered. Yi Yan's strike lands directly on the snake's most grievously injured area, cleaving it in two as the already weakened creature succumbs. The guardian beast's hold is instantly released, and it crashes to the ground, emitting an enraged roar. Without a moment's pause, Yi Yin swiftly strikes again, severing the snake's head. The mutated snake is vanquished. Yi Yin, undeterred, surges forward, the white battle knife flashing as he delivers a powerful blow to the guardian beast's head. The guardian beast, already worn down by its encounter with the mutated snake, and with cracks appearing in its armor, is caught off guard by Yi Yan's assault aimed at its most vulnerable point, forcing it to retreat. Yet Yi Yin does not relent. Though his mental energy is low and utilizing his professional skills would severely strain his body, he possesses the power of thunder, since becoming a thunder mage. Yi Yin has harnessed a formidable and terrifying force of thunder within him that requires no mental energy to wield and does not deplete his reserves. This power is akin to an ability inherent to Yi Yin himself, consuming only physical stamina. With the thunderstorm raging, Yi Yan's capabilities are further amplified. Channeling the thunderous energy within him, the white battle knife becomes enveloped in dangerous arcs of white lightning. He strikes fiercely at the guardian beast's head. The thinnest layer of armor upon its head is cleaved open, and blood spills forth. Yi Yin delivers another blow, finally slaying the creature. A wave of elation washes over him. Had it not been for the prolonged struggle between the two mutated beasts before his arrival, leaving both parties exhausted. He would not have so easily seized this opportunity. The Guardian Beast's armor is notoriously robust. Had he not utilized his professional skills today, it would have been impossible for him to conquer this beast. Overcome with excitement, Yi Yin approaches the lair of the Guardian Beast. With the beast now lifeless, the sensation within him intensifies. He clears away the rapidly growing grass, revealing a damp scroll beneath. Yi Yin grasps it in his hands, overwhelmed with astonishment. This is astonishingly a professional prefix. And coincidentally, it is the prefix for the Thunder Mage profession. The prefix for the Thunder Mage profession, Violet. Upon acquiring this prefix, all Thunder-based skills will see a marked increase in potency, surpassing that of an ordinary Thunder Mage. From now on, every skill he acquires, whether it be a standard skill for the Thunder Mage upon leveling up or a special skill obtained from a trader, will carry the prefix Violet, amplifying the power of his abilities. With this prefix, other Thunder Mages of the same level will be utterly outmatched by Yi Yin. In his previous life, Yi Yin had heard tales of professional prefixes, each incredibly precious, with no two being alike. The variations in prefixes among the same profession lead to distinct alterations in skills. However, it is unequivocal that professional prefixes are exceedingly rare, even more so than special professional skills. Yi Yin feels an immense gratitude toward the Purple Hook Jade's ability. Without it, he would never have made it to this mountainside to discover this professional prefix. After acquiring the prefix, Yi Yin begins to process the remains of the Guardian Beast and the mutated snake. These creatures are treasure troves of resources, particularly for someone like Yi Yin, who possesses the craftsman profession. He extracts the level 1 magic crystal from the mutated snake's head and carefully strips away its intact scales with his battle knife. Meanwhile, the little dumpling busies itself, consuming the essence of the mutated snake and the Guardian Beast. After consuming the essence of the Guardian Beast, it acquired extraordinary powers. It gained the ability to conceal its presence, a remarkable skill inherent to the Guardian Beast. Furthermore, it can simultaneously assist a select few nearby in remaining hidden as well. By entering into a pact with a small dumpling, Yi Yin indirectly attained this ability as well. This power is exceedingly formidable. When your strength surpasses that of your opponent, you can intentionally obscure your presence, leaving your enemy oblivious to your aura. However, when facing an adversary of equal strength, this overwhelming advantage dissipates. Yet, with this newfound ability, Yi Yin can now conceal his presence even against foes of similar might. This acquisition is exceedingly fruitful. Not only has he obtained a rare occupational prefix, but he has also secured an extraordinary ability. Nevertheless, Yi Yin senses that the small dumpling, after consuming the beast, does not fully inherit its powers. For instance, the special second-tier zombie they vanquished today granted the small dumpling terrifying defensive capabilities, which Yi Yin has also indirectly acquired. Compared to the current ability of concealing one's presence, the defensive power is significantly superior. It seems that the completeness of acquired abilities is not uniform. Yi Yin then removed the hard shell of the Guardian Beast before making his way back to school. Upon swiftly returning, he beheld the school bustling with life, utterly devoid of the desolation expected on a post-apocalyptic night. The rain continued to pour, enveloping the campus in darkness, with zombies wandering in scattered groups. However, the zombies around the gymnasium had been nearly eradicated. The students who had previously been clearing zombies around the gym were now emboldened, following Wen Yuan and his companions, bravely venturing to eliminate zombies in other areas. These individuals had witnessed Wang Yuan slaying zombies, but Wang Yuan, fearing for his life, was more than happy to have this group assist him in collecting magic crystals. Thus, the methods of zombie extermination employed by Wang Yuan starkly contrasted with the clear objectives of Wen Yuan and his crew. Observing Wen Yuan's combat prowess, these students truly grasped the might of the evolved. They couldn't help but marvel at how formidable Yi Yan's four subordinates were, making them wonder just how terrifying Yi Yan himself must be to command such loyalty. It was only by witnessing the prowess of Wen Yuan's team that their desire for evolution intensified. As long as Yi Yan acquires what he seeks, a fierce competition among them will soon ensue. At that point, not only will the quantity of magic crystals matter, but also the strength of the contenders. Currently, slaying zombies stands as the best method for enhancing their abilities. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu relentlessly dispatch zombies. While Wen Yuanan and Wu Wu cautioned them several times to be vigilant, as neither had yet injected the immunity serum, Lu Wan and her brother continuously honed their combat skills, rapidly enhancing through the melee. While Wen Yuanan and his companion, with their gray-grade weapons crafted by Yi Yan, dispatched zombies with remarkable efficiency. Yi Yan returned after spending less than 2 hours, seeing the 4 of them diligently slaying zombies. He noted that those within the gym were also quickly progressing. Most had grasped the essentials, creating an atmosphere of exterminating zombies entirely. They were practically competing with Wen Yuannan's group for zombie resources. With nearly 50 individuals, had Wen Yuannan's team not been evolved, they truly would have struggled against them. Yi Yan couldn't help but reflect that, regardless of circumstance, humanity always adapts to its environment. Without greeting Wen Yuannan and the others, Yi Yan joined the fray, engaging in the fierce competition for zombie kills. The students soon noticed a monstrous figure had entered the battlefield. Yi Yan's speed was terrifying, darting through the zombies like lightning, causing them to collapse in his wake. The ground, already soaked with black blood and rainwater, became increasingly chaotic and horrifying. It was Yi Yan. He had returned. How terrifying he was! What astounding speed, indeed. There was a reason these 4 were merely his subordinates. He was overwhelmingly powerful. The group now recognized not only the terror of the evolved, but also the vast disparities that exist among them. Chapter 64. Slaying the second-tier zombie. Yi Yan's commotion while dispatching zombies quickly attracted the attention of Wen Yuannan's 4 companions. Upon seeing Yi Yan's return, they finally felt at ease. Whenever Yi Yan was absent, they felt an undeniable void. It was not that they feared for his safety alone, but rather that his absence left them without a central pillar of support. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan with a gaze that held a flicker of admiration. This man was incredibly powerful. In this current apocalypse, few knew of traitors and evolved beings. Yet, Yi Yan had transformed them all into evolved beings. Moreover, Yi Yan himself was an exceptionally rare profession. The rain showed no signs of letting up, yet it did nothing to diminish the fervor with which they hunted zombies. After Yi Yan joined the battle, the rate at which zombies fell around him became terrifying. The battlefield had expanded from the vicinity of the gym to encompass the entire school. Though these students were not evolved, they had witnessed and experienced the terrifying strength of the evolved. And now, having slain numerous zombies, they were far superior to ordinary humans. It was precisely because they had witnessed the formidable power of Yi Yan and his group that their yearning for strength intensified. If they became evolved beings, they too could become as strong as Yi Yan. These students, now driven by zeal, were resolute in their determination to be the ones to obtain the evolution serum later. However, while these students were invigorated, they remained oblivious to the rapid approach of a figure so swift it seemed to defy the limits of speed, darting in through the school gates. Nearby, 5 or 6 students, unaware of the danger, met their demise in an instant, their heads severed from their bodies. In their final moments, they were still fervently thinking about securing the evolution serum. The creature that had appeared was none other than the second-tier zombie Yi Yan had encountered on his first venture outside the school. Known for its terrifying speed, the moment the second-tier zombie entered the school, Yi Yan sensed its presence and solemnly warned the 4 who had unknowingly gathered around him. A second-tier zombie. They all stiffened in alarm. When Yuannan's expression turned complex. Could it be the one from before? Yi Yan replied seriously. Yes, it's that exceptionally swift second-tier zombie. Do not approach it. Its speed is terrifying. And you are no match for it. Had it been another type of exceptionally evolved zombie, Yi Yan might have considered allowing them to work together to take it down for training purposes. However, this second-tier zombie was different. Yi Yan had personally experienced its terrifying speed, and if the 4 were to face it, they would be utterly incapable of even making contact and would be toying with their lives. Yet now, Yi Yan had changed. He had indirectly acquired the small dumpling's abilities, significantly enhancing his speed, rendering ordinary first-tier, evolved beings unable to keep pace with him. Moreover, as a lightning mage, when he unleashed the thunderous power within him, his speed would escalate even further. Having witnessed the second-tier zombie's terrifying speed, he now felt confident that it was no longer a match for him. After the second-tier zombie swiftly dispatched the students at the entrance, it raced toward Yi Yan. It could sense the presence of several evolved beings nearby. Consuming them would be far more beneficial than devouring hundreds of ordinary humans. While this second-tier zombie possessed some intelligence, it was still inferior to the uniquely evolved second-tier zombie Yi Yin had encountered from another world earlier that day. This speed demon of a second-tier zombie, while aware that there were several powerful humans whose consumption would accelerate its evolution, remained ignorant of the fact that one among them was exceedingly strong. Even if it knew one of them was particularly formidable, it would charge toward Yi Yin without hesitation. In its mind, whether it could win was irrelevant. The key was that by devouring these individuals, it could evolve rapidly. Sensing the second-tier zombie barreling toward him, Yi Yin smirked disdainfully and surged forward to confront it. Wen Yuanan and his companions continued to slay zombies, indifferent to Yi Yan's actions. The second-tier zombie, clearly sensing Yi Yin, felt a mix of shock and displeasure. This human, who had previously fled in terror, now dared to confront it head-on. In a mere moment, the two collided with ferocity. In an instant, the second-tier zombie, which had once overpowered Yi Yin, was now injured. It could scarcely believe that in just one day, the human it had nearly slain had the audacity to face it directly and even managed to wound it in an instant. A long gash appeared on its shoulder from a white blade, black blood oozing from the wound. The zombie howled in rage and retreated. What astounded it further was that this human was capable of matching its speed, clearly perceiving its movements. The second-tier zombie, after all, was still a second-tier zombie, possessing a vast difference from first-tier zombies. Realizing that Yi Yin was no longer the same as before, the second-tier zombie no longer underestimated him. It approached with caution. The students who had been diligently clearing zombies paused, astonished as they witnessed Yi Yin engaged in battle with something entirely different from the zombies they had been facing. They could hardly believe their eyes as the figure, indistinguishable from a human in the darkness, exhibited a speed that was terrifying. Had Yi Yin not occasionally stopped, they would have been unable to discern who was fighting. What was that creature? Its speed was on par with Yi Yan's. How frightening! Could it be an evolved being? Are there so many evolved beings at our school? At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, momentarily brightening the surroundings. Only then did the students realize that what they were witnessing was not a human, but a zombie. The magic crystal atop its head was unlike any they had encountered before. The zombies they typically encountered, with their decaying flesh, were easily dispatched, their heads adorned with azure magic crystals. However, the creature before them, resembling a human in form, bore a golden magic crystal atop its head, indicating a formidable foe. Coupled with the notion that humans could evolve, many had begun to surmise that zombies were capable of evolution as well. This particular zombie was an evolved one, and the hue of the magic crystal likely represented its level of advancement. They had heard Wang Yuan mention that evolutionaries were also categorized by levels. Yi Yin and his companions were merely one-star evolutionaries, effortlessly capable of slaying these first-level zombies. But what of the second-level zombies? The disparity in levels was significant. Furthermore, this second-level zombie exhibited terrifying speed, rivaling Yi Yan's own. If evolutionaries could be classified by levels, then surely zombies could undergo a similar classification. Observe the difference in the magic crystal atop this zombie's head compared to those of its ilk. Indeed, its appearance was distinct. There was no rotting flesh. It appeared far more robust than a first-level zombie. Most importantly, its speed was astounding. Ordinary zombies could barely run, moving at a sluggish pace. Could Yi Yin possibly defeat this zombie? This was a second-level zombie, while Yi Yin was merely a one-star evolutionary. I fear he may not prevail. Indeed, the speed of this zombie is truly frightening. It is evidently a second-level zombie, unlike the others. The students halted, their curiosity piqued as they observed the clash between Yi Yin and the second-level zombie. Meanwhile, Wen Yuanan and his companions remained unfazed, continuing to slay zombies. They understood that Yi Yin sought the mental source from the traitor within. Requiring a substantial amount of magic crystals, this second-level zombie, even with its superior speed, was still fundamentally a second-level zombie, possessing greater physical attributes than a first-level zombie. As it recognized that Yi Yan's speed matched its own, it ceased to underestimate him. The two entities collided at great speed amidst the rain. Although Yi Yin possessed a profession, his mental energy was nearly depleted, rendering the use of lightning strikes impractical. Thus, they exchanged blows, neither inflicting harm upon the other for the moment. Yet, Yi Yin was ultimately just a one-star evolutionary, and he could not compete with the strength of a second-level zombie, the students. Witnessing Yi Yan's growing struggle, were taken aback. Previously, Yi Yan had left them with an impression of invincibility. Look, he is merely a one-star evolutionary, while this zombie is a second-level one. The chasm between first and second levels is indeed not so easily bridged. The second-level zombie, seeing Yi Yan falter, lost its patience and unleashed a furious roar, launching a final, desperate assault. It almost forsook its defenses, believing Yi Yan incapable of delivering a lethal blow, channeling all its strength. It accelerated to its utmost, charging towards Yi Yan. Just as the second-level zombie closed in, its razor-sharp claws nearly grazing Yi Yan's chest, its eyes widened in shock as it beheld the eerie smile curling at the corner of Yi Yan's lips. It could not afford to ponder further, nor anticipate anything else, for victory lay tantalizingly within reach. In the next moment, its claws would pierce Yi Yan's chest, devouring this formidable human, paving a smoother path to third-level evolution. However, the anticipated softness never materialized. Its claws met Yi Yan's chest as though striking a solid iron slab, failing to penetrate and producing a metallic clang. The second-level zombie abruptly raised its head, a profound sense of impending doom washing over it. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and in an instant, the seemingly predetermined outcome was reversed. The second-level zombie's head was severed from its body. Even in death, it could not comprehend the nature of this human's body. Yi Yan had only recently acquired this extraordinary ability from the special second-level zombie, and it was finally coming into play. As a one-star evolutionary, Yi Yan could not employ his professional skills. In a direct confrontation with a second-level zombie, he would invariably suffer. Thus, he had been biding his time, waiting for the moment the second-level zombie's patience waned, allowing it to unleash its full power in a final strike. Simultaneously, Yi Yan concentrated his formidable defensive power on the zombie's target, the chest, and, in that fleeting moment of the zombie's distraction, he delivered a thunderous blow. The student stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how, in an instant, Yi Yan, who appeared on the brink of defeat, had emerged victorious. He had slain a second-level zombie. A one-star evolutionary had actually vanquished a second-level zombie. Terrifying, Yi Yan was truly formidable. Chapter 65. Obtaining the mental source, enhancing the battle blade. When Yuan Nan and the others did not even glance back, they had anticipated Yi Yan's victory over the second-level zombie. Fully aware of their leader's strength and hidden capabilities, this was Yi Yan's first utilization of this ability, although his defensive power still paled in comparison to that of the special second-level zombie. It was nonetheless impressive. In the future, as Yi Yan grew stronger, so too would his defensive capabilities. However, as this was his first attempt at converting the defensive power of various parts of his body, he was not yet adept, resulting in a slight abrasion on his chest and a minor injury. That Yi Yan extracted the second-level magic crystal, seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes of the students, and resumed his hunt for first-level zombies. By midnight, the five of them had dispatched over 400 zombies. At Yi Yan's behest, when Yuan Nan and the others returned to the gymnasium, the five entered the trading period together. And upon inspecting the magic crystal count below, they were delighted to find over 700 magic crystals. Yi Yan's joy knew no bounds. This way, after exchanging for the mental source and 2 vials of immunity serum, they would still have over 300 magic crystals remaining. The space crystal merely required 500 magic crystals. It seemed that by tomorrow at the latest, they would be able to leave the school, depart the town, and head towards the concentration camp. Yi Yan promptly exchanged for 3 items, then distributed the immunity serums to Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu. It was their first time witnessing Yi Yan's exchanges, and they were astonished by the incongruity in the number of magic crystals. Upon exiting the trading period, they found the outside teeming with students. Seeing Yi Yan and his companion cease fighting and enter the gymnasium, they followed suit. Among the remaining students, only about 30 remained, including 2 exhausted girls. When Yuan Nan and the other girls regarded these 2 weary females with a glint of admiration in their eyes. Among the deceased, some had fallen victim to the earlier second-level zombie, while others had inadvertently succumbed to infection or been overwhelmed by hordes of zombies. The remaining 30-odd students had fought their way out from the zombie throng. Their demeanor transformed, their gazes revealing a stark difference. Though not evolutionaries, they had adapted to the survival rules of the apocalypse, setting them apart from ordinary people. Upon witnessing Yi Yin and his companions emerge from the trader, the already tense expressions of the crowd grew even more wary. Yi Yan's appearance signified that he had acquired what he sought, and the ensuing struggle would be among these ordinary individuals. Yi Yin gazed at the faces before him, reflecting on how humanity had been inexorably altered by the apocalypse. Yet there was no alternative for humanity. Survival necessitated such transformations. With a stoic expression, Yi Yin spoke. There are still 5 vials of 1-star evolutionary serum available, priced at 100 magic crystals each, that I must caution you. Should anyone inadvertently touch the trader amidst the ensuing conflict, they will be instantaneously annihilated. They were all too aware of this, having witnessed firsthand how one individual had met their demise at the hands of the trader. However, at 100 magic crystals for a vial of serum, it was far too steep for them. Among the remaining 30 individuals, none possessed even 100 magic crystals. The wealthiest among them had a mere 40 magic crystals. This individual had only managed to gather such a sum after witnessing a companion being devoured by a zombie and collecting the magic crystals left behind once the zombies dispersed. They were but ordinary people, their strength vastly inferior to that of Yi Yin and his companions, and they needed to tread carefully to avoid being harmed by zombies, lest all their efforts be for naught. Exhausted after a night of slaughtering zombies, the students grew increasingly tense upon hearing Yi Yan's words. With no one possessing 100 magic crystals, desperation would likely lead to conflict. The atmosphere grew palpably more charged, with all eyes casting wary glances at one another. After delivering this warning, Yi Yin, accompanied by Ji Wenyu and others, gathered provisions and exited the gymnasium, that he had no interest in the struggles among these students, nor in who might become an evolutionary. With the mental source acquired, he sought only a quiet place to cultivate and restore his mental energy. The 5 returned to the large supermarket they had previously cleared. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu administered the immunity serum, allowing them to fight zombies with greater confidence. After slaying zombies through the night, it was now early morning. Evolutionaries required more sustenance than ordinary individuals, and having been active all night, their stomachs were now rumbling. They hastily consumed their meal, and Yi Yin instructed, "Rest early. Tomorrow we continue our hunt for zombies." After exchanging for the space wristbands from the trader, "We will be able to leave this place." To Lu Wan and Ji when you were taken aback upon hearing of the space wristbands, though they refrained from asking further questions, falling asleep with a hint of caution. Yi Yin chose a spot somewhat distant from the others and sat cross-legged. This moment, he possessed the purple hook jade that would allow him to rapidly cultivate his mental energy, along with the mental source that accelerated his recovery. He promptly entered a state of mental energy cultivation. The following day, the torrential rain had ceased, and the sky began to brighten. By this time, Yi Yin had already restored half of his mental energy. In a state of spiritual cultivation, the recovery speed of one's mental energy naturally accelerates. Not to mention that Yi Yin currently possesses the purple hook jade and the source of mental energy. Feeling invigorated, Yi Yin concluded his cultivation session and drew forth his white battle knife. This time, he opted to employ the armor of the treasure-guarding beast, along with the scales of the mutated snake, as enchanting materials. Yi Yin refrained from expending excessive mental energy, as he remained unaware of when danger might arise. He needed to reserve some lightning as a precaution. The armor of the treasure-guarding beast consisted of 2 large pieces, which would be cumbersome to carry on the road. So Yi Yin enchanted both pieces. The resilience of the white battle knife surged instantly, exuding a faint sense of oppression. It seemed that even weapons crafted by traders could be modified and upgraded through the artisan profession. Yi Yin then selected 2 pieces of the mutated snake scales and enchanted them onto the battle knife. That moment, the battle knife underwent a remarkable transformation. The white blade shimmered, and as the brilliance faded, a glimmer of silver emerged. Yi Yin gazed in astonishment at the transformation of the knife. After being enchanted with the scales of the mutated snake, the battle knife not only became sharper with a significant increase in power, but also acquired a unique attribute: toxicity. It appeared that the mutated snake was indeed venomous. However, it had been injured at the time and unable to relinquish the treasure-guarding beast, allowing Yi Yin to dispatch it effortlessly. This white battle knife, now imbued with the snake scales, had undergone such a profound change, not only gaining toxicity, but also taking a substantial step towards the silver-grade weapon category. Yi Yan attempted to wield the battle knife. And indeed, it was far superior to its previous form. At that moment, Lu Wan stirred awake upon hearing Yi Yan's movements. She noticed that Yi Yan had switched to a different battle knife and was somewhat taken aback. Approaching Yi Yan, her eyes fixated on the knife that bore a hint of silver light. Yi Yan, when did you acquire a new battle knife? Yi Yan, in high spirits, replied cheerfully. This is the same one from yesterday. I merely utilized my professional skills to perform a slight modification. Yuan's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, I see. Wu Wu mentioned to me yesterday that both her and Yuan Nan's battle knives were crafted by you. You possess some sort of artisan profession. Yi Yan nodded with a smile, his gaze still appraising the brand new battle knife that Yuan gazed at Yi Yan, somewhat lost in thought. She could hardly imagine what her life would be like had Yi Yan not rescued her. Everything felt surreal. From being saved by Yi Yan to becoming an evolver and seeking vengeance. Coming back to her senses, Lu Wan felt an awkward silence envelop them, and blushing slightly, she shyly inquired, "So when will you make one for me as well?" Yi Yan, observing Lu Wan's flushed cheeks, couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Truly, even with a past marred by bloodshed, she was stunning. He chuckled, "No need to rush. Once I recover a bit more mental energy tonight, I'll craft one for you and Ji Wen Yu tomorrow." Upon hearing the unfamiliar term mental energy, Lu Wan looked puzzled. What exactly is mental energy? Noticing that the others were still asleep, Yi Yan patiently explained to Lu Wan about professions and mental energy. In this apocalyptic world, special professions are exceedingly rare. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, the three primary professions were considered exceptionally scarce. Lu Wan, filled with excitement, asked, "Will I also have a profession in the future?" Yi Yan gazed into the distance, ambition glimmering in his eyes, something rarely revealed. "Of course, my team, Yi Yan's team, will undoubtedly become the most elite and formidable in this apocalypse." Lu Wan regarded Yi Yan, sensing she had overlooked something significant. As the others awoke, the group briefly used bottled water from the supermarket to clean themselves, as they could not carry all the supplies at once. After consuming some food, they exited the supermarket, a tea present. They had over 300 magic crystals, needing only 200 more to acquire a spatial bracelet. Those remaining 200 magic crystals were an easily attainable goal for the 5 of them. As they emerged, they commenced a rampage against the undead. They discovered that the individuals from the gym had begun to clear out the zombies at some point. That Wu Wu glanced around and was astonished to find over 20 people. Having grown accustomed to the grim realities of the apocalypse over the past few days, she initially assumed only the last 5 who became evolvers would remain, although it appeared that a few had indeed perished. It was not as brutal as she had imagined. Among those present, there were indeed 5 one-star evolvers. After becoming one-star evolvers, they realized just how genuinely powerful Yi Yan was. Even after their transformation, they could not reach Yi Yan's level. They held a deep respect for Yi Yan, acknowledging that his strength could easily overpower them, yet he did not seize their one-star evolution agents. Upon seeing Yi Yan and his group emerge, these individuals greeted them with smiles and nods. When Yuan Nan, either joking or genuinely envious, remarked, "Yi Yan, there are several beauties over there casting you flirtatious glances." Yi Yan slightly nodded in acknowledgement towards those individuals before leading his companions in the extermination of zombies. Gradually moving toward the outskirts of the school. Chapter 66. Greedy Yin and his group possessed over 300 magic crystals, only 200 away from acquiring a spatial bracelet. Each person carried a significant amount of supplies. And once they exchanged them for the spatial bracelet, their burden would lighten considerably, thus reducing the hassle of being noticed by others. The group found it exceedingly easy to slay the zombies. And newly inducted Lu Wan and Ji Wen Yu had also injected the immunity serum, alleviating any concerns while battling the undead, allowing their strength to progress rapidly. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the entrance of the marketplace. Yi Yan, Wen Yuan Nan, and Wu Wu were taken aback to witness that the once densely packed zombies they encountered previously had now diminished to a level comparable to that of the streets outside. A stark contrast to the overwhelming numbers they had faced before. The marketplace, now sparse of zombies, revealed charred ground, with nearby shops reduced to ashes. A significant fire had once raged here, incinerating the zombies to the point of leaving no bones behind, resulting in no magic crystals. At this moment, the group finally comprehended the source of the scent they had encountered along their journey. As for the fire, they had likely been unaware of it because it had occurred while they were asleep, and Yi Yin had been wholly engrossed in cultivating his mental energy. Although he was highly attuned to his surroundings during meditation, he had become somewhat oblivious to events occurring at a distance. The emergence of other evolvers in the school was not implausible, as it was now the third day of the apocalypse, and in such a sizable town, the appearance of other evolvers was certainly feasible. The atmosphere grew serious, and without hesitation, Yi Yin dashed into the supermarket. The other four followed closely behind. Given the high density of zombies in the marketplace, those who had perished must have amassed a considerable number of magic crystals. They could potentially trade for supplies with the traders upstairs at this very moment. Inside the supermarket, a dozen individuals stood guard near the trader, their expressions brimming with excitement. They had infiltrated the supermarket during the heavy rain last night. And once it ceased, they poured several large barrels of gasoline from the upper floors, effectively exterminating the terrifyingly numerous zombies in the marketplace. These individuals had long devised a plan to take advantage of the abundance of zombies. But they had not anticipated that this supermarket would also house a trader. It was as if heaven had smiled upon them, granting them not only a plethora of magic crystals, but also presenting a trader right at their doorstep. This operation had yielded them a staggering total of over 800 magic crystals. When combined with the crystals they had sporadically collected from the zombies in the town, their total now exceeded 1,000. With this bounty, nearly everyone present could become an evolver. Among the 15 individuals, 3 were already evolvers, having slain most of the zombies themselves, and they were all loyal subordinates of Wang Ji. Wang Ji was undoubtedly the leader of this group, and an evolver himself. Additionally, there were 3 more evolvers: Wang Ji's sister, Wang Hui, his father, Wang Yuancheng, and Wang Ji's closest friend, Wu Tao. Their leader, Wang Ji, had already entered to exchange magic crystals for evolution agents. Even if 2 individuals could not become evolvers this time, once Wang Ji emerged, their group would boast a total of 14 evolvers. At that point, annihilating 200 zombies would be a trivial task. Although this reasoning held true, the desire to become an evolver immediately was universal, as it signified a departure from the ordinary. Over the past 2 days, these individuals, while not evolvers, had engaged in battles against the zombies. Their original group of over 60 had dwindled to just a handful. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength of evolvers and the helplessness of ordinary individuals. As soon as they became evolvers, survival in this apocalyptic world would be within their grasp. Thus, they anxiously awaited outside, hoping to be among those who would become evolvers. Later, the sky opened up once more, extinguishing the fire in the marketplace, for they had not even considered how to quell the flames. To their surprise, this operation also attracted an uninvited guest, a level 2 zombie. The 4 evolvers joined forces, exerting tremendous effort and sustaining injuries before finally dispatching this creature, which was entirely different from the level 1 zombies. At the cost of 5 ordinary lives. Had it not been for this ordeal, they would have already gathered the magic crystals from downstairs and exchanged them for evolution agents before departing. In that eerie silence, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Wu Tao and the others were startled, grabbing nearby weapons and springing to their feet. Yi Yin and his group appeared at the staircase, contemplatively surveying the crowd as they slowly approached. Everyone was taken aback, astonished to see living individuals outside. Their team included evolvers, enabling them to move freely and slay zombies. From what they understood, the small portion of the town's populace still alive were either holed up somewhere, starving, or seeking to join their ranks. To their astonishment, these individuals appeared to be from the university. They had thought that all university students had perished. Wang Yuancheng and his companions, upon realizing that the figures before them were merely a few university students, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Resigning themselves to sit back down, the ordinary individual stood up, his tone unfriendly as he declared, "Hey, kids, I advise you to turn around and leave now. This is our territory." Yi Yin smiled, a peculiar emotion suddenly welling up within him. This sentiment, which typically surfaced when he recalled the tragic memories of his previous life, manifested as a fierce and volatile feeling that rarely made an appearance. However, the emotion now emerging felt strangely unfamiliar, distinctly different from his past ferocity. Yet at this moment, he dismissed those thoughts. The individuals before him had not committed any heinous acts to provoke his ire. Merely occupying the space of the trader he had discovered first. Occupying. Yin finally comprehended that the emotion he could no longer suppress was in fact greed. He yearned desperately for the spatial wristband held by the trader. But these individuals had likely slain all the zombies in the market, potentially gathering 1,000 magic crystals to trade for the wristband. The thought of this nearly caused him to lose control when he first arrived at the market. At this point, the feelings of greed and anger had not waned. Rather, they gradually filled Yi Yan's entire mind. What was happening? Why was this emotion beyond his control? Yi Yan gazed at the man who spoke. A strange light flickering in his eyes. Your territory? Yet these individuals remained oblivious to Yi Yan's anomaly, perceiving him and his companions as mere ordinary people. Wang Hui regarded Yi Yan with disdain. Speaking sharply, did you not see that we've already claimed this place? Oh, I see now. You want the food here, don't you? Her expression twisted into a malicious sneer. I'm afraid that although there's plenty of food, it won't be distributed to the likes of you. If we hadn't cleared the zombies from the market, do you think you could even enter? Yi Yan stood there in silence. Wang Hui, noticing Yi Yan's apparent disregard for her presence, felt her anger surge. Since becoming an evolved one, ordinary people had always bowed and scraped before her, obeying her every whim. She could easily dispatch an ordinary person. She was superior to them. The 5 individuals before her clearly did not understand what it meant to be an evolved one. And she was more than willing to demonstrate the terror of an evolved being, to make them aware that she was untouchable. Before Wang Hui could fully express her fury, those who had been observing intently finally spoke up. After all, currying favor with Wang Hui would significantly enhance their chances of becoming evolved ones. Hey, can't you understand what Sister Wang is saying? She told you to leave, yet you still dare to linger here? Are you beggars? Alas, these ordinary people were simply ignorant, unaware of who Wang Hui truly was. Haha. Do you know what evolved ones are? Just look at their foolish expressions. It's evident they have no clue. Evolved ones are individuals whose bodies have been developed to their limits. They are not the likes of you to provoke. An evolved one could eliminate all of you with a single finger. Our Sister Wang, Brother Wu Tao, and Uncle Wang are all evolved ones. Haha, are you frightened? We have 4 evolved ones here. Our most formidable leader is currently trading for evolution agents for us. Soon, the number of our evolved ones will swell to 14. While we're in a good mood, why not leave? Do you think you can withstand the wrath of an evolved one? 14 evolved ones. Do you understand what that means? Do you grasp how insignificant and powerless you are before an evolved one? Regardless of their taunts, Yi Yan remained silent. However, when he heard them mention someone trading for evolution agents and that 10 individuals would soon become evolved ones, his expression finally shifted that an ordinary person would require 1,000 magic crystals to exchange for 10 bottles of evolution agents at the trader. So, it was true that they possessed 1,000 magic crystals? You say someone's trading at the trader right now. Yi Yan spoke in a deep voice, his tone devoid of fluctuation. Haha. Are you frightened? We have wiped out all the zombies in the market. 1,000 magic crystals. 10 bottles of first-tier evolution agents. Alas, discussing this with you is pointless. Just as he finished speaking, the individual froze in place. Wang Hui, along with the previously indifferent Wang Yuansheng and Wu Tao, stood up in shock, staring intently at Yi Yan. The traitor. This person had just uttered the name of the traitor. The others, slow to react, began to realize something was amiss. This individual actually knew the traitor. Wen Yuannan, observing their exaggerated reactions, chuckled disdainfully before addressing Yi Yan. Yi Yan, let's wait for him to emerge here. If he manages to trade for the spatial wristband, we can simply seize it. Yi Yan nodded. Even without Wen Yuannan's suggestion, he would have undoubtedly done the same. After all, this was a cruel and selfish apocalypse where everyone was vying for the trader's resources. Seizing was the most natural course of action, and killing over such theft was commonplace. Not to mention that Yi Yan, having endured 2 years of the apocalypse, fully understood its harsh realities at this moment. The unusual greed he felt had not subsided. Moreover, this greed did not arise without reason. It was as if the most genuine desires within him, combined with the catalyzing memories of his previous life, had erupted under these circumstances. His companions were right here. He was certain that they would withdraw from the trading time, for they too could not fathom that someone awaited them outside. Wu Wu smiled, and this time the expressions of Wu Tao and his companions shifted to one of astonishment. They had even known about the option to withdraw from trading time. Chapter 67. How many evolved ones are there? The crowd stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Yi Yan. They realized he knew about the trader and the trading time, indicating that he had also engaged in transactions with the trader. Thus, how many evolved ones were among these 5 individuals? Wang Ji's team had initially consisted of nearly 60 members. These 60 individuals fought fiercely against the zombies, ultimately leading the already burly and fierce Wang Ji to become the first evolved one after Wang Ji's transformation. He became even more formidable, rendering the ordinary people breathless. They dared not defy Wang Ji's commands, having witnessed his incredible prowess after becoming an evolved one. Consequently, they continued to slay zombies, as failure to do so would result in their own demise at Wang Ji's hands. The number of ordinary people gradually dwindled during their zombie hunts, and the magic crystals they acquired began to concentrate among Wang Ji's family. Wang Hui, Wang Yuansheng, and Wu Tao each became evolved ones in turn. Their team now consisted of merely a dozen individuals. However, after tremendous hardship, they had just slain over 1,000 zombies in one fell swoop. Almost everyone present was on the verge of becoming an evolved one. The fruits of 60 individuals' labor, the lives of dozens, had only yielded 4 bottles of first-tier evolution agents. Had they not incinerated so many zombies the previous night, they would have surely lost even more lives to earn the next 100 magic crystals, thereby gaining another evolved one. Yet now, these 5 individuals, being merely 5, how many zombies could they possibly kill? After all, it had taken dozens of them to gradually accumulate 400 magic crystals. These 5 could, at most, have 1 first-tier evolved one among them. Meanwhile, they boasted 4 first-tier evolved ones, and soon there would be more. Thus, after a brief moment of astonishment, their panic began to dissipate. Wu Tao approached Yi Yan. "Kid, it seems you know quite a bit." Wang Hui glared at Yi Yan, her resentment palpable. How could someone like him be an evolved one? What a waste of magic crystals. He would be far less useful than any of our subordinates who became evolved ones. Wang Yuansheng, smirking coldly, finally regarded Yi Yan with seriousness. Why Yi Yan merely smiled. How fortunate we are. Not only can we acquire what we desire, but it will also be for free. Our magic crystals can be preserved for other trades. What? Free? The audacity of these 5 individuals attempting to set their sights on them was utterly ludicrous. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? He claims he will seize our leader's items. Hey, are you not grasping the situation? I must have overestimated you. Even if you have 2 evolved ones, you lack the standing to challenge us. Do you have any idea how many evolved ones we possess? We have 4 evolved ones. Did I not just tell you? We have 4 evolved ones. Truly foolish. Overestimating yourselves. Yet Wu Tao and his companions focused their attention on another of Yi Yan's statements. Magic crystals? Did they still possess magic crystals? Observing Yi Yan and his companions, each carrying a large bag, it was entirely possible that they contained not only food but also magic crystals. The 3 exchanged glances, then shared a sinister smile. Positioning themselves before Yi Yan, their greed surged within them, though they remained unaware of what kind of opponents they were provoking. The dozen or so ordinary people, witnessing the 3 evolved ones before them, rose to their feet, relishing the impending doom. You're finished. You dared to provoke our 3 evolved ones all at once. Having just been told to leave, now any attempt to escape would be too late. These ordinary individuals had witnessed the terrifying power of evolved ones. While it might take 2 or 3 ordinary people to safely encircle a single zombie, an evolved one could dispatch a zombie single-handedly. Their speed exponentially greater. In the time it took 2 ordinary individuals to kill 1 zombie, an evolved one could eliminate 5. This stark contrast illustrated the chasm between ordinary people and evolved ones. And with 3 evolved ones joining forces, the fate of the individuals on the other side was undoubtedly sealed. Wu Tao stared at Yi Yan as though he were a fool. Hey, do you not realize that in the apocalypse, the first thing to learn is how to kill zombies? One must both fear death and yet not fear it. And then what comes next? Yi Yan did not spare Wu Tao a glance, his focus solely directed towards the traitor. The individual before him was of no consequence. At that moment, one of Wu Tao's lackeys became irate. You little brat. Wu Tao is speaking to you. Didn't you hear? Wu Tao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. He was in high spirits, as these individuals had delivered magic crystals to them, coupled with 1,000 magic crystals they had just collected. It was more than sufficient to trade for a profession from the trader they encountered at the station. 1,000 magic crystals? They had never anticipated that these ordinary individuals could become evolutionaries so swiftly. If everyone became an evolutionary, the strength of the four of them might no longer be able to suppress them. To firmly maintain control over these slaves, they needed to wait until all four became 2-star evolutionaries before they could rest assured in allowing these people to become 1-star evolutionaries. Presently, Wang Ji was merely scouting to see if this newly discovered trader possessed anything worthwhile for them to purchase. However, Wu Tao speculated that, at this moment, there was hardly anything more enticing than the profession offered by the station trader. That was a special profession, a sanctifier, a healing-oriented special profession, priced at 700 magic crystals. Even if Wang Ji wished to buy something here, it would be sufficient. Not to mention, these 5 individuals were utterly foolish, actually claiming they possessed magic crystals. The more Wu Tao contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, nearly bursting into laughter. In the apocalypse, one must also learn to conceal oneself. Are you an idiot? How could you reveal that you possess magic crystals? Are you not asking me to kill you and seize your magic crystals? He glanced greedily at the 3 women behind Yi Yin, having noticed that the women in this 5-person team were all stunning. You can rest assured with these 3 ladies in my care. I will take good care of them. In bed. Yi Yin remained expressionless, while Wen Yuanan and the other 2 women wore looks of impatience and disdain, and Ji Wenyu's previously calm demeanor darkened ominously. When Yuanan's group thought, with your capabilities, you believe you can kill Yi Yin. You probably wouldn't even be able to touch him. After Wu Tao finished speaking, Ji Wenyu's face grew dark as she addressed Yi Yin. Boss Yi Yin, I truly cannot stand this lecherous man. May I kill him? Ji Wenyu's voice was not quiet, and everyone present could hear her clearly. They paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This group is utterly deranged. Assessment complete. It's truly laughable. What fools! Wu Tao and his companions laughed so hard they nearly doubled over, finding these individuals to be absurdly pretentious, entering the scene only to show off. Yet who would even acknowledge them? They merely regarded them as fools that if one wishes to show off, one must possess the capital to do so. Yi Yin slightly nodded. Ji Wenyu seized the gray battle knife from Wu Wu's hands and swung it towards Wu Tao, who had not regarded her at all and continued to laugh heartily. The onlookers perceived Ji Wenyu as a clown, daring to attack an evolutionary as an ordinary person. However, when Ji Wenyu struck, the eyes of Wu Tao and his companions widened in shock. This person was an evolutionary. Ji Wenyu's speed was astonishingly swift, and it was only after she struck that they suddenly realized this young woman was actually an evolutionary. Wu Tao, who had previously dismissed Ji Wenyu, stood frozen, watching her draw the knife and observing her grim expression. Though Wu Tao had no intention of dodging, he wished to demonstrate to these individuals what an evolutionary truly was. Yet when Ji Wenyu made her move, they finally understood that she was indeed an evolutionary. It was too late. The speed of a 1-star evolutionary is indistinguishable from another's unless there is a significant disparity in physical fitness or some profession has granted them a peculiar fortune. As Ji Wenyu swung her knife while Wu Tao made no effort to evade, he was destined to be swiftly dispatched by Ji Wenyu. In the next moment, Wu Tao stared at her with terrified eyes, collapsing into a pool of blood. The group was utterly stunned, unable to utter a single word. Yi Yin appeared to be their leader, likely an evolutionary. Yet, how could a mere 5-person team, on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, have killed 200 zombies and acquired 2 vials of 1-star evolutionary serum? Moreover, among this team were 3 women who were hardly combatants. It was utterly unbelievable, an absurdity. How could they, as 5 individuals, have slain so many zombies in just 3 days? Ji Wenyu surveyed the people in the room and spoke clearly. Let me remind you once more, do not utter lewd remarks towards our 3 ladies or harbor any lascivious thoughts. Otherwise, this will be your fate. The battle knife dripped with bright red blood, pointing accusatorily at Wu Tao's corpse. Beside them, Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing were equally astonished, unable to process the situation. Wu Tao was dead. A 1-star evolutionary had perished. They had squandered 100 magic crystals. What a grievous loss this was. The two glared at Yi Yan's group with fury. At the onset of the apocalypse, the number of one-star evolutionaries was exceedingly scant. It required a team to expend their entire fortune, battling fiercely, to accumulate 100 magic crystals to produce a single one-star evolutionary. All the resources of a team were dedicated to nurturing a one-star evolutionary. Yet now, one of their own one-star evolutionaries had met such a fate. These individuals were utterly despicable. Although Ji Wenyu had swiftly killed Wu Tao, Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing were unperturbed just moments ago. It was because they had not anticipated that two one-star evolutionaries existed within this five-person team that they had carelessly underestimated Ji Wenyu, allowing her to eliminate Wu Tao in an instant. Now their defenses were fully activated. The opposing side could not possibly kill them. The ordinary individuals looked on in shock at Yi Yan and Ji Wenyu. What the hell? There are actually two one-star evolutionaries among this five-person team. This is terrifying. Are they fighting zombies so desperately? Now we only have two one-star evolutionaries on our side. Fools. What is there to fear? Our boss is still with the traitor. Right, once our boss returns. We will have 3 one-star evolutionaries. Nonsense. We will have 13 one-star evolutionaries. This group of fools. Do they think they are impressive just because they have 2 one-star evolutionaries? Just wait until our boss returns. Even if all 5 of them are evolutionaries, they will not stand a chance against us. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanin could not help but laugh aloud, nearly exclaiming, "You are quite right. All 5 of us are evolutionaries." However, before she could speak, a figure suddenly appeared beside the traitor. Wang Ji had emerged. Chapter 68. Space Ring. Yi Yan fixed his gaze intently on the object on Wang Ji's wrist, the space ring. Upon seeing Wang Ji emerge, the expressions of those opposite him instantly lit up with excitement. First, they were convinced they could eliminate Yi Yan's group. Second, Wang Ji had brought a one-star evolutionary serum. Soon, 10 of them would become one-star evolutionaries. When the apocalypse struck, Wang Ji had still been confined in the prison located behind the town's mountain. In his 20s, he had committed murder and received a life sentence. Yet he had spent less than 3 years in prison before the apocalypse erupted, throwing everything into chaos. Not only had he escaped from prison, but his ruthless and fearless nature allowed him to engage in combat against zombies from the very beginning. Accumulating a considerable number of magic crystals, and fortuitously discovering the traitor's secret, ultimately becoming an evolutionary, he returned to the town, bringing along a dozen others who had survived from prison, and together they slaughtered zombies. First rescuing his sister and father from home, before absorbing some individuals in the town to commence their own zombie hunts. Wang Ji had been a notorious criminal during peacetime, and in the apocalypse. He thrived. The apocalypse seemed tailor-made for individuals like him. Among those who had emerged from prison with him, none matched Wang Ji's ruthlessness, recklessness, or ambition. Thus, it was only natural that Wang Ji was the first to become an evolutionary and the leader of this group. When he insisted that his family and brothers take precedence in becoming evolutionaries, no one dared to voice an objection. They could only comply. A man who had dared to commit murder during peacetime, infamous for his deeds, was now among the most terrifying individuals in the apocalypse. Wang Ji's emergence undoubtedly fortified the resolve of those who had previously harbored any trepidation towards Yi Yan. As soon as Wang Ji appeared, he noticed the additional individuals and the corpse of Wu Tao on the ground, that a fierce expression of rage crossed his scarred face as he glared menacingly at Yi Yan, who, in contrast, did not even cast a glance his way, fixated instead on the treasure on his wrist. Wang Hui hurriedly approached Wang Ji, looking triumphant as she addressed Yi Yan, "Brother, when you want to trade." These few came and killed Brother Wu Tao. Those 2 men are evolutionaries, and they possess magic crystals. Wang Ji cast a cold, menacing gaze at Yi Yan, his imposing stature and dark skin making Yi Yan appear to him as a frail university student. "How dare anyone lay a hand on my people?" The ordinary individuals, upon Wang Ji's emergence, had been scanning him anxiously, yet they had not observed the evolutionary serum they had been eagerly anticipating. One individual anxiously inquired, "Boss, where is our evolutionary serum?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes flickered with hidden impatience and malice, though he maintained his composure as he replied, "Do not rush for the one-star evolutionary serum. I have acquired an even better treasure. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the crowd, and anger began to simmer, yet they dared not express it. Wang Yuanqing's eyes brightened at the mention of a better treasure, and he asked eagerly, "What is this better treasure?" Wang Ji had entirely dismissed Yi Yin and the others. What are the two evolvers? They have three on their side. Furthermore, he is immensely confident, with his ruthless demeanor and experience in slaying zombies. He believes that even a united front of two evolvers would not pose a challenge to him. Thus, he temporarily regards Yi Yin and his companions as inconsequential, intending to demonstrate that he holds them in utter disdain, regardless of their status as evolvers. However, he finds himself rather intrigued by the three women. They are all stunning beauties. Wang Ji raised his hand, displaying the spatial ring for all to see. Behold. This is a spatial ring. It possesses an interior space as vast as a large warehouse, perfect for storing inanimate objects. The crowd gasped in astonishment, utterly captivated by the wonders of this apocalyptic world. Wang Ji, satisfied with his spatial ring, continued, "With this ring, we can store an abundance of food. No longer will we have to worry about our next meal." He proposed sharing food with those too frightened to venture outside, trading sustenance for assistance in eradicating zombies. Furthermore, they could exchange 10 magical crystals for a bit of food. Thus, would they ever fear a shortage of magical crystals? The people grew increasingly excited. No longer would they fret over food, and they could enlist others to assist in slaying zombies. Earning back those magical crystals seemed a swift endeavor. This spatial ring was extraordinarily convenient. The discontent in their hearts dissipated as they greedily gazed at the food in the supermarket. They could take away a significant portion. How convenient. However, the arrival of Yi Yin and his group instilled a sense of crisis within Wang Zhit was not fear of Yi Yin himself, but rather the realization that other evolvers had emerged in this small town, apart from his own team. They were privy to the secrets of the traitor, and Yi Yan's group had evidently come seeking this very traitor. Thankfully, Wang Ji had arrived early and secured the precious spatial ring. This prompted him to worry about the traitor at the station. That traitor possessed a rare and exceptional profession. Should that traitor be discovered by evolvers like Yi Yin, it would spell disaster. The same profession was undoubtedly a highly coveted rarity. Although he yearned to fill his spatial ring with the abundant food here and then scour the town for nearly starving individuals to serve as laborers in exchange for their assistance in slaying zombies, the sight of Yi Yan's group made him acutely aware of the looming threat. He needed to dispatch these individuals to slay zombies immediately to gather 700 magical crystals to trade at the station for that special profession. This profession must not fall into the hands of others. The ordinary people excitedly exclaimed, "Boss, let's swiftly deal with these individuals and then recruit more." Wang Ji cast a fierce glare at Yi Yin and his companions. They had actually slain Wu Tao, a waste of his 1-star evolution agent, a waste of 100 magical crystals. Without further ado, Wang Ji unleashed the speed of a 1-star evolver and charged at Yi Yin. Upon witnessing Wang Ji's actions, Yi Yin felt a flicker of surprise. This individual was significantly stronger than an ordinary evolver. His speed exceeding that of the average. It appeared his innate talent was exceptionally high. However, such prowess was still far from sufficient. Wang Ji charged forward, his eyes radiating confidence, disdain, and ruthlessness. He believed he could easily defeat two such inferior evolvers. Yet, in an instant, his movements came to an abrupt halt, cold sweat soaking his back. At that moment, he felt death drawing perilously close. Though he had initiated the attack, just as he was about to reach Yi Yin to end his life, the figure before him seemed to vanish as if teleporting. Suddenly, Wang Ji sensed an intensely dangerous aura emanating from behind him. This person had somehow moved to his rear in the blink of an eye, and he had not perceived any of the opponent's movements. Terrifyingly formidable, the seemingly ordinary young man possessed such dreadful strength. Yi Yin, wielding a shimmering white battle knife, pressed it against Wang Ji's neck, his expression inscrutable. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Wang Ji, who had charged in first, was now subdued? How could this be? They were all acutely aware of Wang Ji's formidable skills and abilities. Yet this young man had effortlessly pressed a blade to Wang Ji's throat, and any movement on Wang Ji's part would surely result in his decapitation. The sudden reversal left the crowd stunned and incredulous. This individual was even more powerful than the man they had feared. Wang Ji, and not just slightly more powerful. In an instant, he had turned the tables, leaving Wang Ji utterly hesitant to move. Cold sweat poured from Wang Ji's forehead. He had never anticipated encountering such a terrifying individual in this small town. He had no desire to die. He had yet to fully enjoy the apocalypse, nor had he achieved his ultimate strength. This apocalypse had erupted solely for him. It had freed him from a lifetime of imprisonment, granting him superhuman abilities that placed him above ordinary people. His ruthless nature could finally be unleashed. In this world of chaos, killing was no longer a crime, and no one could hold him accountable. He was free to act on his whims. Yet, he had never imagined that today he would fall to the hands of an unknown young man. He did not want to die. This apocalypse was his paradise, a realm crafted specifically for individuals like him. Wang Ji swallowed hard, his voice trembling, entirely devoid of his earlier arrogance and disdain. "Brother, let us speak civilly. I was wrong. I should not have addressed you in such a manner." Yi Yin remained silent. Wang Ji's mind raced, and he quickly added, "How about this, brother? I possess valuable information. My life is surely worth it." As Yi Yin prepared to seize his spatial ring and demand the dissolution of their contract, a reason he had yet to kill Wang Ji, he was intrigued by Wang Ji's words. Sensing potential treasure, "Speak," Wang Ji, noticing Yi Yan's interest, hastily continued. "We previously discovered a trader at the station. I've been inside during trading hours, and there exists a special profession." He paused. You might not know what a profession is." It's upon hearing the words special profession, not only did Yi Yan's eyes light up, but the other for also became agitated. After all, Yi Yan's special profession, that of a junior craftsman, was immensely useful. Yi Yan suppressed his excitement and insatiable greed. Speaking sternly to Wang Ji, "Just tell me what the profession is." Wang Ji felt a jolt of fear, but prioritized his survival. "Saint, a healing-type special profession, capable of healing others. It's exceedingly rare. Valued at 700 magical crystals." Yi Yan's heart soared with joy. A healing-type special profession. Such professions were not inferior to crafting professions in this apocalypse. They were highly sought after, a superlative career that was both rare and invaluable. Wen Yuan and the others were equally thrilled. A healing profession, capable of healing injuries. Despite their recent success in slaying zombies, they had suffered minor wounds due to the sheer number of zombies. In the future, should they encounter even more formidable foes and sustain serious injuries, it would not simply be a matter of enduring. Yi Yin suppressed his urge to laugh and spoke gravely to Wang Ji. "I understand. Now, you can dissolve the contract regarding your spatial ring." Chapter 69. A loss. Wang Ji felt as though this young man behind him was unfathomable. He knew that even the dissolution of the spatial ring's contract required blood. He had learned this only after purchasing the ring. It required a drop of his blood for the spatial ring to recognize him. And to remove it, he would need to use his blood to dissolve the contract. This person not only knew about special professions, but also about spatial rings and their contracts. Who exactly was he? Meanwhile, Wang Hui, who had always been arrogant, stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Wang Ji had lost. This young man had easily subdued him. Impossible. Her brother was invincible. Who was this person with such terrifying power? Her brother had divulged his most coveted secret to save his life. And yet, this person was still unsatisfied, demanding the spatial ring. Such audacity. As Wang Hui remained in a daze, she suddenly noticed Wang Ji gesturing with his hand behind his back. She finally snapped back to reality and exchanged a knowing glance with her father. They shared a subtle smile. Although Yi Yin was strong, there were only 2 evolvers on the opposite side, along with 3 utterly defenseless women. They could do nothing to Yi Yin, but could certainly target the others. Were those 3 women not living, breathing targets? Completely unguarded, standing there, Wang Ji forced a smile. "Brother, you know about this." Wang Ji concede. "The dissolution of the contract requires my blood, so please release me." Yi Yin withdrew his blade, allowing Wang Ji to finally stand upright at that moment. Wang Yuan Cheng and Wang Hui, who had been lying in wait for an opportunity, suddenly charged towards Lu Wan and the other 2 women. Wang Ji smirked, swiftly distancing himself from Yi Yin, also heading toward the 3 women. Yan displayed no signs of shock as Wang Ji followed Wang Hui, watching as they approached the three women. He felt a surge of pride, only to witness the two women scream in terror before collapsing. Looking closer, the three women were not ordinary individuals. They wielded weapons, and the aura emanating from them unmistakably identified them as evolvers. Wang Ji had no time to question his existence as he felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. This sensation was all too familiar, the feeling of impending death. This time, Yi Yan's battle blade plunged directly into Wang Ji's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, ahead, Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing had already met their demise. It was only in their final moments that they realized this group was entirely composed of evolved beings. When Yuanqing gazed at the two lifeless bodies lying in a pool of blood, then cast a silent glance towards the ordinary people. These individuals now regarded the three of them with expressions akin to having seen a ghost, as if it were inconceivable that the three could also be evolved beings. The shock within everyone was profound. All five of these individuals were astonishingly evolved, yet this was merely the third day of the apocalypse. On the very first day of the apocalypse, it had only erupted at noon. And now, merely on the morning of the third day, with less than 48 hours since the catastrophe began, how had they managed to slay so many zombies? Their own small team, consisting of dozens, had only managed to gather 4 evolved beings. This was utterly unbelievable. 5. All 5 were evolved beings. What a revelation! I could never have imagined it. How could this be possible? Just how many zombies had they killed? It was terrifying. Uncle Wang and Sister Wang were both dead. The leader had also been captured. Where on earth had this group emerged from? Wang Ji, having just felt the blade slice through his skin, suddenly experienced a dizzying haze and a throbbing headache. This blade was astonishingly poisoned. As an evolved being, he found himself powerless against such toxins. It appeared that the battle blade in Yi Yan's hands was no ordinary weapon. At that moment, regret consumed Wang Ji. Wang Hui had just informed him that these 2 men were evolved beings, leading him to overlook the fact that the 3 women were also evolved, thus forming a fixed impression. He had thought he still had a chance, that he could exploit the man's vulnerability and use the 3 women as hostages. After all, the profession of a saint was exceedingly rare, and he was unwilling to relinquish it at any cost. However, had he known that every member of this twisted team was an evolved being, he would have willingly surrendered everything. But now, with Wang Hui dead and Wang Yuanqing also perished, he feared he would not survive either. His previous actions had given Yi Yan a compelling reason to eliminate him. At this moment, Wang Ji felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. Were it not for Yi Yan's intimidating presence, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. The poison from the blade was wreaking havoc on him. It was at this moment that Yi Yan truly grasped the potency of the poison on his blade. Previously, when dealing with zombies, a simple strike to the head sufficed, and Yi Yan had been unaware of the extent of the toxicity bestowed upon the serpent-scaled blade. Now it was evident that the venom was exceedingly potent. Even a mere scratch from a 1-star evolved being had left him in such distress. Lu Wan observed the corpses on the ground and the now diminished Wang Ji with disdain, remarking curtly, "If you had only obeyed, we might have spared your life, yet you insisted on seeking your own demise." In truth, Ji Wenyu and her companions were also unaware of Wang Ji's current plight. It seemed he had been poisoned, likely due to Yi Yan's enhancements to his battle blade, endowing it with such characteristics. Indeed, specialized professions were truly remarkable. Wang Ji's mention of the saint only heightened their anticipation. Yi Yan coldly stated, "Now the contract can be dissolved, correct?" At that moment, Wang Ji could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The white Yi Yan glanced at the fallen Wang Ji, then seized his wrist, slicing it open to let the blood flow into the spatial bracelet. As expected, the previously ordinary bracelet suddenly glowed crimson, then slipped off and fell to the ground. White Yi Yan promptly picked it up, exhilarated, and fitted it onto his wrist before taking the knife from Ji Wenyu's hand and allowing his blood to drip into the spatial bracelet. The binding of the spatial bracelet was successful. Yi Yan rose, excitement evident as he addressed the 4. The binding was successful. The group immediately displayed expressions of joy and turned their attention to the surrounding food. This was a grand supermarket. The interior space was as expansive as a warehouse. Could they not empty this entire supermarket? The individuals who had once been under Wang Ji's command now stood, dumbfounded and in shock, unable to process what had just transpired. The astonishment brought on by Yi Yin and his companions was overwhelming. A five-member team, in less than 48 hours since the onset of the apocalypse, had managed to kill a staggering number of zombies. Culminating in the evolution of all five, it was terrifying. Before encountering Yi Yin, they had believed Wang Ji to be invincible. Yet, Yi Yin had effortlessly subdued Wang Ji, who had been left with no means to resist. Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing had approached the three women, only to be taken by surprise when they too were evolved beings, promptly falling to their doom. Such theatrical events unfolded before their very eyes. Now, Wang Ji lay dead, their once reliable leader, felled merely by a scratch from Yi Yan's blade. It was only then that they comprehended the apocalypse was far more intricate than they had ever imagined. Filled with formidable individuals, Yi Yan paid no heed to these individuals, directly commencing to select supplies alongside Ji Wenyu and the others within the supermarket. They gathered ample food, drink, and changes of clothing. After all, they had been rolling amidst zombies daily, and their garments would soon be stained with black blood. Once they had emptied a substantial portion of the supermarket, Yi Yan and the others paused. Now, Yi Yan's objective was to make his way to the town station without delay. The station was quite distant from their current location, which was why Yi Yan had failed to sense the movements of the traders there. As they approached, the trembling, ordinary people shuddered, fearing that Yi Yan would trouble them. He looked at the foremost individual and calmly inquired, "When did you first discover the station's traders?" The person trembled, quickly adjusting his demeanor. With Wang Ji now dead, their greatest reliance had perished, yet a more formidable presence stood before them in Yi Yan. The individual hastily replied, "Yesterday, just before nightfall, we discovered them at the station." However, Wang Ji did not inform us of what lay within. He only urged us to hurry and gather magic crystals. It was then that Yi Yan understood why Wang Ji and his group had risked so much to eradicate the zombies within the marketplace. They had discovered the traders at the station, who possessed specialized professions requiring magic crystals. One must realize that igniting a fire amidst the highly flammable materials of the marketplace would render extinguishing it a formidable task. They could very well perish in the inferno. Fortunately, the previous day had brought a timely downpour. During the heavy rain, a group had infiltrated the supermarket. Once the rain subsided, they ignited the flames. Then, as luck would have it, the rain returned, extinguishing the blaze. Their urgency stemmed from the traders at the station possessing specialized professions. Yet ultimately, all the benefits had fallen into Yi Yan's hands. It was not merely Wang Ji's misfortune. Rather, it was Yi Yan's extraordinary fortune. Now, Yi Yan had acquired the spatial bracelet for free, without spending a single magic crystal, and had learned that the station's traders possessed specialized professions. They still had 500 magic crystals on their persons. Originally intended for trading for a spatial bracelet, but now they could be exchanged for a saint. Only someone who had endured 2 years of the apocalypse, like Yi Yan, could comprehend just how rare and precious the profession of a saint truly was. Yi Yan prepared to depart with his companions when the ordinary people could no longer remain silent. "Hey, big brother, could you take us along with you? We can kill zombies." "Yes, please, we have slain many zombies and are definitely of great use." Previously, under Wang Ji's command, their team of 4 evolved beings had been remarkably powerful, efficiently dispatching zombies. However, the 5 before them were evidently far more formidable than Wang Ji and his group. Just 5 individuals had slain so many zombies, evolving into powerful beings, while Wang Ji's 4 stood no chance against them. Being under such a leader offered a greater opportunity for advancement. This was the survival principle of the apocalypse. If you are not powerful, or not the strongest, you must rely on others, serving them, perhaps enabling you to die a slower death. As they stared in astonishment at Yi Yan's departing figure, they faintly heard, "No, this time we lost out. If we had arrived before they entered in a trade, we could have saved 500 magic crystals." Chapter 70. The true special trader at the station, Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei looked upon the ordinary people, each one crying out for help, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Having spent so long in prison, they had never thought to escape, yet the apocalypse had unexpectedly occurred. Both were ruthless individuals, unafraid of slaying zombies. Upon discovering the traders and learning about magic crystals, they became even more determined to hunt zombies and collect crystals. Their group comprised over 20 individuals, all brought from prison. Initially, they could have included more, But there was an even fiercer individual who had emerged from the prison. Wang Ji. The majority followed Wang Ji, with only a few joining them that in recent days. They had endured considerable harassment from Wang Ji and his gang. The town was small, and with both groups clearing zombies, encounters were inevitable. Yet, each time, it was always the two of them who retreated, for Wang Ji's side boasted 4 evolved beings. Moreover, their numbers far surpassed those of Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei. On several occasions, Wang Ji had arrogantly demanded they surrender their magic crystals. They had no choice but to comply, for how could 2 evolved beings possibly contend against 4? Later, Zhang Diyu and a few of Wang Lei's subordinates, while venturing out in search of sustenance, chanced upon Wang Ji and his group hastily emerging from the bus station. In that moment, they uncovered the clandestine dealings of the traitor. This traitor, unlike ordinary ones, did not solely require magic crystals as the medium of exchange. Here, a single human life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. Upon realizing this, Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei quickly rallied their men to apprehend those hiding in the nooks and crannies of the town. These ordinary individuals, since the onset of the apocalypse, had scarcely consumed any food or sipped a drop of water. They lived in a constant state of terror, fearing that the undead could discover them at any moment. Among Zhang Diyu's group, although only he and Wang Lei were evolved beings, the others were inmates from the prison, inherently ruthless and far more formidable in combat than the average person. They were not starving. They dared to slay zombies, so acquiring food from the supermarket by dispatching a few zombies was hardly a challenge. Consequently, when faced with Wang Lei and his ilk, these ordinary people were utterly defenseless. Starvation had rendered them nearly unconscious, and even walking drained their strength, let alone resisting these robust individuals. Upon entering to witness the profession of the healer, Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei were exhilarated. It was only after encountering this profession that they learned of the existence of professions among traders. There were 3 principal professions, alongside rare special ones. Special professions were undoubtedly exceedingly scarce and precious. And to their astonishment, their first encounter with a profession revealed a special one, specifically in the healing category. How could they contain their excitement? They possessed merely over 200 magic crystals, while this healer demanded 700. However, this trader was a special one. A single human life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. What an incredible bargain! Their subordinates were all capable individuals, capable of continuously generating wealth in magic crystals for them. Sacrificing 1 for 10 was simply a loss. Each of them could easily slay more than 10 zombies. Thus, their sights turned towards the ordinary townsfolk. The process was indeed straightforward. These individuals, who had gone days without food or water, were utterly incapable of resisting the subordinates of Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei. There was no need for them to lift a finger. These ordinary people were left at their mercy. This exemplifies the insurmountable chasm between the strong and the weak. At this moment, the ground outside bore witness to a dozen corpses, with Zhang Diyu standing nearby. These individuals needed to be slain by his own hand for the magic crystals to be recorded to his account. The demise of a dozen people equated to over 100 magic crystals. How he wished that future traders would follow this pattern. Killing people posed far less risk than dispatching zombies. No, it should be said that killing people bore no risk whatsoever. Haha. In the presence of evolved beings, these individuals were utterly insignificant. Zhang Diyu swung his axe, severing the head of a nearby person, then provocatively gazed at a fallen figure not far away. Haha, officer, do you see? This is the disparity between evolved beings and ordinary people. My desire to kill them is as simple as that. Just as I wish to slay you. Zhang Diyu laughed arrogantly. However, out of respect for your righteous nature, I shall allow you to witness how I dispatch these individuals so you won't die with regrets, lingering over those who are utterly irrelevant to you. Su Gan lay in a pool of blood, several ribs fractured, his legs unresponsive, unable to rise, racked with unbearable pain and devoid of strength. He gazed ahead at the sea of corpses, filled with resentment at his own frailty. Among the deceased were 3 clad in police uniforms, his colleagues. And Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei were the very individuals he had apprehended and thrown into prison 3 years prior. After the onset of the apocalypse, Su Gan and several colleagues believed that, armed with their strength, weapons, and firearms, they could navigate this transformed world that as special police officers. Their sense of justice remained intact. They armed themselves and ventured into supermarkets to combat zombies for food. During this time, several officers had already perished. They shared food with those they encountered in the town, continuing this for 2 days. Today, they set out to distribute food once more, only to find that those hiding places were nearly deserted. Signs of struggle littered the scene, chaos reigning. Eventually, they located a few survivors who had narrowly escaped and learned that Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei were responsible, prompting their journey to the bus station. At this moment, these justice-filled special police officers understood the profound transformation of this apocalypse. Evolved beings had emerged. They had assumed that with firearms in their possession, they could surely save those individuals. Yet, facing 2 evolved beings, one of whom wielded a firearm as well. As a police officer and a firearms enthusiast, Su Gan was astonished to see that the pistol in Wang Lei's hand was one he had never seen or heard of before. Yet this gray-hued pistol emanated a palpable aura of danger. They were special police, armed with guns, yet completely outmatched by their adversaries. Before his 3 colleagues could even draw their weapons, Wang Lei had already dispatched them with lethal precision. In an instant, Su Gan found himself struck down by the rushing Zhang Diyu. All events transpired in the blink of an eye. It was in that moment that the fortunate survivor, Su Gan, came to a stark and despairing realization of the chasm that separated him from the evolved beings. Zhang Diyu savagely tormented Su Gan, beating him mercilessly, yet deliberately refraining from delivering a fatal blow. "Ha! Officer Su Gan, were it not for my recognition of you as the one who imprisoned me years ago, you would have perished alongside your 3 companions just now." Zhang Diyu reveled in Su Gan's agony and resentment, continuing his torment. When Su Gan could no longer emit a sound of suffering, Zhang Diyu finally ceased. "Officer Su Gan, bear witness as these individuals perish one by one, and then meet your own end." The subordinates of Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei watched Su Gan with predatory eyes that as inmates from the prison. They naturally harbored a deep-seated disdain for the police. Once their leader concluded his business, they would relish in slowly tormenting this nearly lifeless officer. Wang Lei leisurely sat to the side, munching on sunflower seeds. Indeed, the traitor was formidable. Not only had he transformed him into a powerful, superior evolved being, but he had also provided him with this gray-grade pistol. The marksmanship of these officers was commendable, yet they were swiftly dispatched by him. This was due to 2 reasons. Firstly, Wang Lei had already become an evolved being, his reflexes, speed, and agility far surpassing those of the ordinary special police. Secondly, the gray-grade pistol was leagues ahead of the standard firearms wielded by these officers. Observing Su Gan, the officer who had once imprisoned him, lying on the ground in a feeble state, Wang Lei felt increasingly that this apocalypse was a wondrous paradise. His previously hopeless existence was now a fresh start. And from the outset, he was an evolved being, superior to ordinary humans. He could kill at will, unrestrained by the police, who could only be the butt of his ridicule. Aside from the deceased, there remained over 50 ordinary individuals awaiting their fate. Some wore expressions of numbness, having accepted the grim reality. This apocalypse not only harbored terrifyingly dangerous zombies, but also deranged individuals. More horrifying was the fact that these deranged individuals had transcended ordinary humanity, becoming evolved beings. Rather than endure enslavement and torment, they would prefer to meet their demise and find release. Yet others were unwilling to submit. They feared death, regardless of the circumstances. Their will to survive reigned supreme. They refused to resign themselves to losing their lives for the sake of others. Now they understood the existence of evolved beings and traitors. Perhaps they too could become evolved beings in the future. However, the prerequisite was that they must survive today. Those desperate to live cried out in anguish. Some even crawled toward Zhang Diyu, pleading to be allowed to join his ranks. Others incessantly cursed and sought to flee. At that moment, Yi Yin and his group gradually approached the entrance of the bus station, hearing the commotion from afar. Although they were unaware of the specifics of the situation, they felt no fear. Ji Wenyu and the others were well aware of their leader's strength and were eager to hone their abilities. Whatever the challenge, they remained unafraid. Upon reaching the bus station entrance, they beheld the scene of multiple corpses surrounding the traitor. Blood flowing like a river, one of Zhang Diyu's subordinates remarked. "Boss, these individuals should suffice." Wang Lei scoffed dismissively. "Suffice for what?" We are not merely seeking the profession. We intend to exchange all the first-grade evolution agents within, allowing you to become evolved beings. When we encounter Wang Ji again, we shall have no cause for fear." The subordinate immediately exclaimed. "Then, boss, these people are insufficient. They would only barely secure the profession." At that moment, someone spotted Yi Yin and his 4 companions at the entrance and excitedly pointed them out. "Boss, here come 5 fools, delivering magic crystals. 50 magic crystals, ha ha ha." As soon as the man finished speaking, all eyes in the station were immediately drawn to Yi Yin and his companions. Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu regarded Yi Yan's group with disdain, as if they were merely lambs to be slaughtered. In their eyes, these individuals posed no threat whatsoever. They were merely foolish enough to seek their own demise. How could ordinary people possibly muster the strength to resist an evolved being? These few were simply courting death. The ordinary onlookers glanced at Yi Yin and his companions, but quickly averted their gazes, preoccupied with their own survival and utterly devoid of the inclination to concern themselves with others. In their hearts, it was inconceivable that Yi Yan's group had come to aid them. They had witnessed firsthand the absolute power of the evolved. Ordinary people stood no chance against them. These individuals were simply too naive to comprehend the peril surrounding them. Daring to approach, nonetheless, Wang Lei signaled to his subordinates, and a dozen of them sauntered toward Yi Yan's group. They regarded the newcomers with a casual air, but upon getting closer and seeing the 3 exceptionally beautiful women, they were momentarily taken aback, their eyes glinting with lewd intent. These 3 women were stunning. Each possessed her own unique charm. Compared to the women they had captured in town, these 3 were immaculate in their appearance. Their beauty incomparable. Upon sensing the gaze of these men, Ji Wenyu's expression darkened. Her displeasure palpable point, one of the men stepped forward to stand before Yi Yin. Though they were mere ordinary individuals, they held a higher standing due to their affiliation with 2 evolved beings. At this moment, they regarded Yi Yin and his companions with a sense of superiority, completely dismissing them. "How did you find your way here? Did you hear the commotion and think there was food being distributed?" "Ha ha!" The crowd erupted in laughter. Could it be that these 5 are fools? Even if they heard the noise and came to investigate, they still stand there instead of fleeing. Isn't that a death wish? Ha ha! Surely they must have been stunned into silence. No, they must have thought there was an army or some organization distributing supplies, which is why they came. Ha ha! Hanabi, one of them pointed to Sugon, who lay bloodied not far away, and said he was the police officer distributing food to those useless ordinary folks in town. There were originally 3 of them, but now they're all dead. Ha ha, what idiots! In this apocalypse, they still care for others. They must be saints or something. You 5 are just unlucky. Since you've come, don't think you can leave. One of them leered at Lu Wan and her companions. "I initially thought you had 50 magic crystals, but it turns out there are only 20. We'll be sure to treat these 3 beauties exceptionally well." With that, a rowdy laughter erupted from the group. Wen Yu Nan and her companions cast sympathetic and admiring glances at the motionless Sugon. Indeed, in this apocalypse, individuals who still cared for others were exceedingly rare. For each person, merely ensuring their own survival was a daunting task. Even they, who had retained a shred of kindness since the onset of the apocalypse, had been worn down by the malevolent acts of others. These police officers were truly commendable, even in the apocalypse. They continued to serve the people. Yi Yan's gaze remained fixed on Sugon, his heart racing with excitement. For he recognized this man, and he knew his name, the individual lying in the pool of blood. Barely conscious was Sugon. In Yi Yan's previous life during the 2-year apocalypse, he was a figure of great renown. Yi Yan had been fortunate enough to see Sugon in the concentration camp. At that time, Sugon was a 5-star evolved powerhouse and a fearsome sharpshooter. Yi Yan, being a lowly ordinary person subjected to oppression in the camp, could only gaze upon such a high-ranking evolved being from afar. Yet, even that fleeting glance was unforgettable. Sugon exuded an aura of cold-bloodedness and slaughter, but most prominently, he radiated the presence of a true powerhouse. The concentration camp was under siege by a horde of mutated beasts, and they had paid a high price to enlist Sugon's aid. They also intended to persuade him to join their ranks. However, Sugon declined, after helping the camp survive the crisis and slaying countless beasts. He vanished at a speed that left everyone astounded. At that time, Sugon was indeed a 5-star powerhouse. It is worth noting that during the 2 years of the apocalypse, very few had attained such a rank, and all were pivotal figures within their respective factions. It was said that Su-gon operated alone, using his extraordinary marksmanship to dispatch foes and zombies alike without a trace. Beasts were shot down before they even approached him. To encounter such a formidable figure from his past life in this place was beyond Yi Yan's expectations. Suppressing his astonishment, Yi Yan resolved to enlist this powerhouse for his own purposes in this lifetime. The other 4 companions watched Yi Yan with curiosity, wondering if he knew this person. Zhang Diyu glared at Yi Yan and his group with dissatisfaction before bellowing at the subordinates near the entrance. "What are you dawdling about? Hurry and bring them over. Can't you see I'm waiting here?" The ordinary onlookers trembled at Zhang Diyu's shout, their faces filled with despair as they gazed ahead. The subordinates quickly masked their smug expressions, preparing to drag Yi Yan and his companions over. Yet, Yi Yan deftly sidestepped their grasp and moved towards Su-gon. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. With the exception of Wen Yunan and her companions, who followed closely behind Yi Yan, the subordinates stood frozen, at a loss as they watched Yi Yan. Could this man truly be oblivious to the slaughter occurring around him? Did he not realize that his own demise was imminent? How could he remain so calm as he approached that filthy police officer? The ordinary people, who had been captured by Wang Lei and his group, exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong with him? Was he unable to discern the current situation? This was a slaughterhouse. What on earth was he doing? "Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Are you an idiot?" They murmured among themselves that he has finished. Crossing these people will lead to a terrible end. They might make it quick, but these 5. What is their deal? Shun-Ti, they have fled upon witnessing this scene. Why are they waiting for these people to discover them? Though Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu were somewhat surprised, they remained silent. Their curiosity piqued as they watched Yi Yan, wondering what he intended to do. In their minds, these 5 were merely ordinary individuals, easily dispatched at their whim. What on earth did this young man intend to accomplish? Their interest was only a passing curiosity, as they believed they could eliminate him at any moment. Yi Yan, under the scrutiny of all, approached Su-gon, who lay on the brink of death yet remained conscious. Upon the arrival of Yi Yan and his companions, Su-gon had noticed them. What puzzled him was that, despite the gruesome scene before them, they had not fled in terror. Instead, they had drawn closer to him. Why did they not escape? He could not protect them. Their presence could only lead to their demise. Yi Yan crouched beside the future powerhouse, disregarding the gazes of others, and spoke solemnly. "You don't wish to die, do you? You're not resigned to this fate, are you?" Su-gon looked up at the man before him in astonishment. Yet, summoning all his strength, he managed to nod. If this person had the courage to approach, it meant he possessed some degree of confidence. Although Su-gon was perplexed as to why this young man had come to speak such words, he could not afford to ponder it further. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he stood up and addressed Zhang Diyu for the first time. "You, our special police comrade, are gravely mistaken in your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, that if you take another life, do not blame me for being ungracious." Everyone stood frozen, momentarily believing their ears had deceived them. Was this man attempting to be humorous? He actually dared to threaten Zhang Diyu. For heaven's sake, he was an evolved being. This group of mere mortals knew nothing of what evolved beings were capable, and yet had the audacity to speak such brash words. Su-gon, lying on the ground, felt a flicker of worry. "Haha, this is too rich. Do you know who our leader is? To think you'd dare to speak to him in such a manner. This is truly laughable. Haha, this person is utterly deluded. He doesn't even know what an evolved being is, yet he dares to challenge our leader." Wang Lei chuckled for a moment before looking at Zhang Diyu. "Zhang, someone is challenging you." Zhang Diyu halted his laughter, his expression darkening as he fixed a sinister gaze upon Yi Yan. Remaining silent, he seized an ordinary person beside him and pressed a knife against the man's throat. Provokingly eyeing Yi Yan, the man with the knife at his throat could only wish to curse Yi Yan. Meanwhile, since Yi Yan had spoken those words, he stood unmoving, his expression blank, silently observing Zhang Diyu. "Now you're in a tight spot, aren't you? Why not take action? Huh? I knew you were all talk. Our boss has a knife at his throat, and you dare do nothing?" Yi Yan remained silent. His eyes locked on Zhang Diyu. Zhang Diyu's gaze was filled with disdain as he provocatively regarded Yi Yan. Just as the knife tilted, ready to sever the man's head, a thunderous crack echoed. With a resounding boom, everyone was startled, their bodies trembling. Their eyes widened in fear, incredulously witnessing the scene before them. Unable to comprehend the unfolding events, they beheld a vivid purple lightning bolt strike down. And before Jean Dieu could sever the man's head, his entire body charred black as he collapsed thunderously to the ground. A violent lightning strike. Chapter 72. The Mighty. The crowd stared in astonishment towards Jean Dieu's direction. What was happening? How could a lightning bolt descend so suddenly? All eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Yi Yin. This was no mere weather anomaly. This man was the cause. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, who was privy to the intricacies of the profession, gazed at Yi Yin with a mixture of astonishment and fear. This person was, astonishingly, a lightning mage. He could hardly believe that within just 3 days of the apocalypse, a town like this had already produced an evolved being with a primary profession. Initially, he had thought Yi Yin was just an ordinary individual, only to discover that he was not only an evolved being, but also a practitioner of a profession. Moreover, he had effortlessly slain Zhang Diyu in an instant, his power far exceeding theirs. It was utterly mocking. The individual who had been previously held by Zhang Diyu crawled away in panic, that he had thought his demise was certain, yet was suddenly startled by a tremendous crash as Zhang Diyu was struck down, charred and lifeless. He had previously looked down upon Yi Yin, never anticipating the man's formidable prowess, which had ultimately saved him. The expressions on the faces of Zhang Diyu's subordinates were nothing short of comical. They had always assumed the group consisted of mere mortals. Little did they know that the young leader was not only an evolved being, but also possessed terrifying capabilities that instilled fear in them. He had managed to kill the formidable Zhang Diyu in the blink of an eye. The stark contrast was overwhelming. Su Gan, lying on the ground, finally felt a sense of relief as he witnessed this scene. Zhang Diyu was dead. The vengeance for his fallen comrades had been exacted. The ordinary souls who had perished could finally rest in peace. Su Gan never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man was also an evolved being, akin to Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei, yet wielded such bizarre powers that surpassed both of them. He saw flashes of lightning coursing through Yi Yin, and then, not far off, Zhang Diyu was struck by an immense purple bolt that seemed to materialize from thin air. Yi Yan's abilities must surely be a characteristic of the apocalypse, akin to the evolved beings themselves. Witnessing Yi Yan's formidable strength, Su Gan's eyes brimmed with admiration. The young man who had rescued him and fulfilled his heart's desire was not only an evolved being, but also far superior to the ordinary practitioners like Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu. Su Gan struggled to rise, and when Yuan Nan immediately rushed to assist him, the ordinary individuals who had previously believed their fates were sealed now looked on in shock and excitement at Yi Yin. They were spared from death. This man had slain Zhang Diyu, and Wang Lei was no match for him either. With great effort, Su Gan approached Yi Yin with Yuan Nan's help. I am Su Gan. What is your name? Yi Yin replied. I am Yi Yin. Su Gan's eyes sparkled with gratitude and respect, alongside a burning hatred for Wang Lei and his associates. Brother Yi Yin, may I ask you for one more favor? Yi Yin interrupted him calmly. This group will die. They must pay for the innocent lives they have taken to... Su Gan gazed at Yi Yin with appreciation, silently resolving within himself, upon hearing this. Wang Lei's complexion turned pale. Yi Yin surveyed the corpses on the ground. 14 in total. This is the apocalypse. No one can govern another. Today, if you wish to kill these ordinary people, then so be it. However, your luck has run out. You encountered me, and you killed Su Gan's colleague while intending to slay Su Gan as well. That if you were stronger than I, then perhaps your actions today could be justified. Alas, I am significantly more powerful than you. Today, your entire group shall perish. The others trembled in disbelief, unable to fathom that the individual they had previously scorned was, in fact, a figure of such immense strength. Wang Lei, aware of the impending doom, forced himself to remain calm. While I may not defeat you, do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Killing me will require considerable effort. Wang Lei's subordinates finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Wang Lei was an evolved being. Zhang Diyu had been caught off guard and slain in an instant. If Wang Lei were to delay or escape, perhaps Yi Yin would not be able to eliminate him. Moreover, there were over 20 of them. No matter how formidable Yi Yin was, it would be impossible for him to kill them all at once, as long as they waited for Yi Yin to deal with the others. They might seize the opportunity to flee, retaining a sliver of hope. Surely, he could not eliminate 20 individuals in an instant. Yi Yin regarded Wang Lei with disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt. Oh, then do try. Wang Lei felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Yan's gaze. It was the oppressive aura of an absolute powerhouse. Yet he was unwilling to die. He had only just become an evolved being. He had not yet enjoyed the apocalypse to its fullest. No matter what, he was determined to escape today. Wang Lei remained on high alert, preparing to dash out of the station at any moment. With the speed of a one-star evolved being, he could escape unexpectedly. Even Yi Yin would struggle to react. Moreover, there were still over 20 people in the station that Yi Yin wished to kill. When the moment came, he would flee, and those individuals would likely follow suit in the chaos. Yi Yin was a clever man. He understood the dilemma of whether to pursue an elusive evolved being or to eliminate the slower ordinary individuals all at once. Suddenly, without warning, Wang Lei bolted towards the station's entrance, covering several meters in an instant. His former subordinates, witnessing Wang Lei's intent to flee, abandoned their posts without a moment's hesitation, rushing to escape amidst the chaos. Approaching the station's exit, Wang Lei's heart raced with exhilaration. Yi Yin, remember this day. Our debts will one day be settled. Until we meet again. However, in the next moment, his heart froze that a voice as cold as death resonated behind him. Settle debts? Why not do so right now? Pay for the lives you have taken. With that, Wang Lei's head fell to the ground. The ordinary people looked on in terror at the scene before the station's entrance. They had thought Wang Lei's speed was astonishing, yet Yi Yin's swiftness left them utterly bewildered. They had no idea how Yi Yin had reached Wang Lei's side in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the formidable Wang Lei was effortlessly dispatched by Yi Yan. Yi Yin picked up Wang Lei's gray handgun, examining it. Not bad. It will do for Sugon. The ordinary individuals who had just begun to escape were overwhelmed by despair upon seeing Yi Yin blocking their path and the lifeless body of Wang Lei ahead. This was the power of an evolved being. They could only forever gaze up at such overwhelming strength. What they could not have anticipated was the sudden appearance of several figures before them. To their astonishment, it was the one man and 3 women who had been accompanying Yi Yin. Their previous speed had conveyed a clear message. They, too, were evolved beings. In an instant, these individuals abandoned their escape, standing dejectedly in place. They had initially thought the 5 were weaklings, only to discover that they were all evolved beings. How utterly mocking. They had previously boasted that these 5 had no understanding of what an evolved being was. Yet, it turned out each of them was indeed an evolved being, silently ridiculing the rest. Ridiculous. Weak. Yi Yin walked unperturbed to the traitor's side, promptly receiving a notification from the trader. 1 life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. Previously, when Zhang Diyu had killed near the trader, he had accumulated a number of magic crystals, but upon his death at Yi Yin's hands, that count had been reset to 0. Yi Yin nodded at the individuals not far away, and they proceeded to bring over the 20 or so remaining individuals. Those who had once aligned themselves with Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu now understood Yi Yin's intentions. Since Yi Yin intended to kill them, why not extract the maximum utility from them? Though the apocalypse had only just begun a few days ago, they had swiftly grasped the rules of survival in this new world. The apocalypse was merciless. Perhaps just a second ago, they had held dominion over others' fates. Yet the next moment, a more powerful being could emerge, seizing everything they had painstakingly acquired and slaying them in the process. They no longer wished to resist. Having followed Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of evolved beings and knew the horror of Yi Yin, who could eliminate both Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei in an instant. Su Gan observed Yi Yin and his companion's actions with no sense of aversion. In fact, he found a sense of exhilaration. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had clung to the ideals of the peaceful era. Hunting zombies in supermarkets with his colleagues, hastily gathering supplies to distribute among the people, he recognized the world had changed, the rules had shifted, but he had not anticipated such an illogical transformation. With evolved beings surpassing ordinary humans, capable of effortlessly killing them, he had not fathomed the extent and rapidity of this change. Just moments ago, he had sought to protect these people, only to be met with senseless oppression and merciless mockery. His colleagues and friends had perished, and he had been forced to witness their slaughter, tormented by the memories of having captured Wang Lei and Zhang Du years prior to that moment. He had undergone a transformation. He understood that the world had irrevocably changed. Humanity itself had transformed. Zombies had emerged, evolved beings had surfaced, and countless more unfathomable events were yet to unfold. If he did not adapt to this new reality, he would inevitably face a similar fate in the future. He vowed to dedicate his life to repaying Yi Yin and mustered the resolve to change himself. He did not wish to remain this weak any longer. Once a proud marksman, he had now been bested by Wang Lei, merely because Wang Lei was an evolved being, wielding a unique weapon. Su Gan vowed to become powerful, to repay Yi Yin. Those individuals, now deceased, deserved their fates. They were the ones who aided Wang Lei and Zhang Diyu in capturing ordinary people for their merciless slaughter. They even killed Su Gan's colleagues of many years. Gazing upon the corpse of his friend and comrade, Su Gan felt a renewed clarity. Being a good-natured person in this apocalyptic world was no longer viable. Only strength held true significance. At that moment, the 20 or so people had already been slain, and Yi Yin had recorded the acquisition of 220 magic crystals at the trader's location. That he also scavenged 200 magic crystals from Zhang Dayu's body, and then, accompanied by several others, entered the trading period, where Su Gan joined as well. The special occupation, Saint, was valued at 700 magic crystals. Yet, Yi Yin only needed 400 magic crystals to exchange for it. Chapter 73. The Saint. Yi Yin and his companions initially possessed 500 magic crystals intended for exchanging for space wristbands, with the additional 200-plus magic crystals acquired through the sacrifice of lives. Along with the 200 more taken from Zhang Diyu, they amassed nearly 1,000 magic crystals. Without hesitation, Yi Yin first exchanged for a bottle of 1-star evolution potion and a bottle of immunity potion. It was Su Gan's first time entering the trading period, and he realized that Yi Yin had intentionally included him in the team. However, when Yi Yin silently handed him the evolution and immunity potions, he was still taken aback that he himself was curious about what extraordinary qualities he possessed that had garnered the attention of such a formidable evolver. When Yuan Nan and the others understood that Su Gan's uniform indicated his background as a SWAT officer, showcasing remarkable skills, today, he merely fell as an ordinary person at the hands of an evolver. If Su Gan were to become an evolver, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, they remained unaware that this was not the true reason. The genuine reason was that Yi Yin foresaw Su Gan's future greatness. Nevertheless, even if Yi Yin had not recognized him as Su Gan today, or had never heard of him in his previous life, he would have still welcomed him into his team. That a SWAT officer with exceptional abilities and a sense of justice would be of immense benefit to Yi Yan's group. Filled with gratitude, Su Gan injected himself with the evolution and immunity potions, and his injuries from the abuse and beatings began to heal rapidly. As a former SWAT officer, he was accustomed to physical training, often engaging in intense confrontations with criminals and undertaking high-stakes missions, thus possessing exceptional physical fitness and a keen awareness of his bodily condition. He carefully experienced the changes within his body, suppressing his excitement, and finally began to comprehend the apocalypse from another perspective. The potential and strength of a person could indeed be developed to such an extent. It was utterly astonishing, since the onset of this apocalypse was so incredible. The existence of evolvers and their professions was also acceptable. At this moment, Yi Yin had swiftly exchanged for the same profession, his heart racing with excitement. Upon obtaining the profession, a wealth of information regarding the Saint occupation flooded into Yi Yan's mind. The Saint, a healing profession, possessed skills all related to restoring injuries. Additionally, this Saint profession had a unique characteristic. Once learned, one could not acquire the 3 main professions unless they were special occupations. However, in Yi Yan's case, this limitation was practically non-existent. For in the early days of the apocalypse, or even 2 years later, special occupations were exceedingly rare, and many would likely still lack access to the 3 main professions. Yet in this life, Yi Yin understood the function of the purple hook jade, which could sense various treasures and traders, allowing him to procure items at significantly lower prices than the average person. As of now, merely 3 days into the apocalypse, Yi Yin had already secured 1 main profession and 1 special profession. Even if someone in his team learned the same profession, they would be unable to pursue the 3 main professions thereafter. Yet Yi Yin could always identify other more powerful special occupations to compensate them. Although Yi Yin possessed the profession of Thunder Mage, he could not learn the same profession. Even if he could, he likely wouldn't, for he aimed to enhance his combat prowess and would always be at the forefront in battle. The Saint role was meant for those who provided support from the rear, maximizing the utility of this profession. With exhilaration, Yi Yin shared the profession scroll with the remaining 5 members. They were all astonished. Although Wu Wu and Wen Yuan Nan had previously witnessed Yi Yin obtaining a profession, they were still unclear about its implications. Now, each person receiving the profession scroll comprehended what the Saint profession entailed, finding it remarkable and deepening their understanding of professions. That Yi Yin looked at the 5 and said, "I am now a Thunder Mage and cannot learn this profession. Does anyone among you wish to learn it? When you wish to protect Lu Wan and everyone else." This sentiment sometimes bordered on obsession. Yet he was a man, and the best way to safeguard everyone was to charge to the front and slay the foes. Thus, after much contemplation, Wenyu ultimately decided to forego this opportunity. Su Gan, having just touched the same profession scroll and learned about the profession, already held a strong desire for the profession he yearned for the most. That was the gunner. Although the gunner provided support from the rear, one had to concentrate and focus intently while shooting, making it entirely impossible to wield 2 professions simultaneously. Hence, Su Gan never considered learning the same profession. The 3 women each harbored a slight desire. Yet their personalities were ultimately distinct. That Wu Wu, having trained rigorously since childhood and possessing astounding talent, would never squander her gifts and relentless dedication to become a healer at the rear of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lu Wan, with her fiery temperament, could never restrain herself in the face of conflict. If she were absent from a fight, she would undoubtedly feel restless. Although Wenyu hoped for Lu Wan's safety at the rear, she would not tolerate it. Wen Yuan Nan, upon hearing that this profession was healing-oriented and could heal her teammates, was immediately intrigued, since the day Yi Yin was injured in front of her. When he shielded her from a level 2 zombie, she had carried a sense of guilt towards him. She could not bear to see Yi Yin injured again, and even if he were wounded in the future, she wanted to be able to do something for him. The same profession was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, amidst Wenyu's silent frustration with Lu Wan, Wen Yuan Nan successfully acquired the same profession. In that instant of learning the same profession, Wen Yuan Nan's mental strength was also awakened. Blushing with excitement, she exclaimed, "This profession currently has only 2 skills. However, as my mental strength increases, more skills will emerge." Yi Yin, intrigued, inquired, "Is this profession not upgradable?" Wen Yuan Nan replied, "It cannot be upgraded. Once the total mental strength reaches a certain threshold, new skills will awaken." Lu Wan, anxious yet curious, asked, "What are your 2 current skills?" Wen Yuan Nan smiled proudly. "I have plant manipulation and green spring." The others looked at Wen Yuan Nan with anticipation. Plant manipulation could rapidly stop bleeding, dispel toxins, and heal external injuries, requiring relatively little mental strength. With my current mental strength, I can probably use it about 20 times. Yi Yin was immensely satisfied. Given Yi Yan's current strength, it was nearly impossible for anyone to inflict severe injuries upon him or to harm his companions in his presence. The plant manipulation skill, while treating external wounds, was remarkably powerful, capable of swiftly stopping bleeding and dispelling toxins, potentially altering the outcome of a battle. Moreover, with Wen Yuan Nan's current capability, she could utilize it around 20 times. Wen Yuan Nan continued, "The other skill, Green Spring, requires more mental strength that I can currently use it only twice, and it is employed for treating severe internal injuries that IT can heal from the root. Restoring a person's physical and life force that in comparison to plant manipulation, this skill was overwhelmingly powerful, as it could heal from the root. It could also restore physical strength and vitality. This skill demanded a significant amount of mental strength. Yet Wen Yuan Nan could still use it twice. It appeared the rumors of the past life were indeed true. In the concentration camp of his previous life, although he was merely an ordinary person, he was privy to many rumors and news, and distinguishing truth from falsehood depended on his own discernment. That Yi Yin had once heard that healing-oriented special professions were exceedingly rare, and those who possessed such professions were sought after by influential figures from all factions, hoping to have them join their forces. Any faction with a healer was known to treat them like deities. Furthermore, healing-oriented professionals possessed a powerful trait. Their mental strength was exceptionally formidable. This was likely an inherent attribute of the profession. After encountering the saint today, Yi Yin speculated that most healing professions must have significant limitations. For instance, after learning, the saint could not pursue the three main professions unless they were other special occupations. While this condition was inconsequential to Yi Yin, it was a monumental limitation for others. Many individuals, upon encountering the three main professions, would vie fiercely for them, let alone the rare special occupations. Had someone else acquired this profession today and learned it, they would likely rely solely on this profession for sustenance throughout the remainder of the apocalypse. As the apocalypse progressed, various factions would develop, leading to situations where factions would seek to recruit healing-oriented professionals using special occupations as leverage. The current limitation of not being able to learn the three main professions was merely a constraint of the saint. Other healing-oriented professions would possess various unique restrictions. The considerable limitations inherent to this healing profession also bestow upon it a singular advantage, an exceptionally robust mental fortitude. At this moment, when Yuanan stands as the finest testament to this fact, Yi Yin smiled with satisfaction, refraining from articulating his conjectures, for these five individuals possess a rather scant understanding of mental prowess. Four of them have yet to awaken any mental abilities at all. Yi Yin gazed at the exhilarated Yuanan, reassuring him, "Fear not, I shall not confine you to this sole profession." Yuanan, blushing, replied, "I wholeheartedly trust you. Nonetheless, even if I were to have only this one vocation for the entirety of my life, I would be utterly content. I cannot bear the thought of witnessing you in pain while I remain powerless to assist." As soon as Yuanan finished speaking, the four others erupted in playful jeers that Wu Wu stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "Yuanan, you are being excessive. Had I known, I would never have allowed you to pursue this profession." Lu Wan teased Yuanan further, "Indeed, are you merely going to tend to Yi Yin alone? If we sustain injuries in the future, you might not even spare us a glance. How biased." Taking this opportunity, Ji Wenyu jabbed at Lu Wan. "Then why didn't you learn earlier?" Lu Wan promptly seized Ji Wenyu's ear, retorting, "You think you're something special now that you've become an evolved one. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Yuanan, feeling bashful under the collective banter, quickly sought refuge behind Yi Yin. Su Gan observed this scene in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the chaos before him with the reality of the apocalypse. As if he had been transported back to the days before the world fell into despair, Yi Yin, noticing the silent Su Gan, approached him, producing the gray pistol he had acquired from Wang Lei. "You are a police officer. You must be quite adept with firearms, correct?" Yi Yin was fully aware that his words were superfluous, for this individual would later become renowned as a master marksman, instilling fear far and wide in the apocalyptic world that Yi Yin had once known. Su Gan's eyes fixated on the gray pistol, the very weapon used by Wang Lei to instantly dispatch his three colleagues. The service weapon in his hand seemed like a mere toy in comparison. Utterly inadequate. However, he too had become an evolved one now. Everything was different. He would wield this gun, never forgetting the humiliation and hatred of today, and bravely strive to survive in the apocalypse, as Su Gan accepted the gray pistol. The confusion in his eyes had vanished, replaced by newfound determination.